Because of one catastrophic choice, this magical prodigy was chewed up and spat out by the world. In this unforgiving manhwa recap, society bows only to strength, and the conquerors are the apex predators hunting the darkness. They fight, they loot, and they protect the weak. To the public, it's a glorious gig hailed as the work of true heroes, but reality is often disappointing. "You absolute lunatic!" The shout echoed through the cafe, turning heads. Sitting opposite our MC is Jung Woo Min, a corporate suit from the guild branch. Just yesterday, JaeHyun received a call from this guy after a long, painful drought of unemployment. He thought it was his lucky break. Instead, Jung Woo Min wants him on the front lines holding a shield against undead monsters. That's a suicide mission. Who in their right mind would agree to that? Rage boiled over in his chest. He demanded to know why this garbage offer was the only thing on the table. "Even the rookies are finding gigs easier than me." Jung Woo Min sighed, dropping the hard truth. "Look, you know the market. Nobody is hiring warriors right now, not even high-level veterans." According to him, mages are the current meta, their value skyrocketing like gold bars in a crisis. Meanwhile, warriors. They're slow, they take damage, and they're a liability. Clients don't want to pay for meat shields anymore. Why hire a tank when a mage can nuke the map from a safe distance? JaeHyun fell silent. The truth hit him like a physical blow. 11 years ago, fate had offered him the world. His awakening test showed a monstrous 97% aptitude for magic. Back then, even Ina, the current #1 mage, only had 92%. Everyone expected him to rule the world. But he pulled a legendary fumble, choosing the warrior class with a pathetic 34% aptitude. Why? Because back then, mages were considered weak. But oh, how the tables have turned. Over a decade later, warriors are trash tier, and mages are the kings of this leveling manhwa world. Just thinking about the irony made his chest tighten with regret. Seeing his hesitation, Jung Woo Min twisted the knife. "I was going to call someone else, but I remembered your situation. Look, it's too late for regrets now." Broke and desperate, JaeHyun had no cards left to play. He nodded, accepting the raw deal. The next morning at 8 sharp, he stood at the dungeon gate, lost in the crowd. He let out a heavy sigh. That brat Jung Woo Min was always running on rubber time. It was 8:52, and there wasn't even a shadow of him. It was bitter irony. He was a struggling D-rank warrior, while Jung Woo Min was an elite A-rank mage wasting his talent on desk work. Anyone with eyes could see Jung Woo Min was built for power, yet he chose the safe life. While Ha-eun was lost in his gloomy thoughts, a friendly voice cut through the noise. It was an older warrior, but unlike Ha-eun's budget gear, this guy was decked out in full plate armor. The difference between the rich and the poor was painful. They exchanged pleasantries, but the dungeon manager cut them short. 30 minutes to launch, gear up, people. The countdown ended. One by one, they stepped through the dimensional gate, entering a ruined wasteland teeming with bloodthirsty monsters. Immediately, a mage barked orders. "Hey, meat shields, raise those shields and hold the line." "Are you deaf?" I said, "Keep formation. Even if you die, don't let them through." It was humiliating, but JaeHyun swallowed his pride. This was the job. They stood as human walls while the mages of the Meteor Guild rained fire from the backlines. Infernos roared, turning the mob of monsters into ash in seconds. The power gap was terrifying. Han had worried about surviving, but with this kind of firepower backing him up, he was basically on a sightseeing tour. Hours passed. After clearing the fodder, the party took a breather before the boss raid. Min Seong-oh, the older warrior, forced a smile, but his voice was heavy. "Getting old is a curse. If I knew the meta would shift like this, I would have grinded harder when I was young." Trying to lighten the mood, he asked if Ha-eun found any loot. After all, this was an A-rank dungeon. Ha-eun opened his inventory window. Suddenly, a splitting headache assaulted him. The world spun. A system alert flashed: red connection to server lost. System shut down. Han froze, panic setting in. Then a voice whispered directly into his soul, "Follow the light." That was the only command. The interface was glitching out. System error, unable to reboot due to interference from a higher mystery. Before his eyes, particles of light began to dance. Like spiritual fireflies, they flickered in the air, invisible to everyone but him. They were leading him somewhere, toward a broken wall. Curiosity overpowered fear. He told Min Seong-oh he needed a moment and slipped away, following the ghostly trail. System Aesir is offline. Status window unavailable. He tried to force a reboot, but the error persisted. Core functions damaged. Initiating safe mode. This was insane. He awakened at 10 years old. The Aesir system had been his companion for 17 years. It never glitched. For context, the Aesir system is linked to the Norse gods Odin, Thor, the legends of Asgard. It was humanity's last defense. 20 years ago, the world ended. A colossal world tree erupted from the Pacific Ocean, piercing the stratosphere in days. It brought hell on Earth. Monsters poured out and civilization collapsed in the blink of an eye. Half of humanity was slaughtered by beasts. The other half died of starvation and plague. It was the apocalypse. But then the first awakener emerged. A being of godlike beauty wielding the power of the Aesir. That was the birth of the system, the ultimate weapon given to mankind. Back in the present, JaeHyun halted before a massive ancient door. His heart raced. Could this be a hidden treasury? If there was even one A-rank item inside, he could retire today. No more meat shield duty. With trembling hands, he pushed. The heavy doors groaned open, revealing a vast void. And a single golden orb pulsing with divine energy. Suddenly the blue screens returned. System recovery 50% complete. A new item appeared in his slot. Do you wish to appraise? The real system Manhwa story begins now. JaeHyun was officially the king of luck. The moment he appraised the item, the info window popped up. It was Odin's Lost Eye, the only legendary rank artifact in the entire world. Just equipping this bad boy gave him instant mastery over all runes. It granted the power to strip weapons of their magic and annihilate enemies with a thought. Plus it came with the universal origin skill. He could copy any ability or spell instantly without even chanting. This was basically a cheat code. A unique legendary item. If he sold this, he'd be set for life. He could spend money like water until his dying day and still have leftovers. But just as he thought about testing it out once, a warning flashed, item binding in progress. JaeHyun panicked and tried to cancel it. He didn't want the power. He wanted the cash. As an awakener, he was sick of this dungeon life. In this manhwa recap of a world, the line between hitting the jackpot and death was razor thin. He needed to get out of this hellhole fast. JaeHyun hurried back to the raid party, keeping his head down. But the moment he arrived, the mage leading the guild got right in his face. It'll be a problem if you go rogue again. Don't let there be a next time. JaeHyun bowed his head, playing the submissive role perfectly. Understood. I'll be more careful. He fell into line, his mind racing. Dungeons were lawless zones. If they found out a weakling like him held a legendary artifact, he'd be a dead man walking. The party was prepping for the boss room when disaster struck. The ceiling groaned and tons of rock came crashing down on their heads. JaeHyun threw himself to the side, barely dodging the collapse. But the nightmare wasn't over. Poisonous bone mist began to fill the air, lethal to anyone who breathed it. Minho covered his mouth, his eyes wide with terror. JaeHyun, we need to move now. That mist will melt our lungs. JaeHyun nodded, ready to bolt. But the moment Minho turned to run, a blade pierced right through his chest. Panic surged. JaeHyun sprinted for his life. Explosions mixing with the poison mist could only mean one thing. Dungeon assassins. They were here to wipe out the entire Meteor Guild party. He was so done with this desperate survival game. But he had to stop running. The killer was already breathing down his neck. A chained spear tip shot through the gloom like a viper. JaeHyun twisted his body, barely avoiding a fatal blow. The blade grazed his shoulder, drawing first blood. A cold voice echoed from the shadows. I told you we'd meet again today, didn't I? JaeHyun froze. He knew that voice. Jong-woo Min, are you behind this massacre? The mage didn't even flinch. Just business. The client wanted it done, so I did it. Besides, plenty of people have a grudge against the Meteor Guild. Their arrogance made them easy targets. JaeHyun stared at his opponent, calculating the odds. Could he win? Or was this the end? Who was he kidding? He'd be crushed like a bug. Jong-woo Min was an A-rank mage, one of the top elites in the country. JaeHyun was just a trash-tier D-rank warrior. Survival was a joke. Victory was a fantasy. Rage burned in his gut for Minho's death. But against an A-rank monster, he was helpless. He lowered his stance, swallowing his pride. I saw nothing. I'll pretend this never happened. But mercy wasn't on the menu. The magic weapon lashed out before he could finish begging. The gap in power was absolute. All he could do was dance with death. Steel sliced across his cheek. Blood sprayed into the air. A fraction of a second slower, and he would have lost his head. Jong-woo Min raised a hand, mana crackling around him. Did you think the guild was the only target today? Dozens of magic circles ignited, summoning crackling lightning chains aimed straight at JaeHyun. JaeHyun scrambled, dodging the electric onslaught. His mind raced. Who wanted a nobody like him dead? There was only one monster who would go this far. Was it my father? Jong-woo Min paused, then threw his head back and laughed like a maniac. You're sharp. That's why I like you. The confirmation hit JaeHyun harder than any spell. Memories of his murdered mother flooded back. Last winter. He tried the same thing, didn't he? The silence was all the answer he needed. The bastard kept firing lightning bolts, enjoying the torture. Your family drama is crazier than a soap opera, he mocked. First he kills his wife, now he hires a hitman for his only son. That man is pure evil, the mage sneered. Talk time is over, die. But then he noticed something. JaeHyun wasn't screaming, he was muttering. He thought the kid was begging for mercy. Suddenly, boom. An overwhelming wave of mana exploded from JaeHyun. Gravity distorted, the ground shattered under the sheer pressure. Even the A-rank mage broke out in a cold sweat. This wasn't D-rank power. Panic set in. Lightning chain. Jongwoo Min unleashed his ultimate attack, desperate to end this instantly. The chain struck and shattered into dust. A holographic screen flashed before Min Jae-hyun's eyes. Item Odin's Lost Eye. Equipped. User binding complete. As the system initialized, Min Jae-hyun's eyes glowed with murderous intent. Today, I'm going to tear you apart. Skill copy. Lightning chain. Activated. Instantly massive magic circles materialized behind Min Jae-hyun. Jongwoo Min froze his brain, refusing to process the impossible. That took me years to master. How was a trash D rank casting high-tier magic? It was the ultimate clash, the original versus the upgrade. Lightning slammed into lightning. The air screamed as their powers collided in a blinding storm. The mage realized he was outmatched. He tried to flee, firing a desperate magic bullet over his shoulder. It dissolved harmlessly before even touching Min Jae-hyun. Game over. Min Jae-hyun unleashed the final blow. His lightning chain roared forward, faster, stronger, and far more brutal. Facing his own signature move, the mage panicked. He threw up a defensive barrier, but against this god-tier power, it was like paper. Crack, the shield shattered. The attack landed a direct critical hit. A massive explosion rocked the dungeon, burying the assassin under a tomb of rubble and dust. Jongwoo Min was still breathing, but his clock was ticking down to 0. Min Jae-hyun dragged his broken body forward. One final strike ended it all. He collapsed, his mana and stamina completely drained. Even at death's door, he couldn't stop complaining. To think he wasted a lifetime of karma on a single legendary grade luck item. Just as the abyss reached for him, a blue screen flashed before his eyes. The classic trope of a system Manhwa had appeared to save him. It offered a miracle, a chance to rewrite history. Would he accept? He grinned. At this point, what did he have left to lose? Min Jae-hyun accepted the NY system. In that instant, he became the enemy of the supreme being Acer. 2 new skills unlocked. Then, his eyes snapped open. What the hell just happened? He stared at his trembling hands. Suddenly, the tutorial system materialized. The truth hit him like a truck. He had returned to the past he yearned for most. The date was June 15, 2022. 11 years. He had traveled back 11 years in time. A quest window popped up, rest required for recovery. Ignoring the shock, he stumbled toward his desk. He crossed out a date on the calendar. In his past life, he chose the wrong class. He lived in poverty and died a meaningless death. Not this time. This is a Manhwa recap of a legend in the making. He would become the greatest mage and crush that old man. He hugged his mother, tears streaming down his face. Even a simple bite of rice tasted like heaven. His mother sensed the shift in his aura. She put down her chopsticks. Son, is something wrong? He forced a smile, burying the pain deep inside. Nothing, Mom. Just a bad nightmare. Then he dropped the bombshell. He wasn't going to be a warrior anymore. He was choosing the path of the mage. She blinked in surprise, but her expression softened. I just want you to be happy, not chasing money. Magic or sword, it doesn't matter to me. I will always support you. Her words broke the dam, holding back his tears. He wiped his eyes furiously. No. This wasn't the time to weep. That man, Min Song-oh, was still alive. To defeat an A-rank conqueror like his father, he needed absolute power. Days passed. The recovery quest was finally complete. After finishing a one-handed handstand, he checked his status window. The NY system was still a mystery. But he held the ultimate weapon, knowledge of the future. His memory was sharp. Now he needed skills. His level and stats had all reset to 0 in this leveling Manhwa world. However, a miracle occurred. His passive skills remained intact. All thanks to the trait, the one watched by the gods. He held the blank card reward in his hand. A crucial choice lay before him. After deep calculation, he made his move. He needed a healing spell. In this era, mages were treated like trash, but healers. They were revered like royalty. With the power of life in his hands, no one would dare look down on him again. The gears in his mind began to turn. His phone buzzed. A message from his childhood friend Kim Yoo-jung. In the previous timeline, she died right before his eyes. But fate would be different this time. Buried in her spam messages was the key. The Saintess Yoo Sung-yoon was giving a speech downtown. Hurry up, you idiot, she texted. She was the type to leave you on red. But the name Saintess sparked a memory. He remembered her. A breathtaking beauty who wielded the magic of sacrifice. The timing was divine. Min Jae-hyun sent a quick reply. Then he dashed out the door. The city center was a sea of people. He and Kim Yoo-jung fought through the crowd to get a view. Everyone was desperate for a glimpse of her. The guild master of Yanhua, the world's greatest healer. But only Min Jae-hyun knew the dark truth. In 2 months she would face a catastrophe in the ITW dungeon. And this very speech was the trigger. On stage, the goddess bowed. She called for courage from the hunters. The crowd watched in silent awe. Her words cut deep. Most awakened were cowards. None of them wanted to face the monsters of this awakening Manhwa reality. He used to be just like them. In another life, he would have sold the Eye of Odin and slept on a mountain of cash. The event ended. JaeHyun cracked a joke and sent Kim Yoo-jung home. But his mission was just beginning. He sprinted in the direction the saintess had gone. There it was, a sleek black sedan. Her manager Park Seong-jae blocked his path. "Back off, kid. No fans allowed." JaeHyun didn't flinch. "I'm here to see Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon." The manager tried to shoo him away like a fly. But JaeHyun dropped a bomb with a smile. "I know about her incurable disease. And I know how to fix it." Park Seong-jae's face twisted in horror. He grabbed JaeHyun by the collar. "Who told you that? Which rat leaked that the Guildmaster is sick?" Suddenly the car window rolled down. "Wait, Manager Park." Her voice was calm but icy. "Can you take responsibility for those words?" JaeHyun stared her down. "I can save you." After a tense silence, she nodded. "Get in." In a private room, the interrogation began. She cut straight to the chase. "How do you know my secret?" He couldn't exactly say, "I'm from the future." That would earn him a one-way ticket to the hospital. He dodged the question with a bold plan. "I will copy your skill sacrifice, and I will use it to heal you." The manager nearly exploded with rage. Rage blazed in his eyes as he roared. "Enough of this nonsense. Do you even comprehend the weight of the sacrifice skill? It is the Guildmaster's unique divine ability, a power that cannot be copied by mere mortals." JaeHyun had to admit the man had a point. In the logic of this system, Manhwa unique skills are typically S-rank treasures restricted to specific bloodlines or chosen individuals. While ordinary abilities rely on memorizing formulas and mana flow, unique skills defy all logic, they simply exist. The man claimed it was impossible to replicate due to its absolute exclusivity. JaeHyun, knowing the rules of this world better than anyone, didn't get angry. He simply told the man to cool his head. He knew exactly what he was capable of. If he couldn't pull this off, he wouldn't have walked into the lion's den in the first place. The fundamental law of sacrifice is in the name itself. The user becomes an offering to the gods, meaning they cannot heal their own wounds. Doing so would create a paradox in the concept of self-sacrifice. Guildmaster Yoo Sung-yoon ignored her subordinate's frantic warnings and simply nodded, accepting the gamble. JaeHyun wasted no time. He summoned a blank card from his inventory, ready to devour the skill. Instantly, a brilliant golden light erupted from her, flowing directly into his waiting grasp. A moment later, the system chimed, "Skill sacrifice activated." To prove his success, he raised his hand, letting pure healing energy radiate outward to silence their doubts. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in sheer disbelief. JaeHyun clenched his fist, sealing the power, and smirked. "All right then, shall we start the treatment?" The system window displayed the truth. Sacrifice creates a wave of restoration for allies, but against undead monsters like zombies, it transforms into a devastating holy nuke. But merely copying the skill wasn't the endgame he was aiming for. He laid his cards on the table with a bold proposal. "Become my sponsor. My ambition is boundless, but to reach the top I need capital and powerful connections. For those reasons, I want the Jeonhwa Guild to back me." Realizing the immense value he brought to the table, the guildmaster agreed without a second thought. However, she wasn't about to let him off that easy. Since her illness was a personal matter unrelated to the guild, she had the right to demand a personal condition in return. Two geniuses with sharp minds didn't waste time on small talk. She cut straight to the heart of the matter. "Tell me, do you want to join my guild?" Seeing the shock on JaeHyun's face, she didn't hide her cards. She explained exactly why she was making such an aggressive offer. "First, you uncovered the secret of my illness, classified information that could destroy us if it leaked. Second, a skill that can copy unique abilities. I've never heard of such power. The infinite potential you possess. Just thinking about it makes me want to recruit you immediately. And the third reason," she leaned in with a dangerous smile. "To put it simply, Big Sister here has taken quite a fancy to you." JaeHyun didn't answer immediately. He remembered the Manhwa recap of his past life. After the Saintess fell into critical condition, the mighty Jeonhwa Guild had crumbled into dust overnight. But right now, in this timeline, they were the undisputed kings of the hunter world. Joining them was the smartest play for his growth. But he had to be sure. "Wait, a contract between a guild and a minor student. That's illegal, isn't it?" Her answer struck him like a bolt of lightning. "Have you ever heard of priority negotiation rights?" JaeHyun froze. In his past life, he was trash lower than low, barely scraping by. But now, to be categorized alongside the nation's top geniuses, it was surreal. But the ink could wait. Saving her life came first. JaeHyun moved behind the Saintess, activating the freshly copied divine skill. Blinding golden light flooded the room. Park Seong-jae, who had looked down on him just moments ago, could only stare in awe as the miracle unfolded. A curse that defied high-ranking healers and modern medicine was vanishing before his very eyes. Overcome with guilt, the large man bowed his head deeply. "Please, take care of our guildmaster. I will offer my sincere apology for my disrespect at a later date." System alert target successfully cured. Passive skill. Emergency first aid has leveled up to 19. As the notification faded, JaeHyun stopped the flow of mana and told Yoo Sung-yoon to test her condition. She walked to the window and extended her hand. The residual healing energy transformed into butterflies of light dancing in the wind. The curse was gone. She turned to him concerned. "Will you suffer the penalty like I did?" JaeHyun gave her a gentle, confident smile. "I'll be fine. And if I do get hurt, well, you can just heal me, right?" The next day, JaeHyun called in a favor. Park drove him to a location, pointing out the massive gate looming ahead. "That is a low-level dungeon owned by our guild." This wasn't a random request. It was a calculated move in his grand master plan. Millis Academy, where he was headed, was a battlefield for monsters disguised as students. To survive in a leveling Manhwa setting like this, he had only one option: grind and level up. Since they had prepared beforehand, Park handed over a stash of potions and support gear. He even passed him a magic staff. "Guild spare equipment. Take it." Watching JaeHyun prepare to dive in, Park couldn't suppress his curiosity. It might be an E-rank dungeon, but solo raiding is suicide. Why go in alone? JaeHyun inspected the staff, answering casually, "I just need to power level a bit." The guild manager didn't argue further. Instead, he handed over a precious escape stone. "Use this if things go south. It'll warp you back to the gate instantly." He insisted JaeHyun take it, a peace offering for his earlier rudeness, and a silent thank you for saving the woman he served. JaeHyun nodded his thanks and stepped through the swirling vortex. At first, the mana density felt exactly like a standard E-rank dungeon. But the moment he fully entered, reality warped. Thousands of black spectral hands clawed at his body. Before he could react, the system screamed a warning. "System error, user relocated to a hidden zone. Current location, the land of death." The scene shifts to the office of Guildmaster Yoo Sung-eun. She sat at her desk, wrestling with a headache-inducing problem, finding a candidate capable of solo clearing a dungeon, a feat considered nearly impossible, even for the desperate. Suddenly, a knock broke her concentration. The visitor introduced herself as Park Ha-na, sliding a file across the desk containing the profile of a young man named JaeHyun. Yoo Sung-yoon flipped through the pages casually, but her eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. "Wait a minute. Is this guy seriously a candidate for the warrior class? If he's a warrior, how in the world can he use magic?" She turned another page, and her jaw nearly hit the floor. His magical potential was a staggering 97%. The pieces of the puzzle instantly clicked into place. She couldn't let a diamond like this slip through her fingers. She immediately grabbed her phone and dialed Manager Sun. "Listen to me. When JaeHyun returns from the dungeon, tell him I'm ready to sign the contract immediately, whatever he wants." She added one final crucial condition. "And make sure I get to test him personally. I need to see this monstrous talent with my own eyes." Meanwhile, our protagonist, the king of bad luck JaeHyun, just wanted to grind levels in a peaceful E-rank dungeon. But typical for a system Manhwa twist, the moment he stepped in, the system glitched and hurled him straight into a hell difficulty zone. Was this game over, or just the start of a nightmare? Surrounded by an eerie, ghostly mist, he stood frozen, wondering what the hell was happening. Suddenly, a sharp whistle cut through the air. By a miracle, the arrow grazed his left cheek instead of piercing his skull. Holy heavens, that wasn't luck. That was divine intervention keeping him alive. Standing opposite him was a skeleton archer, eyes burning with blue fire. And it wasn't done yet. The undead marksman was already knocking a second arrow, aiming right for his heart. JaeHyun instantly activated his sacrifice skill to self-heal. He gritted his teeth, feeling a numbness spread. Is this paralysis poison? Just great. Things just got a whole lot more complicated. But the nightmare was only beginning. It was the witching hour, and the dead were restless. Zombies began to claw their way out of the earth, while winged monstrosities descended from the dark sky, surrounding him from all sides. The skeleton archer seized the chaos to fire another deadly shot. But JaeHyun wasn't going to be a sitting duck twice. Not this time. With a burst of reflexes, JaeHyun caught the arrow in midair. He snapped the bone shaft like a twig. "All right, you bag of bones, you're done. You are so done." Demons above, undead below. It was a total siege. This dungeon resembled the underworld itself, a realm ruled by the daughter of Loki. Hell. This was Helheim. A land of absolute cold and darkness, a place where no rookie could survive without divine protection. However, a dangerous thought crossed his mind. If this really was Helheim, then this was the perfect stage to test his new powers. His sacrifice skill wasn't just for healing or cleansing debuffs. Against the undead, it could be corrupted into a devastating offensive nuke. Behold the wide area destruction skill, Judgment of Light. A zombie lunged at him, jaws snapping. Instead of chanting like a boring traditional mage, JaeHyun decided to get physical, jamming his staff right into the undead's rear end. After effortlessly taking down the first mob, JaeHyun leaped into the air. He combined his staff strikes with the lightning chain skill, turning the battlefield into an experience point farming festival. With a spawn rate this high, I'd be an idiot not to farm it. His eyes gleamed with the greed of a gamer. He dashed toward the skeleton archer, intending to smash its skull in. But halfway through the swing, his weapon betrayed him. The staff snapped in two, too fragile to handle his newfound strength. He stared at the broken wood, mourning his physical attack strategy. His face darkened as a realization hit him. How on earth do normal mages fight without whacking people? This sucks. The monsters were reviving endlessly, and his only weapon was now firewood. He couldn't drag this out any longer. JaeHyun thrust his hand forward, switching his sacrifice skill from passive to active mode. Let there be light. Countless pillars of blinding golden energy crashed down from the heavens. The holy energy obliterated the undead army in a catastrophic explosion. Return to dust, you filthy things. As the dust settled, JaeHyun collapsed exhausted, using mana to recover his health. But he couldn't shake the feeling. Everything happening to me. It feels too orchestrated. If I don't level up right now, I'm never leaving this place alive. His eyes locked onto his next destination, the Fields of Death in Helheim. It was insane. He was just a D-rank warrior who had reincarnated. How could the gods throw him into a zone with such a massive level gap? How was he supposed to survive this? He stopped in his tracks, feeling defeated. Just as he reached for his return stone to escape disaster struck, a wave of mana so dense and terrifying swept over him, draining the color from his face. The air became heavy as lead, forcing him to his knees. He couldn't breathe. Deeply hidden in the fog, something ancient and horrifying was approaching. He clamped his hand over his mouth, praying he made no sound. But silence was useless. It was already here. The boss of the dark dungeon had arrived. Just the silhouette of the demon triggered a frantic system warning: run immediately, level, difference, fatal. Just my luck, JaeHyun smirked bitterly, frantically digging through his inventory for the teleportation stone. Run, just run. Call me a coward, call me whatever you want. Survival comes first. But fate was cruel. The moment his fingers closed around the stone, the boss slapped him with a force that nearly logged him out of life permanently. Blood sprayed and the stone flew from his hand, rolling into the darkness. Mana critically low. HP flashing red. He had barely been alive for a few days, and now he had to 1v1 an immortal-type dungeon boss. This is impossible to win. The boss raised its claw for the finishing blow. JaeHyun closed his eyes, but the strike never came. A figure appeared, blocking the attack. It was her, the ruler of this realm, the daughter of Loki. Massive horns crowned her head. Her body was a grotesque duality, half-rotting corpse, half-beautiful angel. There was no mistaking her identity. Hel walked toward them, her voice commanding absolute obedience as she addressed the monster. Stand down. That human is the one I personally brought here. A VIP guest destined to be the variable. She turned her gaze to JaeHyun, her disappointment palpable. I thought the one chosen to create change would be capable of killing a mere pet like this. Turns out you're just a brat. She analyzed him coldly. Your physique is average. Your mana capacity is impressive, I'll give you that. But it is nowhere near enough to face the Aesir gods. Why did Loki choose a weakling like you to be the variable? Her sharp fingernail pressed against the jugular vein on his neck, drawing a drop of blood. JaeHyun clenched his fists. He refused to be looked down on by these arrogant gods. His revenge against his father. His dream of becoming a mage. I can't let it end here. Not like this. Hel saw the fire of rage igniting in his eyes. Instead of pulling away, she squeezed his throat tighter. Ragnarok is approaching, she hissed. If you fail and drag us down to hell with you, I will devour your soul first. She released him, stepping back to offer a deal, a second chance. Here is your quest in this awakening Manhwa narrative: become stronger, fast, and defeat the Black Shadow. If he succeeded, she promised him a reward beyond his wildest imagination. But listen well, she warned. You have exactly 2 months. Fail and you die. If I return and you haven't become a monster, you die. The clock was ticking. Sink or swim. Just like his arrival, the darkness expelled him. Countless shadow hands surged forward, dragging JaeHyun into the void and hurling him out of the dungeon. JaeHyun gasped, eyes snapping open. He was back at the starting point, his body miraculously restored. Not a single scratch remained. The system window hovered before him, a glowing reminder of that terrifying encounter. That woman. She wasn't just anyone. She was the goddess of death, the ruler of Helheim in Norse mythology. Her existence was a grim warning. In this awakening Manhwa reality, he had to evolve. If he remained weak, forget revenge, she'd wipe him from existence before he could even lift a finger. But there was a fatal flaw. He was a mage with zero combat experience and no knowledge of even the most basic spells. He was walking into a lion's den defenseless. JaeHyun checked his phone. Perfect timing. A message from manager Sun-jae lit up the screen. The guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon wanted to discuss his contract personally tomorrow. A sly grin spread across JaeHyun's face. He'd meet them all right. But he wasn't just going to sign a paper. He was going to milk this top-tier guild for everything they were worth. The next day, as he followed Sun-jae to the rendezvous, JaeHyun analyzed the situation. Their urgency confirmed one thing they had already seen: his status window. A mage class with 97% mana affinity. You could scour the entire globe and not find a match. Higher percentages were practically myths. The doors swung open. There she stood, Guildmaster Yu Sung-yoon. A vision of lethal beauty in a form-fitting black suit. Her gaze locked onto him. "You finally made it. I've been expecting you." They exchanged brief pleasantries before JaeHyun cut to the chase. "I've spoken with manager Sun-jae, but before ink hits paper, I have one non-negotiable condition." He laid his cards on the table. He had only awakened as a mage less than a month ago. He had the raw power, but absolutely no idea how to wield it. "My condition is simple," JaeHyun declared, staring her down. "I want the guildmaster herself, Yu Sung-yoon, to be my personal magic instructor." Sun-jae remained silent, observing the tension. He knew this kid was sharp. In the brutal world of raiders, a hidden ace like JaeHyun was exactly what they needed. Yu Sung-yoon was an S-class raider and the ruler of the Yonghua Guild. Pairing her expertise with his potential, it was a recipe for absolute dominance. Sung-yoon pondered the request, then smirked. "Deal. But fair is fair. If I'm to teach you, I need to know you're worth my time. I want to test your aptitude right now." She snapped her fingers. Instantly, the air grew heavy as a colossal sphere of condensed mana materialized behind her. Her eyes gleamed. "Your first lesson: survive this. If you're talented enough for this contract, this should be child's play." JaeHyun felt a cold bead of sweat roll down his temple. The pressure was suffocating. This was a monosphere, a training tool usually reserved for seasoned B-class mages to refine their sensory control. For a rookie who just awakened, this was a trial by fire. "Quan so yulds like you're trying to crush my spirit before we even start," JaeHyun quipped. Sung-yoon tilted her head innocently. "Why would I do that? Even if you fail, the contract stands. You have my word as the guildmaster." Her voice was calm, but the challenge was unmistakable. She signaled the manager to open the containment gate. Before JaeHyun stepped in, she offered a few words of encouragement, though they sounded more like a dare. JaeHyun sighed. Backing down now would be humiliating. He steeled himself and stepped forward. Watching from the safety of the observation deck, Sun-jae grew anxious. "Master, isn't this too extreme?" "He may be a genius, but he's still just a kid," Sun-jae protested. Sung-yoon laughed, a sharp knowing sound. "A kid? Look closer. That boy is a little monster in the making." Despite the difficulty, she had a feeling JaeHyun would shatter her expectations. Inside the sphere, JaeHyun found himself drowning in an ocean of blue energy. In this world, mana was like oxygen, essential but deadly in high concentrations. It powered skills and spells, but pure exposure like this. It was toxic. Prolonged contact would shut down his heart and lungs within minutes. He recalled the theory. The only way out of a monosphere was to locate the Eye of the Storm, the hidden exit connecting the mana currents. He forced himself to calm down, breathing rhythmically. He closed his eyes, extending his senses until... there. A pulse. An anomaly in the flow. Following the sensation, he swam toward the center. There, floating in the vortex, was a radiant crystal core. The sheer power radiating from it was overwhelming. It held the entire sphere together. While JaeHyun navigated the deadly currents, manager Sun-jae checked his watch. "How long do you think he'll last?" "It took me 40 minutes, and I'm the fastest in the country," Sung-yoon replied. Sun-jae nodded grimly. "So, either he fails, or we witness a miracle." They were betting on his limits when Sung-yoon suddenly gasped, pointing at the containment unit. "Sun-jae, look at the sphere." Sun-jae spun around. His jaw dropped. Spiderweb fractures were spreading across the mana construct. He checked the time. Only 10 minutes had passed. Holy mother of... what kind of monster is he? What is he doing in there? Minutes earlier, JaeHyun was staring at the crystal. He realized this wasn't just a guidepost. It was the engine keeping this prison intact. If this holds the wall up, he thought, then I don't need to find the door. I just need to blow up the wall. Why solve the puzzle when you can just smash the board? He swam to the core, wrapped his fingers around the pulsing crystal and squeezed. With a savage grin, he crushed it instantly. The reaction was immediate. The harmonious flow of mana screamed as the structure destabilized. The entire dimension began to shatter like glass. The giant monosphere imploded, dissolving into mist. Sun Jae and Sung Yun stood frozen, their brains unable to process the sight. Usually only 7% of mages ever escape a sphere on their first try. Even elites struggled. B ranks took 2 hours. A ranks needed 90 minutes. Even an S-class monster would need at least half an hour. The world record holder Camilla from the EU Alliance clocked in at 36 minutes. JaeHyun didn't just beat her, he obliterated the record by 26 minutes. Overcome with excitement, Sunjae rushed forward, grabbing JaeHyun's hand. Amazing absolute genius, you cleared a monosphere in 10 minutes. JaeHyun blinked, ears ringing, still disoriented. Sungyun stepped closer, her eyes wide with shock. How did you escape so fast? JaeHyun rubbed his wrist, looking completely unbothered. Oh, that I saw a shiny rock in the middle that looked important, so I just crushed it. Her eyes went wide with pure shock as the realization hit her. That crystal held a mana density that could crush a mountain, and a fake awakener wouldn't even be able to sense it, let alone shatter it with their bare hands. If he could crush such a condensed object so easily, there was only one explanation. The mana raging inside his own body must vastly overshadow the power held within that crystal. She grabbed his hand, trembling with excitement, desperate to seal the deal before he changed his mind. All right, Minjun, I swear on my life I will forge you into the greatest mage this world has ever seen. But was he truly ready for what came next? Minjun had vanished for days without a word, leaving his mother and best friend pacing anxiously at the front door, their calls going straight to voicemail. Suddenly the roar of a beast tore through the silence. A Rolls-Royce Wraith, a $12.8 million monster with a V12 engine and 450 horsepower, pulled up to the curb. As Minjun stepped out of that luxury tank, the two onlookers felt their jaws hit the floor. Their eyes darted between him and the car, trying to process the impossible sight. Kim Do-yoon broke the silence first, his voice shaking. That ride costs a fortune. Since when does Minjun step out of something like that? His mother's face went pale as her son waved casually. She turned to Kim Do-yoon, panic rising in her voice. He didn't join a gang or some shadowy criminal syndicate, did he? That same day, Kim Do-yoon crashed at Minjun's place since his folks were out of the country. The two sat in his room, the air heavy with the revelation of his sudden class change from warrior to mage. She still couldn't wrap her head around it. He had spent his whole life training to be a frontline tank, and now in the blink of an eye he was throwing it all away. But seeing the fire in his eyes, she knew no words could sway him now. Meanwhile, in a desolate wasteland, as the sun began to set, the haunting cry of crows signaled the end of a battle. A man drove his blade into the skull of a giant serpent, silencing the beast forever. This was Minjun-oh. With that rugged look and overwhelming aura, surely he must be the protagonist of this leveling manhwa. Wrong. That's the main character's father. A warrior approached him, bowing respectfully. Sir Minjun. Oh, this raid was a success entirely because of your strength. I honestly can't remember the last time a dungeon raid felt this easy. The warrior admitted, wiping sweat from his brow. Seeing an opening, the warrior tried to recruit him, but Minjun shut him down instantly. Refusing to give up, the man grabbed his arm, launching into a desperate sales pitch. Come on, please reconsider. If you join the Scarlet Guild, we promise to give you the highest pay and the best benefits in the country. How annoying. 2 words were all he needed to express his absolute disdain. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure exploded from Minjun. A dominant skill that shackled the man's mind and began erasing his memories. Staring at his own hand, Minjun muttered into the void. Darkness and ambiguity. That filthy greed really is the defining trait of humanity, isn't it? He paused, his expression unreadable. No, I suppose humans aren't the only species cursed with such flaws. 10 out of 10 for that villainous monologue. If the son inherits this level of edge, the family is blessed. If not, they're doomed. He faded away like a ghost, leaving the warrior standing there with a blank stare and a single confused thought. Wait, what am I doing here again? The next day, Minjun arrived at Ro Sung-yoon's place to begin his hellish training. The moment they met, she didn't waste a second on pleasantries. Before we start lesson 1, I need to test your combat intuition. Simply put, we're going to spar right now. Minjun blinked, thinking he heard wrong. A duel. Already isn't that a bit extreme for the first day of magic school? She didn't care about his complaints. In her mind, anyone who could suppress a mana explosion in 10 minutes had enough potential to survive a beating. Following the rules, Minjun had the first strike. But old habits die hard. Instead of casting a spell, he instantly dropped into a martial arts stance. Ro Sung-un watched him, analyzing every twitch of his muscles. Left foot forward, knees bent, shoulders low to minimize the hitbox. It was a flawless stance for evasion and mobility, perfect for a warrior, useless for a mage. With that read, she predicted his movement instantly. The moment Minjun threw his first punch, she had already countered it effortlessly. Minjun's eyes widened. He hadn't expected her reaction speed to be god tier. He hastily retracted his arm and backstepped to create distance. His mind raced. I thought I'd land at least one hit. She's supposed to be a healer class, but she moves like a bona fide S-rank striker. Ro Sung-yoon walked toward him, dissecting his failure. You still reek of a warrior. Since when does a mage charge into melee range like a suicidal berserker? She posed a simple question. Tell me, what is the fundamental difference between a warrior and a mage? Minjun didn't hesitate. It has to be the engagement range, he replied. She nodded, satisfied that he wasn't completely hopeless. Exactly. Mages weaken their enemies from a distance before delivering the killing blow. But you're trying to hug your opponent. As a mage, your defense is paper thin. If you get into a slugfest, you'll be game over in seconds. Now, it was her turn. I'm going to get serious now. Watch closely how a true mage dominates the battlefield. You're going to get hurt, she warned with a sadistic grin. But don't worry. I am a healer, after all. Bring it on. As soon as he shouted, she launched her counter. A magic bullet ripped through the air with lethal precision, aiming straight for his head. Minjun threw his body backward, executing a perfect somersault to dodge the projectile. It was his turn to retaliate. No hesitation, he activated his skill. Lightning chain. Bolts of electricity surged forward, converging on Sung-yoon. A massive explosion rocked the room. But through the smoke, the guildmaster's voice echoed. An A-rank skill and lightning chain at that. You've been hiding some serious firepower. But while Minjun was focused on the explosion, she had already blinked to his flank. Holy arrow. A beam of divine light materialized, shooting straight toward his chest like a sniper round. Damn it. Minjun saw it coming, but the velocity was insane. He couldn't dodge. He had to tank it. A blinding light swallowed him, followed by the deafening sound of impact. Ro Sung-yoon smirked, shaking her head. It doesn't matter how overpowered your skills are. If you can't hit your target, they're useless. Don't you agree? She was certain he was down for the count. But as the dust settled, a silhouette remained standing. Not bad, kid. She couldn't hide her amusement. I'm actually impressed. I held back the power, sure, but I didn't expect you to still be on your feet. But he wasn't done yet. More holy arrows rained down from her magic circle. This time Minjun didn't just stand there. He activated Spectrum Ray, blasting her attacks out of the air. Ro Youngeon stared in absolute disbelief, her mind racing to catch up with reality. Had this rookie really analyzed her technique and devised a perfect counter in the blink of an eye? The air crackled with tension as the initial shock faded. The real battle had begun, and they clashed in a blur of motion. JaeHyun slammed his lightning chains into the ground, ricocheting them upward to strike from her blind spot. But the S-rank hunter was too fast. She instantly conjured a mana shield, blocking the fatal blow. JaeHyun didn't let up, unleashing a relentless barrage of lightning strikes. Ro Jungyeon maintained her defensive barrier, but behind her calm demeanor, a storm of questions raged. It defied all logic. How was he casting high-tier magic without a single incantation? For any mage, the chant is the law, an absolute rule required to manifest power. Sure, silent casting existed, but it always came at the cost of significantly weaker spells. JaeHyun, however, was breaking every rule. He wasn't just a mage, he was a monster in human skin. JaeHyun gritted his teeth, frustration mounting, as he watched his strongest attacks bounce harmlessly off the woman standing before him like she was an immovable mountain. But arrogance had its price. In a split second, the world spun upside down as he was launched into the air, hitting the ground before he even realized he'd been struck. Ro Jungyeon walked over with a satisfied smile and offered him a hand. JaeHyun replayed the moment of his defeat in his mind. He hadn't even seen her move. It was a crushing realization, a blade of grass trying to touch the clouds. Now you understand the sheer abyss that separates you from an S-rank. Ro Jungyeon said, her voice cutting through his thoughts. But watching you fight gave me an idea. It's a concept many have dreamed of, but none have achieved. A fighting style that perhaps only you with your unique talents could ever hope to master. Does that spark your interest? She paused for effect, her eyes gleaming. From this day forward, call me master. Congratulations, you are officially my first disciple. JaeHyun really hit the jackpot. By day, he was being sponsored and trained by a wealthy, powerful beauty. By night, he was enjoying study sessions with his cute neighbor, Kim Do-jung. Kim Do-jung, after demolishing 4 tubs of ice cream, finally picked up her pen. Combat magic, enhancement magic, and healing magic. These are the 3 pillars of our world, she explained. But the lesson quickly turned into a nagging session. You're actually pretty good. Are you sure you're just a warrior who switched classes? People spend months learning these theories, yet you absorb them in days. I started learning magic way before you, but at this rate you'll overtake me in no time. Her words were loud, but they were true. JaeHyun replied with a grin that rubbed salt in her wounded pride. What can I say? Teach, I guess I was just born for magic. My aptitude test didn't lie. But as they bickered playfully, the world around JaeHyun suddenly shifted. Ethereal chains and falling feathers materialized before his eyes. A mysterious figure appeared from the void, leaning in to whisper directly into his soul. Is this truly the path you wish to walk? The vision shattered as Kim Do-jung's voice pulled him back to reality. JaeHyun blinked, confused. Was that a hallucination? Or a memory? The voice had felt terrifyingly real. Remembering the warning from that nagging goddess, JaeHyun steeled his resolve. If he didn't master his powers soon, he wouldn't just fail, he would be dead in 2 months. If the long road was impossible to travel in time, he would just have to find a shortcut. In this world of hunters, the mana enhancement potion was the holy grail. An item that permanently increased mana, something every character in a leveling manhwa would kill to possess. But reality was harsh. A cauldron emitting a stench worse than rotting fish sat before him. JaeHyun threw his ladle across the room in a fit of rage. Damn it. How many times had he failed? He had wasted 3 sets of precious ingredients. Instead of a pure white elixir, he had created a black sludge that smelled like a sewer. It was to be expected. In the current timeline, no one knew how to craft the potion yet. The formula wouldn't be revealed by a world-class alchemist for another 5 years. But why was his luck so terrible? He possessed the future knowledge and the ingredients, yet he lacked the technical skill to pull it off. If his cooking skills were this hopeless, he had only one option left. He would find Lee Ji-sung, the future inventor of the potion, and get him to brew it instead. To understand this target, one had to look back to the day the world tree appeared, bringing a catastrophe of monsters with it. Amidst the chaos, a few legends rose rapidly. One of them was the man known as the Swift Sword JaeHyun. After the first awakened hero vanished without a trace, JaeHyun stepped up to fill the void, claiming the title of Korea's first S-rank conqueror. JaeHyun was looking for that legend's youngest son. The search led him to Daegu, a ghost city abandoned after a massive monster outbreak. Monsters could emerge from the shadows at any moment here, forcing the remaining scavengers to live in constant fear for their lives. But there was another reason people came here: the MS Academy. JaeHyun wandered the halls, a temporary student ID hanging around his neck. According to his future memories, his upperclassman Lee Jae-sang belonged to the combat department, but was a notorious coward with zero talent for violence. Before he could locate his target, the sound of a scuffle echoed through the corridor. A crowd had gathered, whispering among themselves. Hey, shouldn't we stop them? Another student scoffed immediately. Stop them and get on the bad side of those guys just to help the stutterer. My grades are low enough as it is. JaeHyun looked at them with pure contempt. Cowards. But this worked in his favor. He was planning to tear this place apart anyway. Out of the way. JaeHyun strode confidently through the crowd, catching Lee Jae-sang just as the boy stumbled and nearly hit the floor. The bully, furious that his entertainment was interrupted, glared at the newcomer. Who the hell are you? You got business with our little stuttering friend. He walked over, draping an arm around JaeHyun's shoulder with a sneer. Are you the stutterer's brother? I didn't know he had family left. You two don't look anything alike. I mean, he never talks about his home life, so I assumed the monsters ate them all. JaeHyun, disgusted by the guy's foul breath and even fouler personality, slapped the arm away. That simple action ignited the bully's temper. But JaeHyun ignored the murderous glare, turning his attention to the victim on the floor. You should get to the infirmary. Can you walk? The massive bully, enraged at being ignored, grabbed JaeHyun by the collar, his eyes bulging with veins. I'm talking to you, punk. You have a death wish or something. Having his collar grabbed for the umpteenth time this week, JaeHyun decided he was done playing nice. JaeHyun recalled the sage advice of his friend Kim Ro-dong. With a crystal-clear image etched in his mind, he calculated the magical formula, constructed the curse, and prepared to unleash it. Do you get it? That is the absolute foundation of magical theory. Of course, JaeHyun understood the principles, but chanting like a third-rate mage was far too theatrical. He chose to cast instantly. Shito. A magic arrow. The skill activated, launching a bolt of pure energy at point-blank range. The hulking bully's eyes rolled back as the agony hit him. It happened in the blink of an eye. The giant couldn't even react, letting out a pathetic shriek as he stumbled backward. The onlookers gasped, whispers spreading like wildfire through the crowd. What the hell just happened? Forget the drama, did you see his hands? Was that really a magic arrow? Oh my god, how did he snap a veteran warrior's arm like a twig? Some spectators threw shade immediately. Maybe the big guy is just all bark and no bite. He always struts around like he owns the place. The humiliation stoked the bully's rage into a frenzy. Hearing the insults, he decided he wouldn't just hurt JaeHyun, he was going to spill blood. Without a word, the brute drew his blade. Cold steel flashed as he aimed a lethal strike directly at Min JaeHyun's temple, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Min JaeHyun didn't flinch. Applying the teachings instantly, he deployed a defensive technique, Mana Shield. The blade slammed into the barrier and recoiled violently, flying out of the attacker's grip. In the same breath, Min JaeHyun closed the distance. He pressed his right palm directly against the bully's face. "Here, tough guy. Have a taste of this." The skill, Magic Arrow, detonated. A critical hit exploded right in his face. Blood sprayed into the air as the bully's eyes rolled back, looking like a boiled pig. The school tyrant collapsed to the floor, twitching once before going still. But Min JaeHyun, being the upstanding citizen he was, didn't want a murder charge. He decided to treat the pulp he had just created. He pulled out a vial, popped the cork, and poured the shimmering liquid over the unconscious victim's face, speaking with a cheerful tone that sent shivers down spines. "Wow, I don't know who brewed this, but it works like a charm." Job done, he turned to the trembling Lee Jae-sang. "All right, let's get you to the infirmary." Min JaeHyun claimed they were heading to the nurse, yet they walked in endless circles. Finally, Lee Jae-sang couldn't take the suspense and stopped him. "The infirmary isn't this way." Min JaeHyun finally halted. He lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "You don't seem very popular. I doubt anyone is listening to us here." Lee Jae-sang froze. He assumed this savior was a lackey sent by his father. He stammered out the question, but Min JaeHyun shut that theory down immediately. "No idea who your dad is, buddy." Despite the denial, Jae-sang looked at him with suspicion. But Min Jae-hyun, possessing the straightforward attitude of a street hustler, cut to the chase. "I have a favor to ask. I need you to craft a specific potion for me." Before he could finish, Jae-sang shrieked, "A potion? I don't know how to make those." Min Jae-hyun anticipated the denial. He calmly produced the empty vial he had just used and held it before Jae-sang's eyes. "The person who listed this on the black market. That was you, wasn't it?" Seeing Jae-sang's face drain of color, Min Jae-hyun knew he had hit the bullseye. The black market was supposed to be an impenetrable fortress of anonymity. However, thanks to the system Manhwa mechanics governing his life, Min Jae-hyun saw right through the encryption. Lee Jae-sang was a terrible liar. Facing Min Jae-hyun's masterclass manipulation skills, it didn't take long for the timid alchemist to nod in surrender. He pressed the empty glass into Lee Jae-sang's hand. "Relax. I'm not here to blackmail you. I'm here because I desperately need a talented alchemist, someone capable of brewing the elixir I need." Deal sealed, they retreated to Lee Jae-sang's lab to discuss the formulation of a potent mana booster. At first, Jae-sang doubted it was even possible. But a second later, his demeanor flipped, and he began furiously calculating the alchemy formula. Seeing the alchemist trembling with performance anxiety, Min Jae-hyun spoke up. "Failure is part of the process. I decided to invest in you, senior, because I believe in your capability. Investments have risks. Don't be afraid of them." Lee Jae-sang was completely disarmed by those words. Long after Min Jae-hyun left, he stood there overwhelmed with emotion. Since childhood, he had been the runt of the litter, timid, weak, and lacking the dazzling talent of his siblings. A motherless child left to fend for himself, starving for his father's validation. To be trusted so blindly by a stranger. He wanted to burst into tears. Meanwhile, back in the training room, a barrage of magic arrows filled the air. Min Jae-hyun weaved through the bombardment. He activated his defensive layers just in time to withstand the second wave of destruction from Jo Sung-yoon. His own skill, Magic Arrow, hummed with power. He returned fire with the exact same attacks, but with magnified force. The Guildmaster's barrier began to splinter under the pressure. Jo Sung-yoon couldn't believe her eyes. His growth rate was absurd. He had become terrifyingly strong in such a short time. Min Jae-hyun prepped his thunder chain, while she summoned another volley of arrows. But just as the spar was about to turn into a deathmatch, Manager Park rushed in screaming, "Good God, this floor is made of reinforced dungeon alloy, and you two have plowed it like a cornfield. Look at this mess. If he hadn't intervened, the entire building might have come down." As they caught their breath, Jo Sung-yoon brought up the topic of his re-entry into the dungeon. She had sparred with him to gauge his progress. She smirked. "With your current specs, an E-rank dungeon should be a walk in the park. Just a light breakfast, right? Good luck." "Yeah, right. Breakfast more like a last meal." Min Jae-hyun silently prayed to every god listening that it would actually be a normal E-rank dungeon. But this is a manhwa recap, and fate is never that kind. The boss waiting inside was a C-rank monster. In his past life, he wouldn't have stood a ghost of a chance against it. A few days later, Min Jae-hyun returned to Lee Jae-sang's lab to collect the goods. Seeing the alchemist's dark circles resembling a panda, Min Jae-hyun knew the man had worked himself to the bone. He swallowed the pill. Boom. Divine efficacy. His mana stats instantly skyrocketed by 15 points. The poor guy looked like he might collapse and die any second. Min Jae-hyun dropped a few words of praise and quickly exited to let the zombie sleep. The countdown timer ticked mercilessly. 9 days, 22 hours, and 47 minutes remaining. Tomorrow he would face the boss, and he wasn't leaving until that monster was reduced to dust. The next morning, manager Park Sun drove him to the guild's E-rank dungeon. This time, JaeHyun was dripping in gear rings necklaces and the rare Valkyrie earrings. The 3-piece set bonus unlocked a passive mana drain effect. For a novice player like him, this equipment provided a massive boost to both his stats and his style. Everything was finally set. With preparations complete, JaeHyun stepped into the dungeon gate with the confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Thanks to the NY system's divine assistance, this rookie zone was about to become a slaughterhouse. Just like his first visit, gravity wasn't on his side as he was airdropped from the sky, slamming into the hard ground below. However, this wasn't the same weakling from before. His upgraded senses immediately detected a sinister magical aura seeping through the cracks the boss was waiting. Defeating this beast was the key to confronting his true nemesis, the daughter of Loki and the Nordic gods. A skeleton archer fired a welcoming shot the moment he landed, but JaeHyun didn't even flinch. With his new mana shield, he didn't need to dodge desperately like a low-level scrub anymore. He glanced coldly at the undead archer. "Hello, old friend. I have a lot of questions for your masters." It was time to show these rotting corpses the true terror of a magic swordsman. JaeHyun dashed forward, instantly summoning holy arrows. His range might not match a pure mage class, but his raw damage output was absolutely devastating. The first enemy was deleted from existence in seconds. He didn't stop there, grabbing the next monster with his bare hands and crushing its skull. His close-quarters combat might not rival a berserker, but it was more than enough to dominate this trash mob. He activated Judgment of Light, an AoE nuke that sent the entire enemy squad straight to the afterlife in a single flash. Meanwhile, outside the gate, Manager Park was checking his phone when a strange, powerful aura made the hair on his neck stand up. Cold sweat trickled down his face. He hadn't received any reports of high-level hunters in the area. Something was wrong. Before he could draw his sword, a luxury sedan pulled up. Yeonju stepped out, claiming she was here for guild business, but her eyes suggested she had a different agenda. Park saw right through her lies. She hadn't contacted him once since graduation. There was no way she drove all this way just for a friendly reunion. Yeonju acted busy juggling phone calls with an air of self-importance. She stared at the dungeon entrance, her curiosity clearly piqued. "Are you the gatekeeper for this dungeon now?" she asked. Park tried to brush her off, asking why an outsider cared, but she wouldn't let it go. After throwing shade at his demotion, she dropped a bomb. She had heard rumors that Guildmaster Jo Sung-eun was bedridden with illness. Park's expression darkened instantly. She wasn't just making small talk. She was flaunting her spy network and the dangerous intel she possessed. When she started prying into JaeHyun's business with zero shame, Park finally snapped. He wasn't about to leak info on the MC of this awakening manhwa. "This is none of your business," he said, his voice ice cold. Only then did the prying Yeonju finally back off. Calling him arrogant and stiff for keeping secrets, she got back in her car and drove off, heading straight toward the other side of the dungeon where JaeHyun was fighting. Inside the dark abyss, JaeHyun sat on a throne of monster corpses waiting for the boss. After gearing up, he looked completely different, a true force to be reckoned with. Gone was the innocent student vibe. He now looked like a battle-hardened warrior. The system chimed, announcing the boss's arrival. JaeHyun smirked. "Long time no see. But this time the outcome will be very different." The Black Shadow. A chaotic nightmare of darkness roared and launched an immediate surprise attack. JaeHyun leaped into the air, dodging the ambush effortlessly, and rained down a precision volley of holy arrows into the beast's body. The monster shrieked in agony, its 10 eyes glowing with pure hatred. Suddenly the snowy ground erupted, sending razor-sharp spikes shooting upward. JaeHyun danced through the danger zone, sidestepping the lethal spikes with god-tier footwork that made the attack look slow. He taunted the beast. "What's wrong, mad because you can't touch me?" Now it was his turn to go on the offensive. He unleashed lightning chains, telekinetically driving them into the beast, before triggering a high-voltage shock that paralyzed its massive frame. But the Black Shadow wasn't going down that easily. JaeHyun realized he needed more firepower and instantly queued up another skill. A torrential downpour of holy arrows shredded the boss's face. Black blood sprayed everywhere as it screamed, but then a system warning flashed red. The boss entered a berserk state. All its stats multiplied by 1.5 instantly. The difficulty of this fight just spiked dramatically. A death seal locked onto JaeHyun. The system gave him an ultimatum: defeat the boss within 10 minutes or face immediate heart failure. This wasn't a normal debuff. He tried to use his cleansing skills, but the seal was unbreakable. It was divine interference. A mocking laugh echoed from the void. JaeHyun realized who was behind this. "Hell, you cheating goddess, how dare you interfere in a duel like this?" The clock was ticking down. He prepared a finishing move, but the cowardly Black Shadow turned tail and started running away. He fired his arrows, but the monster dodged with unnatural grace aided by its divine patron. It even seemed to mock him. JaeHyun's blood began to boil. He tried to unleash a massive AoE storm to wipe the map, but the boss's eyes flashed, hitting him with a psychic shock that stunned him cold. Paralyzed for precious seconds, he couldn't move as the beast rammed into him with the force of a freight train. Fine, if I can't get close, I'll adapt. He activated Gale Force, wrapping his body in wind to massively boost his agility stats. JaeHyun raised a hand high, his eyes glowing with power. Did you really think I'd just charge in blindly forever? God Vine. A blinding flash of lightning known as thunderstorm erupted, blinding the beast while magical chains bound it tight. He used the opening to slap the monster across the face with condensed mana. Desperate, the Black Shadow summoned its zombie army for help. I've hated you trash mobs for a long time. JaeHyun didn't hesitate. Golden light flooded the cavern. Judgment Day had finally arrived. As the final seconds of the death timer ticked away, the holy light vaporized every shadow and monster in the room. He cleared the trial with mere milliseconds to spare. The goddess of death finally materialized before him, whispering, I see why he chose you. Step forward, my child. Welcome to my sanctuary. As the dungeon boss disintegrated, the interface exploded with notifications. A classic leveling Manhwa reward scene. Loot filled his inventory, and golden light engulfed him as he leveled up 3 times in a single breath. The dungeon dimension fractured like broken glass. Reality collapsed, dissolving into a landscape that defied all logic. Minhun found himself standing before the chilling majesty of Hell's temple. She had invited him over shore, but she conveniently forgot to mention the guard dog from Hell. Good lord. A colossus of fur and fangs lunged at him. That maw was wide enough to swallow a truck. The beast was clearly looking for a snack. Just as death seemed certain, a commanding voice echoed from the void. Garm, bring our guest inside. The guardian beast froze instantly. With a heavy huff, the monster turned its massive frame, guiding him like a well-trained puppy. The temple was a frozen wasteland draped in eternal snow. Hell approached with a swaying hip, her voice dripping with praise for his survival in the earlier trials. But Minhun had no time for her seduction games. He cut through her charm with cold indifference. Cut the act. Give me Loki's system and hand over the next trial. Why go to such lengths? She teased, her eyes gleaming. Then a wicked smile curled her lips. Is it to become the ultimate nemesis of the Aesir gods? Born to slay the high god Odin. That is your destiny. It was exactly what Loki desired. Minhun felt a migraine coming on. Fate was becoming a real pain in the neck. A mere human waging war on gods, he was being used as a sacrificial pawn. Hell saw his hesitation but offered no comfort. This war is bigger than just us demigods, she warned, her voice dropping an octave. With a dismissive wave, she shoved his consciousness back toward reality, her final words echoing in his mind. Ragnarok approaches because Odin demands total submission from all creation. We need the power of the prophecy, the strength that defies the heavens. That great enemy is you. Before he could protest, he was booted from the temple. Minhun sprawled on the ground, frustrated that he still had a million questions left unasked. Ding, the system flashed a reward. Skill acquired, Hell's Blessing. It granted total immunity to all status effects, a god-tier ability. Back in the divine realm, Hell turned to an uninvited guest. Another god was there, masking his true form as a flickering wisp of spiritual light. Well, the wisp asked, its voice ancient and raspy. What did you think of the boy? Hell shrugged nonchalantly. Too early to say. He's just a seedling. But the ancient god sensed something else. You fancy him, don't you? Hell didn't deny it. I have a soft spot for humans who crawl their way up from nothing, defying their limits. However, the god Mimir hadn't traveled this far for idle gossip. Hell's eyes narrowed. She saw right through his act. Still playing the fool, old man? You hide your cunning behind that harmless facade, just like my treacherous brother. Her expression hardened. The threads of fate for the great enemy have been twisted. Did you think I wouldn't notice after meeting him face to face? Your title as the Giant of Wisdom seems a bit rusty. One conversation was enough to reveal the truth. Minhun possessed the left eye of Odin, the very eye sacrificed for wisdom. She was furious that Mimir and Loki had kept her in the dark about such a vital piece of the puzzle. Mimir sighed, his light dimming slightly. I wanted to tell you, but the time wasn't right. It is the will of fate. Hell knew the stakes. The great enemy was still a novice. The prophecy demanded he survive hellish trials. Whether he would rise to the challenge or fall, that remained to be seen. Scene change, MS Academy. On his first day, a girl blocked his path. I'm Hannah from the guild. She smiled sweetly, acting like they were old friends. The representative sent a little welcome gift for your enrollment. Minhun expected trash, maybe a few potions. He was wrong. These were luxury artifacts. Even a lifetime of grinding couldn't buy this treasure trove. Being sponsored by a sugar mommy certainly had its perks. While browsing the gear, the topic of stealth equipment came up. It reminded him of his recent haul. After soloing the Dark Knight boss, he'd snagged a B-rank armor with a broken stealth passive. Stealth is a high-tier skill, he muttered. Rarely seen. Hannah's next words hit him like a truck. The only conqueror in Korea who mastered stealth is my brother. Manager Sion. You know him right. Minhun was floored. That goofy old man was a top-tier hunter ding. Suddenly a system window popped up, hidden treasure gate detected nearby. Talk about main character luck. Leaving a confused Hannah behind, he dashed off. His detection skill pinged like crazy, highlighting hidden loot in the surroundings. He snatched up the first artifact, Ring of Magic Resonance, an item pulsating with mana that boosted his detection capabilities through the roof. Meanwhile, a new challenger appeared. An-hoon was shopping for gear with his father. His father swiped the card without looking at the price tags. Hoon felt a knot in his stomach. Father, isn't this too much? The man didn't even blink. You are a future S-rank conqueror. This is a necessary investment. But Mom's hospital bills. Hoon stammered. The air turned ice cold. His father's eyes bore into him with terrifying intensity. Money is my concern. Your only job is to become strong. Do not question me. Hoon bit his lip and bowed his head. As they walked the streets, whispers followed them. To the public, he was a celebrity, but Hoon felt like a circus monkey trapped in a cage labeled genius. He had dreamed of being a conqueror since he was a child, to lift his family out of the suffocating darkness of poverty. He was their only hope, but to his father, he was just a high-yield asset, a tool for prestige, an obedient machine built to print money. Wee-woo sirens screamed across the city. Emergency alert, dungeon break detected near the central mall. Civilians scrambled as the evacuation broadcast blared. A dungeon break. Chaos incarnate. It was the moment monsters escaped an uncleared gate to ravage the human world, a staple catastrophe of any awakening manhwa. The scene was absolute chaos, yet his father stood there calm as a stagnant lake. He declared, "You are a genius holding the entire future of South Korea in your hands. If you get injured here, you will be at a disadvantage during the MS entrance ceremony. This situation does not require your intervention." Hoon knew his father was right, but the plight of the civilians tugged at his soul. Ignoring logic, he followed his burning heart to save them, sprinting like a madman toward the shopping center for his first heroic act. Who could have predicted it? He didn't just find one goblin. He stumbled into an entire nest. Hoon froze instantly, his face turning as green as the monsters staring back at him. He wished he could take back that move like a bad turn in a chess game, but fate was cruel. The horde roared the moment they spotted fresh meat swarming toward him with killing intent. Confronted by true horror for the first time, Hoon was rooted to the spot, his legs betraying him when he needed to run the most. Just as death swung its scythe, Minhun crashed down from the sky like a divine intervention. He glanced at the terrified boy and asked, "You must be An-hoon, right?" Only moments ago, Minhun had been carrying a relic stone out of a treasure dungeon when he bumped into Hannah. Having secured the loot, he had told her it was time to head back, but then the emergency alarm for a dungeon break shattered the peace. Without a second thought, Minhun smashed through the mall's glass ceiling, descending upon the monsters like inescapable karma. It was showtime. He immediately activated his lightning chains while simultaneously summoning sacred bolts, unleashing a dual-casting barrage to annihilate the mob. His movement was fluid as water, using the momentum to crush a goblin's skull upon landing. In doing so, he managed to save the frozen student just in the nick of time. Minhun hadn't expected to encounter the infamous unlucky genius in a place like this. He was about to ask for assistance when a green-skinned wretched launched a sneak attack. Hoon screamed a warning, but Minhun already sensed the bloodlust behind him. With a calm expression, he manipulated his lightning chains to skewer the beast. Seeing Hoon trembling and staring blankly, Minhun grew impatient. "We cannot let these monsters reach the civilians. Are you going to stand there like a statue forever? Pick up your weapon and fight." The situation was critical. 1,000 empty platitudes could not compare to a single command from someone radiating true power. That one sentence obliterated Hoon's fear, replacing it with the burning will of a warrior. Facing the incoming wave, Minhun barked orders. "You know how to use taunt, don't you? Get ready. Provoke every monster in the vicinity. Don't miss a single one. Pull as much aggro as you can." Hoon immediately grasped the strategy. He drew his sword and shield, activating the advanced skill Cry of Provocation. A spectral warrior appeared, seizing the attention of every monster within a 50-meter radius. This skill reduced his attack and magic power by 30%, but its ability to draw enemy fire was absolute. Minhun glanced at him, impressed. That Cry of Provocation is a high-tier variant of the standard taunt. As expected, true talent always finds its own path. In his past life, this unlucky genius had stalled at B rank, a tragic backstory typical of a leveling manhwa. He wasn't sure if it was mental trauma or something else, but Hoon's legendary potential was destined to fade quickly without intervention. Back to reality, Minhun took the backline, unleashing devastating long-range lightning attacks, while Hoon acted as the tank, engaging in brutal close-quarters combat. One blocked the other, slaughtered. It was a symphony of destruction. In no time at all, the duo cleared the dungeon break before the official subjugation team could even arrive. Once the dust settled, a man finally showed up. He introduced himself as Hunter Park, an agent from the National Subjugation Bureau headquarters. He had been dispatched to clean up this mess, only to find 2 high schoolers had stolen his thunder. They had cleared it way too fast. Now the poor agent was terrified of reporting this, knowing the words salary deduction were waiting for him. Minhun tried to give the credit to the bureau, but the man refused out of pride. Seeing the agent hesitate, Minhun cut to the chase. Fine. Give all the credit to this guy and just keep my presence here a secret. Unexpectedly, Hoon objected. Minhun had no choice but to explain that he had personal reasons for keeping his overwhelming power out of the public eye. Before his regression, he was just a nameless warrior ignored by his father, Mindongo. But the game had changed. If his father found out he had switched classes to a mage and awakened such forbidden power, the old man would undoubtedly try to eliminate him. He had a meticulous plan for revenge. He needed to hide his tracks, grind in the shadows, and level up. When the time was right, he would emerge and deliver a retribution that his father would never forget. Seeing Hoon still hesitating, Minhun delivered the final push. Think about it. You did the work, didn't you? If you hesitate, someone else might end up on an altar. Stop thinking you're unworthy. The king of gaslighting. The Lord of Debts only needed a few words to bend the young man's will. Hoon thought of his mother, dropped his burden, and accepted the credit, promising that he would repay this life debt in the future. With the reward distribution settled, Minhun returned to the academy to prepare for his very first day of school. To ruin the cheerful atmosphere of the rookies, the school principal stepped onto the podium and announced, "Hello, my pretties. I am Principal Guan. We will now commence the MS Academy entrance ceremony." He skipped the opening speech entirely and jumped straight to the main event. My speech ends here. You must know that the MS Academy ceremony has a special tradition. A survival game where all students gather to steal each other's name tags. Let the freshman hunt begin now. The moment the principal finished speaking, a massive magic circle illuminated beneath their feet. The auditorium dissolved into chaos. His best friend Kim Do-yoon stumbled, losing her balance as the teleportation took hold. Minhun rushed to catch her, but the warp dragged them and the magical genius Seo Ina, who had unfortunately been caught in the crossfire, into a dense forest. The freshman hunt took place on an artificial semi-planet constructed by magic. In this dimension, the laws of physics were merely suggestions. Gravity and time could be manipulated at will. In the sky, a giant projection of the principal's annoying face zoomed in to explain the rules of this pocket dimension. You may use skills ranked C or lower. If you manage to snatch a name tag, you earn points. If a senior takes a freshman's tag, they get 10,000 points. But if a freshman takes a senior's tag, they get 100,000 points. Points are currency here, so get rich or die trying. The instructor flashed a smile devoid of humanity and announced that all skills would be suppressed to 1/10 of their true power, claiming there was no need for panic. Minhun's expression twisted in disdain. With such ambiguous rules, this was clearly a purge designed to weed out the trash deemed useless by the system. He signaled for Kim Yu-dong to follow. They had to survive here for 3 days. Securing a safe stronghold was their first priority. Suddenly, Kim Yu-dong whispered, urging him to recruit Siona. Her analysis suggested that the ice-cold girl shared their attribute, making her an invaluable asset to their formation. Of course he knew that. But Siona's rage was a force of nature. In his past life, he heard rumors of a catastrophe where she lost control for a single minute, endangering countless lives. Even now, he had zero desire to entangle himself with someone possessing such hostile eyes and a complete lack of trust in her teammates. While Kim Yu-dong ran off to negotiate, 2 strangers materialized out of nowhere. They arrived like a sudden gale, the male student Shin Jun-sung and the female Kaganju. The moment they spotted the 3 rookies, their eyes lit up like they'd found a treasure chest. Looks like scoring points will be a walk in the park this year. Seriously? I only detected 2 signatures. Kaganju was baffled. She hadn't felt the protagonist's presence at all. But Minhun. He had locked onto their aura long before they arrived. Combing through his memories, he recalled that this girl possessed a unique sensory ability, allowing her to pinpoint targets within a 300-kilometer radius. You heard that right. 300 kilometers. If they didn't take her down now, she would act as a beacon, rallying every other hunter in the zone to hunt them down. Unlike his cautious partner, the hulking Junsang was drowning in arrogance. Dismissing the group as mere first-year trash, he unsheathed his blade and charged without hesitation. But the moment Minhun sidestepped that first strike, Junsang froze, his brain unable to process the impossible speed he just witnessed. Convinced it was sheer beginner's luck, he doubled down, unleashing a flurry of slashes solely at Minhun. The protagonist didn't even bother to counter, yet he simply swayed, dodging every lethal blow. He waited until fear drained the color from his attacker's face. Then with casual dominance, Minhun caught the live blade with his bare hand. You're pretty good. Shin Jun-sang. How did you survive this long with such sloppy technique? With a sickening crunch, he shattered the steel blade and delivered a cold ultimatum to his upperclassmen. Hand over your name tag and I might let you live. You have 3 seconds to drop it and get lost. Junsang's face turned purple with humiliation. How dare a rookie look down on him like a predator viewing its prey? Yet paralyzed by fear, he couldn't move a muscle. Out of patience, Minhun delivered his final verdict. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You chose to throw it away. The air exploded with the impact of his punch. With a single effortless swing, Minhun sent Shin Jun-sang flying, making him the first casualty to appear on the elimination board. The system notification of a senior's elimination was expected, but the entire arena went into shock when the winner's name flashed on the screen, Minhun. In the control room, the faculty erupted into chaos. The instructor Dongju was the first to break the stunned silence. Wait, not Anhun, but Minhun. Who is that? Most of them were baffled that an unknown variable could dominate the rankings so early. Only the principal remained silent, a smile of amusement playing on his lips. Back on the battlefield, Minhun wasted no time issuing orders to Kim Yudong. Yudong, gear up. We need to clean up the trash. I'm sending a party invite, accept it now. Hearing his command, the 2 girls drew their weapons ready for war. Seoina was a prodigy, and Minhun was a monster. Realizing this, Kagonju decided the only soft target was Kim Yudong. She dashed forward with the velocity of an assassin aiming for an instant kill. But she underestimated her prey. Yudong tracked her movement and erected a barrier just in time to deflect the lethal strike. Before Kagonju could recover from the shock, magical chains erupted from the ground to ensnare her. Yudong instantly layered another defensive barrier, denying the enemy any opening. With such perfect offense and defense, the unlucky Kagonju had nowhere left to run. Divine Light Sword. As the incantation finished, the air shimmered and countless blades manifested in the void. This was Seoina's signature technique. Though she hadn't reached Grandmaster Mastery yet, the intent was lethal. In a heartbeat, the storm of blades launched simultaneously at Kagonju. Only as she was being turned into a pincushion did she realize her fatal error. There wasn't just one monster here. There were 3. Another player was sent to the spectator realm. The system announced the assist, splitting the points between Yudong and Ina. Suddenly, the Ice Queen, who never smiled, spoke up. Does that offer from earlier still stand? Minhun let out a long sigh. And just like that, a terrifying squad of 3 monsters was born in the most ridiculous way possible. Deep in the zone known as the Nightmare Forest, a squad of players analyzed footprints on the ground. Fresh tracks, the leader noted. It looks like they've retreated into a hideout. Stop searching and keep your eyes peeled, he commanded. But the words barely left his mouth when a teammate screamed, identifying the culprit. It's Kim Yudong. Fresh off scoring points, she turned and sprinted away, but not before throwing a taunting grin over her shoulder. Look at you chasing me like a pack of dogs after a bone, a whole group ganging up on one girl. Have you no shame? You're dead meat. Provoked beyond reason, the group roared and gave chase. It was obvious to anyone watching that Yudong was the bait, a tactic the trio had perfectly orchestrated. Since the exam spanned 3 days, they needed food and points, the classic grind of a leveling manhwa. Their strategy, hunting the hunters. Kim Yudong led the angry mob exactly where she wanted them, casually kicking a cluster of strange mushrooms as she passed. Once the trap was set, she activated her Gale skill to accelerate out of the kill zone. Suddenly, a red system warning flashed for her pursuers. Warning. You have entered a paralysis spore field. Realizing they'd been played, the 5 students skidded to a halt. Yoon Haeyuk, who held a deep grudge against Yudong, was fuming. When a teammate suggested retreating due to the danger, Haeyuk snapped, "Are you kidding me? Kim Sung-hoon, are you seriously afraid of a mere rookie? Save your cowardly nonsense?" In the end, to be safe, the cautious student and 1 other were ordered to stay outside the poison zone to keep watch. The rest of the pack, led by Yeo Wee, scrambled to catch up. Deep down, the guy knew this reeked of a trap, but arrogance blinded him. She was just a fresh-faced rookie, surely no match for his might. Finally, they cornered her in a clearing, unaware the ground beneath them was infested with paralyzing spore mushrooms. A wicked smirk curled on Kim Yudong's lips. The prey had willingly walked into the predator's den. She tossed out one final taunt. "You guys are totally screwed. Now who was the one trash-talking me earlier? Raise your hand. Which one of you is it?" Her mockery snapped their last thread of reason. Blinded by rage, the 3 seniors roared and charged at her in unison. That was the signal. Yujung casually swung her staff, smashing a volatile mushroom. Ding, a holographic system window flashed. A paralyzing spore. Mushroom has ruptured. All entities within a 50-meter radius will be paralyzed for 2 hours. This was exactly according to plan. Just minutes ago, standing by the ash tree, Min-Ha-hoon had briefed the girls. You two noticed it too, right? This entire leveling Manhwa exam is rigged in favor of close combat warriors, he explained. Seo Yina nodded grimly. Restricting skills to C rank and below cripples mages like us, who rely on high-tier spells for burst damage. Warriors rely on raw stats, and their low-level skills are naturally potent. This rule set isn't a test, it's a purge designed to weed out mages from the academy entirely. Back in the present, a brilliant light erupted ahead. Min-Ha-hoon's eyes narrowed sharply. It was time for the main character to take the stage. Amidst the chaos of the spore explosion, Yu-jung activated her trump card, a spatial skill called transposition, instantly swapping places with the protagonist. In a flash of light, Min-Ha-hoon materialized in midair and drove his heel straight into JH's face, slamming the senior into the dirt. A humiliating defeat for a veteran, getting owned by a rookie like a helpless child. As the dust settled, JH raged, "You think you've won?" Min-Ha-hoon scoffed, looking down at him. "You moron. Take a look around. You're standing right in the middle of the paralyzing spore zone." The senior grit, his teeth boasting that he had foreseen such tricks. "I left a squad guarding the perimeter. The moment these spores disperse, they'll rush in and slaughter you all." But the fool had no idea he was dealing with a trio of monsters. Min-Ha-hoon crushed his hope with a cold whisper. "Hate to break it to you, but no one is coming to save you." Before JH could process the words, a massive explosion echoed from the forest edge, followed by the blood-curdling screams of his backup team. The system interface pinged instantly, notifying all players that the party of Min-Ha-hoon, Kim Yu-jung, and Seo Yina had just secured 100,000 points. JH lay there oblivious to the nightmare about to unfold. The paralysis toxin began to seize his muscles, turning him rigid, yet his mouth kept running. "Just you wait. In 2 hours, when this wears off, we'll turn the tables. Once I can move again, I'll kill you myself." Min-Ha-hoon looked at him with absolute disdain, strolling through the poisonous cloud as if taking a walk in the park. Terror dawned in JH's eyes as he realized the spores had no effect on the monster standing before him. Min-Ha-hoon raised his foot and brought it down. One stomp was all it took to eliminate the threat permanently. He turned his gaze to the remaining 3 lackeys, his smile losing all traces of humanity. He muttered a single phrase that made their bowels turn to water. "Oh, only 3 lives left to harvest." Terrifying names flashed across the global system board at breakneck speed. Within moments, the rookie rankings were overhauled. Sitting on the Iron Throne at rank 1 was none other than Min-Ha-hoon. Following closely behind, his 2 female teammates secured a tied 2nd place. In an era where mages were treated like trash, Min-Ha-hoon's squad had seized the crown, pushing the so-called martial arts genius, everyone hyped up, down to a pathetic 4th place. The instructors and the principal watched in stunned silence. Some were in such denial, they claimed the system Manhwa interface must be bugged to calculate such absurd scores. Principal Guan's face twisted into a grotesque expression of intrigue. Usually only the elite punishers of the warrior class could pull off such a dominating performance. Yet here was a group of mages annihilating the top-ranked seniors. It was illogical, absurd, and utterly fascinating. Guan ordered the instructor Kim Ji-on, "Rewind the feed to the spore mushroom trap. I need to see that again." The footage of Min-Ha-hoon stomping JH's face played back in high definition. The principal fell silent, his mind racing with cold calculations. Tactical judgment, nerves of steel, and the physical prowess to overpower a martial artist in close quarters, he mused. Can such a creature really be a mere mage? No. It's inconceivable that a freshman possesses this level of power. An assistant rushed over with Min-Ha-hoon's file, looking visibly shaken by the data he was about to present. Guan snatched the documents. His eyes widened as they locked onto the statistics' magical potential. 97%. For a moment, the devilish principal was struck speechless. A slow, sinister grin spread across his face. "Excellent," he purred. He turned to his subordinates, his voice dripping with malice. "I want to test this boy's limits. Prepare a special scenario for him. Make it entertaining." Back in the danger zone, the 3 top-ranking mages were regrouping. Min-Ha-hoon urged his team, "We need to move. Staying here is suicide." The seniors were already terrified of the forest, but the real danger was just beginning. Just as they prepared to depart, Min-Ha-hoon's instincts screamed. Something was approaching. A blinding flash of mana tore through the air. A massive sword beam slashed down, cleaving the very earth in 2 and separating the party. High above, the principal's minions broadcasted a new announcement. "All initial restrictions are hereby disabled. The safety limiters are off. Do whatever it takes to eliminate your opposition." Min-Ha-hoon knew the situation had just escalated from a test to a death match. He stared grimly at the figure emerging from the dust. "I didn't think I'd run into you again so soon." It wasn't Hoon, but something was wrong. The others noticed it too. His eyes were vacant, his movements jerky. He looked like a madman who had completely lost his mind. Hearing Seo Yina's gasp, a memory from Min Ha-hoon's past life slammed into his consciousness. This was a pivotal moment in this awakening Manhwa timeline. In the original timeline during the Mouse Academy Festival, students were brainwashed into a murderous frenzy. The mastermind behind that tragedy was none other than the principal and his innate mind control ability. When his corruption was exposed, he didn't surrender. He lashed out, orchestrating a horrific massacre to cover his tracks and escape in the chaos. In that past life, Kim Yoo-jung had died sacrificing herself to save him. But the timeline had shifted. The rot was spreading much earlier than expected. Suddenly, a system window popped up. Hidden quest, save Hoon within 2 hours. The reward, a blank card capable of copying any skill. It was exactly what he needed to turn this impossible situation around. Min Ha-hoon turned to his teammates, a confident smirk masking his concern. You two need to get out of here. Run, and while you're at it, farm some more points for us. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Seo Yina felt a wave of relief. She nodded, ready to follow his lead. However, Kim Yoo-jung wasn't having it. She threw a tantrum, refusing to abandon him. But seeing the grim determination in his eyes, Yina grabbed her by the collar and dragged her away at full speed. The ladies were gone. Now it was time for a battle between real men. Hoyong unleashed a long, devastating slash directly at him. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance and launched a second strike with terrifying velocity and power. Min-hun vaulted into the air to dodge. But the moment his foot touched the shield for leverage, Hoyong activated his acceleration skill. A blur of motion followed, and suddenly Min-hun had already closed the gap on his opponent. He didn't stop there. Min-hun circled behind his enemy with ghost-like speed. But Hoyong's instinct screamed, detecting his presence instantly. Min-hun felt a spark of surprise. The guy's reaction time was god tier. Even though his eyes couldn't track the movement, his body responded. This wasn't going to be the easy win Min-hun had anticipated. Min-hun's mind raced with calculations typical of a leveling manhwa protagonist. He could crush Hoyong easily, but if he finished it too quickly, the puppet master watching from the shadows wouldn't be pleased. Skill activation, thunder chains. The binding electricity surged forth. Against such overwhelming suppression, Hoyong couldn't resist for long before his knees hit the ground, completely drained of stamina. Just as the VIPs watching remotely leaned in desperate to see how the martial arts genius fell to the monster. A blinding flash bang detonated. The screens went completely white, denying them the show. Principal Guan snatched the remote in a fit of rage, mashing buttons furiously. But it was useless. Every camera feed was drowning in static white noise. He crushed the remote in his grip, veins popping on his forehead. He turned to guide Kim Seok with a dark expression. Is that the student Min-hun? Bring him to my office the moment this event concludes. The guide wanted to offer some advice, but one look at the principal's twisted face told him to keep his mouth shut. Why did Min-hun use a spell to block our vision when victory was already in his hand? Guan muttered. That brat. He knows exactly how to make people curious about him. After delivering that metaphorical slap to the principal's face, Min-hun finally walked over to Hoyong. He placed a hand on his opponent's head and purged the brainwashing effect. The young man regained consciousness and scrambled to stand, but his body rebelled. A violent cramp seized him and he collapsed back to the earth, screaming in agony. Min-hun stepped forward to explain with a sheepish look. Sorry about that. You attacked me out of nowhere, so I had to be a little heavy-handed. Seeing Hoyong's blank stare, he clarified. It was a mind control spell. You were being manipulated. The realization hit Hoyong like a truck. He remembered the principal calling him earlier, but before he could process anything, he had woken up here in pain. One lay on the ground, the other sat nearby, sharing a quiet moment of warrior camaraderie. Eventually, Min-hun stood up ready to depart. But just as he turned to leave, Hoyong tossed his name tag through the air. Min-hun caught it, puzzled. What are you doing? You'll be disqualified without this. Hoyong smiled, a true warrior's grin. It's fine. I'm not as strong as you, but I still have plenty of points left. Besides, I lost the duel. By the laws of combat, the spoils belong to the victor. I lost today, but mark my words, next time I will defeat you and take that name tag back. With that vow, Hoyong faded away, teleported out of the arena. For Min-hun, this wasn't just a win. It was a profound moment. In his past life, Hoyong was the hero who inspired him to become a warrior when he was just a child. To be acknowledged by his childhood idol today, that was the ultimate romance for a man's soul. The 3-day survival hunt had finally concluded. All students were transported back to reality for the rewards ceremony. Even though she was born into a wealthy family, money still talked. When Min-hun revealed that the top 3 would receive cash equivalent to their points, Kim Ro-young lost her mind. She grabbed Ina and they danced around like possessed goblins, completely ignoring the envious glares from the other students. Their celebration was cut short when guide Kim Seok, the principal's lackey, approached. He ordered the trio to the principal's office immediately. Without a word, they followed, sensing the shift in atmosphere. But the moment they arrived, Minhun made himself at home with zero respect. He slumped into the chair like a king. "Where's the old man? He summoned us, and now he keeps us waiting." Guide Kim Seok's face went pale with terror at the disrespect. Fortunately for his blood pressure, the door opened moments later. While the two girls jumped up to introduce themselves politely, the main character remained seated, radiating arrogance. "You're late, old man. I almost fell asleep waiting for you." Oh, the audacity! That single sentence froze the principal's fake smile, his face flushing red with humiliation. The girls looked like they wanted to vanish from sheer shock. After trading a few passive-aggressive barbs, the principal switched to his snake oil salesman voice. "I've prepared a very attractive offer to make up for the trouble. I hope you won't hold a grudge." His praise was so fake it made Minhun want to vomit. The protagonist didn't have time for this acting. He urged the man to get straight to the point. Guan swallowed his anger. Dragging this out wouldn't help. He announced that the three of them would be granted free residency in the elite dormitory. Not only would they get top-tier facilities, but they would also get a special privilege, the chance to retake any failed exams to alter their grades. He slid a contract across the desk expecting them to sign blindly, but Minhun shut him down instantly. He knew exactly what kind of filth lived in this old fox's heart. Kwon Soyuld's tempting Minhun drawled. "But we can earn those rewards with just a month of hard work. Besides, Muse Academy always prioritizes skills over perks. So, why should I sign a contract and pay you commission fees?" Thinking that wasn't enough to expose the scam, Minhun snatched the papers from the principal's hand and read the fine print aloud. "Let's see here. Working as a punisher. Oh wow, a 5-year contract and 30% of my income goes to the school. Principal Guan, this isn't a reward for us." Minhun's eyes turned cold. "This looks a lot more like exploitation. Or am I misreading this slave contract?" Minhun's words were sharp daggers stabbing right into the principal's black heart. Exposed and cornered, Guan had to let them decide. Naturally, the two girls followed Minhun's lead and rejected the offer. With his plans crumbling, the principal resorted to his final card, brainwashing. But he messed with the wrong system Manhwa protagonist. Ding system warning. The passive skill. Blessing of the Pig activated, instantly nullifying the status effect. Minhun didn't just block it. He used a blank card to copy the principal's mind control skill right then and there. "I had you figured out from the start, old man," Minhun thought. "You're too green to play me." Even though he now held a dangerous new skill, he decided to save the retribution for another day. He hated the guy, but tearing up the principal's office would cause too much trouble. Minhun had what he wanted. He signaled his team to leave. "Let's go, guys. I've been in the dungeon so long I'm starving." He arrived like a boss and he left like a legend. Guide Kim Seok, guarding the door, felt his soul leave his body. The overwhelming pressure from the student made him sweat buckets. He didn't dare utter a single syllable. The students walked past him, dropping a casual greeting, and disappeared down the hall. Inside the office, the principal sat in silence like a ticking time bomb, before finally screaming at his assistant to get out. Kim Seokdi didn't waste a single heartbeat. He vanished instantly, knowing that lingering for even a second meant becoming the target of misplaced rage. A new dawn broke. For the freshmen, their first lesson wouldn't be in a stuffy classroom, but in a grand facility that screamed prestige and power. An imposing woman stepped forward, commanding the room. She introduced herself as Kim Jiyeon, the instructor for Mana Control 1. Even though JaeHyun had walked these halls in his past life, seeing her face to face was a fresh experience. But to his regressed memory, these instructors were all the same. Greedy catfish mouths wide open, ready to swallow whatever bribes Headmaster Gin threw their way. Having lived through this once before, nothing surprised him. Instructor Kim scanned the crowd before her voice boomed out. "I bet you are confused why we are in this massive hall instead of a classroom. The answer is simple. We are here to test your mana sensitivity." On her cue, the massive gates creaked open. The moment the rookies laid eyes on the swirling colossus of mana inside, panic seized their hearts. What the hell is that? A solid block of mana? Are we supposed to walk into that death trap on the first day? This is insanity. While the crowd trembled, JaeHyun's expression remained colder than ice. To him, this condensed energy was similar to Ro Sungyun's aura, just pitifully weaker. To quell the rising fear, Instructor Kim spoke up. "What you are witnessing is a state-of-the-art training device known as the Mana Room. Novices like you would be crushed by raw mana. That is why we built this. Inside there are multiple chambers of increasing density. The first chamber mimics standard atmospheric mana, but with every step deeper, the pressure intensifies. Freshmen usually tap out at level 3. Even graduates struggle to reach level 7. If the pressure crushes you, raise your hand and a guide will drag you out." They expected improvement, but reality was harsh. By level 3, half the class had already surrendered, fleeing back to safety. By level 7, the numbers plummeted. Only the monster trio and the red-haired hothead Louis remained standing. Crossing the threshold to level 8, only 2 souls remained Seo-ina and Min JaeHyun. But one look at her pale face revealed she was hanging on by a thread. Level 9. This wasn't a realm for students. It was a crushing domain meant for beasts suffocating and merciless. Even the prodigy Seo-ina wavered, her vision blurring as she stumbled. Instructor Kim instinctively moved to save her, but the headmaster's cold warning froze her in place. Remember this, Instructor Kim. No matter how dire the situation, never offer assistance until they beg for it. Despair is a catalyst for awakening. If you intervene, you are stealing their chance to evolve. Is that not a tragedy? She gritted her teeth, helpless against the rules. Meanwhile, Seo-ina refused to collapse, her pride fueling her broken body. In her worldview, only the strong deserve to breathe. No matter how talented, everyone eventually kneels before a superior predator. But reality is cruel. Seo-ina was carried out on a stretcher, barely conscious. In stark contrast, Min JaeHyun strolled into level 10 without breaking a sweat. Theoretically, this zone should crush a student's lungs. Panic flashed in Kim Ji-yeon's eyes as she rushed over. Min JaeHyun, are you intact? He had stood there for a full minute, bored. The pressure was a joke to him. He turned to the instructor with a dry, unbothered smile. This is too intense for me. I am heading out. Kim Ji-yeon, sensing the act, played along immediately. Right, let us leave together. Follow me. Her mouth said one thing, but her twitching eye said another. Who would believe it was too hard when the guy didn't have a single drop of sweat on his forehead? The mana test concluded. Instructor Kim addressed the stunned crowd. Min JaeHyun reached the 10th chamber. That is the domain of a B-rank conqueror. It implies his potential is limitless. I expect the rest of you to break your limits to catch up. And just like that, the first lesson ended. That evening, the wealthy guildmaster Ro Sung-yoon called for a status report. But her true motive surfaced quickly. Were there any seedlings worth harvesting? And naturally, in this system, Manhwa world valuable information was always exchanged for a hefty bonus. The usual elites were mentioned: Seo-ina, Kim Jung-an, Haeon. But Min JaeHyun threw a curveball, naming the one person he valued most, Lee Yang. Ro Sung-yoon immediately balked. Isn't he the youngest son of S-rank conqueror Lee Jin? Rumor has it he is the trash of the family. Poaching him would only start a war with Lee Jin's faction. Min JaeHyun didn't back down. Trust me. Li Yang is destined to become the greatest alchemist the world has ever seen. With that assurance, she conceded. The call ended, but peace was short-lived. Manager Park Seong-jae rushed in. Baek Ji-hoon is here to see you. After getting clearance, a blonde woman radiating nobility strutted in. She extended a hand, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Hello, old hag. Long time no see, Guildmaster Ro. Ro Sung-yoon stared at the hand like it was filth. She smiled that dangerous, gentle smile. I did not realize we were friends. Sit down. Once the high-maintenance princess took a seat, Ro cut to the chase. What do you want? Baek Ji-hoon smirked. I will be direct. I have got my eye on one of your students. How much for him? She spoke as if buying a handbag. Ro Sung-yoon's expression darkened, her hospitality evaporating instantly. We don't treat our guild members like livestock here. Go shop somewhere else. There are things in this world your money can't buy. Do you understand? Baek Ji-hoon flinched at the sharp rebuke. She stammered that coming here first was just basic etiquette. Unfortunately for her, she was facing Ro Sung-yoon, a woman whose tongue was sharper than a blade. The response was a verbal slap to the face. Your version of etiquette is incredibly rude, darling. The negotiation was dead in the water. The two powerful women locked eyes, maintaining forced industrial-grade smiles. They exchanged a few more venomous pleasantries before the guest was shown the door. With the drama settled, the scene shifted back to our main character. The day of reckoning, the physical aptitude test, had finally arrived. Min-hun stared at the rankings with a bitter taste in his mouth. He was second, overshadowed once again by the so-called genius An Ho-yeon. He knew patience was a virtue, but the clock was ticking, and his old man was breathing down his neck. If he didn't evolve now, he was destined to repeat the tragic early death of his previous life. Their instructor Kim Seok-di glanced at the data with wide eyes. The raw power on display was far beyond anything a standard mage should possess. Stepping before the sea of students, he announced the next challenge. We are commencing the second physical aptitude assessment, the Great Escape from Room A. According to Instructor Kim's briefing, their objective was simple, yet brutal: survive the simulation and escape. The System A, looming behind them, was designed to push their combat capabilities through hyper-realistic virtual reality. Typically, this manhwa recap-worthy setup forced students to analyze combat scenarios against terrifying beasts. However, today's trial had a different focus. It was a test of pure evasion and survival instincts. Of course, slaughtering the monsters would yield a far higher score than cowardly fleeing. After the briefing, he distributed the neural receivers needed to sync with the virtual reality. These devices stimulated the brain, directly making every claw mark and roar from the projected beasts feel indistinguishable from reality. Instructor Kim swept his gaze over them. This system scales from level 1 to 100, but today we cap it at 10. You will enter in squads of 4. Minhun's squad consisted of 2 female martial artists and 2 mages. But before they could even begin, the arrogant young punk Lee Su approached looking for trouble. He sneered, "Hey, how exactly does a fragile mage class rank at the top? I assume there must be some special reason for this anomaly. Care to enlighten me?" Minhun shot him a look of pure disgust, sensing the accusation of cheating hanging in the air. "And what if there is no special trick?" Minhun retorted. "Why not just admit you want to fight me instead of dancing around it? Being polite clearly isn't your strong suit." The naive challenger grinned, provoked. "Oh, I like that you catch on quickly." The tension snapped tight like a bowstring, forcing the 2 female teammates to rush in and separate them. Conveniently, Instructor Kim's voice boomed out, announcing that it was time for Minhun's squad to enter the simulation. The team moved to the designated zone, weapons drawn and ready for war. After a tense 5-second countdown, an army of skeleton soldiers instantly materialized. Unlike a typical mage who hides in the back, Minhun charged straight into the fray. The female warriors watched in horror, screaming, "Minhun, that's suicide!" They weren't the only ones. Lee Su smirked, convinced that a mage attempting close-quarters combat was a fool's errand. But inside the simulation, Minhun had a different strategy. Rather than wasting breath on a weakling like Lee Su, he decided to vent his frustrations on the undead horde. Once that punk witnessed true power, he wouldn't dare open his mouth again. Thought instantly translated into action. Mana surged around Minhun's hand, and with a single motion he crushed the monster's skull seconds after it spawned. The onlookers could only gasp in disbelief. As more skeleton soldiers rose, he didn't hesitate, accelerating to strike the next target. A true leveling Manhwa protagonist walks his own path. He utilized a rare mana weapon technique to crush them one by one. This skill amplified physical damage, a technique that arrogant long-range mages would never deign to learn. It was useless for them, but for him, it was a weapon of mass destruction. As Minhun danced through the battlefield alone, his teammates stood frozen like statues, unable to even intervene. System notifications flooded his vision. "You have completed the test unscathed. All enemies annihilated. Bonus points awarded for 100% contribution." Immediately, the difficulty spiked as level 2 unlocked. The terrifying Draugr. A nightmare from Norse mythology emerged only to be obliterated. From there, he swept through every stage up to level 10, leaving nothing but dust in his wake. Lee Su rubbed his eyes, his brain refusing to process the spectacle. His pride wouldn't allow him to accept this reality. The moment the simulation ended, he confronted Minhun. "How did you do that? Since when does a mage dive into melee combat and slaughter everything alone?" His denial peaked as he shouted, "That's impossible, you definitely cheated." The audacity of this guy was almost impressive. But Minhun wasn't in the mood for games. His voice dropped an octave, dripping with menace. "Don't make me repeat myself. If you don't believe it, go check the logs yourself, you moron." Lee Su went pale, though his eyes still burned with resentment, just as Instructor Kim stepped in. "Is there a problem here?" Though the confrontation was cut short, Lee Su deluded himself into thinking he would have won if the instructor hadn't interfered. Watching Minhun walk away, he shouted, "At the MS Academy Festival, fight me properly." But Minhun shot him down instantly. He already had a much more important solo duel scheduled for that day. Minhun's brilliance, shining like a 200-watt floodlight, had finally caught the attention of the principal's faction. That afternoon, once classes concluded, Instructor Kim escorted 2 figures wearing gas masks deep into the facility to meet JaeHyun. The mysterious man sat before a wall of monitors, observing the students like lab rats. "Thank you for your hard work," he said with a cold smile. "Now show me the results of the physical test." Instructor Kim reported immediately. Only 3 students achieved a perfect score: Anhoyeon, Chagon, and Minhun. However, Minhun's performance, it far exceeded the maximum calculable score. Hearing this, JaeHyun spun around to face the main screen, which was now completely dominated by footage of Minhun. A twisted grin spread across his face. "Keep sending me every detail on Minhun's movements and scores. If he shows any anomaly, inform me immediately." The official report stated Minhun cleared 10 levels. But the truth was far more terrifying. He had secretly obliterated the simulation up to level 27. "This game is too easy," Minhun thought, rolling his shoulder. At this level of power, he calculated he could easily dismantle 6 C-rank conquerors simultaneously. The next challenge might be a simulation, but he needed to be prepared for awakening Manhwa-style hell. In his past life, a catastrophic event occurred here, claiming the lives of hundreds of students. His squad had encountered that nightmare, and he was the sole survivor. He had lived the rest of those days under a barrage of curses and survivor's guilt, trapped within the walls of MS Academy. The only fuel keeping his fire burning was the solemn vow not to fail those who believed in him. JaeHyun stepped out of the store, shaking off the ghosts of the past. He refused to live as a shadow in this second life. The bitterness of regret was a flavor he knew too well. With theory class dismissed, it was time to face the simulation dungeon. Back in his room, he cycled his mana core. Even an awakened mage knows that skipping the warm-up is a death sentence. Unleashing high-tier magic without prep is like holding a grenade. Mana backlash is inevitable. That backlash tears the body apart from the inside. With ultimate skills like Thunder Chain and Sacrifice, the risk was catastrophic. One slip-up meant attending his own funeral, or worse, his friends'. Suddenly a blue window flashed. Main quest arrived. The system offered a cruel choice. Face a past trauma and repeat history, or shatter fate and forge a new path. A decision that held the weight of life and death. The power to save or slaughter rested entirely in his palm. But the system Manhwa mechanics were brutal. He had only 12 hours. The dungeon gates were opening. Instructor Kim Ji-yeon stood before the students. Listen up, we're drawing lots for teams. Fate decides your partners today. JaeHyun calculated the odds. In a leveling Manhwa world, a carry can make the clear a breeze. But if you get stuck with dead weight, you'd better book a resurrection ticket because you're heading straight to hell. The instructor claimed the mobs were trashed here, but JaeHyun knew better. His past life memories screamed danger. That damn principal definitely shuffled a boss monster into the deck. It was time to draw. Lady Luck must be smiling. The eternal loner somehow paired up with the Ice Queen beauty Sena. With a strong mage by his side, this nightmare mode just got a little easier. Then the warriors approached. JaeHyun froze. His heart stopped. Kim Jin-ah and Paran Wu. The very comrades who died saving him in the previous timeline. The system wasn't just giving a quest, it was mocking him. He realized exactly what choice he had to make. Suppressing the storm of emotions, he put on a mask of calm and greeted the ghosts of his past. Pleasantries aside, it was war council time. Let's talk strategy, he commanded, huddled in the corner to plan their survival. JaeHyun took the mantle of leadership instantly. His voice cut through the noise. Hesitation kills. If the vanguard falters, the whole squad gets wiped. The instructor clapped his hands. Time was up. Tactical meeting adjourned. Captains front and center. The simulation starts now. The gates of hell opened. Inside the crystal-lit cavern, a student whined, unaware of the horror awaiting them. It reeks of rot and dampness. Kim Do-yoon chatted with her team, but the air suddenly grew heavy with bloodlust. An Hoyeon sensed it too. Incoming battle positions. The shadows writhed as mine wolves poured out like a flood. Individually weak but deadly in a pack, Hoyeon roared. Wipe them out before we're overrun. He charged shield rays. Do-yoon stood back, weaving holy light and lightning into a devastating spell. A blinding flash erupted. The holy light scorched the retinas of the beast pack. Hoyeon became a whirlwind of steel slicing through the blinded wolves while buffs rained down from the support. Do-yoon grouped them up, amplified her mana, and unleashed Spirit Blast, bombarding the monsters with pure destruction. For rookies, it was a brutal skirmish, but the last wolf finally hit the dirt. But the victory celebration was cut short. A warrior clutched his throat, gasping for air as his legs gave out. The team rushed in. Kim Yoo-jung screamed, "What's happening? Talk to me!" Poison. Nobody said kobolds had poison. But as she looked up, the color drained from her face. It wasn't poison. It was suffocating mana pressure. Looming over them was a monster the size of a 2-story building. Hoyeon stared up in despair. Sweet mother of God. Why is a kobold lord in a beginner dungeon? Meanwhile, JaeHyun's team breached a new chamber. Seeing the black orb sigil, he knew history had changed. If Guzain rigged this, then JaeHyun's return was the glitch in the Matrix. Plan C, he barked. Defend, then counter-strike. This isn't a drill, brace yourselves. The team hesitated but locked shields, trusting their leader. The prophecy came true. The massive kobold lord thundered towards them, flanked by its minions. Terror gripped them, but Sena didn't flinch. She cast a shimmering mana barrier shielding the vanguard. Paranwu slammed his shield, activating Taunt to draw the aggro of the smaller mobs. JaeHyun saw his opening. He flashed forward, channeling a catastrophic amount of mana into his fist and burying it in the boss's gut. Boom! JaeHyun stared down the boss, anxiety flickering for a moment before a smirk of pure dissatisfaction twisted his lips. Damn it. He thought this run would be variable-free, but of course a kobold lord with regeneration hacks had to spawn. This leveling Manhwa logic was getting absolutely ridiculous. As if reading his mind, the system pinged with a sudden explanation. The true culprit was identified, one of Odin's personal crows. A special hidden quest titled Crow Hunter instantly materialized. There were 5 targets total. The prize was a legendary blank card for copying and upgrading skills, but the cost of failure was his life. Meanwhile, instructor Kim Ji-yeon paced outside until a team finally scrambled out of the gate. At first, she hoped it was JaeHyun's squad, knowing his overwhelming power. But her heart sank when she realized it was an Eon's team fleeing for their lives. Kim Ji-yeon rushed forward, panic written all over her face, and shouted to the head instructor, "Sir, we have a massive situation. An Eon chimed in, gasping for air. Instructor, a kobold lord has spawned inside the dungeon. JaeHyun immediately ordered medics to treat the mana-poisoned students and dialed the principal with trembling hands. Principal, this is Instructor Kim JaeHyun. We have a B-rank monster outbreak in the practice dungeon. Please, send the assault team immediately. This is a code, red. But the man on the other end replied with chilling indifference. I understand. Don't worry, I'll send support. Just wait there. He hung up abruptly. A cold pit formed in Kim JaeHyun's stomach. Her instincts screamed that something about this response was terribly wrong. Back in the dungeon, the situation was critical. After a brutal exchange of blows, the party was battered, huddled in corners and gasping for breath. In mythology, Odin commanded two crows, Hugin representing thought and emotion, and Munin holding memory. He sent them to harvest knowledge from every realm to secure his rule over Asgard. JaeHyun cracked the code instantly. He stared directly at the beast and called it out. You're following Odin's orders, aren't you? Turning to his teammates, his voice was steel. Get out of the dungeon while I hold aggro. Move now. Barum initially refused to abandon him, but after witnessing JaeHyun one-shot the mobs behind him with a holy arrow, he was struck dumb by the sheer power gap. JaeHyun's patience snapped. Shut up and run. I can't fight this thing and babysit you at the same time. But in that split second of distraction, the boss seized its chance, swinging a massive wooden club directly at JaeHyun. Just as impact seemed inevitable, JaeHyun stepped in, deploying a magic shield to deflect the lethal blow. After saving his life, she looked him dead in the eye, her expression unshakable. I can help you. He didn't need to hear it twice. JaeHyun nodded, accepting her aid, then whipped around to the other two and screamed at them to leave. Barum and Kim JaeHyun realized they were dead weight. They promised to alert the instructors and call for backup, then bolted for the exit, leaving the real fighters behind. Now it was a two-man raid against a regenerating boss. JaeHyun called for cover, and JaeHyun immediately drew her wand, summoning a radiant holy sword. A single strike from her tore through the mining wolves with devastating force. With the mobs cleared, JaeHyun exploited his speed stat to close the distance on the boss. Dodging massive strikes, he analyzed the enemy. Someone was puppeteering this monster, pumping it with mana far beyond its natural limit. He swung his right arm, activating the Mistletoe artifact to trigger a reconnaissance spell. The flow of mana became visible to his eyes, and in seconds the trick was exposed. The crow lurking in the shadows, manipulating the kobold lord, was finally revealed. A predatory grin spread across JaeHyun's face. Found you. The boss, oblivious to its exposure, raised its spiked club high for another smash. Simultaneously, the power of Odin's left eye surged, causing JaeHyun's mana to explode in a dazzling display. Lightning chains coiled around his body, his aura screaming for blood. I guarantee, JaeHyun growled, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial realm, Odin sat on his throne, conferring with his loyal subjects. What is it, Hugin? The entity known as Hugin spoke up. My lord, I have detected the signature of Mistletoe, the artifact that vanished from the divine vault. It appears to be on Earth in the possession of the prophesied enemy. The other gods began to murmur in confusion. Who is this enemy? Is it that gray-haired Mimir, or someone else? As the hall erupted in chaos, Odin stroked his beard and commanded the figure kneeling below to investigate if this enemy had made contact with the Aesir resistance. The servant Hugin bowed deeply. As you command. As he looked up, his eyes were lifeless voids, a sign of total mind control. Back in the dungeon, the battle raged on. JaeHyun unleashed a torrent of lightning chains against the boss, but with its insane regeneration, his attacks were little more than scratches. The kobold lord tore through the lightning bindings with one hand and swung its club at JaeHyun with the other. JaeHyun backflipped gracefully, landing beside his partner. And can you buy me some time? I need to analyze its attack patterns. Her face was pale, drained of blood, but she nodded, promising to hold the line. In the heat of battle, he had forgotten the toll this took on her. She was suffering from mana backlash. Even if he defeated the kobold lord, there was a high chance JaeHyun would die from the toxin overload. JaeHyun shoved the dark thoughts aside. Let's end this now. I have a plan. As the battle reached its climax, he summoned a massive array of magic circles, spawning countless lightning chains. With a mental command, he locked onto the target, sending the chains raining down like judgment from the heavens. As JaeHyun shielded him with her remaining magic, a memory of his brother Minho surfaced. There is nothing more painful than dying because you didn't trust your teammates. But this was a different time. In this system Manhwa world, he was going to prove that logic wrong right now. With reckless abandon, JaeHyun leaped onto the lightning chains, riding them to close the gap at breakneck speed. Thanks to the Mistletoe he snagged from the treasure dungeon, the mana threads connecting the puppeteer to the kobold became clear. The monster swung its club but hit nothing but air. JaeHyun vaulted high, creating distance, and pulled a mana knife from his inventory, a weapon worth 300 million won that the guild had bought him. Channeling his past life's martial arts, he slashed at the empty air, aiming to sever the invisible control strings. With a heavy heart, he sacrificed the 300 million won blade, trading a fortune for a single notification window. The mana tether connecting the Golem Lord to Odin's sight was severed in an instant. As JaeHyun touched down, the massive boss collapsed behind him, crashing to the earth like a puppet with its strings cut. But he wasn't finished yet. He strode forward with the cold, absolute confidence of a predator who had just claimed his kill. "Your turn." His voice cut through the air. "You've got business with me, don't you?" The spy crow, now exposed and helpless, let out a pathetic shriek. JaeHyun ground his boot onto its skull. "Speak. What is Odin really after?" Instead of answers, the wretched creature just squawked mockingly. Annoyed by its attitude, JaeHyun crushed it harder under his heel. The audacity of this thing. The crow screamed in pain, but when JaeHyun demanded the truth about the relationship between Odin and Chairman Gu Jia-in, it only croaked again. Useless trash. Realizing this was a waste of breath, he didn't hesitate. Splat. With a single decisive stomp, he sent the bird straight back to the hell it crawled out of. Suddenly, Seo-ina's voice cried out from behind. "Don't move!" JaeHyun warned, panic in his voice, but the magical backlash was already hitting them. It was too late. The toxic mana from the desperate battle was eating them both alive, corroding their bodies from the inside out. But JaeHyun is the protagonist of this leveling manhwa. While the poison raged, his pure awakened mana surged forth, purging the toxins instantly. The system chimed. First Crow hunted. A level up and full recovery were granted as his reward. Seo-ina, however, wasn't so lucky. She collapsed, hovering at death's door. It looked like a tragedy was about to unfold, a cliffhanger moment where she might be taken to the afterlife. Yet in true manhwa fashion, we cut to the next scene where both of them are waking up yawning after what looked like a refreshing nap. Seo-ina checked her status window in shock. HP and mana fully restored. She looked at JaeHyun, confusion written all over her face. "The Golem Lord is down. Why haven't you left the dungeon yet?" JaeHyun didn't mince words. "I waited for you to wake up. We need to be honest with each other." Her face instantly flushed crimson. What was this atmosphere? Was a romance scene about to break out in the middle of this dungeon? Meanwhile, outside the gate, chaos was brewing among the waiting students. Kim Do-yoon was tearing into Paran-woo and Kim Jina, his voice cracking with fury as he demanded to know how they could abandon their teammates and escape alone. Just as despair was setting in, the impossible happened. The gate rippled and JaeHyun and Seo-ina walked out alive and well. Kim Jina's mind raced. How? It didn't make sense. The patrol team confirmed that Monster was at least a B-rank boss. There was no way two students could have survived that nightmare. Kim Do-yoon didn't care about logic. He tackled them in a tearful bear hug, sobbing his heart out like a child. He had been terrified. He squeezed them so hard they could barely breathe, his emotions spilling over without words. Seeing Paran-woo and Jina standing there in guilty silence, JaeHyun stepped in to clear the air. "They left because I ordered them to," he stated firmly. "I told them to get help from the instructors. They aren't to blame for anything." But Do-yoon wasn't ready to let it go. He glared at the runners. "Still, how could you guys just abandon your squad like that?" JaeHyun's expression darkened. In his past life, he had been the one to run away. "If I were in their shoes, I would have done the same," he said coldly. "Stop giving them a hard time." The tension diffused. JaeHyun thought back to their conversation inside the dungeon. He had made Seo-ina swear secrecy. No one could know he was an OP character capable of soloing bosses or healing injuries. He had dropped a bombshell on her inside. "This is Gu Jia-in's doing. To that bastard, students are just disposable tools. The chairman's benevolent public image is a lie," JaeHyun had explained. To him, a few useless students dying is nothing more than collateral damage. Seo-ina had been horrified but suspicious. "How do you know all this?" "You know things no one else does about the chairman, about the dungeon." She was sharper than he gave her credit for. JaeHyun realized he couldn't just brainwash her. She was too talented and strong-willed for cheap tricks. He had to be direct. "I'm sorry. I can't tell you any more than that right now. Knowing the truth would only put a target on your back. Can you let this go?" Back in the present, as he turned to leave, Seo-ina grabbed his arm. "JaeHyun, please, can you really say nothing? Will this happen again?" Her eyes were filled with fear for the future. He didn't answer the question. "I trust you'll keep your promise," was all he said before walking away coolly. Having cleared the first divergence point of his main quest, the system rewarded him with a legendary item, the Golden Apple of Idun. Meanwhile, the corrupt chairman Gu Jia-in was seething in his office, his aura radiating malice. "Instructor Kim Guk-jin, you've disappointed me." The lackey trembled behind him, drenched in cold sweat, bowing his head in shame. "I'll let this slide once," Gu Jia-in sneered, his voice dropping an octave. "But I detest incompetence. Do you understand?" The chairman's face twisted into a demonic scowl. He threw a stack of files onto the floor. You must tame Min JaeHyun during the upcoming event. No excuses. My patience is running thin. Later, Min JaeHyun returned to his dorm after the practical exam. He started sorting his laundry, but his mind was still on the battlefield. In the timeline before his regression, Kim Do-yoon had died early, and Hyun never reached even half of his true potential. I have to change their fates, he vowed. But Seo Ina, she becomes a powerhouse on her own. Getting too close to her might actually ripple out and ruin her future growth. However, his immediate priority was clear: expose the connection between Gujain and the Acer Guild before it's too late. This simulation was just the tutorial. In this system, Manhwa, if he doesn't power up fast, the villains lurking in the shadows will crush him before he even begins his real journey. He flicked on the TV. A panel of experts was discussing deep dungeon lore. The host turned to a guest. Professor, you mentioned there are other types of dungeons people don't know about yet. What are they? The expert adjusted his glasses ominously. For example, usually you kill the boss to clear the stage. But theme dungeons are different. The biggest difference, the professor explained to the confused audience, is that you cannot escape until the narrative is complete. Those who enter a theme dungeon must become a character in the story and fulfill specific roles to survive. It's not just a battle. It's a performance. It felt just like a living RPG. The holy grail for any raider in this hellish place: rare hidden items. He knew exactly what his next move was. In his palm lay the golden apple, a legendary artifact that millions would kill to possess. Its effects were god tier, slowing the aging process by 50% and boosting regeneration permanently. Soon, an A-rank theme dungeon would manifest right here at Sun Amusement Park. That was where he could seize the boots of Thialfi, the legendary servant of Thor. These boots granted godlike agility, making them a treasure worth fighting a war for. Min JaeHyun polished the fruit and took a crunchy bite. Boom, a display of fireworks exploded in his vision. Honestly, it tasted just like a regular supermarket apple. What a letdown. But his stats went berserk. One bite, and the system notifications spammed his vision like crazy. The effects were truly broken. If only it had seeds, he would have started a farm immediately. What a tragic waste of potential. Days later, Min JaeHyun strolled into the amusement park looking casually dangerous in his streetwear. The receptionist beamed at him immediately. "Welcome, which ticket would you like today?" He ignored the question and slammed a black card on the counter. The Yango Guild insignia gleamed ominously. "I am Min JaeHyun, a raider from Yango. A theme dungeon is about to explode into existence right here." The very next morning, instructor Kim Ji-young rushed to the dorms at the crack of dawn hunting for him. But the bird had flown. The dorm manager delivered the bad news. He stopped by yesterday, said he had urgent business to attend to today. Frustrated, Kim Ji-young left a sharp command. "Tell him to report to me the second he returns." Then she stormed off her heels, clicking aggressively. Once outside, the double agent Kim Ji-young revealed her true colors. She dialed a man named Song Jin. "I've found the truth. The mastermind behind everything is Guan." The voice on the other end was cold. "You mean the one in charge of the simulation dungeon, Kim Soo? He must be sweating bullets right now." Before hanging up, she dropped a bombshell. "Cadet Min JaeHyun, he knows something. He's onto that villainous principal's little game." Back at Soon Park, sirens wailed through the speakers. "Emergency. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill. All civilians must evacuate the premises immediately. Run for your lives." Min JaeHyun checked his phone. Just a few minutes left. He was right on the money. The system flashed. The theme dungeon Neverland Ruins has descended. It was the perfect start to an epic manhwa recap. Reality twisted around him. The dungeon's rules were absolute. He had 24 hours to hunt down and clear 3 hidden quests scattered across this digital nightmare. The prize for this gamble: the boots of Thialfi. The ultimate speed gear he had been dreaming of. In his past life, a self-proclaimed genius with an IQ of 150 had conquered this place. But her mouth wrote checks her body couldn't cash. She bragged about the loot attracted jealous vultures and got herself brutally murdered. Not this time. This treasure belonged to him now. Colors inverted as the dungeon swallowed reality, dragging him into its digital abyss. The gate materialized before his eyes. Min JaeHyun didn't hesitate. Teleport start. Loading data, 20%, 99%. Complete. Synchronization active. He was now Thialfi, a warrior who survived the brutal Viking purge. Even the thunder god Thor envied Thialfi's speed. So the petty god kidnapped Thialfi's sister to force his hand. Scenario: Thialfi's rage. Objective: save the sister. Reward: the boots. Penalty for failure. If his sister dies or he dies, it's game over in the real world too. According to the lore, Thialfi was a mortal servant who served the hammer-wielding god Thor. But this version of Thialfi despised the Norse gods because the invaders worshipped them. Wait. JaeHyun paused. This wasn't the story his mother told him. His thoughts were cut short. A rough voice screamed in his face. The Alfie, wake the hell up! His eyes snapped open. He was on a ship, the very vessel they planned to hijack to rescue his sister. The screaming man was Frederick, the genius behind this suicidal plan. JaeHyun smirked and stood up. Suddenly, crash. The ship rocked violently, nearly throwing them off their feet. Talk about rotten luck. They were pirates trying to steal a ship only to get ambushed by other pirates. Armed warriors swarmed the deck, shields clashing. JaeHyun didn't have a clue what was happening, but he turned to Frederick. I'm leaving this to you, buddy. With zero hesitation, he leaped onto the enemy ship, leaving everyone, friend and foe, dumbfounded. A pirate pointed at him and roared with laughter. Look at this idiot. Why jump onto the death ship when you should be running away? I'll gut you like a fish. JaeHyun ignored the trash talk. His eyes locked onto a girl tied to the mast. She looked exactly like the genius who cleared this dungeon in the past, only to die a dog's death. Why was she here? The system chimed in with a twisted answer. Target identified Ruskva, sister of Thialfi. Meanwhile, the girl was having a mental breakdown. I am JaeHyun, a genius, a legendary raider. Why the hell am I tied up here? The narcissist screamed at the sky. The odds of a dungeon spawning near me were 0.6%, getting trapped in a leveling Manhwa scenario, 0.003%. How did a genius like me hit the jackpot of bad luck? JaeHyun finished her pity party and struggled against the ropes. That's when she spotted a young man casually walking through the chaos. She had tried to tail him earlier, only to get kidnapped and cast as the damsel in distress. What a total disaster. Back to reality. JaeHyun facepalmed. He didn't account for this crazy stalker. Seeing him distracted, the pirates unleashed a volley of arrows to turn him into a porcupine. Minhun, carrying a massive ball of rage, instantly activated his magic armor to deflect the incoming arrow volley. He roared out in frustration. Why am I always surrounded by these absolute lunatics? Why indeed? His fist glowed with mana as he slammed it down, obliterating several enemies in the blink of an eye. After crushing the face of another sneak attacker, he turned his cold gaze to the remaining trash. I don't have time to waste. Come at me all at once. In no time at all, Minhun had single-handedly wiped out every enemy on the boat. He walked straight up to the sole survivor and spoke. Are you going to keep pretending to be asleep? Are you cosplaying as Rosva? JaeHyun clicked her tongue, opened her eyes, and looked right at him. You caught me. I'm guessing you're the player known as THJI. Minhun smiled and nodded, then suddenly drove a fiery fist into the deck right beside her head. With a scowl, he delivered a blunt warning to the girl he had just terrified. I can read you like a book. You better banish those stupid thoughts and start using your brain. Surprise, princess. This miraculous encounter, fueled by sheer luck, just made my mission a whole lot easier. The two were temporarily transported back to the amusement park zone. Here, he cut to the chase. Tell me, what kind of ability do you possess? JaeHyun scratched her cheek awkwardly. Well, it just helps me use swordsmanship a bit better. I'm not lying. It's a D-rank skill called basic swordsmanship. Lying had become second nature to her. JaeHyun thought she could easily deceive Minhun, assuming few students had deep knowledge of sword arts. She looked quite pleased with herself, planning to manipulate him with this little trick. Unfortunately for her, she was a lamb trying to trick a wolf. Minhun immediately unleashed his vast knowledge of sword theory, cognitive acceleration. It dilates time, speeding up the user's thought process. It is a commander-class ability perfect for analyzing and predicting an opponent's every move. Having her lie instantly exposed the color drained from JaeHyun's face. Minhun had no desire to carry this dead weight or turn this into a romance story. He stood up ready to leave her behind. Terrified of being abandoned, JaeHyun scrambled over, apologizing profusely. She swore she would do anything to prove she wasn't useless. Perfect. Minhun's lips curled into a devilish grin. Then, write a blood pact. And so, a contract heavily weighted in his favor was signed. Unbeknownst to her, he had already used the dependency effect from his brainwashing skill, a ruthless move typical of a dark system Manhwa protagonist. Now he didn't have to worry about betrayal, no matter how treacherous she might be. The duo continued their journey. Sensing the eerie atmosphere, JaeHyun asked nervously. Where exactly are we going? Minhun answered with zero hesitation. The haunted house. That is our first destination. Oh God, somebody save me. JaeHyun couldn't help but scream internally. What a haunted house! Minhun could see she was terrified even though she refused to admit it. Standing at the entrance of the haunted house quest, he told her to pick up the pace. They were already here. There was no turning back now. The Big 3 mission package was activated. In a flash, they were teleported in front of a massive mansion reeking of demonic energy. The instructions were clear. Escape without violating 3 specific rules, even though some skills would be sealed. Before entering, Minhun turned to JaeHyun. What role have you been assigned? She answered immediately. Obviously, I'm the cameraman. What about you? Unlike her, Minhun revealed a much more interesting identity. I am a streamer who specializes in sharing horror content. It has been a long time since we had guests. Welcome. A chilling voice echoed as a burly middle-aged man materialized from the shadows. With a face that could stop a heart, he introduced himself as Anfet, the butler serving Countess Flander. The moment this NPC appeared, the system flashed the full details of the mission. The objective: used the camera to expose the dark secrets of this mansion and escape alive. The reward was a new skill called illusion, but failure meant paying the ultimate price: death. Butler Anfet gestured to the open gate, stating the Countess had ordered him to serve them a meal. He spoke with unnerving calm, while JaeHyun trembled, too scared to utter a single word. The two were ushered into the belly of the beast. Shortly after entering, she froze in front of a large portrait. Anfet made no attempt to hide the truth. He explained it was a painting of the mansion's master and her lovely dog Sin. However, when Minhun complimented the Countess's love for the dog, the butler's face twisted back into a nightmarish expression. Indeed. She has many happy memories, just like a dream. Please, this way. He turned sharply, leading them to a dining room where a feast was already laid out. Anfet did not enter, remaining like a sentinel at the door. He spoke quickly. This is a feast Countess Flander prepared especially for you two. Please enjoy. I will return once you have finished. The moment the door clicked shut, JaeHyun warned him not to touch the food, even if it was a once-in-a-lifetime meal. Instead, they needed to gather data immediately. Now it was her time to shine. JaeHyun stood still, activating her cognitive acceleration to analyze every inch of the room. A few moments later, she had the answer. She rushed over to Minhun with excitement. The master of this mansion is a child approximately 12 years old. Judging by the low height of the furniture and her calculations regarding the user's stature, she was 90% certain of her deduction. Minhun agreed with her logic. They prepared to sneak out and search for clues while the butler was away, but they discovered a grim reality. The door was locked tight from the outside. While the duo struggled inside, the outside world was in total chaos. 2 hours had passed since the theme dungeon manifested. Reporters and government officials swarmed the area to report on the crisis. In a secluded corner, a man rubbed his stiff neck, complaining incessantly. Damn it, we were supposed to be promoted soon. Why did this nightmare have to spawn now? Who could have predicted a theme dungeon would appear in a literal amusement park? If the civil council rates our response as a failure, you'll be demoted and my promotion will vanish into thin air. The man Seojel looked utterly exhausted as he ordered his subordinate to check the data of the conquerors inside the dungeon. That subordinate was none other than Park Jong-hun. The moment he saw the name Minhun, the weight of the world lifted from his shoulders. He turned to his senior with absolute confidence. I believe this theme dungeon will be cleared very soon. Back inside the sealed room, Minhun quickly spoke up to calm JaeHyun, whose composure was beginning to crack. Stay cool. It's just a dungeon. There has to be an exit, Minhun said with absolute confidence. Hearing this, his companion perked up immediately, even though her face was still pale as a ghost, and she agreed to scout the area. But as fate would have it, fear always summons the supernatural. JaeHyun hadn't been searching long when a terrified scream ripped from her throat, followed by nonsense babbling. Hey, get over here! Look at the camcorder. Something's wrong with it. Minhun initially thought she was just overreacting to the filming process. But one look at the screen proved the genre had shifted from a typical awakening manhwa right into a survival horror nightmare. The digital screen revealed a gruesome truth: the butler was sprawled across the dining table, surrounded by a sea of crimson. JaeHyun, trembling with fear, stammered out the realization. Then, the Anfet who guided us here is a fake. Just as the chilling reality hit them, a system alert chimed in. The first mystery of the mansion had been solved. Minhun narrowed his eyes, analyzing the device. This camera acts as a spirit medium, revealing what the naked eye can't see. He took the device from her shaking hands, zooming in for a close-up to confirm his theory. Even if our guide was an imposter, this screen is showing us one of two things: the hidden present or a bloody echo of the past. The girl's eyes widened as the pieces of the puzzle clicked together. She was certain they were witnessing a tragic past, the very core of this cursed mansion's mystery. If Anfet died on that table, then the food sitting there is 100% inedible. Minhun tossed the camera back to her and immediately tried to shatter the illusion using his skill, absolute calculation. But a red warning window flashed. Damn it, fate was cruel. The skill was restricted in this zone. That's when he noticed JaeHyun fumbling under the table in the vision. When he asked what she was doing, she replied with desperate hope, I'm looking for the key to escape this hellhole. On the camera screen, that spot under the table was the only glitch in the scene, the only thing different from reality. That meant the key had to be hidden there. A spark of brilliance ignited in Minhun's mind. He smirked silently, praising her sharp intuition, and immediately activated his mana detection skill to scan the area. His senses swept over the table before locking onto a single target: the green pudding. God, that's disgusting. JaeHyun looked ready to faint while Minhun calm as ever asked, "What's wrong?" "You scared," he teased. But knowing her luck and her massive ego, she denied it, instantly refusing to let her fear become a weakness in front of him. She marched to the table and rolled up her sleeves. Even knowing this pudding likely represented the victim's severed head in the spiritual realm, she swallowed her nausea and plunged her hand into the gelatinous mass. She dug around for a sickening moment, but fortune favored the brave. She pulled out a key. The second mystery of the magical seal was officially broken. Without wasting a beat, they moved to the third clue. Guided by the spectral camera, they arrived at the guest bedroom. On the screen, dark blood was oozing out from beneath the doorframe. They had made it this far, but JaeHyun's legs finally turned to jelly. She would rather take a scolding than step 1 foot into that room. Minhun sighed. He had no other choice. He told the beauty to zip her lips and wait outside. "But if you see anything weird," he added, "scream your head off and I'll come running." With that, he cracked the door open and stepped into the abyss. The room was pitch black, illuminated only by moonlight filtering through the window. Suddenly, a white shadow darted past him. He spun around, and there she was. A little girl, her upper body drenched in blood, materialized right in front of his face. Her mouth was ripped open ear to ear as she whispered something unintelligible. The ghost pointed a pale finger toward him. No, she was pointing behind him, at the butler standing right at his back. Perfect. Minhun's consciousness faded as he hit the floor. When his eyes fluttered open, JaeHyun was already kneeling beside him, looking worried. He glanced around at the blood-stained torture devices scattering the room. He thought he was mentally prepared for anything, yet he'd still been scared half to death. Seeing him calm down, JaeHyun announced she would use cognitive acceleration to analyze their predicament. In seconds, she realized the grim truth: they were trapped in an underground dungeon. The stench of old blood and torture hung heavy in the air. She clicked her tongue in disgust. "This gives me the creeps. Why the hell does a mansion need a secret torture chamber?" Minhun ran his hand over the iron bars. "The key must be around here somewhere," he muttered before casually punching a massive hole through the wall with brute strength. He then delivered the most ironic line possible. "Try to keep it quiet. It won't be good if Anfed or anyone else hears us." "Seriously, you just smashed a wall? Was that the quiet part?" They barely stepped through the broken wall when a puppy came charging out of the darkness, crashing into Minhun like an old friend. Not only that, but the dog was holding a key in its mouth. Hyun shrieked, instantly defensive. "Drop that dog right now!" But Minhun hesitated. He didn't sense any killing intent from the creature. His gut told him this little guy was just another prisoner in this wretched place. JaeHyun rushed over to lecture him. "Think about it. No system Manhwa dungeon just hands you a key for free. If that dog is a trap, we are dead." It was a logical argument, but the puppy really was harmless. Suddenly a subquest window popped up for both of them. Mission: infiltrate the Countess's room on the 4th floor and read her diary within 2 hours. Success meant unlocking a new skill. Failure meant, well, nothing good ever happens when you fail a system quest. A new skill sounded like the ultimate weapon to break the mansion's illusion. They resumed their journey, quickly reaching the 3rd floor, but then hit a dead end. Which way now? The camcorder had vanished after the 2nd mission, so they were flying blind without their supernatural GPS. Hyun was in the middle of talking when she noticed Minhun staring blankly at an empty corner, his face pale. Confused, she followed his gaze and the ghost girl materialized before them once again. Ignoring his partner's protests, Minhun walked straight up to the spirit. He asked bluntly, "Why are you still here? Do you have a grudge against this mansion?" The ghost remained silent. Minhun switched tactics. "Are you here to help us then?" This time the specter nodded slowly. Minhun cut to the chase. "I'll ask you one thing. Where is Countess Flanders' room on the 4th floor?" In response, the ghost pointed a trembling finger in the opposite direction. Minhun nodded, promising to help her find peace soon, before grabbing JaeHyun and sprinting toward the destination. They threw open the large double doors, but instead of a pristine bedroom, they were greeted by a chaotic wasteland. Furniture overturned, a total disaster zone. Minhun took charge immediately. "Check the places nobody would think to look," he ordered while he headed straight for the reading desk to hunt for the diary. He stepped forward and casually picked up a dusty book from the floor. It turned out to be the diary of the deceased. Inside, the pages chronicled every detail of Flanders' life, from her breathing days to the moment she ascended to the altar. On May 1st, she noted that her body was withering away due to illness. On May 10th, a spark of joy returned when her parents gifted her a beautiful doll. But that happiness shattered on May 12th when news arrived that her parents had perished in a brutal bandit raid. By May 15th, she became the new mistress of the mansion, yet a suffocating silence filled the halls. For she realized she was truly alone in this world forever. Solitude reigned until June 4th, when she finally made a friend, a child her age, who had been caught stealing flowers from the Count's garden. She named the child Sally. They became inseparable, but the atmosphere shifted one day when the butler Anfet vanished without a trace. Sally claimed he went to the neighboring city on business, but when the butler returned, Fronder sensed a chilling wrongness about him. October 9th. Fronder heard blood-curdling screams echoing from the depths of the mansion. The kitchen staff and maids shrieked endlessly, sounding as if their throats were being torn apart. Fear slowly consumed Frander's sanity as the horror closed in. Then came the night when Sally and butler Anfet knocked on her bedroom door in the dead of darkness. She knew with trembling certainty they had come to slaughter her, yet she had nowhere left to run. Reading this, Min-hun knew exactly how this tragedy ended. He slammed the diary shut with a realization. Frander was murdered, and the culprit was the monster that had usurped this mansion. It was undoubtedly a doppelganger. We are doomed. Just as the truth of this system Manhwa puzzle clicked, JaeHyun standing behind him began to warp into a nightmarish form. The transformation was grotesque enough to make a grown man soil 3 diapers in a minute. A horde of butlers swarmed behind the creature, their limbs elongated and twisting like serpents. Seriously. Can't we just have a normal dungeon crawl where I smash goblins? Getting jump-scared at 2 in the morning is going to give me a heart attack. The system chimed with a notification, Mansion Mystery Solved. The objective changed instantly, run for your life. Before the situation could spiral further, the doppelganger lashed out its arms, stretching like rubber to snatch him. But Min-hun, sharp as a tack, scooped up the dumb-looking dog and dodged. He glared at the monstrosity and scoffed. Finally showed your true colors, huh? I was getting tired of your terrible acting performance. Figuring it out wasn't exactly rocket science. It's not that I'm a genius. It's just that you're exceptionally stupid. The insult sent the doppelganger into a frenzy. The battle exploded instantly, accompanied by the deafening crash of shattering debris and falling masonry. Even in the heat of combat, he refused to drop the useless barking weight in his arms. Red slime lunged from every shadow, but it was no match for him. His lightning chains pierced the gloom, turning the enemies into Swiss cheese. The golden furball in Min-hun's grip was tossed around like a ragdoll, its eyes spinning in confusion. Facing the red sludge, Min-hun analyzed it with cold precision in his mind. A B-rank monster, dangerous for its ability to mimic the skills and appearance of other beings. However, its melee combat stats were absolute trash. Refusing to accept defeat, it extended its limbs again, desperate to hijack the protagonist's body. Too slow, lightning chains coiled around the beast, binding it tight. It could only watch in horror as a barrage of thunderbolts rained down, obliterating it until nothing remained. Searching for clues took ages, but the fight was over in a heartbeat. Finally, the second mission of this Manhwa recap was marked complete. Min-hun bade a silent farewell to the liberated soul of the unfortunate Countess Frander. In a flash of light, he and JaeHyun were warped back to reality to face the final stage of the third package. They barely had time to blink before the noise of a festival hit them. Welcome to Neverland, everyone. I am your host, Bruin. Let the parade begin. As he spoke, fireworks detonated, painting the sky in dazzling colors. The masked figure sprinted over, clapping his hands. Hello, Min-hun, you two successfully cleared 2 missions. Magnificent work. The host was enthusiastic, but our main character was in no mood for pleasantries. He cut through the fake praise instantly. Cut the crap. What does the final mission entail? Bruin dropped the act immediately. Straight to business, I see. Your final task is a classic game of tag. He pointed toward a looming gate in the distance. You must outrun the monsters emerging from there and reach the safe zone at the end. Note that the monster difficulty scales with the number of challengers and their power levels. Min-hun's gut twisted. This sounded like a setup. Since he was vastly overpowered compared to average players, protecting his companion while fighting would be a nightmare. The Game Master stepped in to scan their stats. Realizing he was dealing with an S-rank anomaly, the Game Master immediately unlocked the gate's full horror, ignoring the protagonist's protests about game balance. Space tore apart as a colossal flame-wreathed giant clawed its way out. Min-hun frantically pulled up the system interface to find a counter-strategy, but when his eyes hit the bottom of the notification, he froze. Member count 3. He couldn't believe it. Who was the third wheel sabotaging the team scaling? It was just the 2 of them. Who was hiding in the bushes, ramping up the difficulty? The entity was Surt, the mythical giant destined to drown the world in fire before Ymir even existed. The flaming sword in its grasp was hot enough to incinerate reality itself without breaking a sweat. While Min-hun and JaeHyun ran for their lives, the gods on the other side were enjoying the show. A floating black cat licked its paw and chuckled. Oops, did I tune it too high? Should I help? Hera watched from afar, her voice dripping with amusement. Leave them. I want to see how he survives this apocalypse. Surt swung his blade, reducing a chunk of the theme park to ash. Min-hun deployed a magic barrier, but the sheer heat still scorched him. The situation was critical. Just as panic set in, JaeHyun pointed toward a distant sign. I think that's the finish line over there. 10 points for observation. Wasting no time, he activated his acceleration skill, dragging the girl along as they blurred across the landscape. But fate is cruel. A massive fireball from the boss crashed down, blocking their path. Trapped with no exit, Minhun turned to JaeHyun with grim urgency. Snap out of it. Listen closely because we need to split up right now. Run straight for the Ferris wheel and don't look back. This is the only way to survive this Manhwa recap scenario. With the flames of hell licking at his heels, JaeHyun had no choice but to face the nightmare head-on to clear the quest. Standing before the towering, scorching red monster, he roared like a beast to draw all the aggro to himself. "Over here, you ugly bastard!" He launched himself onto a rooftop, taunting the beast with zero fear. Meanwhile, JaeHyun sprinted for the exit, running as if her life depended on it, because it did. But fate can be cruel. Just steps away from freedom, massive debris crashed down from the sky, sealing her escape route in an instant. It was Surtur's doing. The escape mission shattered instantly, replaced by a new directive: defeat the enemy to survive. The fire giant laughed maniacally. "You insects think you can defy a god? How amusingly tragic." That did it. Rage cold as ice settled in JaeHyun's eyes, activating Odin's left eye. He muttered a chilling vow typical of an awakening Manhwa protagonist. "If it's come to this, I have no choice but to slaughter him." A pillar of incinerating flame blasted toward him, but he caught it barehanded. The giant recoiled in shock before swinging his sword again, unleashing a hellscape of fire effects. Watching him fight that monster alone, guilt gnawed at JaeHyun. But she forced her panic down. Utilizing her genius-level IQ of 150, she scanned the battlefield for a winning move. Amidst the chaos, they managed to converge for a split second. Breathless, JaeHyun relayed the critical intel: there was a massive water tank nearby that could be their trump card. Whether this monster was a giant or a god, it was merely an avatar. It didn't possess the immortality or invincibility of the original body found in the myths. She used her skills to calculate the perfect trajectory for him. The plan was simple, but dangerous: lure the beast into the trap. With perfect synchronization, they baited the monster into position. JaeHyun put on his best arrogant face, launching a psychological attack to shatter the enemy's composure. "I heard you couldn't even handle the Norse gods. You're nothing but a glorified gatekeeper, so don't you dare call me weak." He paused, letting the insult sink in before delivering the verbal finishing blow. "Are you afraid of me, a mere human?" That snapped it. Surtur went berserk. Successfully provoked, the boss abandoned all reason and brought his colossal sword crashing down, but his blade only sliced through an illusion. A second later, the trap sprung. The water tank burst, unleashing a torrential flood directly onto the fire attribute monster. Steam hissed as the giant howled in agony. JaeHyun didn't hesitate. He dove from the sky like a hawk, plunging his dagger deep into the monster's chest. The boss glared, his pride wounded more than his body. "You play dirty." But JaeHyun just smirked, embracing the ruthless nature of a leveling Manhwa. "So what? History is written by the victors." The giant's eyes burned with hatred. As his body began to disintegrate, he swore a blood oath to meet again in the future. "Don't get cocky. This was merely a clone. When you face my true form, victory will not come so cheaply." The grueling battle finally ended. With the boss vanquished, the system chimed JaeHyun had acquired a new S-rank skill, the Flame of Surtur. For that god-tier performance, the rewards were legendary. He obtained the Shoes of Thjazi, complete with a bonus movement skill, Steps of Light. JaeHyun wasn't left out. She received Rosva's Seal, boosting her stats by 50, and the Courage skill to negate fear status effects. The dungeon's illusion shattered, returning the amusement park to reality. The crowd waiting outside erupted the moment they materialized, swarming them with a barrage of questions like paparazzi chasing celebrities. A government official lunged for JaeHyun, but our MC pulled a vanishing act instantly. With the star gone, the spotlight uncomfortably shifted to the bewildered JaeHyun. As she drowned in the sea of reporters, Park Jong-hoon speculated to his colleague, "Did he use stealth? That's only possible if he's an assassin class." But Seojok shook his head. "No. According to instructor Kim, JaeHyun is a mage. That guy. He's a rare close combat battle mage. Thanks to the Yujong Guild's influence, news of JaeHyun was scrubbed from the internet." Meanwhile, Principal Jin sat in his office, feeling the heat rising like he was sitting on embers. He turned to his henchman, the newly appointed instructor Dong Yisu, with a dark command regarding the up-and-coming student. She bowed deeply. "From now on, I will report every single movement of student JaeHyun." The surveillance mission had been passed to a new pawn, meaning the previous one had likely been disposed of. The principal turned to the massive screen, muttering with a sinister grin. "One must pull the weeds to maintain a beautiful garden. I look forward to this. I will purge all the filth blocking my path." Back at the academy, JaeHyun was immediately bombarded with loving interrogation questions from his best friend Kim Do-yoon. Their conversation was cut short as a shadow fell over them. "I think I see a troublesome face," a voice sneered. "Is that you?" It was the attention-seeking rich kid Li Shiwu. The class whispered, "Who's this punk?" But the moment he let his bangs down, his vibe shifted from brat to threat. But before he could flex his ego, instructor Dong Yi-su cut him down cold. "Student Li Shiwu, lower your voice. You are in a classroom, not a playground." Humiliated, he shot a death glare at the MC before slinking back to his seat. The new instructor then began her introduction and explained the curriculum. Assistants distributed the textbooks. Immediately, confusion rippled through the room. "Why is the cover blank?" one student shouted. "Look. The pages are empty too. Is this a printing error?" But when the book reached Min JaeHyun's hands, the story was very different. Catching his faint smile, Dong Yi-su pounced. "Student Min JaeHyun, can you tell me what the book says?" As he casually recited the ancient runes, the color drained from her face. This was no ordinary textbook. It was a high-tier grimoire protected by a calculation cipher. Only those who solved the magical equations could see the text. Most rookies needed a week to crack it. Min JaeHyun did it in seconds. He was even more of a monster than Principal Jin had warned. Testing him further, she asked, "Then do you know the meaning of the runes on the cover?" Though suspicious of the test, Min JaeHyun answered without missing a beat. "The life of Odin and basic ancient runes." After accidentally proving he was a genius lightbulb in a room of dim candles, the guy who promised to live quietly retreated to the library to study. The grimoire was fascinating. It explained that magical formulas could alter the very properties of mana, depending on the calculation method used, a core concept in any system Manhwa. For example, Thunder Breath is a complex composite of raw mana and lightning attribute magic. A mage's rank depends entirely on their understanding of these formulas. Sitting across from him were his friends. While Sia had managed to decipher the cover, Kim Do-yoon, who ironically used to tutor the MC in magic, was staring at blank pages completely clueless. They chatted away happily, completely oblivious to the ominous black crow watching them from the window. The days drifted by in a deceptive calm. As soon as the theory lecture ended, Min-hun cornered instructor Dong Yi-su. He had some burning questions about the material he'd just read. Slamming the book down in front of her, he demanded deeper insights into the arcane secrets written within its pages. Cold sweat drenched Dong Yi-su the moment she saw the cover. This was ancient knowledge even a veteran instructor couldn't decipher. She wept, internally terrified. Just what kind of monster was this student? No normal human possessed such insane mental endurance. Realizing he needed a higher tier of wisdom, Min-hun took the Four Spirits grimoire straight to the billionaire guildmaster Ro Sung-un. He admitted defeat, creation, destruction, amplification. The theoretical algorithms were far too advanced for him to decode alone. Until now, he had relied on the eye of Odin. But true strength meant mastering the essence of magic, not just borrowing a system's power. Ro Sung-un understood his hunger for power, yet she knew hand-holding would only cripple his growth. She warned him that unless he grasped the core concepts of the Four Spirits himself, the power would remain forever out of reach. To step into the realm of a Grade 3 Punisher, he had to cross this wall. Moved by his determination, she tossed him a simple handkerchief to hint at the solution. "Consider this a cheat sheet," she teased. "It holds the secret to mastering amplification." She dangled the clue before him. "Do you have the resolve to hear this?" Min-hun didn't hesitate for a second. "Absolutely. Anything to evolve." Fresh from the guildmaster's office, he dove straight into the combat simulator, grinding like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Time lost all meaning. His body screamed in protest, his clothes heavy with the sweat of unyielding effort. He fired a magic arrow, but the impact was pathetic. The monsters brushed it off like dust. His mind flashed back to the item Ro Sung-un gave him, Gleipnir, a cursed artifact that slashed all stats by 50% when worn. The seal would only break if the cloth was removed or destroyed. Her orders were simple, yet brutal. Analyze the formula of a single skill over and over again until it becomes instinct. At the time, he couldn't see the connection to amplification, but Ro Sung-un had remained cryptic, refusing to spoon-feed him the answer. Back in the simulation, the Gleipnir's curse weighed him down. Every movement felt like dragging limbs made of solid lead. The grim realization hit him. Breaking through the limits to become an A-rank Punisher was a hellish path walked by few. By dawn, he looked like a walking corpse, dark circles carving hollows under his eyes. Kim Yo-jung gasped, "You look half dead. Are you okay?" "Define okay," he grumbled. But the moment class ended, the maniac rushed right back to the training grounds. After a week of torture, the truth finally clicked. Amplification wasn't just boosting power, it was the evolution of the skill itself. A breakthrough that relied entirely on the user's absolute mastery and proficiency level. Through endless repetition, his magic arrow finally leveled up. A wave of gratitude for his sadistic master washed over him. He had approached her to use her, but now she was truly his master. Later, while walking on campus, a chill ran down his spine. He was being watched. He lured the rats to a secluded alley. "Stop hiding," he commanded coldly. "Or do I have to drag you out?" He activated mana detection, stripping away their cover instantly. It was the lackeys of Odin. A crow dive-bombed him only to catch a brutal kick to the gut. To think the Azer faction had infiltrated the academy grounds. This had Guja-in's stench all over it. As the crows circled like vultures, Minhun's eyes narrowed with killing intent. "You messed with the wrong guy." He unleashed the level 2 magic arrow, shredding Odin's spies into Swiss cheese in a heartbeat. But the moment they fell, a suffocating pressure descended. Black feathers rained from the sky like an omen of death. The nightmare he wasn't ready to face stood right before him. His father loomed like a mountain, his voice dripping with twisted affection. "Long time no see, son." Minhun didn't waste breath on words. He lashed out instantly with his thunder chain. The golden chain screamed through the air faster than ever before. Yet against this monster they were nothing but toys. Min Sungo barely touched his hilt. A flash of steel faster than sound, Minhun's body moved on pure survival instinct. Too slow, blood sprayed from a gash across his torso. A terrifying fissure scarred the earth behind him, the aftermath of a single casual swing. Min Sungo smirked. "I've been watching you. You've gotten feistier, haven't you? Just a rebellious phase, perhaps." Minhun spat blood. "Cut the act. What kind of father greets his son with a lethal blade? Drop the mask. Why are you here?" Min Sungo ignored the question, his eyes scanning his son like a specimen. Inside the negative realm, he mused. The prophecy's power should have limits. He took a step forward, shifting the pressure. "Has the Acer resistance made contact?" Minhun barely managed to stammer. "Well, what?" before his mind was read. Hugin, the crow of thought, had already plucked the truth from his mind. Confirming the suspicion, the father slashed without mercy. Facing a death blow, Minhun desperately deployed his magic shield. But it shattered like glass against the overwhelming might. The attack passed in a flash, but the devastation was absolute. Minhun's body screamed in agony, his mind reeling with one terrifying question. Was this truly the power of an A-rank Punisher? This wasn't just human strength. This was a monster reaching for the realm of the gods. Trembling in the face of death, he stammered, Are you going to kill me?" But Min Seongo's reply was cold enough to freeze hell. "No, I'm only taking your legs." The apple didn't fall far from the tree. His cruelty mirrored his father's perfectly. Without hesitation, the blade swung down. A slash infused with suffocating dark magic tore through the air. Minhun braced himself for the afterlife, certain this was the end. But suddenly, a miracle intervened. A black cat emerged from the shadows, shattering Min Seongo's momentum. The man clicked his tongue in irritation. "Has the connection between the Esser and the resistance been severed? Or do you truly wish to challenge the great Odin?" The cat's voice dripped with disdain. "I have no interest in your ramblings. Begone." The cat leaped, landing as a stunning woman with massive horns crowning her head. Caught between two monsters with world-ending power, Minhun felt like an ant in a storm, paralyzed by confusion. Min Seongo's eyes narrowed. "Do you want to make things worse?" The woman didn't speak. Instead, she dragged a razor-sharp nail across her skin, letting thick black blood drip ominously to the ground. In seconds, the blood began to writhe, transforming into demonic hands that lunged toward Min Seong-oh with ravenous hunger. But Odin's crow wouldn't fall so easily. He stomped the ground, summoning a violent gale that blasted the shadowy constructs into nothingness. Maintaining his stance, Min Seong-oh spat out his disgust. "To think I must rely on a filthy mortal to end the war of the gods. This is a joke. Loki is getting weaker." He sheathed his blade, his aura flaring with murderous intent. "Interfere with my mission again, and I won't be so merciful." The tension was thick enough to choke on. Violence seemed the only outcome. The horned woman scoffed at his threat. "Try it. But remember, if you stand in my way, I can claim your head whenever I please." As she spoke, a thin line of blood appeared on his throat, a warning from the deity hidden within the black cat. "The treaty only binds the Aesir and the resistance," she stated coldly. "There is no law that stops me from slaughtering one of Odin's pet crows." Realizing he was outmatched, Min Seong-oh retreated, swallowing his rage. As the pressure vanished, Minhun collapsed, his legs turning to jelly. The clash of these titans was too much for a novice. He was just a bug caught in the crossfire, suffering from severe mana poisoning. It was a humiliating reality check. The woman ignored his shame, introducing herself simply as a close confidant of Hell. She was an observer, a guide destined to lead him through 5 hellish trials. With the danger past, Minhun dragged himself back to the dorms, activating his sacrificial skill to stitch his broken body back together. The black cat, now his unexpected roommate, watched him. "If you have questions, ask. My knowledge is yours." He didn't hesitate. "Min Seong-oh, who is he really?" Min-hun had suspected a connection to Odin, but the truth was a revelation that would shatter his entire world. Min-song-o isn't your father, she revealed. His true name is Hugin. He is one of Odin's legendary crows. She explained that Hugin was a mystical entity, capable of steering human minds. He had borrowed the memory manipulation powers of Munin, the other crow, to execute this twisted charade. He had been hovering nearby, posing as a father, solely to monitor the one threat mentioned in the prophecy. To prove it, she touched Min-hun's forehead, unlocking the memories that had been stolen. Instantly, Min-hun was pulled back into the tragic landscape of his childhood. Since his awakening, his life had been a blur of abuse and insults. But as the seal broke, a different reality flooded in, one he couldn't believe he had forgotten. He saw his father's memorial photo on the altar. The fog lifted, and the heartbreaking truth of what he had lost came rushing back. He remembered a father with a warm smile, a home filled with love, and a family that knew only happiness. The seal was gone, and the beautiful, painful past was restored. Min-hun collapsed on the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Why did that bastard do this to us? Seeing his despair, the Catwoman decided to reveal the cosmic scale of his tragedy. 10,000 years ago, the first apocalypse descended. We called it the Twilight of the Gods. The Resistance Alliance fought desperately against the Aesir, but they were crushed under the heel of the Aesir army led by the mighty Vir. When the dust settled, Odin offered a cruel mercy. The surviving gods and giants would live but only as prisoners of war under a binding treaty. All living things across the realms suffered under his tyranny. But then the Norns, the Sisters of Fate, wove a new prophecy. It foretold that 10,000 years later, during the second genocide, the weakest being in existence would overthrow Odin and bring Asgard to ruin. That being is the protagonist of this awakening manhwa story, Yu. The pieces finally clicked. The gods were using him to destroy Odin, while the one-eyed king planned to seize the World Tree and dominate Earth itself. Odin had already conquered 4 worlds. The second apocalypse was his tool to claim the rest. Min-hun wiped his tears, a question burning in his mind. If Odin is so powerful, why hasn't he just killed me? The cat replied. The prophecy protects you. It is a force of destiny so absolute that even gods cannot defy it. However, she warned darkly, when the second apocalypse begins, those protections will vanish, and you will be slaughtered. Min-hun clenched his fists until they bled. He finally understood. He wasn't a person to them. He was a pawn in a game played by divine monsters. They had butchered his family, rewritten his mind, and cast him into the gutter, all to secure their own power. The Catwoman saw the fire of vengeance ignite in his eyes. Do you wish to bathe in their blood? Do you want to protect what little you have left? I will guide you, she promised. I will give you the power to kill the Allfather himself. As if on cue, the system manhwa interface flashed. New quest received, God Slayer. He had 3 remaining S-class trials. Completing them meant earning a blessing capable of neutralizing Odin's divinity. Her final warning hung in the air: become stronger or become a corpse. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Principal Guza-in was already initiating a purge. Guza-in sneered into his phone. Relax. Once I call the low-ranking trash, the natural support will flow to the elites. His voice dripped with corruption. I trust you can handle the political fallout, Mr. Congressman. After all, we're rewriting the future. The accomplice hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his brow. He didn't want the heat from the National Bureau, but the fear of the demonic Principal Guin outweighed everything else. He confirmed the trap was set. During the upcoming guild trials, he would personally tear open a rift to the dungeon, unleashing chaos upon the students. Just the mention of opening a gate made his allies shake like a leaf. To silence him, he promised to funnel the state support funds straight to MS, just as planned. Fate, however, is a cruel mistress. Outside the door, and Hyeon heard every word. The pieces of the puzzle clicked. This was the man who had invaded his mind and controlled him like a puppet. The puppet master was none other than the principal himself. Hyeon nearly kicked down the door to expose him, but logic slammed the brakes just in time. Charging in blindly now would only earn him a one-way ticket to the afterlife. He needed backup allies he could trust with his life to take down this monster. Meanwhile, class had just ended for Min JaeHyun's squad when their phones simultaneously buzzed with a red alert notification. It was in Hyeon. He summoned them to Lee Jae-sung's workshop immediately. The Roundtable Alliance assembled without a second of delay. Hyeon dropped the bombshell. Kim Do-yoon couldn't believe his ears. Was Principal Guin really sacrificing low-tier students just to feed the reawakened ones? The room erupted in outrage. This wasn't just corruption. It was pure, unadulterated evil from the man supposed to protect them. Only Min JaeHyun remained silent, his mind racing. This leveling manhwa scenario was twisting into something far darker than he anticipated. In his past life, this was written off as a tragic accident. But now they were the only ones holding the knowledge to rewrite this bloody future. Kim Do-yoon slammed his hand down. This wasn't the time for debate. Innocent students were walking into a slaughterhouse. Li Yugang raised a hand in agreement, and Sina's eyes burned with resolve. She was ready to throw down if it meant saving lives. Min JaeHyun watched their fiery determination and smirked. Just then, the system decided to crash the party with a new notification window. The objective: crush Guin's plan. The reward: a coveted blank card and a sealed grimoire. Failure meant a total party wipe for the students. Forget the altruism. Min JaeHyun's eyes lit up at the mention of the blank card. He stood up, radiating the aura of a commander ready for war. It was time to scheme. To dismantle Guin's operation, Min JaeHyun decided their first target would be the treacherous instructor, Dong Yi-soo. Later, facing her, she scoffed. "You expect me to believe you mastered the 4-star grimoire? That's impossible for a student." Min JaeHyun just raised an eyebrow. Why not? His confidence choked her words. Deep down, she was terrified of the monster the principal wanted to recruit. But Min JaeHyun wasn't prey. He flashed a predatory smile and delivered a verbal strike that pierced right through her dark ambitions. "You're just planning to steal all the credit and hand it over to that bastard Guin again, aren't you?" Bullseye. Her composure shattered. She shrieked like a banshee, demanding to know how he uncovered her deepest secret. Instead of answering, Min JaeHyun placed a hand on her forehead. Mana surged, unleashing a terrifying domination skill. "I've got some questions, and you're going to answer." It was the perfect moment for a little aggressive system Manhwa brainwashing. He rewrote her loyalty in seconds. Now as pawn, she began spilling every dirty detail of Guin's plan for the upcoming guild assessment. The next day, the trap was sprung. A group of unsuspecting students followed their guide to a guild location handpicked by the principal. One fool thought he was being scouted for his talent, but a sharp-eyed girl grabbed his arm, sensing the killing intent in the air. "Seo Young-chan, hold up, doesn't this place feel off?" When he looked confused, she had to spell it out for him. A top-tier guild should be buzzing with gear and activity. This place looked like a ghost town that hadn't seen a living soul in years. The realization hit him cold. But before they could react, the guild guide shed his disguise, revealing himself as instructor Kim Seok-hee, his face twisted into a vile sneer. "Tsk! I didn't expect the camouflage skill to wear off this quickly. No matter. It's a bit early, but say your prayers, kids." A magical formation glowed ominously beneath their feet, sealing their fate. The rats were in the cage. Seok-hee looked down on them with the same sadistic glint as his master, relishing their despair. "Consider this your final exam. Welcome to hell." Meanwhile, outside the perimeter, Min JaeHyun and his strike team had arrived. As the team confirmed the coordinates, Min JaeHyun activated his telepathy to communicate with the shadow tailing them. "You tagged along," the voice replied instantly. "Of course. But seriously, Min JaeHyun, when did you unlock telepathy skills?" It was Manager Punzi lurking in the shadows. Earlier, Min JaeHyun had pulled strings with Jo Sung-yeon, requesting backup for this operation. Back at her office, Jo Sung-yeon sensed the dark mana rising. She remembered Min JaeHyun's warning about the Ken Guild Guin's personal dungeon raiding front. Situated between Seon and Lotus, the Ken Guild was the perfect cover. But if this blew up, Guin wouldn't be able to hide the fallout. She turned to her secretary Hannah. "Did you dig up the dirt?" Hannah nodded grimly. "It's confirmed. Ken is a phantom guild. It's a shell corporation for money laundering and illicit activities. Guin built it specifically for these kinds of dark rituals." That was the final straw. Jo Sung-yeon stood up, commanding her team to gear up. It was time to intervene before the students were wiped out. Back at the abandoned site, Kim Do-yoon looked at the desolate building. "Are you 100% sure this is the spot?" Min JaeHyun nodded, his eyes cold. "I can smell the stench of that damn magic from here." They took their first steps into the lion's den. Aina's senses tingled in the damp air. "I can feel the residue of magic." Min-hun knelt, scanning the ground with a sharp gaze. "Yeah, a high-tier formation was definitely triggered here." Damn it! Realization hit them like a truck, but it was too late. They were already standing right in the belly of the beast, a trap set long before they arrived. A blinding magic circle erupted beneath their feet. As panic set in, a voice dripped with malice from the shadows. "Welcome, fools, to the Dark Elf Kingdom, Svartalfheim." System alerts flooded their vision. Teleporting to Svartalfheim. Red warnings flashed endlessly in this system. Manhwa crisis. Leave the dungeon immediately. Svartalfheim, the domain of the Dark Elves. This wasn't just a trap, it was a death sentence waiting to happen. Min-hun knew the lore. In Norse mythology, Dark Elves could throw hands with gods. Luckily, the dungeon rules had nerfed their stats, or this would be a massacre. But if Guja-in was pulling the strings, all bets were off. Unho-eon muttered, sweating. "Headmaster Gu. Can he really use teleportation magic this overpowered? Just who was that old man, really?" The mystery deepened. Suddenly, Park Seong-jae emerged from the shadows like a ghost, breaking the tension. He told the kids Min-hun had summoned him as a failsafe. But man, talk about a catastrophic failure landing right on their heads. Even with a pro here, the odds were trash. He didn't sugarcoat it. "We are in the heart of Dark Elf territory. Even an A-rank hunter would be turned into fertilizer here. Lose focus for 1 second and you're all dead meat. Seeing their faces pale, Min-hun stepped up with leader energy. Relax. I'll get us out of here in one piece. Guaranteed. Now let's hunt for survivors. Darkness swallowed the dungeon. Ina moved to cast a light spell, but Min-hun cut her off instantly. Don't. Instead, he tossed small light orbs into the air. Just enough to see the path, not enough to turn them into a beacon for every monster in the zip code. After a tense march through the abyss, Manager Park signaled a halt. Rest up. We've been moving too long. Min-hun immediately killed the lights. His friend freaked out. Hey, why are we sitting in pitch blackness? Min-hun whispered. Dark elves own the night. They'll snipe any light source instantly. We need to adapt to the dark right now. She didn't argue. She just popped a mana resistance potion Li Ji-sang had prepared. Survival came first. While they rested, Min-hun's brain went into overdrive. He activated his mana sense, scanning the area. Bingo. He found the path to the boss room. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, death came whistling through the air. A spear. In a split second, he snatched the spear inches from Ina's chest. They were compromised. Battle stations. Hundreds of glowing eyes ignited in the shadows. Surrounded, Min-hun gritted his teeth. Dark elves. Here they come. Min-hun crushed the enemy spear in his bare hand. That was the signal the team unleashed hell, launching their skills into the darkness. Ina dropped a slow debuff on the elves to wreck their speed, then began chanting. Summon Holy Sword. Anhoeon popped his ultimate defense shield. Seizing the opening, Park Seong-jae vanished into the shadows and reappeared, dropping bodies with lethal precision. Surrounded by elites, Min-hun wasn't about to get carried. He unleashed a high-tier skill, lightning chains. A web of magic circles lit up the dark, electrified chains shot out like vipers, impaling the enemy. The first wave, absolutely deleted. He barked orders while deflecting a sneak attack. Yu-jung Ina switched to fire magic, burn them out. So Anhoeon used provoke, forced them to bunch up. He was orchestrating the battlefield like a maestro. Then he pointed Manager Park at the distracted mobs. Slaughter the ones focused on the tank. Everyone followed his lead without question. Park Seong-jae triggered his stealth skill, erasing his presence from the world entirely. Then came the dance of death. Twin blades flashed in the dark. One swing, one kill. A harvest of souls. Min-hun, he was a battle mage on steroids. He unleashed a fire art from his warrior days. The air suddenly smelled like barbecue. Watching his squad get roasted, an elf screamed, "How do these humans know our weakness?" No time for answers. Anhoeon skewered him, and Min-hun followed up with a lightning chain, blasting him to the afterlife. Thanks to Min-hun's shot calling, they wiped the floor with the dark elves. 0 casualties. Flawless victory. But Min-hun didn't let them celebrate. Move. We're burning daylight and time is running out. I sent survivors down the left path. If we don't sprint, we'll only find corpses. Meanwhile, Gu JaeHyun was losing his mind. How could you screw this up? Kim So-ji trembled like a leaf. I didn't expect intruders, sir. Random dungeon deaths, we can bury that news. Gu JaeHyun sneered, his eyes cold. It's not the enemy I fear, it's your stupidity. Bam! He slammed the table. Shut your mouth. The pressure alone made So-ji cough blood. Gu JaeHyun wasn't done venting. His aura darkened like a storm. This better end the way I want it to. If a single student makes it out alive, you're dead. Do you understand, Professor Kim? Back in the dark, a girl dragged a fainting boy through the hellscape. She tripped, collapsing in tears. It's over, she sobbed, waiting for the end. But just as death loomed, Min-hun and the squad burst onto the scene. Potions flowed, wounds closed. Once the color returned to their faces, Min-hun got straight to business. Talk to me. What happened here? The 2 survivors took turns recounting the nightmare. Their team had been ambushed by dark elves the moment they fell, and while the others were captured, these 2 had miraculously escaped with their lives. However, the escape came at a steep price. Their bodies couldn't handle the sudden mana overload, forcing their systems to shut down into unconsciousness. The girl hung her head in shame as she spoke. Min-hun didn't need a skill to read the room. He knew they were drowning in guilt for abandoning their comrades to save themselves. Yet he didn't blame them one bit. Facing an opponent leagues above your level, heroic victories only happen in movies. In reality, that's just a one-way ticket to the afterlife. After offering a few words of comfort, Min-hun got down to business. When asked about the captives, the girl revealed that a specific entity controlling the Dark Elves was holding everyone prisoner. With the location secured, it was time for the second critical question. Who was the one that dragged them into this hellhole in the first place? The young man gritted his teeth, hatred burning in his eyes as he spat out the name. The mastermind was none other than their own principal Guan. The puzzle pieces had finally clicked into place. Min-hun turned to the group, his senses sharpening as he locked onto the sinister aura of the monsters. He knew exactly where that path behind him led. He declared he would storm the enemy's den alone. Chaos erupted immediately. While the girls protested his reckless plan, the two men understood their own weakness and accepted the harsh reality. They knew their power levels were too low. Following him would only make them a burden, likely resulting in all of them sharing a single grave. Manager Park let out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to the plan. Fine. But listen to me, if you sense even a hint of danger, you can't handle retreat immediately. Hoeon stepped up, his voice firm. Don't worry about us. Go, I'll protect them with my life. But moments after Min-hoon vanished into the shadows, Manager Park suddenly signaled for absolute silence. Enemies were closing in. Before the warning could even leave his lips, blood sprayed from Manager Park's shoulder. He collapsed as his strength failed him, just as a grotesque entity stepped into the light with its squad. I was wondering where these annoying flies were buzzing from, the creature sneered. To think it was just filthy humans all along. Meanwhile, Min-hun stood before a colossal door etched with ancient patterns. He knew his team might be in peril, but the dungeon boss was right here. In this leveling, Manhwa speed was the only key to survival. The moment he pushed the heavy doors open, the figure seated on the grand throne spoke as if he had been waiting for an eternity. So, you have finally arrived. I heard we had guests, so I prepared a special welcome. Just then, the communication earring equipped to link the party members began to flash urgently. Through the magical link, Min-hun felt a chilling sensation. Manager Park's life force was fading rapidly. He was dying. The situation went from bad to catastrophic. The massive doors slammed shut, sealing him in as dark elves emerged from the shadows. The boss declared that the only way out was over their dead bodies. The boss looked down at him with pure arrogance, his gaze dripping with provocation. Well, what are you going to do now, human? You messed with the main character. That was your last mistake. A ring of blazing fire erupted around Min-hun as he looked back with the ultimate predator's gaze. Know this, Min-hun growled, his voice low and dangerous. None of you are leaving this room alive. Knowing his teammates were in danger, his rage boiled over like a volcano. He infused his chains with scorching flames, turning them into whips of destruction that lashed out at everything in sight. Boom, explosion after explosion rocked the chamber, yet the enemies kept swarming like moths to a flame. Glaring at them with pure hostility, Min-hun delivered his final verdict. I'm going to beat you until you cough up everything you've swallowed. Back with the group, the survivors were steeling themselves for a life-or-death struggle. After the enemy leader finished his mockery, his minions launched a ferocious assault. A poison-tipped spear thrust viciously toward Hoeon, but he was ready. He slammed his shield down to deflect the blow, instantly following up with a powerful sword slash meant to cleave the attacker in two. But this enemy was on a different level. The creature dodged effortlessly. Hoeon realized with a sinking heart that these monsters were far stronger than anything they had faced before. Staring down the threat, he asked the question burning in his mind. Just what the hell are you? The soul monster wielding a sword took a combat stance before answering. I am Ken, captain of the Royal Guard, protector of the Dark Elf King, and a bearer of noble blood. In that split second, Hoeon remembered his first meeting with Min-hun. That man had reignited the fire of a true awakener within him. He refused to die here like a coward while Min-hun was out there fighting. Pushed to the brink, Hoeon did the unthinkable. To everyone's shock, he threw his defensive shield onto the ground with a heavy clang. Ignoring Kim Yu-sung-ah's desperate cries, he muttered to himself, I should have done this from the very start. A torrent of mana began to surge through his upper, middle, and lower energy centers. As Hoeon gripped his sword with both hands, a terrifying amount of mana exploded from his body. The monsters who had been arrogant just moments ago now recoiled in genuine fear. Even the leader, Ken, felt his gut twist with dread. He couldn't help but gasp. What in the world is this monstrous mana pressure? Hoeon had activated the active skill Man-Sword Union, but the power came at a cost. He bit his lip until it bled, but mere seconds later, he was coughing up mouthfuls of blood. Aina screamed in horror for him to stop. The skill level was exceeding the user's capacity. His internal meridians were reversing flow. The system blared a critical warning to deactivate the skill immediately. Warning, if ignored, user will expire in 6 minutes and 36 seconds. The ominous red alerts from Hoeon's system flashed relentlessly before his eyes. Sensing the threat, Ken ordered his 2 elite guards to attack. Cut off his limbs if you have to, but capture him. Despite the blood dripping from his mouth, Hoeon swung his blade in a desperate lethal counterattack. This was an S-rank skill he had obtained during training, a power far too great for his current physique to handle. Man-Sword Union. It was the pinnacle of swordsmanship where the warrior and the blade became a single entity. Hoeon fought with everything he had, buying every precious second before his body crumbled. But his opponent was Ken. With only this unstable, newly awakened power, Hoeon knew deep down that defeating him was impossible. All he could do was stall. Yet if buying time could save his friends, Hoeon was willing to burn his life force away for the honor of a true subjugator. Watching you struggle is quite entertaining. Ken scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Did you really think I wouldn't notice your body breaking down? But Hoyeon's mind was focused on a single obsession: keeping his promise. He had to be the shield no matter the cost. Standing at death's door, Hoyeon simply smiled. The monster couldn't possibly understand the human spirit. With unwavering resolve, the young swordsman swung his blade, tearing through the wind at blinding speed. Ken sneered effortlessly, sidestepping the sharp blade before launching a casual counter-strike at Hoyeon's exposed neck. But Hoyeon's reflexes were sharp. He spun instantly, raising his sword to block the lethal blow before leaping back. Me. Lowly trash. Ken's insults meant nothing. Silencing this monster was Hoyeon's only priority. The young hunter didn't waste breath on words, immediately launching another ferocious assault. Boom! Their powers collided with earth-shattering force. Even the arrogant Ken grimaced at the impact, but Hoyeon was in trouble. A sensation like jagged lightning tore through his veins, forcing cold sweat to beat on his forehead. System alert. The user's body is breaking down, danger level critical. In this brutal system, Manhwa world, pushing too hard meant death. Muscles paralyzed. Blood flow obstructed. He had to deactivate the skill now, but in that moment of vulnerability, Ken struck Hoyeon could only watch in horror as the attack connected. Bam! He was sent flying, his body screaming in absolute agony. Knowing he had reached his limit, the young warrior didn't even look back. He charged forward, pouring every ounce of his remaining life force into one final desperate strike. His eyes glowed with mana, a massive leap, a devastating slash, kaboom. An explosion rocked the battlefield. Elf blood spilled, but it wasn't the target. It was just a minion. The elf subordinate stared in shock, a gaping hole in her chest. She never expected her own leader to use her as a meat shield to block the damage. Talk about a toxic boss. This was pure evil. Don't worry, you were actually useful for once. Ken laughed cruelly as his loyal follower dissolved into ash. What a despicable coward. Hoyeon coughed up a mouthful of blood. Before he could even curse, Ken's blade pierced him squelch. Lesson learned: never expect honor when fighting a villain in a dungeon. Meanwhile, deep inside the boss room, JaeHyun's chains of light illuminated the darkness. Nearby, 3 captives lay unconscious in a cage, soaking in their own blood. Remembering his 10-minute promise to Hoyeon, JaeHyun's eyes snapped open. Whoosh! Raging flames erupted from his aura, instantly incinerating the swarm of dark elves surrounding him. You fool. Do you really think you can win against these numbers? The Elf King sneered. Like a tide of darkness, the dark elf army swarmed JaeHyun like ants. JaeHyun barely glanced at them with one eye. Why not? He scoffed. The king laughed. For a useless human, you certainly have an arrogant mouth. Useless. That word struck a nerve. It was the insult JaeHyun had heard his entire childhood, the stigma of the weak. And right now, he was absolutely pissed. I'm sick of hearing that word. A terrifying, colossal energy exploded from him. The Elf King panicked, screaming for his minions to attack immediately. Skill-activated Hellfire Prison. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa power fantasy. Dozens of chains wreathed in crimson fire erupted, dancing around JaeHyun like deadly serpents. He launched into the air smash. A fiery fist pulverized the vanguard. I've been dying to test this new skill. Thanks for being my practice dummies. I appreciate it. The Dark Elf King stood frozen in horror. He watched his subjects get swallowed by the inferno one by one, until nothing remained but drifting ash. You wretch! The king roared, trembling with rage. After massacring my people, do you really think you'll leave this place alive? JaeHyun suddenly paused, glancing at the iron cages. Are you serious right now? His god's eye flashed gold. He stepped closer to the king, the air heavy with menace. The king's mind raced. How can a mere human possess such power? He knew he couldn't win. You will regret this. Even if you kill me here, the 7 other kings will surely... Blah, 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 JaeHyun interrupted, looking bored. Do I look like I care, old man? JaeHyun blitzed forward. Boom! A flaming punch exploded directly into the king's face. Let them come. Meanwhile, back on Hoyeon's battlefield, blood had been spilled and death was knocking. Ina stood frozen, paralyzed by fear. Guilt washed over her in waves. She had done nothing to help. She couldn't even move when her friend fell. I'm too weak, she thought, tears stinging her eyes. I've lost another one. Now she was the only one left standing. Ken reached out, his fingers curling like claws. You'll make a fine dessert. Someone called her name, but Ina had lost the will to fight. She didn't want to lose, but hope was gone. Suddenly a blinding light pierced the gloom. Long flowing hair, a graceful silhouette, and a crushing pressure of mana descended. Did you hurt them? It was Guildmaster Yu Sung-woo, decked out in legendary armor. You better think carefully before answering. Your life depends on it. Her presence alone changed the atmosphere. Hoyan felt a wave of relief wash over him. As for Ken, the arrogant monster was suddenly struck speechless, his beak shut tight. Seungwoo's eyes narrowed. I asked if you were the one who did this to my guild members. Cold sweat poured down Ken's face. He couldn't utter a word. With Manager Park and Hoyan dying on the floor, there was no denying it. Ken sensed her mana. She's a monster, he realized. I can't win against power like that, but a rat always has a dirty trick. He eyed Ine and the others. Hostages, he thought. If I grab the weak ones, I can still win. He grinned, deciding to own it. Yeah, I did it. So what? Seungwoo sighed, her expression turning icy. I see. I have no patience for trash like you. Skill activated, sacrificial grace. Burning her own life force, she unleashed a wave of healing light. Ken's eyes bugged out. Impossible. How can she heal everyone that fast? A true healer never abandons the injured, she said coldly. Even enemies. But congratulations. You are the sole exception to my mercy. I hate it when people touch what's mine. Ignoring his pathetic pleas, she unleashed a blast of pure energy. Zap. Ken was vaporized, instantly erased from existence. Kim Yoojung watched in awe. That wasn't even a skill, she realized. Just raw mana projection, and yet it was enough to obliterate a monster like Ken. I need to stabilize these two first. Seungwoo was already at Manager Park's side. Ina rushed over, trembling. Is he okay? Songjin is stable, Seungwoo replied. But Hoyan. Her expression darkened as she examined him. His condition is critical. It's going to take time to fix this. He pushed his body far beyond its limits. His mana circuits are fried, and his meridians are in absolute chaos. The nerve damage is severe. If I had arrived a second later, he would have been crippled, never able to use mana again. She finished the treatment, permanently losing 2% of her own vitality in the process. Phew. Seungwoo exhaled. That skill is a killer. If not for JaeHyun saving her in the past, she'd be dead by now anyway. Will he recover? Kim Yoojung asked anxiously. Of course. Who do you think I am? Seungwoo smirked. He just needs a few days of rest. She looked around. By the way, where is JaeHyun? The group fell silent, terrified to answer. Finally, JaeHyun spoke up. He went to the boss room alone. Seungwoo paused, then a confident smile spread across her face. Don't worry. If it's him, he's perfectly fine. Yoojung paced anxiously, her heart racing at the thought of him soloing a boss. How could he possibly survive that? But Seungwoo remained calm, assuring her that JaeHyun was as unkillable as a cockroach. The Dark Elves unleashed a barrage of chaotic magic, but their spells shattered harmlessly. Against a monster like him, their resistance was utterly futile. True to her words, the Dark Elf King was currently being beaten within an inch of his life. JaeHyun stood over the battered monarch, a chilling grin on his face. If you have a grudge, come find me in hell. That is, if you can even make it out of here alive. Of course, with a gaping hole in his chest, survival was a pipe dream. The Elf King tasted the bitter bile of defeat. To think a noble being like him would fall to a filthy human. But even at death's door, he needed to warn his brethren about this anomaly. Summoning the last dregs of his strength, the Elf King tried to launch himself away. But did he really think JaeHyun would let his prey escape so easily? In a blur of speed, JaeHyun intercepted him midair, stomping the king back down into the dirt. Where do you think you're going? You think I'm dying here alone? No. I'm dragging you down to the abyss with me. The king prepared his final trump card, a secret art passed down only to the Dark Elf lineage, the Glacial Earth. He was certain this suicide move would finally wipe that arrogance off JaeHyun's face. He would show this human the true face of hell. But JaeHyun just scoffed, calling it an unexpected gift. The Elf King froze, unable to comprehend why this human was smiling in the face of death. You really used it at the perfect moment. I never thought I'd get to harvest a skill like this here. JaeHyun pulled out a blank card. The interface glowed. Player. Would you like to copy the skill Glacial Earth onto this card? Why wouldn't I? This is exactly why I love this system. Manhwa logic. Copying the S-rank skill. Glacial Earth. JaeHyun immediately activated absolute calculation, completely nullifying the king's desperate attack. Watching his ultimate ice spell crumble into dust, the Elf King's face went pale with despair. How is this possible? JaeHyun grabbed the king by his hair, lifting him up. Haven't you heard the saying, know your enemy and you need never fear 100 battles? Without mercy, JaeHyun summoned flames, incinerating the king from the head down. You have defeated the Dark Elf King Cannon. The system chimed with a glorious notification of a major achievement. You have obtained the title Slayer of the Dark Elf King. You really should have known that we exist on different levels. JaeHyun delivered a cold, belated reminder to the pile of ash. You have obtained the essence of the Dark Elf King. You have obtained the spiked armor of the Dark Elf King. You have completed the second milestone quest. Rewards granted: 1 blank card, 1 sealed runestone. Active skill artifact materialization. Taking out the trash yielded some pretty sweet loot, but JaeHyun didn't have time to admire his new toys. He sprinted toward the iron cages, desperate to save his dying friends, but only one student was barely clinging to life. Without a second thought, JaeHyun activated his sacrifice skill, draining his own vitality to heal the target. A brilliant light flashed, and a soft hand covered his. Seung-eun had arrived. Being a healer is a cruel profession, she whispered. A healer is happiest when they have no one to treat, but they find purpose when snatching a teammate from the jaws of death. Seung-eun's eyes were heavy with emotion as they combined their mana to save the sole survivor. Blinding light flooded the dungeon. Meanwhile, miles away, Kim Seok-yi was raging inside his car, realizing his treacherous plan had crumbled. Even if you survive the dungeon, it's meaningless. You will all die screaming. But before he could finish his curse, JaeHyun appeared right outside his car window, staring into his soul like the Grim Reaper. So it was you all along, you piece of filth. Flashback to 1 hour ago at the Kane Guild entrance. The silver-haired young man bowed, thanking Guildmaster Du and Manager Park for their assistance. If you're really grateful, stop by my guild later. Seung-eun beamed, practically inviting the kids over to wreck her house. I'll be there in a heartbeat. Yoo-jong's eyes sparkled, accepting immediately. JaeHyun sighed, telling her to read the room and be serious for once. Who would have expected her to kick him right in the shin, scolding him to shut up for the rest of the day? JaeHyun rolled his eyes, lamenting his fate. Seriously, her strength stat shouldn't be high enough to hurt that much. Moments later, a car screeched to a halt. Hannah jumped out, scanning the area frantically for Seung-eun. Spotting her target, she rushed over, checking Guildmaster Du for injuries. She had raced here after losing contact for hours. Seung-eun waved it off, saying she'd explain later. For now, she needed Hannah to transport the injured and the students back to safety. Seung-eun and JaeHyun would stay behind. They had unfinished business to settle. Hannah sighed but accepted the order. Let's go, Manager Park. Immediately, she turned her sharp gaze to her brother. JaeHyun was about to ask about Park's injured arm. Park frantically used telepathy, begging JaeHyun to keep his mouth shut. Using mental magic while injured was draining mana like crazy, but it was better than letting his terrifying little sister find out he was hurt. If you keep standing there like a statue, I'm going to assume you're walking home, Hannah barked. Having a sister scarier than a dungeon boss meant the older brother could only obediently trot after her. Seung-eun told Hannah to take care of the kids, and Hannah nodded, leading the convoy away. Once they were gone, JaeHyun turned to Seung-eun, his expression darkening as he recalled the disgusting malice he had sensed earlier. It was none other than Kim Seok-yi. The traitor broke out in a cold sweat seeing Seung-eun alive, but he wasn't going to surrender. He used Flash Step to create distance. No, he wasn't running away just yet. Relying on an artifact given by Director Lee, he teleported behind Seung-eun for a sneak attack. But did he really think he could touch a guildmaster? With a fluid motion, she dodged his strike effortlessly. That artifact lets you teleport. It's not as impressive as you think. She had analyzed his trick in a fraction of a second. It only moves you a few dozen meters. Even if you tried to flee, I would have caught you instantly. It seemed the mastermind Guan was watching everything unfold through some magical surveillance. Seung-eun demanded to know why Kim Seok-yi tried to massacre the students and who was pulling his strings. Of course the rat kept his mouth shut, pouring all his mana into a counterattack. Seung-eun's eyes narrowed. That device in his hand was a mana compression bomb. Watching through the screen, Guan decided his pawn was now a liability. Kim Seok-yi looked at the woman before him in panic, mocking her. You think you can defeat me with that? JaeHyun finally understood why he hadn't detected the seal earlier. But regardless, this man was a fool to the bitter end. I don't care if you confess or not. I already know it's Guan. I never expected a straight answer from trash like you. So why are you still talking? Cracks began to form on the orb in Kim Seok-yi's hand. Mana devices are notoriously unstable if you pump more energy into them than they can handle. That meant he was about to blow himself up. Seung-eun's patience had officially run out. She unleashed her aura, summoning dark clouds that crackled with golden lightning above Kim Seok-yi's head. The moment the lightning struck, his subscription to life was permanently cancelled. That spell was the Oracle Thunder, an A-rank lightning attribute magic that judges the wicked. The potency of a technique relies entirely on the user's mastery. It might be the same tier as Jun's light chain, but the execution was on a completely different dimension. Safe within the sanctuary, Ina fell victim to a serious case of lovesickness. Remembering Jun's breathtaking combat moves, a flush crept up her neck. She realized he had reverse-engineered the magic formula in the blink of an eye. She knew she had mountains to climb to reach his level, yet her heart fluttered uncontrollably. I'll make sure to properly thank him later, she vowed to herself. The following day, a media storm besieged Mus Academy demanding answers from Principal Guan about the student incident. However, an impenetrable barrier kept the prying vultures at bay. The Academy's reputation was in freefall, plummeting like a stone. Rumors whispered that he had created a demon guild to purge students, a twist straight out of a dark system manhwa. Dong Yu stood there reporting the catastrophe like a soulless machine. Guan slammed his fist on the desk, rage twisting his features. His face crumpled as he questioned how his perfect kingdom had crumbled so fast. Dong Yu continued relentlessly mentioning the reporters outside and the investors burning up the phone lines. Guan snapped screaming orders to lock down the academy and deny every single interview request immediately. Dong Yu vanished to execute the orders. Guan ground his teeth, his mind racing to identify the rat hiding within Muse Academy. Kim So-di was already dead, so he couldn't have leaked the intel. Desperate, Guan made a call to collect a blood debt. The first step was to silence the media permanently. Back at the school, Jun slapped Hoyeon on the shoulder, making the boy jump out of his skin. Hoyeon stammered his thanks to Jun and his agent for saving his life yet again. Jun studied him for a moment before asking, "Why did you do it?" Hoyeon froze, scratching his head with a sheepish smile, unable to find the words. Jun simply encouraged him to keep that spirit and march forward. "You can figure out the reason later," Jun said. "Just keep doing what you want to do regardless of what I say." With that, Jun waved goodbye to Hoyeon and headed to class. Stopping at the corner, he glanced back. "Hey, take better care of yourself. Don't make others worry." Hoyeon clenched his fist, thinking about his path, and smiled brightly at the clear blue sky. Jun finally checked his system notifications. He had received the title Slayer of the Rank A Black Demon King. It granted plus 30 mana and a 10% damage boost against dark attribute monsters. However, equipping this title would trigger the wrath of every dark creature nearby, turning him into a living beacon. Damn, this item had a seriously rare and high-risk effect. Jun had been so buried in handling the K-Guild aftermath that he hadn't checked his loot until now. He regretted not inspecting this treasure trove sooner. Next was the Rank A+ essence of the Black Demon King. It was a potent elixir for recovery that also permanently increased mana stats upon consumption. Another piece of gear was the scales of the Rank S Black Demon King. It added 25 strength, 25 mana, and 1,500 durability. This was absolute god-tier loot. With this, mana and strength shortages were a thing of the past. He decided to save the essence for his brother Desang. Just imagining his brother's excitement over these new materials made Jun grin. The final spoil of war was an active skill, magical artifact visualization, currently at level 1. This was a skill that allowed him to construct armor instantly during battle by consuming mana. The higher the skill level, the stronger the created artifact. However, the construct would vanish the moment his mana supply ran dry. The rank of the item was random. If the armor's rank was too high, it would automatically downgrade to match the user's level. Let's test this out immediately, Jun thought. In a flash, a dagger materialized. Holy crap. This is beyond amazing. The value wasn't just in the rank, but the utility. On the black market, a simple rank C armor piece could easily fetch 10 million won. That meant he could essentially generate a fortune's worth of gear with every cast. As he happily spun the dagger in his hand, it suddenly began to pulse with light, startling him. The item Miston was reacting. "You have met all necessary conditions, unlocking Miston's hidden functions. You have acquired a passive skill, Mecha Genius." The dagger instantly transformed into a glowing radiant blade. "From now on, every item you create will be automatically upgraded by 1 rank. You have got to be kidding me. This is insane luck." Jun finally understood the true potential of the bracelet that had been limited before. He used to wonder why it was classified as a weapon. Now the truth was crystal clear. Well, if fate was serving him power on a silver platter, who was he to refuse? Time to grind some training. It would be a sin to waste this. The next morning, the Hellish review period began. Mus Academy's exams were legendary for their difficulty. It was a brutal battlefield where students fought tooth and nail to pass or be held back. The exams were split into theory and practical application. Theory was on paper, while practicals involved potion brewing and a dungeon raid. The entire event would be broadcast nationwide. Meanwhile, Hoyeon was facing the threat of being kicked by Kim Do-dung for dozing off. Wiping away his drool, he frantically apologized to Do-dung. "I was writing, I swear, I just blinked for a long time." "Do you realize midterms are just days away?" Do-dung barked. "If you fail this time, you'll develop a phobia of books so bad your eyes will bleed after 1 line." Ina buried her face deep behind a textbook, wishing she could activate an invisibility skill right then and there. Jun watched the scene with a pained smile. This group was absolute trash at theory. He had offered to tutor them since their growth benefited him, but he never imagined it would be this painful. "It's over," Hoyeon whimpered, tears forming. "See you in the remedial class." Ina muttered, looking pale as a ghost. Kim Do-dung slammed a ruler on the desk, entering full demon instructor mode. Are you two done whining? Sit up straight. The next subjects are wavelength comprehension and bandit mindset. Jun stared at the ceiling and sighed deeply. Smashing his foot with a rock would be less painful than sitting through this study session. A few days later, students staggered out of the exam hall complaining the test was impossibly hard. But seconds later, their eyes popped out for a different reason. A beauty had arrived. Ina, Kim Do-dung and Minhan walked together, the top scorers of the rookie hunt. The crowd could only marvel. Birds of a feather truly flocked together. Even Hoeon was part of this elite squad. Surely they all did well. The crowd watched with envy. Meanwhile, Minhan let out a heavy sigh. Being envied is better than being hated, I guess. Do-dung turned to Ina. So, how did you do? Ina's soul seemed to leave her body, her eyes rolling back as she whispered goodbye to this cruel world. Kim Do-dung looked defeated. Clearly we tried our best. The problem isn't us. The problem is that Ina and Hoeon simply weren't built for the academic life. Min Jae-hyun's frustration peaked, and bitter words spilled from his lips like poison. Nearby, Ina overheard their whispers, her heart sinking as she realized she'd heard far too much in this manhwa recap. But hearing the truth isn't enough. One must possess the resolve to act on it. While some gazed upon them with admiration, others looked on with eyes full of scorn. Take this guy grinding his teeth and swearing to crush Jun this time. His friend could only facepalm. Great, he's lost it again. Please stay away from Jun unless you want me dragging your corpse home. Yet even the top rankers have their moments of utter despair. Jun howled with laughter at Yudung's soot-covered face, only to glance at the charred remains of his own cauldron. What exactly was he so proud of? Jae-sung hesitated, forced to deliver the brutal truth. At this rate, you're both looking at a failing grade. Honestly, neither of you has a single drop of alchemy talent. Brother, that was a critical hit. Min Jae-hyun couldn't hold back a curse. Countless hours of training, yet the results were still trash. They had to avoid an F rank at all costs. Desperate, they turned to Jae-sang. Is there seriously no secret method to save our skins? Jae-sang's eyes glinted with a mysterious light. There is one way, but it requires a legendary ingredient. The moon firefly. A monster that exists only in the purest lands untouched by human filth. They were so rare that fewer than 100 appeared on the black market each year. If we grind their glowing shells into powder, it maximizes potion potency to god-tier levels. To save themselves from the hell of failing grades, Min Jae-hyun and Kim Yu-dung sought out Kagun Kwon So-yul. Her eyes narrowed instantly. What do you two want? Her hostility was no surprise. Their last encounter was an all-out war. Jun cut to the chase. I have a request, and I'm refusing it. Get lost. Kwon So-yul didn't hesitate. Are you sure about that? Ha, who do you think I am? Someone you can bribe with a few academy points? Cash, 30 million won. Yu-dung nearly choked on air. Where did he get that kind of dough? Even the golden Haiganbana Kagun Kwon So-yul froze. The frown vanished from her face instantly. Deal. When do we start? That change of attitude was faster than light. Yu-dung couldn't believe it worked. The squad arrived at the Zolabuk zone near Mount Diogu. The air is so fresh here, Yu-dung exclaimed. We're not on a vacation, Jun shot back with a smirk. You two are exactly alike. Jae-sang laughed helplessly while Kwon So-yul just sighed. Flashback to 1 hour ago planning the mission. Kwon So-yul's like a plan, Kwon So-yul said. But even my elite tracking skills need a trail to follow. Do you have a lead? I'm bringing a genius alchemist. Don't worry. Who? Kwon So-yul asked. Min Jae-hyun glanced at the door where Jae-sung was awkwardly peeking in. Lee Jae-sung, that's your genius. Kwon So-yul's skepticism was off the charts. She remembered him all too well from the freshman leveling manhwa hunting exam. An alchemist surprising. I thought you were just a martial arts wannabe. Jae-sung scratched his cheek. I was just a rookie back then. While they chatted, the gap widened. The others had to call them out. You look much happier now, Kwon So-yul noted before darting ahead with assassin-like speed. Jae-sung scrambled to keep up. Moon fireflies were natural monsters, sparking endless theories about their swarm behavior and habitats. But the consensus was clear: the mana explosion had twisted nature, mutating flora and fauna into terrifying beasts. That's why Jae-sung chose this exact zone. However, Kwon So-yul issued a warning: these things don't just show up for anyone. Yet Kim Yu-dung and Min Jae-hyun placed their blind faith in their alchemist. If he says it's here, it's here. But then came the kicker: Jae-sung hates bugs. While Yu-dung panicked, Jae-sung shouted, "Found it!" He pointed to the faint residue. Now it was time for the tracker to shine. Kwon So-yul activated her scouting skill, locking onto the trail instantly. Yu-dung opened her mouth to yell, but Jae-sung hissed, "Quiet, you'll scare them off." They stopped before a pitch-black forest. Yu-dung doubted Kwon So-yul's navigation, but the tracker smirked. My skills never lie. Suddenly a pillar of light pierced the heavens, inside millions of moon fireflies danced. That's them. But aren't they massive for an awakening Manhwa creature? They're monsters after all, no. Not only were they huge, but they moved with supernatural speed. Jun readied his gravity skill to lock them down, but the fireflies barely flinched. They're resisting, Guan So-yul shouted. Jun crank up the output. Jun's proficiency wasn't high enough to adjust the force. Jae-sung panicked. We're losing them! No. Jun declared, eyes glowing. We're taking every last one. He shifted tactics, weaving a spatial net instantly. The swarm was helpless against his mana room. What are you waiting for, bag them? Guan So-yul stared dumbstruck by the sheer complexity of his mana room. I knew he was a monster. Jae-sung, however, just dove in happily to collect the loot. Yudong tried to retreat, disgusted by the bugs. But Jun wasn't having it. He shoved her right into the swarm. Guan So-yul stepped inside, her mind racing. Could any other student do this? Even a third-year elite wouldn't have this level of control. Where did this monster come from? Suddenly a squelch broke her focus. Yudong was covered in glowing slime. Jae-sung couldn't stop laughing at the mess. Back at the academy, Lee Jae-sung's hellish alchemy workshop resumed. The pots were pitch black as usual until the secret weapon was added. As the moon firefly powder hit the liquid, the transformation began. Hoion and Ina watched, eyes wide. Behold the fruit of my labor, Jae-sung grinned. The purification is starting. The purity should be at least... His smile died instantly. The liquid turned a deep, ominous red. Fast and furious, Min Jae-han cheered. It's done already. Everyone else was impressed, but Jae-sung's face twitched. Jae-han 51% purity, Yudong 47%. This was a disaster. The exam results arrived days later. Spoiler alert. It was not okay. Kim Yudong hung her head in absolute defeat. Min Jae-han looked like he'd seen a ghost. You two are hopeless, a classmate laughed. I thought you were summoning a demon, not brewing a potion. It was a critical hit to their pride. The rankings were finally released. Ina dominated at first place, while Hoon sat at rank 29. Our protagonist Min Ji-hoon secured the 31st spot, but poor Kim Do-young crashed to rank 42 despite her legendary gear. We only made it this far thanks to Ji-hoon, they admitted. While the team celebrated, Min Jae-han watched from the shadows, grinding his teeth in pure jealousy. Seeing the odds were against him, Hoion decided to bail early. But Kim Do-young wasn't giving up. She was determined to claw her way back up the ranks in this leveling manhwa. The next challenge was the new student hunt. It was a brutal comprehensive exam inside a fake dungeon. To make matters worse, team formation was restricted by a strict point system based on their current rankings. Kim Do-young was currently valued at 14 points. She racked her brain trying to assemble a 4-person squad that didn't exceed the 50-point cap. It was a tactical nightmare. Hoion was worth 17, and Ina was 15. Min Ji-hoon, however, was shocked to discover his own value had skyrocketed beyond his expectations. In his past life, he was a measly 6-point trash mob. Now he was a high-value asset. Still, he scoffed at the system. Forcing elites to carry the weak, what a flawed design. Who decided these arbitrary rules? Suddenly a white-haired student approached him. Ji-hoon's eyes narrowed. It was the same arrogant punk who had mocked him relentlessly in his previous timeline. In this life, the guy wore a fake smile, trying to recruit Ji-hoon. Chu Hansung acted all buddy-buddy, but Ji-hoon maintained a poker face radiating an aura of absolute frost. I'm a bargain for my skill level, Hansung bragged. You're worth 20 points, so finding a team will be tough, right? Let me do you a favor and carry you. Ji-hoon stood up and let out a cold chuckle. Guys like this were the same in every timeline, bullies who preyed on the weak. Listen closely, Ji-hoon said. I don't need a piece of trash like you. I can clear this exam solo. Besides, you're too weak to be useful. With that savage burn, Ji-hoon turned his back and immediately teamed up with 2 other students, leaving Hansung stunned. Ironically, the 2 people Ji-hoon chose were the same ones who had abandoned him in the simulation dungeon during the previous timeline. Yet, here he was, worried they might reject him. Meanwhile, Chu Hansung was trembling with rage. Rejection was a new flavor for him, and he swore a blood oath to make Ji-hoon regret this insult. Later, Ji-hoon met with the 2 traitors at a cafe. They hung their heads in shame, knowing how badly they had messed up before. But Ji-hoon wasn't here for apologies. He was here to win. The system had undervalued Kim Jina and Park Hagen because they ran away in the simulation. But to Ji-hoon, their survival instincts made them hidden gems. These 2 were the real bargains, not that loudmouth Hansung. But the team needed a 4th member. Just then, the final piece of the puzzle arrived. It was Kim Do-young. She glared at the others, remembering how Kim Jina had blocked her path previously. You called me here to team up with these cowards, she asked, voice dripping with skepticism. Meanwhile, director Gu Ja-in was fighting a losing battle against the media. The news of student deaths had leaked, and he was smashing furniture in a fit of uncontrollable fury. No matter how much money he threw at the problem, the press wouldn't shut up. He knew exactly who was behind this, the Lotus Guild master Dong-un. This was clearly her move. Cornered, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and lay low. He decided to wait for the public outrage to die down before resuming his dark schemes. Everything was for the sake of his Northern Europe plan. Back at the cafe, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Gina and Hagen couldn't even look Du-young in the eye. "Fine, I'll overlook the past," Du-young said, crossing her arms. "But are you seriously okay with dragging them along?" She turned her sharp gaze to JaeHyun. "I know it's awkward," JaeHyun admitted calmly. "But trust me, this is the optimal lineup." Du-young reluctantly agreed, but she sensed there was more to his plan than just passing a test. "What's your real motive?" she asked sharply. "You could easily get a perfect score on your own." JaeHyun smirked. She was sharper than she looked. "2 reasons," JaeHyun revealed. "First, I needed teammates who hate Guja-in. Second, I needed people who can keep their mouths shut about the dungeon. I'm going to use this exam to destroy Director Guja-in." The table went silent. Du-young stared in shock. This wasn't just a test. It was a declaration of war. The day of the practical exam arrived swiftly. The proctor for the second half was none other than Park Hae-sun, another one of the director's lackeys. He was a corrupt replacement for Kim Si. But this exam was different. It was being broadcast live to the entire nation. It was the perfect stage for students to showcase their awakened powers. But it also meant every mistake would be scrutinized by millions. The pressure was immense. The moment of truth had finally arrived. It was time to enter the fray. JaeHyun took command of Team D. They were teleported to the Plains Zone. Their mission: clear every floor of the dungeon and retrieve the boss's core. First floor objective: exterminate all monsters and locate the stairs. Park Hagen looked confused, but JaeHyun instantly recognized the terrain. "This place is modeled after Muspelheim," he noted. Seeing the pillars of fire erupting around them, Du-young agreed. JaeHyun ordered the squad to scout the perimeter immediately. "We need intel before we engage. Plus, there's a specific item I need to farm here," JaeHyun said mysteriously. Gina tilted her head, curious about his plan. "We're hunting for ice herbs," he announced. Du-young wiped sweat from her brow, complaining about the heat, but Hagen looked at JaeHyun with newfound respect. To JaeHyun, this was just basic dungeon survival 101. A true conqueror always prioritized adaptation over brute force. He activated his mana detection skill, scanning the area until he locked onto the target. "Found it," he said, leading the charge. He ordered them to harvest every single herb. JaeHyun recalled that Seo had aced alchemy class, so he planned to have potions crafted later. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Viewers are entering the channel." Drones buzzed overhead, capturing every angle. JaeHyun hated being watched, but in this system, Manhwa world popularity was a resource he could exploit. Focusing back on the threat, 4 monsters appeared on the horizon. C-rank lava slimes. "Formation B now," JaeHyun barked, and the team snapped into position instantly. "These things are walking bombs," JaeHyun warned. "Keep your distance. If you touch that magma, you'll explode." Hagen drew their aggro, playing the tank role perfectly. Du-young had a water arrow knocked and ready, her finger twitching on the string. She looked to JaeHyun for the signal, but he held up a hand. "Not yet." He waited until the viewer count spiked and the chat started buzzing. "Now!" JaeHyun shouted. Du-young unleashed a hydro arrow, instantly vaporizing a slime while Gina blasted another with fire. JaeHyun calculated the timing perfectly. There was no better stage to debut the ice herb's power. He looked directly into the drone camera and smirked. Real drama needed a climax. Some Tsuchi. Ice rain, he cast. The spell didn't just fall, it crashed down like a natural disaster. The chat room went absolutely feral. No one could believe a rookie possessed such devastating power in this awakening Manhwa. But this was merely the opening act in Jun's master plan to use the audience as a weapon against Director Gu. A prelude to absolute destruction. Meanwhile, a mysterious observer was also watching Jun's team live. He realized the young man hadn't even broken a sweat while casting a high-tier A-rank spell. Based on intel from Agent Kim Jong, it was clear Jun had bad blood with Director Gu. The observer also knew the Lotus Guild was Jun's hidden backer. A sinister smile curled on his lips. If he used this kid as a pawn, he could expose Gu's corruption. "Show me what you've got, Jun. Dance for me." An ice storm descended, wiping out the lurking monsters in a display of overwhelming power. Seo was numb to the shock by now, only wondering when Jun had mastered such a skill. Gina, however, felt the temperature spiking. "I think the mobs are cleared. It's getting too hot, we need to down those potions now." Jun dusted off his hands. "No objections here. This heat is brutal. We need a tactical retreat to a cooler zone." Peril pointed to a cave with lower mana density. "Good call," Jun agreed. "Let's set up base camp." Meanwhile, Ina was firing hydroblasts at the magma slimes with casual ease. Ho-Eon unleashed his sword art, slicing through the lava creatures. He paused, looking bored. Is that really all of them? Ina sighed. If this is it, this dungeon is a joke. The monsters are weaker than the simulation. It feels like tutorial mode. Their arrogance made the observer furious. One mistake could lead to a team wipe. Yet Ho-Eon danced through melee combat with the magma slimes taking 0 damage. Life really isn't fair, the observer muttered. Ho-Eon sheathed his blade, thinking the battle was over. Ina agreed. It was time to speedrun this area. The students in the background looked terrified. If those 2 monsters thought it was easy, just how terrifying was Jun? Meanwhile, Jun's team had finished setting up camp and was brewing alchemy potions. It'll take an hour for the brew to complete, Peril estimated. Jun shook his head. That's good enough. Efficiency over perfection. I'm rushing the process. Seo laughed while wiping sweat from her neck. This dungeon really is a perfect replica of Muspelheim. Jun seized the chance to tease her. As they bickered, Gina chuckled. You two have such great chemistry. Seo looked ready to murder her teammate. I'm about to disown him seriously. Reflecting on the past, she realized the simulation disaster wasn't their fault. Fear had paralyzed her mind back then, but things were different now. Listen up, Jun interrupted. I have a new strategy. As he laid out the plan, Seo hesitated. The risk factor was off the charts. Jun grinned, his confidence radiating. Trust me. The clock struck 12:04. It was prime time for a little chaos. Jun turned his back and began manipulating the mana flow. Connection to the artifact unstable. Audio limiters shattered. The chat room instantly exploded into a frenzy. The audience went wild, speculating if the hunt had started. Why are there only 2 of them? Where's the rest of the party? My team is fine, don't worry, Jun said, smiling directly at the invisible audience. The viewers were shocked. He could hear them, and only him. Their reaction was exactly what he calculated. I tweaked the artifact's structure a bit, he explained casually. Just a little system hack. Nice to meet you all. The real Manhwa recap-worthy livestream starts now. On the other side of the screen, Director Gu was watching while Jun continued his monologue. What's the point of a stream if you can't hear my beautiful voice? Peril turned pale. Is this really okay with the director? Guza-in waved a hand dismissively, but a vein popped on his forehead. His expression darkened. This wasn't supposed to happen. The portable dimension artifact was created by archmages and academy professors. It was inconceivable that a mere student could hack its code. Director Gu, we should penalize Jun, Hazun suggested. Guza-in wanted nothing more, but his hands were tied. There was no rule against modifying the equipment. He let out a bitter, helpless laugh. Who would have thought a student could rewrite the spell structure designed by the Academy's elite? But Guza-in found comfort in one thing. As an Academy student, Jun was bound by a non-disclosure agreement. If he leaked sensitive intel, he'd face immediate expulsion. The moment Jun signed that contract, he was trapped. Or so Gu thought. Suddenly, Jun looked at the camera. Director Guza-in. Are you watching? People are curious about you, sir. You know about that incident. The same thing that happened to the guild. Lots of skeletons in your closet, right? Guza-in froze in his chair. Am I worried about expulsion? Jun laughed. No need to worry. Should I tell them who the director's favorite student is? He only loves the survivors. The powerful. That is the iron law of MS Academy. Do you really think he'd expel his top prospect? It was a direct declaration of war. Guza-in lost his mind. He realized too late that Jun had been playing him from the very start. Instructor Park Hazun, he snarled. Expel him the moment the exam ends. And once the media heat dies down, hire 2 A-rank veterans. We will bury him. The director was determined to make Jun pay the ultimate price. If he expels me with these grades, Jun continued, he's a hypocrite. Would a man of his stature do that? The internet forums were ablaze with drama surrounding the scandalous director. This was exactly the chaos Jun wanted. The media had already turned on Gu. Let's see how you cover this up, Jun thought. Flashback to the tent. I'm rewriting the spatial formula. We need to ensure the audience can hear every word. Peril looked confused. Step 1, destroyed Gu's reputation publicly. We win the viewers over by feeding their curiosity, Jun explained like a mastermind villain. Seo worried the director might sabotage them. Jun reassured her. Don't worry. The millions of eyes watching are our ultimate shield. Besides, there's no rule forbidding us from hacking the dungeon space. He smirked. And now, welcome to the true leveling Manhwa experience. This is a special event prepared just for you. Sit back and enjoy the show. The chat flooded with praise, calling Jun a natural-born streamer. Despite the praise, Seo felt a chill seeing the sheer number of viewers. Her whisper was caught by the microphone, sending the chat into another frenzy of excitement. Kim Yoo-jung pouted, claiming her fragile heart couldn't take the stress. Min Jae-hyun urged her to hold on, this was all for the grand design. She knew he was right, but some mental hurdles felt like insurmountable walls. JaeHyun understood that darkness all too well. He'd once stood on the edge of the abyss, tempted to end it all because of toxic keyboard warriors. But he had evolved. Now they had a mission to complete. They arrived at a roaring magma waterfall. Turning to the camera, JaeHyun smirked at his viewers. "Get ready," he announced. "I'm about to show you a hidden piece of this subdimension." It was showtime. Kim Yoo-jung triggered her rogue stealth and wind booster skills, while JaeHyun manipulated gravity itself. It was time to demonstrate how a regressor conquers a dungeon in this ultimate manhwa recap. Meanwhile, in the shadows behind MS Academy, Kim Jun was locked in a tense call. The order was absolute contact Min JaeHyun the second the exam ended. "But are you certain, sir?" She hesitated. "The massive Do-Ganga Guild is already backing Min JaeHyun." "That is exactly why," the bearded executive barked. They needed to secure JaeHyun immediately to bring him to their side. If they delayed, the boy would hold all the cards. Ending the call, Kim Jun weighed her options. Managing a hunter like JaeHyun meant long-term power. But the cunning Guja-in was also hunting for the boy. She needed to strategize. Back in the dungeon, JaeHyun grabbed Kim Yoo-jung's waist and took flight. It should have been a romantic scene, but he carried her like luggage, cracking up the audience. As JaeHyun stood firm upon the empty air, Kim Yoo-jung couldn't hide her thrill. "Min JaeHyun, you were right, the hidden foothold is real." He warned her. "Hold on tight and start the incantation. One slip in timing and we're done for." "Got it! Just don't drop me or I'm dead," she shrieked. JaeHyun leaped upwards with her tucked under his arm, silently respecting the genius who originally discovered this secret. Even with government funding, Guja-in had buried this secret deep, never intending for students to find it. But as they reached the peak, a brilliant light greeted them. Glowing stones, the absolute key to conquering this dungeon. Watching on his monitor, Guja-in broke into a cold sweat, frozen in pure terror. The chat room exploded with hype. Viewers were losing their minds. How did JaeHyun detect invisible platforms? Was this the power of a system, manhwa protagonist? Did director Gu design this for students to find? A naive comment read. Meanwhile, JaeHyun marveled at the devious placement. He really hit it well. Even with his foreknowledge of the dungeon's layout, seeing it in person was a whole different beast. Zero hesitation, JaeHyun unleashed Ice Rain, freezing the magma flow to carve a path downward. Snatching up the golden gems, he teased the chat. "Anyone know what these are?" "Magic tools, rare loot." As guesses flew, JaeHyun dropped the reveal. "Behold the essence of fire." "Talk about lucky," he grinned. "This is just the start of the critical items needed to clear this hell." The system window popped up displaying the item's stats. Item rank B. It boosts fire resistance by a massive 300% upon consumption, a legendary one-time buff. Guja-in had built a hyper-realistic dungeon, intending these hidden pieces as rewards for only the most elite students. But let's be real, no ordinary student was ever meant to touch this treasure. The viewers went wild discussing the astronomical value of the essence. MS Academy is loaded. And they hid it in such an obvious spot. Let's keep moving. Min JaeHyun wasn't stopping for just one victory. He smirked, imagining the twisted look on Guja-in's face right now. "Don't get comfortable yet, director," he thought. "I have plenty more surprises left for you." JaeHyun chuckled darkly. Night fell on the midterm exam. In the safety of their tent, they brewed the ice herb potion. But the smell, absolutely rancid. Kim Yoo-jung looked ready to faint. "I know it's toxic sludge," JaeHyun admitted, "but drink it. It's the cheat code for this dungeon." She knew the logic, but swallowing this demonic concoction was a trial in itself. "Good medicine tastes bitter," Seogu chirped. Gritting her teeth, Kim Yoo-jung downed the bowl in one gulp and instantly collapsed. JaeHyun side-eyed Seogu. "Did you poison her?" No time to worry, floor 1 was cleared. They had to speedrun to floor 2 immediately. Back in the academy control room, tension was high. Instructor Park Ha-jun barked, "Status report." When Kim Jun arrived to check in, Ha-jun bristled. "I'm the manager here. Why are you hovering? Do you doubt my competence?" "Actually, yes," Kim Jun replied smoothly. Ha-jun's face twisted like he'd chewed a lemon. What a fool, she thought. He only held power because Kim So-yi had been purged. Park Ha-jun was just a scavenger who got lucky. He sneered. "We may be colleagues, but I'm one step ahead. Sorry about that." As if she cared about his petty ego. He deluded himself into thinking she was jealous of his position. "Just admit you're envious," his eyes seemed to say. Kim Jun didn't dignify that with a response. Ha-jun puffed up his chest, convinced he had Chairman Guja-in's full backing. Guja-in might have been a legend 2 years ago, but now, Instructor Park, Kim Jun finally spoke, her voice ice cold. "You better check the rope you're clinging to. It looks terrified of snapping." With that mic drop, she walked away. Ha-jun ground his teeth in fury. Arrogant witch. He refused to believe it. Director Gu would restore order soon enough. Whatever stood in their way, it didn't matter. JaeHyun's squad had breached the second floor. The mission hunt high-tier beasts and seize the hidden artifact victory meant an instant teleport to the third floor. Elsewhere, a white-haired figure smirked at the heavens. So, Father JaeHyun, do I still look like trash from a lower dimension to you? But JaeHyun saw right through the bravado. Are you talking about that powerful enemy Tusk? You're becoming boring. That white-haired bastard scoffed, thinking JaeHyun's father was rushing to his doom like a foolish mortal. Sure, they crushed that obstacle effortlessly. But the real nightmare was just beginning. Would he be chained to the Bifrost as a lowly gatekeeper for eternity? I will personally dismantle that powerhouse, he vowed. So rest your mind and leave the slaughter to me. You're nothing but a sprout of pure malice. JaeHyun's father sighed, realizing that both gods and humans were equally foolish. Fate was a broken wheel that would never turn differently. I'll prove it to you soon enough. As JaeHyun ascended to the second floor, the heat hit them like a physical blow. It's a furnace in here. Kim Jina gasped, dreading what monsters thrived in this inferno. Even the brilliant Kim Yoo-jung felt the weight of this troublesome quest. And though JaeHyun held the map of the future in his mind, even he paused for a heartbeat. An hour prior, the squad had uncovered the staircase hidden within a sealed cavern. Gina shook her head in disbelief. Who would have guessed a stairway to hell existed in a place like this? It makes no sense. Where's the path? The road downward had been swallowed whole by shifting sands, leaving them stranded. Seogu was on the verge of a mental breakdown in this godforsaken dungeon. Navigating this abyss was impossible. Even Yoo-jung admitted, it's a labyrinth meant to trap us forever. Luckily, they possessed a secret weapon, an all-knowing guide. Just as she began to doubt her childhood friend, Min Jae-han's eyes locked onto something crawling in the shadows. A blood-curdling scream tore from Yoo-jung's throat as she leaped onto Gina. The shriek was so piercing it probably terrified the viewers watching this manhwa recap from behind their screens. Perfect timing. That creepy crawly was exactly what JaeHyun needed. He snatched the centipede with a grin. We need to make some preparations before we move out. JaeHyun produced the essence of fire cores. Yoo-jung's face drained of color. Please tell me we don't have to eat those. The others looked equally nauseous, but Min Jae-hyun just offered a gentle demonic smile. Don't give me those puppy eyes. His expression instantly shifted from angel to tyrant. Swallow them while I'm still asking nicely. They stared in horror. Was he serious? Resigned to their fate, they gagged and swallowed the cores. This dungeon had 3 layers with the final boss waiting at the depths. But JaeHyun intended to crush every variable right here on the second floor. But before they could hunt the floor boss, they had a different target. I know exactly where a legendary hidden treasure is sleeping, JaeHyun announced. Are you curious? You'd have to be insane to say no to loot. Since the audience was clamoring for it, our MC decided to put on a show. This was JaeHyun's true objective, one of the dungeon's greatest secrets. Their prey, the fire salamander. A beast with a greedy obsession for shiny artifacts like crowns. Because of that greed, their nests are gold mines of high-tier loot. A viewer quickly fact-checked the lore and confirmed JaeHyun wasn't bluffing. The chat was flooding with questions. How does a rookie know about the salamander's nest? He claimed he studied hard, but we all know that's a blatant lie typical of a system manhwa protagonist. The hidden artifact was none other than a replica of Balmung, the legendary sword from the Nibelungenlied echoing from the 13th century. Known as the Dragon Slayer, its power rivaled the thunder of gods. A weapon of absolute devastation and overwhelming force. The original belongs to a top-tier German hunter. While this is just a copy, it's an incredible find for their level. But how do we kill the beast? Gina asked, cutting to the chase. The underbelly. Yoo-jung, the textbook genius, chimed in. Fire salamanders have scales like armored plating. Piercing them is nearly impossible. But the belly is soft. If we focus our DPS there, it's game over. The meta strategy usually involved blasting them with high-tier ice magic. Gina looked at her in awe. Teacher Kim wasn't done. The best window of opportunity is right after they feed. That's when they're sluggish and vulnerable. That's why JaeHyun insisted on perfect preparation. He wasn't just here to survive. He was here to plunder. The greed in his eyes was unmistakable. As they ventured deeper, the heat became oppressive. Without the fire essence they consumed earlier, Seogu knew he would have collapsed from the thermal shock alone. JaeHyun halted the party, his mind racing like a supercomputer. He feigned concentration. I sense a disturbance in the mana flow. The stream chat went wild with speculation. Everyone held their breath. They found themselves in a stone graveyard littered with countless rusted blades. Surely this junk pile couldn't be the hidden treasure. They looked like vendor trash. But appearances were deceiving. This was the jackpot of the second floor. The instructor Guan had hidden the real blade among thousands of fakes to fail the students. He never expected a monster rookie like JaeHyun to sniff it out. Min Jae-hyun activated his scouting skill. Mana flared in his retinas, causing the viewers to spam the chat wondering what secret technique he was using. Target locked. Within seconds he identified the needle in the haystack. The replica Balmung. Even as a copy, it was a glorious rank A artifact. Its active effects were sealed, but the raw stats were insane strength plus 70 agility plus 30. It even boasted an S-rank Dragon Slayer passive, though currently dormant due to corruption. That passive would skyrocket physical damage against draconic enemies. The chat exploded. How did he know it was there? Is this guy a dev? The keyboard warriors were in a frenzy debating theories on how a novice could breeze through such a high-difficulty puzzle. JaeHyun kept his poker face. A magician never reveals his secrets. Besides, this replica was usually bound to the dungeon useless trash once they left. Usually. But for JaeHyun the rules were different. He had a way to smuggle this legendary might into the real world. Back to the hunt. They located the salamander's lair, but patience was key. The boss only dined once a day when the dungeon's artificial sun went down. Yujung was trembling. If we linger, its nose will pick up our scent. We'll be wiped out before we even draw our weapons. That was exactly why they needed that centipede. Seeing JaeHyun turn to leave, Yujung grabbed his arm in a panic. Don't leave me. You're our tank. She was practically in tears. Remember the bug Yujung spotted earlier? It was a bomb centipede, a creature designed by nature to be a biological weapon. When threatened, it spews a liquid with a stench so foul it can make a grown man weep. And that ungodly stink was the cornerstone of their strategy. Seogu and Gina were ordered to ambush positions. Poor Yujung was the designated bait. You promised I'd be safe, she hissed, glancing back at JaeHyun with a look of pure betrayal. Trust me. JaeHyun flashed his most charming, trustworthy smile. When have I ever let you down? But internally he was thinking, yeah, she's totally screwed. Before the formation was even set, June entrusted her with a mission that drained the blood from her face. She turned as pale as snow, tears streaming down like rain, protesting that she absolutely loathed insects and refused to lure the swarm. JaeHyun leaned in, whispering a devilish temptation into her ear. I possess an item that your master Du Seo-eun desires greatly. Complete this task, and it is yours. Instantly, Kim Yudong's expression shifted from hysterical to dead serious. But here's the kicker, he was just planning to hand over some random junk he found. If she ever discovered the truth, there is no doubt she would end his life right then and there. Because of that risk, he probably needs to prep something that at least looks valuable. But first, the battle at hand. The viewers watching the stream began to sweat, questioning the feasibility of this insane plan. Fear not, standing right here is a prodigy specializing in wind magic. That is right, the one and only Kim Yudong takes the stage. She slammed her staff into the ground, channeling her mana. A turbulent gust of green wind erupted. The viewers were baffled. Why is she manipulating the scent and directing it straight toward the monster's nest? Some commented that such a feat is only possible for those with absolute pinpoint mana control. Others marveled at the display, admitting it was impressive, though they felt a twinge of pity for the poor monster about to fall victim to such a cunning trick. In conclusion, humanity really plays dirty. Back to the unfortunate salamander, after inhaling the pungent stench of the Z-bomb, tears began to gush from its eyes. Phase 1 was a success. The salamander in sheer agony wailed and thrashed about, smashing the environment. Do you remember the plan? JaeHyun asked. Seo-woo and Gina nodded in unison. Their duty was to wait and move only on JaeHyun's command. Without hesitation, Jun launched a Tier 2 ice spear straight at the beast. Blinding tears still streaming, the monster retaliated with a scorching breath of fire. This was the moment Jun had been waiting for. As the flames erupted, he hurled a recently scavenged sword with surgical precision straight into the inferno. The beast looked dumbfounded, tears still falling, unable to comprehend the situation. You psychopath! Kim Yudong screamed. Even the audience was left scratching their heads at this bizarre manhwa recap moment. Did JaeHyun suddenly decide to do a lizard meat mukbang? Aside from crying, the salamander showed no other reaction. This is merely the opening act. Just sit back and watch, Jun declared, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Elsewhere, someone's jaw hit the floor. Instructor Guan could not believe a rookie cadet knew about a hidden mechanic he had intentionally omitted from the curriculum. The boss salamander shook its head and unleashed a massive torrent of flame. Receiving Jun's signal, Seo-woo and Gina charged forward, shields raised to intercept the blast. The dirty sword that was tossed into the belly of the beast returned, now gleaming with a pristine shine. The viewers lost their minds. The 3 layers of corruption had been cleansed, and the seal on the passive skill, Murderous Intent, was finally broken. The chat room exploded with excitement, exactly as JaeHyun predicted. He explained, within the core of a salamander lies the power of purification. We can use it to cleanse corrupted items. However, the cleansing flame is only potent while the monster is still alive, making the execution incredibly difficult. But with the ability to visualize magic artifacts, this sort of thing is child's play. Min Jae-hyun made the audience feel like they were watching a veteran pro, not a newbie's stream. Seeing him wield the blade, speculation ran wild. Was he aiming for a magic swordsman build in this leveling manhwa? Jun instantly activated 3 buff skills, haste, agility, and gale. He chased down the fleeing lizard and with one decisive strike severed its leg. The moment he landed, Jaehyun triggered the frozen domain skill, creating a massive ice spike from below that exposed the monster's underbelly. Seizing the opening, he drove his sword straight into its gut. The hunt was over. The viewers collectively prayed to God, even the atheists among them. Meanwhile, Seo Ah-han was munching on snacks while copy-pasting an expose on the true identity of the rookie Min Jae-hyun. The long, detailed post attracted a massive number of views. Guildmaster Du Seo-eun read it and chuckled. "So, is this why you proposed that deal to me? He really has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. It would not be Min Jae-hyun otherwise." An hour before entering the dungeon, he had told her something interesting would happen during the midterm broadcast. But Seo-eun warned that involving the guild carried too much risk. So he suggested she simply watch his plan unfold. Decide whether to intervene once you see if I am worth it. And just as he calculated, everything fell right into place. The guildmaster did not disappoint. "Contact the reporters. Right now." She sensed that Guan's reputation was about to sink like a stone, playing perfectly into Jun's hands. Seo Ah-han's post views were skyrocketing faster than weight gain after the holidays. She still had no clue why Jun asked her to do this, but he had approached her before the second round. Not knowing the full context only made her more curious. But reading comments praising her beauty was entertaining enough, so she grabbed more snacks and watched the drama unfold. Back in the dungeon, Jun discovered a super strength ring. It was a B-rank item with the potential to evolve into A rank. For a brief moment, this artifact could amplify mana to boost magic power. The owner would acquire the skill Overload. However, its level was low due to a missing super strength stone, making the Overload stats unstable. Overload is an A-rank skill that boosts magic power by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. The drawback: the user cannot access mana for 5 minutes after the skill ends because the stone is missing. This was the hidden reward the Academy planted for the midterms. Even though it was incomplete without the stone, it was still a magnificent haul for an awakening manhwa scenario. Jun suggested rock, paper, scissors to decide who keeps it, but the team unanimously agreed to give it to him. "Well, I will not be polite then." Loot secured, the squad teleported to the next floor. On the 3rd floor, the protective barrier would drop in 1 minute, signaling the start of the boss raid. Students prepare for battle. Yudong tapped the barrier, remarking that it looked like fragile glass. Suddenly, the monster on the other side punched the shield, scaring the soul right out of her body. Seo Woo and Gina were equally terrified. Yudong was so shaken she tripped and fell to the ground. The beast was humongous. Jun, completely unbothered, asked what was wrong, forcing Yudong to awkwardly compliment the shield's durability. Gina asked, "Do you have a plan?" He replied instantly, "No. We do not need a plan because I am going to fight it alone." The lava golem was unleashed. The audience panicked at Jun's arrogance, but he simply stared at the monstrosity that caused a 70% failure rate with cold, dead eyes. The monster changes every year, but they are generally B or C rank. The objective: defeat the lava golem and extract its magic core. The system manhwa interface noted the empty battlefield, perfect for the viewer's entertainment. But it mattered not. Jun was about to beat this thing into a pile of mud regardless. Why were Seogu and Gina trying to interfere, and why did Yu Jung hold them back? She knew the truth. JaeHyun was a monster in human skin. A beast of this caliber was nothing to him. The proof was undeniable when he clashed head-on with the golem earlier. If Yu Jung said this B-rank monster was manageable, Gina had no choice but to trust her judgment. Trust was irrelevant, because JaeHyun was already calculating the kill shot. He triggered Gale Force level 4 combined with a Frost Wall while simultaneously using mana detection to scan every inch of the battlefield. What followed was a dodge sequence smoother than a circus acrobat, moving with such precision the audience swore JaeHyun could see the future. The magma golem was an armored tank with devastating attack power, but it had weaknesses. JaeHyun bound it with chains and immediately followed up with a torrential rain of ice. The restraints only held for a heartbeat, but that was enough for the frost to seep in and brittle the joints. With surgical precision, he fired water bullets into the cracks, shattering the construct and ending the war. You have successfully defeated the dungeon boss. JaeHyun's victory was absolute. The audience was left wondering who the real monster was in this leveling manhwa scenario, the beast or the student. Yu Jung's expression twisted with complexity. Every time she saw her childhood friend, he had ascended to a new height, and she felt the chasm between them widening. However, the test wasn't over yet. There was one final act required to drag director Guan down from his pedestal today. Leaving for reality now wasn't part of the plan. Are you disappointed the fight was too short? JaeHyun seemed to address the cameras. Then stay tuned. I'm about to show you a battle with a nightmare you didn't know existed. Cutting back to the magma waterfalls, the audience was glued to the screen, desperate to know what Team D was plotting in such a hostile environment. JaeHyun declared he sensed a massive concentration of mana nearby. His 3 teammates looked around with feigned ignorance while JaeHyun shot them a subtle, sharp glance. Yoo-jung asked, her voice dripping with fake concern. Are you sure about this? Don't worry, no matter how much it hurts, you won't actually die. The other 3 gritted their teeth and mentally cursed him. Damn it, we picked the wrong leader, came the scripted cry. Found it. And finally the moment they waited for. You have discovered a hidden floor, generating a special trial. Defeat the hidden boss to return to reality. The system notifications flashed relentlessly, signaling a twist that turned this system Manhwa into a survival horror for normal students. Even with insane luck, finding this location was statistically impossible. Guan knew that, which is exactly why he hid the secret floor in this desolate corner. But that corrupt director never expected a glitch in the Matrix like JaeHyun. He must be in shock right now. But frankly, JaeHyun couldn't care less about the old man's blood pressure. His only concern was whether the audience was ready for the spectacle. And judging by the ratings, they were starving for it. JaeHyun knew exactly how to summon the boss, but he had to pretend to investigate the terrain. Sincere. What is that? Yoo-jung asked, her timing impeccable. JaeHyun suppressed a smirk. She was sharp. Before them stood an ancient ceremonial altar. Gina started asking questions right on cue. The group turned to JaeHyun, who urged them to brainstorm. Yoo-jung, playing the genius support, quickly deduced the solution. The golem's core was the key. JaeHyun placed it into the altar, and the magic circle ignited instantly. Get back, JaeHyun shouted, acting the part of the protective leader. The hidden boss of the Blood Dragon subspace is descending. The system blared the objective: survive with your team, defeat the enemy, and seize the dragon heart. Success meant special privileges and the right to make a demand of the academy. The Blood Dragon roared onto the stage, its pressure crushing the air around them. The live stream chat exploded. Even veteran raiders would flee from a Blood Dragon, yet someone put this catastrophe in a freshman midterm. The public backlash was exactly what JaeHyun wanted. However, his calculations failed to account for one thing: the dragon's attack patterns were wildly unpredictable. A monster of this size was usually just a large target for JaeHyun. But while he strategized, Gina and Seogu let out screams of terror that sounded suspiciously forced. Yoo-jung nearly froze. Their acting was worse than a B-movie extra. Had these two never lied to their parents for pocket money, she stepped up to show them how a pro does it. So my never one and fullback now. Wow. JaeHyun was impressed. She was a natural. Time for the main character to join the performance. JaeHyun secretly manipulated the mana, destabilizing the subspace connection to enrage the beast. The Blood Dragon went berserk. Watching from the control room, Guan's face turned corpse white. He just wanted a quiet exam year, but disaster struck like a curse. He had hoped to divert media attention, but now the spotlight was burning him alive. Now everything was ruining him. JaeHyun. This had to be his doing. That brat was tampering with the system again. Bazin tried to comfort him, saying a mere student couldn't manipulate a subspace. But what other explanation was there? It had to be JaeHyun. Guan was so furious he lost control of his facial muscles. Bazin silently calculated that supporting the director now might guarantee a promotion later. He offered empty words of comfort, but Guan let out a twisted laugh. If JaeHyun's goal was just the item, maybe this wasn't a total loss. Giving him the reward was better than the MS Academy's reputation plummeting into the gutter. He clung to this desperate hope to salvage his career. If JaeHyun cleared the hidden dungeon, Guan could spin the narrative and wipe away some of the recent hate. The only worry was why the dragon was acting so insane. By the way, Guan muttered, all we can do is pray JaeHyun kills that thing. His smile vanished instantly. Yoo-jung, wake up, Gina, Seogu, take care of her. Guan stared in horror at the screen where Yoo-jung appeared to be dying. Team D was in chaos, their teammates soaked in blood. The director felt like he was being played, but the audience bought it hook, line, and sinker. Public fury reached a boiling point. Guan could smash his desk in rage, but the situation was already beyond salvation. On the front lines, JaeHyun smiled internally. How did it feel? Director, to be manipulated and framed by the media just like you did to others? The waves of public opinion were crashing down on him. JaeHyun calmly used telepathy. You okay? Did it actually hit you? Yoo-jung replied instantly. Of course not. Am I that good of an actress? Yoo-jung chuckled in his mind. The weeping audience had no clue that the tear-jerking scene was completely staged. Even her fatal wound was just a visual effect from a blood loss skill. We're full of genius actors here. Maybe I should drop out and go into movies. Keeping this face in a dungeon is a waste of beauty. Korea just lost a potential movie star, she teased. Don't make me laugh, JaeHyun shot back, suppressing a shudder. I'm supposed to be in mourning here. JaeHyun realized he couldn't hold back any longer. If he hesitated, disaster would strike. But first he commanded her to ensure the others remained unscathed. "Hey, big brother, I'm already wounded here." Honestly, he could obliterate the beast instantly. But where is the fun in that? He decided to put on a show pretending to dodge the dragon's breath just enough to make it look like a struggle. After ordering his party into a defensive formation, he unsheathed his legendary weapon, the demonic sword Balmung. The spectators prayed this weapon would turn the tide. JaeHyun, however, scoffed at the beast, telling it to be grateful. The sword's presence was the only reason it was allowed to live a few minutes longer. The blade's passive skill, Dragon Slayer, roared to life. Damage against the draconic race skyrocketed by 300%. Every strike now carried the weight of a natural disaster. The dragon whipped its tail a blow so heavy that Seung-Yoon barely withstood the impact. But JaeHyun had already spotted its fatal weakness, a tiny scale on its heel. It was just like the theory discussions with Hoyeon and Ina. Memories fueled his resolve as he charged forward. Bringing his blade down, he activated the skill overload, pushing his power beyond the limit. But the sword was just a distraction. JaeHyun unleashed a devastating ice spell, freezing the monster's very soul in an instant. The raw mana output was catastrophic, amplified by another 50%. The entire dungeon transformed into a frozen wasteland. Viewers went wild, debating if this was an A-rank or an S-rank phenomenon. Regardless of the debate, the battle was over. Feigning exhaustion, JaeHyun hid a smirk of absolute victory. He hoped Gu Jae-in would appreciate this little parting gift. While JaeHyun celebrated, Gu Jae-in's world crumbled. The villain screamed into his phone, begging his partners, but the reply was cold. "You are finished. We are cutting ties." No one believed his lies anymore. Park Ha-jun failed to silence the media storm as a hidden player had already made their move on the chessboard. Enraged, Gu Jae-in slammed Park Ha-jun against the wall. He realized too late that a powerful figure stood behind JaeHyun, sealing his fate with no hope of recovery. The Lotus Guild had leaked the damning documents. The shadow supporting JaeHyun had finally stepped into the light to strike. Acting as their representative, Yu Sung-yoon delivered the final blow personally. It was an official decree, sanctions against MS Academy, and an immediate arrest warrant for Gu Jae-in. The charges were undeniable, pushing students to the brink of death and bribing high-ranking officials. The order was given to detain him immediately, backed by every major guild. The National Hunter Association stamped their approval. Any attempt to revoke the warrant was rendered null and void. The game was over. Gu Jae-in was shackled instantly. Meanwhile, reporters swarmed JaeHyun and his team, hungry for a quote on the Awakening Manhwa event of the year. "Due to the Academy's confidentiality agreement, I cannot disclose the details," JaeHyun stated calmly. "However, this is the third incident. I refuse to let another student or friend die under my watch." His words were few, but they struck like a critical hit. "Now please step aside so I can get my injured friend to the hospital." Before leaving, he added fuel to the fire. "Remember this, today was no accident." As JaeHyun departed, Gu Jae-in was dragged out in handcuffs. Someone threw a raw egg, triggering a barrage of filth from the furious crowd. The villain was humiliated. The public screamed for his resignation while JaeHyun covered a satisfied smirk. Moments later, the injured Kim Yoo-jung burst into laughter, enjoying the show. She teased JaeHyun for his terrible acting. Although the plan was a flawless success, Seung-yoon worried about his recklessness. One slip-up and JaeHyun would have paid the price. Yet for him, saving lives was the only priority. He knew this wasn't the end. Gu Jae-in would return, backed by the terrifying power of the Norse gods. Hearing his ominous muttering, Kim Yoo-jung looked at her friend and wondered if the battle had knocked a screw loose in his head. Watching them bicker, Seung-yoon realized JaeHyun was still just a child at heart. But the war wasn't over. In 3 days, a press conference would drive the final nail into Gu Jae-in's coffin. At the National Hunter Bureau, the manager was ecstatic. If all went to plan, the legendary Kim Jin would soon return to the fold. The arrest was just the prologue. 3 days later, the Dong-A Guild officially opened the press conference that would shake the system. JaeHyun arrived in a sharp suit, looking dashing yet radiating a freezing aura. Guildmaster Du thought he was nervous, but the truth was simple. JaeHyun just hated crowds. The MS Academy was effectively in the palm of his hand. With the Hunter Bureau's cooperation, no one could stand in his way anymore. The hour of judgment had arrived. Yu Sung-yoon manager Song Ji-seo and JaeHyun took the stage. The journalists watched with hawk-like intensity, ready to devour the truth. The first reporter went for the jugular. Did Gu Jae-in intentionally attempt to murder students and disguise it as an accident? Seung-yoon confirmed it without hesitation. They had gathered irrefutable proof of his crimes retrieved from the brainwashed Yong Yi-soo. This was not his first offense, she declared. We have also uncovered massive illegal funding flowing into the MS Academy. Countless other crimes were still under investigation. Finally, the darkness rotting the system was being dragged into the light. As the conference wound down, a reporter asked if JaeHyun was Seung-yoon's disciple. JaeHyun smiled, giving her full credit. "I am who I am today, thanks to her teachings." "Why hide your talent?" they asked. JaeHyun explained he simply wanted a quiet life. Another shouted, "When was the contract signed?" "Just a few months ago." "I was lucky," JaeHyun replied. As personal questions began to flood in like a tidal wave, JaeHyun hesitated, refusing to be swept away. Seung-yoon stepped in to shield him from the media frenzy. Days later, at the inauguration of the temporary principal, the Chaos Quartet finally reunited, grateful to be alive. Although the fallout from the Gujian scandal lingered, with the Dong-A Guild and the Hunter Bureau providing backup, there was nothing to fear. Hoyeon and Ina clenched their fists, feeling their own weakness. They, along with Kim Yoo-jung, vowed to become stronger. JaeHyun nodded, acknowledging their resolve. However, this war was his burden to bear. He couldn't let them sink deeper into the abyss. He had to level up alone to face the impending wrath of the Norse gods. Suddenly the stage lights blazed. A familiar silhouette emerged, shocking Kim Yoo-jung. It was Professor Kim Jin, the new master of the academy. JaeHyun remained calm. He and Guildmaster Du had orchestrated this entire takeover. The pieces were set, and the real game was just beginning. With Dong-A stepping aside to dodge the scandal, the disciplinary committee swept in to clean up the mess. Since the other professors were purged, Kim Jong took the throne, a perfect fit for someone actually trustworthy, while Professor Kim formally greeted the cadets in her new role. Poor Min-jun was stuck here, forced to endure a karaoke session with his friends. He thought he'd finally get some rest, but fate had other plans. How the hell did he end up in this noisy dungeon? Well, he only had himself to blame for promising these chaotic friends a celebration after the exams. So when Kim Do-dung marched in to collect on that debt, escape was impossible. Hoyeon even booked the most luxurious VIP room in the district, and just like that, the party began. Next up, it was Jun's turn to take the stage. However, his singing voice wasn't just bad. It was a biological weapon that froze his friends in horror. Even people outside probably thought a terrorist attack was underway. Well, at least this proved one thing: the invincible main character was still human after all. Nobody is perfect, right? The karaoke machine must have struggled to even give him a 10 out of 100. Honestly, it was a miracle he finished the song. Lesson learned: never let this man near a microphone again. Next up was the lovely Ina. But as she took the mic, her hand brushed against her crush's fingers, a spark of electricity that made her drop the mic in panic. Jun's reflexes kicked in instantly. He snatched the mic from the air, worried she was hurt since she was never this clumsy. He gently offered it back, and Ina stammered a shy thank you. "I'm really shy, so don't expect too much," she whispered. But Jun figured she had to be better than his disastrous performance. At least it won't be a sonic attack, he thought. Whether she was good or not, he was ready to cheer. But then, she opened her mouth and an angelic voice stunned everyone in the room. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Hindu had arrived at his destination, a black cat perched on a skyscraper. But when Hindu turned, it vanished. He walked to a desolate spot and called out, "Show yourself, I know you're there, so quit lurking like a rat." Ohila materialized from thin air. "I wasn't stalking you," she claimed coolly. "Just wanted to say hello. Your little anti-Norse faction has been quite busy lately, haven't you?" Hindu smirked. Compared to the realm of Odin and the Norse gods, we're nothing. Hila wasn't buying his false modesty. "You're still clinging to that hopeless hope, aren't you? That the great enemy from the prophecy will appear like a hero in a classic Manhwa recap," Hindu scoffed. "Believe what you want, but mind your own damn business." He laughed at the absurd idea that a mere mortal could take down the entire pantheon of Norse gods. He told Hila to step aside, but naturally the Valkyrie stood her ground. "You got a death wish," Hindu warned. "You can't use your full power here anyway. I have the advantage. If she wanted to fight, she'd better be prepared for a mutual kill." But a deathmatch wasn't on her agenda today. "My only mission," she replied calmly, "is to buy a little more time." "Holy heaven, your voice is incredible." Kim Do-dung's eyes went wide. Hoyeon even asked if she was a pro-idol in disguise. "Ina, did you take vocal lessons?" Jun couldn't hide his curiosity either. When Ina admitted she never studied music, the whole squad was floored. "You mean that masterpiece was just raw talent?" Ina looked confused. "Was it bad?" the three shouted in unison. "Are you kidding? If that was bad, we're all deaf." Kim Do-dung immediately rushed to cue up more songs for their new diva. Hoyeon joined the hype train, startling Ina, but soon her face flushed red from the overwhelming support. It was only the second time in her life she had ever sung for anyone. Watching his best friends laugh and play, Jun realized something. These were rare moments of peace in his chaotic life. Enjoying this tranquility wasn't so bad after all. The next day, Jun returned home with a surprise for his mother. She looked at him with wide eyes, surprised and curious about the mystery package. He handed it over. "It's a bank book, Mom. Consider it my contribution to the house." Looking at the staggering balance, Jun's mother was stunned. Most kids his age were out partying, yet her son. "Jun, did you earn all this yourself?" "Yes, Mom. It's all for you." Finally, Jun could say the words he'd buried for so long. He just wanted to hold his mother and tell her that her son had made it. In his past life, he had been too busy to care for her properly. Everything changed after he turned back time in this leveling Manhwa reality. His goal now was simple: protect his family and friends, kill Odin, and end this cycle of misery. He wouldn't let that old god steal his loved ones again. From now on, Mom, you never have to worry about money ever again. Overwhelmed, his mother rushed forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. You've suffered so much, haven't you? I know. I know. Hearing her comfort, tears finally spilled from Jun's eyes. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Jun frantically wiped his face and went to answer. To his shock, Ina was standing there, with Kim Do-dung grinning behind her like a mastermind. What are you two doing here? Jun asked. My family is having a barbecue party, Do-dung announced, and you are cordially invited. Ah, that's right. Jun remembered that Do-dung's parents were home today. Since Jun had helped their family so much, the elders insisted on treating him to a feast. See, you're such a burden, Do-dung teased. Honestly, if these two weren't bickering, the world might actually end. Jun rubbed his chin and thought. It was that time of year again. Major events were about to shake the system. Seeing him zone out, Do-dung pressed him, saying her parents were dying to see him. There was no way Jun could refuse. They set the time for 6 p.m. As Jun turned to go back inside, Ina's sharp eyes caught the damp spot on his sleeve. Were you crying? No way, just got splashed while washing dishes. Jun lied, his heart racing as he covered it up. Once she looked away, he let out a breath. That girl had eyes like a hawk. Later, arriving at the destination. Look at that chandelier. The Kim family really was loaded. Ina was already sitting in the living room when he walked in. Jun was curious why she was there. Did Do-dung drag her along? I didn't really have anywhere else to go, she admitted softly. That struck a chord. Jun remembered that Ina had no family left. That was exactly why Kim Do-dung brought her. His loudmouthed friend was actually incredibly thoughtful. Long time no see, Jun. It was Do-dung's parents. Even before the regression, they had treated him like a son. But before he could bow, the dad grabbed him in a playful headlock. Look at this kid, you've grown a ton. Uncle, please, I can't breathe. The dad laughed. Is our Yu-dung still bullying you? I remember you used to run to me crying every time she hit you. Uncle Kim nudged him playfully. Suddenly, his precious daughter kicked him in the shin, warning him to stop the history lesson. However, the old man was genuinely worried. At this rate, how will she ever get a boyfriend? What do you think, Jun? Want to volunteer as tribute, Jun? Uncle Kim dropped the bomb. The atmosphere instantly got awkward for all three of them. She's stubborn, the dad continued. But she's kind and smart. Mostly, Dad, you're talking too much. Kim Yu-dung silenced her father with a sharp pinch to the side. Quit the jokes and go do the dishes. You too, Min-han. Poor Papa Kim. The tears were real this time. Is this girl his daughter or his mother? She was totally bossing him around. Finally, dinner was served. JaeHyun stared at the feast, amazed that Papa Kim's cooking skills were actually god tier. Papa Kim puffed out his chest, bragging that he used to be a professional chef, so this was child's play. Yu-dung sighed, wishing Hoyeon and JaeHyun's mom could have joined this warm gathering. But life is busy and fate had other plans. Maybe next time. Papa Kim finally sat down, his expression turning serious. Thank you for helping Yu-dung with her midterms. You really saved her. JaeHyun humbly denied it, claiming he did nothing special. In reality, it was all an act. This over-the-top gratitude was making him feel guilty. Yu-dung signaled him with a smile, telling him not to sweat it. Mama Kim chimed in, relieved to see him living well. Honestly, when you joined the magic class, I was shocked. Did you do it just to stay close to our Yu-dung? Even if that's not the reason, thank you. She beamed at him. You're getting handsomer by the day. If only our daughter could bring home a boyfriend like JaeHyun. That playful comment struck a nerve. Ina's expression darkened, and she abruptly put down her chopsticks. JaeHyun immediately noticed the shift. Is something wrong? Ina denied it, but the shadow over her face said otherwise. Was he imagining things? Meanwhile, in a different house, the atmosphere was far from peaceful. It was a storm of rage. Do you realize what you've done? The voice dripped with venom. You saved those students out of pity, you pathetic fool. And Hoyeon's father unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse. The man had barely escaped being arrested like Jin, and he blamed his son's softness for his precarious position. His anger was boiling over. Hoyeon tried to speak, but his father cut him off with a roar. And Hoyeon, you must become the greatest hunter in Korea. Everyone must kneel at your feet. You must crush Min-han at all costs. Enough! Hoyeon finally snapped, cutting through his father's madness. He had tried to reason with this man 1,000 times, but it was like talking to a wall. His father preached trampling on others to rise to the top. But Hoyeon remembered the friends who treated him with genuine heart. In this awakening Manhwa world, he had made his choice. I won't live the way you want. This is my life, not yours. The old man's eyes bulged. Do you have any idea what you're saying? The father lunged to grab him, but Helheim swatted his hand away with cold precision. Live your own life, father. Live it honestly. Helheim turned and walked away, ignoring the screaming beast behind him. And Helheim refused to use dirty tricks to beat JaeHyun. He would compete fairly with his brother-in-arms. A true rivalry had begun. Back at Yudung's house, JaeHyun tilted his head amazed. Her parents were incredibly affectionate, going out for a late-night movie date. Yudung laughed, saying they still acted like newlyweds. It was nearing midnight. JaeHyun moved to leave, but his friend insisted he stay longer. If I stay, your dad will kill me, JaeHyun joked. I doubt they want me here when they get back. I bet I'd get a lecture. Yudung shrugged, figuring as long as they didn't do anything bad, it was fine. Ina nodded in agreement. Even so, JaeHyun was determined to leave by midnight. Suddenly, Ina gathered her courage. I'm curious about something. Can I ask, are you two dating? JaeHyun clutched his head, waving his hands frantically. How could you think that? Yudung turned beet red. What, him with me? No way in hell. Ina pointed out how close they looked even with the parents. But to them, they were just friends with zero bad blood. Hearing the explanation, Ina blushed and whispered, sorry. Time flew and midnight struck. JaeHyun headed home. But on the dark street he felt a chilling presence, HL. He spun around. Spit it out. It's late, haven't you tortured me enough? You're not surprised. You knew I was coming. Last time I felt a violent surge of mana that no human could possess. It was obvious. Then I'll be brief. JaeHyun, you must clear the second trial immediately. We are out of time. This is a critical moment in your leveling Manhwa journey. Odin has made his move. Far away, the Norse gods gathered to plot the MC's demise. Odin sat on his throne, his voice echoing with authority. Any news of Heimdall? Thor scoffed, telling the old man to relax. The prophecy mentioned him, sure, but he's just a filthy human. What can a bug do to us? Another deity agreed. Even if their powers were limited in the human realm Midgard, they were still gods. A human could never defeat a god. Ah, like the one rotting in our dungeon. The prophecy had never been wrong. Odin narrowed his eyes. Do you truly think a human poses a threat to you? Odin Supreme One, you worry too much. The purple-haired goddess soothed him, proud of her husband but dismissing his fears. My love, relax. Humans are creatures that learn and evolve endlessly. I have seen their kind. Odin remained cautious. His prudence was exactly what made him so dangerous. To him, knowledge was a weapon often given to the weak, not the strong. We have not yet killed the key enemy standing before us. The power of the prophecy can only protect him for 10 more years at most. But we cannot rule out the possibility that he will become powerful enough to rival us by then. That is why I sent Heimdall to the human realm. He is strong enough to crush a human, preventing the rise of the god's greatest enemy. Furthermore, for some reason, the protective power of the prophecy surrounding the enemy is fading rapidly. We won't need to wait 10 years. We will be able to slaughter him very soon. Odin's lover patted his shoulder. Every plan must be flawless. Odin refused to lower his guard. No prophecy has ever said we can defeat our destiny. Everything was proceeding according to his will. Back in the dark alley, HL revealed the terrifying truth to JaeHyun. The prophecy's protection was crumbling. JaeHyun was confused. Shouldn't it persist to prevent the past from repeating? The answer was simple. Bringing him back in time had drained too much of the prophecy's power. Even for gods, reversing time is a forbidden taboo. HL was actually shocked the prophecy's power had lasted this long. She wondered aloud, who paid the price for this miracle? As she spoke, ancient runes flashed through JaeHyun's mind, triggering a headache. Bottom line, he understood. He had to smash through the second trial to get stronger. HL smirked, satisfied. You catch on quick. Let's move. We need to discuss the exam you're about to take and the monster you'll soon face, Heimdall. It was a classic system Manhwa setup. JaeHyun looked stunned. He never expected his next opponent would be the white-skinned god who sees the future and wields the Gjallarhorn. Hela was stunned. How could Jun possibly know of his existence? It seems our protagonist did his homework on the gods, preparing for the ultimate enemy. But with the terrifying Himdu already present, would Jun even have time to complete his awakening test? Fear not. I've bought you some precious time. Thanks to Hela's intervention, the mighty Himdu was currently trapped in a struggle of his own. How dare that woman imprison me? I am the great Him. Do not believe for a second that this pathetic cage can hold a being of my stature. He roared curses into the void, but his protests were silenced by the pitch-black shadows binding his pristine form. Hela had expended a massive amount of divine energy to seal him away. She could only pray that Jun would seize this fleeting opportunity. So, where would the next stage of his evolution take place? The answer appeared on the screen. A breaking news alert flashed across the television. Another catastrophic failure. The 11th expedition to the Great Ruins had ended in disgrace. However, a new player was entering the game, bear the ace of the European Hunter Association. Despite the hype, the first trial, known as the Proof of Aptitude, remained an insurmountable wall. Even the association had to admit defeat, their confidence shattered by the impossible difficulty. The location, Iceland, the ancient heart of mythological lore and the resting place of the frost giant's darkest secrets. But the world didn't know the truth. These ruins were architected solely for JaeHyun, a training ground meticulously designed to forge him into a warrior capable of slaying Odin once more. Wait, did she just say once more? Hela paused, confused by her own slip of the tongue. Why had those words escaped her lips? Regardless, the reality remained harsh. If JaeHyun failed the Proof of Aptitude, the doors to his destiny would remain forever closed. The Proof of Aptitude indeed. And in this entire world, you are the only one with the qualifications to conquer this system Manhwa challenge. Once you overcome it, the path to the Great Ruins will finally reveal itself. Meanwhile, miles away in the frozen wastelands of Iceland, Bear watched that very same broadcast. Fury didn't just simmer in his eyes, it exploded. Bear lost his composure, completely screaming at the heavens. He couldn't fathom what kind of hellish ruin would dare reject a powerhouse like him. Camilla, are you certain those incompetent mages analyzed this correctly? Camilla sighed, warning him to check his arrogance. Doubting his subordinates and letting his ego run wild would get them nowhere. Besides, this was a unique anomaly among the ruins. Even she felt the burning desire to be the one to crack its code. Bear clutched his head in frustration. The gate demanded he prove himself, yet offered zero instructions on how to do so. Even Camilla was stumped. Was there a physical key? A hidden mechanism? Camilla tried to crack a joke, but Bear was wound tighter than a bowstring, looking ready to snap her neck. Days later, before JaeHyun departed for the frozen north, he made one final call. He needed an alibi to keep his friends from worrying about his dangerous awakening Manhwa journey. The preparations for this expedition had been nothing short of a frantic sprint against time. First, JaeHyun consumed a fortune in mana stones. He pushed his weapon's enhancement to the absolute limit and power-leveled himself past level 30. The only man he trusted with these requests was director Kim Jun, and he wouldn't be traveling alone. Tucked safely in his hood was Hill, the pitch-black cat with secrets of its own. Simultaneously, Bear took to the airwaves with a bold proclamation. The European Guild would crush the Icelandic ruins by any means necessary. He warned the world anyone who stood in their way would be annihilated. This meant the ruins were now the territory of Bear. For the first time, JaeHyun would have to face a genuine S-rank hunter, and in that man's hand rested the legendary Dragon Slayer sword Balmung. Hela watched from the shadows, her eyes narrowing. Now she could observe the great enemy up close. It was time to see if her gamble on JaeHyun was a stroke of genius or a fatal mistake. The Loki ruins, mysterious tombs that materialized across the globe like scars on the earth. Excavations revealed the truth: they were vaults hiding ancient god-tier artifacts. The loot here far outstripped anything found in standard dungeons. Naturally, this turned the ruins into a blood-soaked battleground for greedy hunters. National governments had to step in to prevent total anarchy. Hela whispered a revelation into JaeHyun's ear. The mistletoe, that unassuming bracelet on his wrist, it was exactly the kind of treasure these ruins were built to hide. Do you really think it was all just luck you obtained the mistletoe just as the ruins began to fall one by one? Fate is playing a hand here. JaeHyun's mind flashed back to the mysterious lights on the map. That strange illumination was the catalyst for everything. He turned to Hela, his gaze filled with unspoken questions. What's with that look? Hela asked, defensive. JaeHyun flashed a disarming smile. Nothing, he lied. But a question burned in his mind. Were these ruins truly the work of the ancient giants? Precisely, 10,000 years ago. Created by the Guardians and Thor's nemesis, the mighty Gangdia. They were built in anticipation of the great enemy from the prophecy for the humans who would one day dare to challenge Odin's legion. That explains the labyrinthine puzzles. In the old legends, giants weren't just brutes. They were beings of immense, terrifying wisdom. They stood tall, radiating arrogance even before the Norse gods themselves. Of course, history tells us their end was anything but glorious. We're almost there. My heart is pounding. I booked the most luxurious suite money can buy, the best in the city. After all, this is the stage for your second trial. Hela was practically vibrating with excitement. I haven't let my guard down for a second, JaeHyun replied coldly. I've prepared for every variable. System translation module check. High-tier consumables check. Before leaving, JaeHyun had made a crucial upgrade. He fused Class A dark minerals into his gear, evolving his dark armor to a solid A rank. But the mistletoe had a surprise in store. Its passive skill, armor crafting genius, triggered. The armor transcended its limits, evolving from A rank straight to S rank. Behold the Hell armor. Physical and magical resistance boosted by 350. Stealth skill elevated to level 3. And a new passive unlocked Dark Synchronization. Dark Synchronization, rank A. By harmonizing his body with pure dark energy, he could now create afterimages confusing the enemy and evading fatal strikes. Evasion rate increased by 20%. Furthermore, it granted a single guaranteed dodge with a 100% success rate. The only weakness light attribute attacks against which this power was useless. Hela pouted, her eyes narrowing. That sounds like cheating, doesn't it? She was referring to the key. We don't have the luxury of time to play fair, Jun retorted. It is what it is. Several hours later, Jun arrived at the sanctuary. A hotel exclusive to the awakened elite. Even without the exclusivity, the price tag was a deterrent 50,000 for a single night. Normal civilians wouldn't dare sleep in the shadow of a monster-filled ruin. The only exceptions were the crazy archaeologists. As he headed to his room, fate threw a curveball. Jun walked right in to bear the titan of the European Guild. He hadn't expected to cross paths with the competition this soon. What the hell are you? Bear's voice dripped with arrogance as they brushed past each other. He was the wielder of the Dragon Slayer sword, the king of Europe. But Jun didn't flinch. You got a problem? Before Camilla could intervene, Bear was already in Jun's face. The air crackled with tension as their gazes locked, predator acknowledging predator. How old are you? Where do you hail from? Bear demanded. Jun remained silent, his expression unreadable. Sensing the impending violence, Camilla rushed in, scolding Bear for his hostility and dragging the two alpha males apart. What do you think you're doing? Ugh, my apologies. Please keep moving. Ignore him. He has a terrible personality. Camilla pushed JaeHyun along while casually gossiping about the man's recent divorce. Bach gritted his teeth, his patience snapping. Enough of this nonsense. Camilla kept smiling, waving JaeHyun off enthusiastically. But the moment the boy was out of earshot, her expression darkened. Bach, I explicitly told you to tread carefully. If the association's reputation crumbles in your hands, how do you plan to take responsibility? I know you're sensitive because of our last failure, but don't take your frustration out on a child. No, that's not it. Bach replied, his expression grave. That brat. He moves without making a single sound. He knows how to erase his presence at will. Meanwhile, back at Mus Academy, the principal's office was filled with panicked screams. It turned out Kim Jong had summoned JaeHyun's friends to explain his sudden trip abroad. Kim Dudong seized the chance to complain about his friend who always seemed to wander off and stumble into disasters. Last time it was the amusement park. Who knows where he speed ran off to this time? Hoyeon laughed awkwardly. JaeHyun does attract trouble like a magnet. I bet it's the same this time. No way, he's not the type to get into trouble. Kim Dudong knew his friend too well to believe that. But far away at the giant ruins in Iceland, the gatekeepers of the European Conquest Association stood guard in the freezing snow. This was the setting for a classic leveling Manhwa scenario. A dark figure, eyes glowing with an ominous red light, slowly emerged from the blizzard. The bearded guard shouted, "Who goes there? Show yourself. These ruins are under the jurisdiction of the European Association." The stranger smirked. So, I'm not allowed in. Honestly, I'm too lazy to lift a finger right now. The bearded man opened his mouth to sound the alarm, but the intruder instantly silenced him with brainwashing magic. Sorry about this. I feel like a criminal. Who else could pull off such a stunt but JaeHyun? But I had no choice. Flashback to his arrival in Iceland. Hela had stated that the prerequisite for entering the giant ruins was first and foremost the NY system. JaeHyun sighed heavily. If that's first, there's obviously a second. Let me guess, no third, right? Don't interrupt me. There are only two conditions. The second condition is that your strength and agility stats must exceed 150. In simple terms, you need to be equivalent to an S-class hunter. What the hell? They stared at each other in awkward silence. JaeHyun laughed nervously. I haven't reached S-class yet. Damn it all. Impossible. I saw you take down an alpha wolf solo. Hearing that, JaeHyun rolled his eyes, his expression darkening. Oh, was that her third form back then? Hela didn't dare answer. She simply said it was irrelevant, and reminded him they needed to find a way to meet the second condition immediately. But JaeHyun had already formulated a plan. He remembered completing the second mission at the Fafnir mansion, where he had also received a bonus reward for clearing a hidden scenario. I obtained this from the Fafnir estate. I've never used it because I never needed to. The system window popped up, an unidentified item named the Cursed Key of Level 3. Thanks to his scouting skill, JaeHyun realized this was a special artifact, the key of Loki capable of opening any door or chest. Even Hela was shocked he possessed such an item. Strange, isn't it? It's as if someone predicted all of this and prepared it just for me. JaeHyun inserted the key into the lock, throwing open the gates to the Great Ruins. In his hand, he still held a blank card. I have a feeling this card will come in handy very soon too. Seonhan's cognitive acceleration and Kwan Soyul's scouting were both useful skills. But JaeHyun hadn't copied them, sensing he would lose a greater opportunity if he used the blank card now. Besides, if he just copied the skills of those around him, they would start to get suspicious. Since the system had given him a blank card, there had to be a legendary target waiting for him to copy. The corridor inside was blazing with light. JaeHyun had only taken a few steps when he heard a booming voice. Are you the great enemy mentioned in the prophecy? A giant sat upon a massive throne at the end of the path. He had 3 eyes and introduced himself as Smir Smaungnir. I am the one who guards these giant ruins by my father's command. Hela jumped out and Smir seemed to recognize her. Wait, no. You are her incarnation. Correct. My name is Hela. I am in charge of guiding the great enemy through the 5 trials. Smir, the power of the prophecy protecting the great enemy is fading. We must prepare so the great enemy can undertake the 2nd trial as soon as possible. I refuse. Smir cut Hela off, rejecting her flatly. Hela asked why in astonishment. Smir replied that she should know better. The way the great enemy opened the door was cheating. This statement made JaeHyun's face go black with rage. Smir added that JaeHyun was currently too weak to pass the 2nd trial anyway. He claimed he was being generous by letting him leave. Become stronger, then return. Hela was furious. Smir, we don't have time. Once the power of the prophecy runs out, the Norse gods will make their move. Yet Smir remained obstinate, shaking his massive head. The law is the law incarnation of Hela. I cannot be sure. Jotunheim, the place I wish to protect, has turned to ash. The giants have no home to return to. It was already too late. Being a little later now makes no difference. Hela realized with horror that Smir had fallen into despair. But JaeHyun. He was absolutely livid. What the hell is this? The young man unleashed his sharp tongue. Are you guys kidding me? Hearing this, blood rushed to Smir's head, but JaeHyun wasn't exactly a saint either. His expression was grim. Listen closely. I am not a charity organization. JaeHyun stepped forward, each footstep crackling with blinding lightning. I am not a tool for you to use when you please and discard when you're bored. Light chains materialized around JaeHyun, and he didn't hesitate to launch them straight at Smir. The only reason I let you control my actions is that I saw value in using you. So I need you to act. The great enemy has a price, so don't give me this half-hearted crap. Outside the great ruins, the sky was draped in a rainbow-colored aurora. Bach, his face twisted in anger, grilled the 2 gatekeepers. Are you absolutely sure no one went in there? The bearded man insisted it was true, but Bach remained convinced someone was inside. He wanted to verify it with his own eyes. He was certain because the mysterious power and mana he had just sensed were phenomena that only occurred when a ruin was opened. Bach had never successfully penetrated a giant ruin, so he refused to let anyone else beat him to it. If the door was open, he was sure he could enter too. But sorry, buddy, your stats just aren't high enough. Bach, veins popping on his forehead, immediately called Camilla to report that someone had breached the giant ruins. Camilla snapped to attention, promising to arrive immediately. Back inside the ruins, Hela couldn't even keep up with the plot twist. Smir blocked the light chains without a single scratch on his body. He slammed his fist on the armrest and stood up, cursing JaeHyun's foolishness. He roared, "You dare oppose me with a mere human body?" At the end of his sentence, Smir raised his voice, and a violent windstorm erupted, leaving JaeHyun and Hela struggling just to stay on their feet. The shockwave of the lion's roar finally subsided, leaving Hela and June so rattled their brains felt like scrambled eggs. Yet the young challenger just smirked, wiping the dust from his face. Is that the best you've got? Honestly, I've heard that cliché villain line so many times, it's putting me to sleep, but beneath that cocky grin, his mind was racing at Mach speed. He knew the odds. Giving up meant death by the dungeon's hand. Staying meant death by this monster's hand. In the end, a grave is a grave no matter who digs it. That leaves me with only one option. He thought, his resolve hardening like steel. I have to throw everything I have at him. I refuse to die with regrets again, not like the miserable end I met before my regression. The challenger stared down the entity known as Smir. Suddenly, Smir's 3 eyes blazed to life like high-beam headlights cutting through the dark. He clasped his hands together in prayer, as if offering a premature funeral rite for June's soul. I will show you no more mercy. The air warped above Yoon's head as a dimensional rift tore open. A massive drill-like spike emerged from the void, spinning with enough force to pierce the heavens. The colossal drill plummeted from the sky without hesitation, screaming toward the earth. Seriously? Is this really a recruitment test to fight the gods? Or are they just trying to speedrun us all to the afterlife? June stood frozen like a statue as the drill made contact with his skull. But in that split second, the deadly steel dissolved into particles of light. It was the kind of game-breaking defense you'd expect in a high-stakes leveling manhwa, triggering the skill absolute calculation. Jun's god eye flared with mana-locking gazes with Smear's 3 glowing pupils. Active skill. Gale engaged, Jun launched himself forward like a cannonball. His target locked firmly on the center of Smear's chest. Smear's eyes widened as he realized his own heart was being targeted. This challenger, does he truly believe he can defeat me and clear this trial? Does this fool have any idea what kind of cosmic horrors await him in the future? Smear thought, annoyed by the audacity. Pure arrogance. Smear unleashed his gigantic hand to crush the gnat. A blinding flash erupted. Jun vaulted into the air, clearing the attack with Olympian agility. But the moment he opened his eyes, Smear's massive palm was already sweeping back for a second strike. Smear couldn't understand what drove this boy to be so reckless. For a moment, Jun felt a crushing pressure identical to the aura of his father, Hujin. It was the suffocating realization that he was facing an opponent he absolutely could not defeat, but surrender wasn't in his vocabulary. Light chains burst from his hands, and Jun swung through the air, gambling his life on a single maneuver. If he was going to die, he'd go out in a blaze of glory, swinging until the bitter end. Skill activated Frozen Earth. The spectral form of a dark elf emerged wrapped in chains. Instantly, a wave of absolute zero frost exploded outward, freezing everything up to Smear's massive legs. The giant paused. He recognized this technique. It was the secret art of the Dark Elves. How on earth did a human fledgling like JaeHyun manage to acquire such a soul? But your technique is full of holes, Smear roared, shattering the ice with a single casual punch. Snow and shards scattered like confetti. Jun looked stunned for a second, but then a devious smile crept across his face. You reacted exactly as I predicted. Flames erupted from Jun's hands, roaring like a furnace. Maybe you're just a bit too straightforward, huh? Active skill Fire Strike, level 5. Active skill Air Blast, level 5. The shattered ice fragments hung suspended in the air. Suddenly, the atmosphere around Jun ignited, summoning a barrage of fireballs ready to unleash hell. Force. Full fire in the hole. The flame bullets slammed into the suspended ice shards, turning them into superheated projectiles that whistled toward Smear. Amidst the chaos, Jun triggered Stealth, level 3, vanishing into the thick steam and mist like a phantom. Smear scoffed, unimpressed. You think these cheap parlor tricks can blind me? He stomped his foot, generating a hurricane-force wind that instantly blew the smokescreen away. But when the air cleared, the battlefield was empty. The target was gone, without a trace. Where the hell did he warp to? Even Hyla played her part perfectly, morphing into a small black cat and blending into the shadows of the obsidian spikes. Smear scanned the area, stepping cautiously. He never suspected that the protagonist had chosen the most dangerous hiding spot possible, a tiny blind spot right beneath the giant's own feet. Waiting for the perfect moment, Jun materialized from the shadow with a surreal burst of speed, slashing upward with a blade of fire. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Russel's office. A new player has entered, the young man named JaeHyun. He's your disciple, isn't he? A sophisticated lady with golden hair and crimson eyes sat across from Russell, her gaze piercing enough to see through the mortal world. Correct, Russell replied. I assume you watched the interview. Let's cut the pleasantries. The golden-haired lady said, her tone sharp and efficient. I'm here for JaeHyun. Spotting raw talent is the supreme virtue of a merchant, after all. JaeHyun told me the same thing, she continued. Do we really need to repeat this meaningless conversation? Russell raised a hand. Oh, no need for such hostility. I am prepared to pay a price that matches his value, the lady offered. Russell's eyes narrowed. Jun is not an object for sale. What about Nico's Fang? If I offered you that S-class artifact, would you reconsider? Russell paused. Nico's Fang. Rumor had it a high-level administrator possessed it, but to think she'd use an S-rank item just as a bargaining chip, she must be desperate to get her claws on Jun. You play big, I'll give you that. But hesitation isn't my style, Russell said, leaning back. This isn't a joke to us. We never gamble with the lives of our members. If I refuse, do you plan to bypass me and manipulate Jun directly? Russell smirked. You know you've got the ruthless heart of a true merchant. The golden-haired lady chuckled, clearly enjoying the banter. You have a sharp eye yourself. Russell maintained her polite, sunless smile. And if your castle crumbles, do you still intend to seduce Jun to your side? Guildmaster Russell, you're a brilliant businesswoman. You know how to read the tides, Sion said with a genuine smile. Honestly, you should probably chase after Jun yourself before someone else snatches him. We prefer to handle things gently, the golden-haired lady said as she stood up. I'll be waiting for your decision. Russell offered no reply, just a silent, enigmatic smile. The lady laughed softly and exited the room. Once she was gone, Russell's expression shifted to a mockery. The rumors say she devours the members of other guilds. Russel's face turned ice cold. She wants my students over my dead body. Back at the trial, a flaming sword crashed down squarely on Smear's chest. June had put his soul into that strike, but it felt like hitting a wall of divine steel, not even a scratch. Smear brushed off the spot where the blade hit. Is this the path you have chosen? The great enemy Odin is omnipotent. The gods of Asgard are absolute. No matter how hard you struggle, the universe will offer no reward for your pitiful efforts, Smear said, looking at June with eyes full of pity and sorrow. Do you truly believe you can take another step? Smear asked. It is better to sit still and accept fate. June snapped back instantly. Shut up, simultaneously triggering a triple skill combo. Active skill magic construction initiated forging a mana sword. Passive skill. Genius blacksmith activated upgrading the item's rank instantly. He was stacking buffs like a pro gamer in a system Manhwa, optimizing every stat for one critical hit. Smear remained drowning in his melancholy. You know nothing, great enemy. Everything you are doing is meaningless. Dust in the wind. Do you not see? June glared at the giant. I am the one who decides if my actions have meaning. The words struck a chord in Smear, unlocking a distant memory. His own father had once told him, "You are the only one who can determine your own worth." Taking advantage of Smear's trip down memory lane, June seized the opening for a cheap shot. He launched a devastating attack, but Smear simply stood there, his voice heavy with gravity. Can you take responsibility for those words? Suddenly both the attack and June were crushed into the ground by an invisible, overwhelming force. June couldn't move a muscle. I will ask you one last time, Smear boomed. Can you bear the weight of what you just said? June coughed up blood, the pressure nearly flattening his organs. Damn it. He cursed internally, his mind frantically searching for a solution. Think, how do I defeat this monster? How do I gut this titan? Just as despair set in, the crushing pressure vanished into thin air. June blinked. What just happened? You claim to be the master of your own destiny. However, in this world, only the strong possess the authority to define their existence. I shall grant you a single opportunity. Prove your worth to me, and the path shall open. Hela couldn't hide her shock at Smear's sudden proposal. His attitude did a complete 180. Jun rubbed his nose, his confidence surging. Then let's make a deal. I will withstand your single strongest strike. What do you say? Hela panicked and jumped between them. Have you lost your mind? He always speaks before he thinks these two were giving her a massive migraine. Divine power erupted around the Guardian. Before Hela could intervene, Smear accepted the challenge. Very well, he roared, launching his attack instantly. I, Smear, shall now judge your soul. Smear summoned his legendary weapon. Do you truly possess the will to carve your own path? Are you the one who can defy destiny itself? Stop this madness at once. Hela screamed with all her might. If this goes wrong, their last hope would be extinguished. They hadn't even faced Odin yet, and the team was already tearing itself apart, but Smear was deaf to her pleas. Take this, he bellowed. A colossal staff larger than a skyscraper crashed down toward Jun. Blinding light swallowed the entire dimension. When the dust settled, only a scar on the wall remained. Is that all you've got? Jun stood there completely unscathed. Shadows swirled around him like a protective cloak. Passive skill activated darkness assimilation. The skill now had a 20% activation rate. Seeing Jun standing tall, Smear smiled and applauded his resilience. The massive wall behind him began to rumble and shift, revealing a hidden passage. Proceed. This trial was made for you. Are you certain? Coincidences may happen twice, but never 3 times. Go now. June stepped forward with unwavering resolve. Hela could only marvel at this enigmatic human. Before he crossed the threshold, Smear offered a final warning. 3 trials of wisdom await you ahead. Understood. Do you feel no fear? Do I look afraid to you? Smear let out a sigh of relief. Excellent. Finally, I can enjoy my retirement. My duty ends here. The rest is in your hands. Great enemy. Hela scrambled to catch up with Jun. That guy and his long legs. He wasn't waiting for anyone. As they walked, Hela broke the silence. How did you survive that? Who knows, even I'm not sure. Hela pondered the encounter. Perhaps Smear had simply given up. No, June had changed the Guardian's heart. They arrived at the entrance of the next trial. Welcome, great enemy mentioned in the prophecy. Standing before them were identical twins, their eyes concealed by bandages. We are none. We are the guardians of the first trial of wisdom. We have been expecting you. June, I cannot interfere beyond this point, Hela warned him gravely. Stay sharp. I got it. June felt a pang of regret at losing her assistance, but it didn't matter. This was just another stepping stone on his path to power. The non-twins smiled mysteriously and began to explain the rules. One of us is an angel and the other is a demon. The angel speaks only the truth while the demon speaks only lies. One of us guards the gate to heaven, the realm of angels. Jun's expression went flat. He looked like he was listening to a bad soap opera script. The sisters continued their rehearsed speech. And the other guards the gate to hell where demons dwell. Hela whispered, noticing his reaction. What's with that face? You look incredibly disappointed. It's just... This isn't the challenge I was hoping for. Regardless of your choice, you will reach the second round. However, if you choose the Hellgate, endless hordes of undead will block your path. Oh, now that sounds interesting. Non chuckled softly. You are permitted only a single question to determine your fate. Choose your words wisely, finding the correct path with a single question. It's a classic riddle. But technically, both gates lead to the next stage regardless. Interesting. I'm ready to ask. There's no need to rush. You have ample time to deliberate. No. I don't need to overthink this. Very well. Who will you question, and what will you ask? One of the non-twins stepped forward with solemn grace. Meanwhile, Jun's mind raced. The angel and demon riddle. It's a legendary puzzle with a very standard solution. If I ask, which way is your home? The angel points to heaven. And the demon lying would also point to heaven. Is this the gate you have chosen? Non asked. Jun offered a gentle, confident smile. No, he said calmly. I will be taking that gate instead. He pointed to the opposite door. Would you mind opening it for me? What the hell? Hela couldn't comprehend his logic as he strolled toward the hell gate. Her face twisted in confusion. Have you lost your mind? Why would you choose that one? Why walk into the demon's trap on purpose? Haven't you heard youth is about challenging the impossible? That's complete nonsense. No sane person voluntarily chooses the path of suffering, but I am built different. Winners carve their own path, especially those with a cheat system. They said the undead would try to stop me, right? You mean? Before Hela could finish, the ground erupted. A massive army of the undead clawed their way to the surface. This was a classic leveling Manhwa trap. Jun had been waiting for this exact moment. Activate skill sacrifice. Brilliant angel wings burst from his back, radiating the aura of a true protagonist. He scanned the battlefield of rotting flesh, converting sacrifice to defensive mode. Active skill. Judgment of light. Blinding holy light pierced through bone and shadow. The horde of undead was vaporized in a single heartbeat. Level up notifications flooded his vision like a waterfall. All this experience points. This is the real heaven. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Hela slumped in disbelief. That human is a devil. He's definitely a devil. Outside, the non-twins observed the chaos. He made the most foolish choice, yet also the most brilliant one. Just as the master prophesied. The gate crackled with terrifying lightning as the hell path concluded. Jun emerged moments later, but his face was filled with regret. What a waste. It's over already. It's so rare to find such a perfect farming spot, Hela facepalmed. Focus, will you? The trial isn't over yet. The moment they stepped clear, the massive gate slammed shut behind them with a heavy thud. Before them lay a vast chamber dominated by a majestic formation. A magic circle of immense complexity glowed on the floor. We likely need to fulfill specific conditions to escape this place. Precisely. O great enemy of the prophecy. A disembodied voice echoed through the chamber. Are you the gatekeeper of the second-level test? Jun shouted his question into the void. Instantly, a sphere of radiant light materialized above him. That title. I don't like it one bit. If the sphere had a face, it would have definitely pouted at him. But facts are facts. This little light ball certainly knew how to accept reality. Hela frowned, a realization dawning on her. This voice. Do you recognize who it belongs to? Why are you here? Hela gasped, surprised, but a radiant sphere of light cut her off before she could finish. Hold on. At the very least, allow me to introduce myself. I am Mimia. I am the creator of the Nornir system, and I am the one who orchestrated your very destiny. JaeHyun froze, his mind racing. Orchestrated my destiny. Does that mean the system's arrival? Even my regression? Was all part of a script? JaeHyun's voice dropped, danger lacing his tone. Care to explain that in detail? Rage simmered beneath his calm exterior. Mimia replied, As I said long ago, Loki sought my counsel. He needed a method to nurture the great enemy from the prophecy, to make him stronger while evading Odin's all-seeing eyes. The answer was the Nornir system. JaeHyun fell silent, processing. If you created the Nornir system, why didn't you explain your plan from the very beginning? Because of a binding contract with the Norse gods, simply approaching you was a trial in itself. The Norse system isn't just used by you. It shackles every single awakened being in this leveling Manhwa world. It acts as a limiter on everyone. Mimia, Hila sobbed, her voice trembling. I never heard that you were the gatekeeper of the second trial. You know the stakes, Hila. The situation is dire. If the great collapse arrives ahead of schedule, well, there is no guarantee the great enemy will survive it. You talk about my death as if it's a weather report, JaeHyun scoffed. Regardless, I intervened here for one simple reason. To prove your worth. To test you. JaeHyun grimaced, clearly annoyed. You ignored me all this time, and now you demand a test. There are too many eyes outside. We can only speak this freely because we stand within the ancient ruins. Mimia explained the loophole. JaeHyun finally understood. So the Norse gods are blind within this domain. That is why you can act so casually here. Precisely. You are sharp. Mimia praised him, but JaeHyun felt no joy, only rising irritation. He scowled, raising a question. Mimia replied, Ask away, but do not be naive. If destiny chose me as the great enemy, my will doesn't matter, does it? So why even bother asking how I feel about being chosen by fate, and to choose me when I was at my lowest, desperate and facing death? Why then? Meanwhile, in a completely different place, wailing broke the silence. Ah, God, why did he have to go overseas? I don't know, he won't even reply to texts. Kim Yu-young slumped onto the table, tears forming for her missing friend. Ina nodded in silent agreement. Hoeon smiled, trying to comfort the two girls. He will return when the time is right. Is that so? And Hyun looked up from his book, joining the conversation. Whatever you say. But really, what is he doing abroad? Yu-young mumbled, her face still mashed against the desk. Who knows, he left without a word of explanation. We need to decide on our team situation first. I truly hope we can all stay in the same group. Ina agreed wholeheartedly, with Hoeon giggling silently as she pictured JaeHyun's handsome smile. She hummed. Suddenly, Hyun looked incredibly smug. Ah, no wonder Jae-sang kept rambling about potions and bribes. Those are the perks JaeHyun gets for being the top of the class, right? Are you sure you want to ride his coattails? Yu-young asked skeptically. Whatever. I just want to be with... Realizing what she was implying, she turned beet red, panic sweating as she tried to backpedal. I mean, who else can handle him? Hyun recalled JaeHyun's demonic nature, and nodded instantly. Exactly. I just want to team up because we are friends, Hoeon explained. But it's not just that. We get more funding and a bigger dorm room. You aren't even a student yet. How do you know all that? Yu-young looked at him puzzled. The boy puffed out his chest proudly. I am about to enroll, so I did my research. Hoeon beamed like a flower. And if you fail the entrance exam? She splashed a bucket of cold water on his dreams. Hyun froze like a statue, his arrogance crumbling into despair. Yu-young looked very satisfied with the damage she dealt. You are so mean. I just hope he comes back soon. Ignoring the bickering, Ina only had thoughts for JaeHyun. Surprisingly, Kim Yu-young blushed and agreed with her. Back in the dungeon, as this Manhwa recap continues, JaeHyun was still questioning Mimia. So why ask for my opinion? Mimia paused for 5 seconds. How do I say this without making the kid panic? Because we refuse to entrust the world's fate to someone who could not even master their own destiny. That is why I gave you a choice. You chose to rewrite your fate, and so here you stand. It is not as complex as you make it out to be. JaeHyun flashed a bloodthirsty smile, grinding his teeth. His hatred for his father was so intense, he wanted to end him right there. If that is your drive, we will respect it. A goal is a goal, noble or not. I still have questions, but I doubt you can answer them all right now. Unfortunately true. But I will tell you this. If you survive this section, I will give you a hint about the truth. Fair enough. Then please explain the second part of the trial. Very well. Do you see the objects surrounding you? I see plenty of things. You must select one and offer it upon the altar. However, remember 2 things. First, never forget that the ultimate purpose is to attain wisdom. Second, you have only one attempt. There are no second chances. Carve that into your bones. JaeHyun began to analyze. Do I need to see through the nature of these objects? I knew you would react like that, Mimia sighed. I really hate it when people read my mind. Haha, apologies. I will give you 2 hints regarding the trial. Hint 1. You already possess the wisdom available at this altar. Hint 2. You arrived at this location 2 days earlier than we planned, and today is Monday. But that hint feels useless. I don't understand a damn thing. That is all. Now show me your wisdom. One final detail. If you fail this trial, you will die here. JaeHyun's face went pitch black. Since I know you are reading my mind, read this. You are a total piece of trash. Ha ha ha, Mimir laughed. Human profanity is truly music to my ears. Hela stood nearby, wondering if her hearing was broken. Is this guy a masochist? You have 1 hour. I have given you all the guidance I can. Now I await your answer. An hourglass materialized in the air. JaeHyun sank deep into his own thoughts. Wisdom I already possess. The meaning of Mimir's hint? Wednesday. What is the hidden connection behind this specific day? Is this a genuine clue from the system, or merely a deception to lead me astray? I need to calm my racing heart and retrace the origin of this trial. What tribute will you offer upon the altar, Maya? The voice echoed as time mercilessly ticked away. He opened his eyes, forcing himself to simulate every possible outcome. He channeled his spiritual energy, attempting to resonate with every object in the room. He activated his mana detection skill, scanning frantically, yet found absolutely nothing of value. Did the skill fail me too? He gritted his teeth. Calm down. Retreat is not an option. In this world, stepping back is synonymous with death. With his wisdom combined with the riddle of Wednesday, there was only one answer Mimir could be waiting for. JaeHyun sighed, picking up an item as a system window flashed before his eyes. Which sacrifice do you wish to offer? I offer myself. There was only one shot at this. JaeHyun smiled with the absolute confidence of a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, knowing he had already won this gamble. The space around him instantly warped, reality shattered like glass, and the magic circle crumbled away. It was the prophecy coming to life. The room dissolved into an endless void of night. This was the domain of the great enemy foretold in legends. First true wisdom lies within the runes. I possess the lost eye of Odin, or in other words, the very essence of rune knowledge. And then there is Wednesday. A hint that seemed useless, but held the key all along. Because the etymology of Wednesday is Woden's Day. And more importantly, Woden is simply another name for the All-Father Odin. Odin sacrificed himself to gain the wisdom of life and the realm beyond. If this trial mimics that legend, then there is only one suitable tribute: my own flesh and blood. Impressive. A mortal bearing the weight of destiny. But tell me, do you truly understand the weight of the choice you just made? The legend says Odin hung upside down from Yggdrasil, wounded and pierced for 9 days. JaeHyun spun his weapon, his eyes burning with the resolve to risk his life for the power he craved. JaeHyun turned the blade toward his own chest and stripped off his armor, sending Hela into a panic. He's courting death again. Jae, if you keep this up, my heart is going to stop before yours does. Wait a moment. What are you planning to do? Mimir. This is the resolve you wanted to confirm, isn't it? Without a flicker of hesitation, JaeHyun plunged the blade into his body. Blood sprayed from his mouth, yet a manic smile remained. This is it, right? To offer oneself means to stare death in the face. Time is precious, so we should wrap this up quickly. He activated the item materialization skill. Pain exploded through him. Ah! Hela screamed in horror as another spear manifested and pierced through JaeHyun. How can you exact revenge if you're dead? I said stop, but the madman wouldn't listen. He prepared to stab himself again. Enough. Just then, Mimir materialized. Why didn't you show up sooner, old man? You almost let our last hope kill himself. A blinding light enveloped JaeHyun. When he opened his eyes, he was lying in the center of the formation, completely healed. You have changed, Mimir. To the point where you no longer need my advice. JaeHyun checked his stomach. Thank God. The wound was gone, but his six-pack abs remained intact. The trial had officially ended. You have shown me far more than I anticipated. Now, it is my turn to uphold the promise. JaeHyun's eyes narrowed. I've waited for this. Finally, the truth the gods have been hiding. Bring it on, old man. I will give you 3 words. 3 words that when combined will guide you to the ultimate truth. Why do you always speak in riddles? Just spit it out. I do this to evade the gaze of the Norse gods. You must understand. What a waste of time. Ah, Hela. Even you do not know. I don't know. Yes, it is a clue hidden for eons. Mimir fell silent, letting the light form into words Punisher Eye and Brilliance. Too little data to form a conclusion. What do these words signify? I will give you one final piece of advice. Question the system repeatedly. I am certain you will find the truth. Until we meet again. Hela. I wish you luck as well. With that, Mimir faded into nothingness. Damn. Being a great enemy these days requires not just strength, but a brain, too. It was a tall order, but JaeHyun realized the 3 words seemed to describe him. The Punisher represents his job class. The Eye refers to the lost eye of Odin he possesses. And his present is far brighter than his past. Everything was more vivid now compared to when he was a nobody who died as a meat shield. But why Brilliance? And why must I doubt the system? Hela tapped his shoulder. I will also ponder the meaning of Mimir's words. Let's move. Next, JaeHyun encountered a massive mystical mirror. Great enemy, you have cleared all trials. The finale awaits. Is this giant mirror the final test? Yes, Hela confirmed. That is the mirror of Erd, the first of the three Norns of fate. It is an artifact that reflects the past. You will witness JaeHyun's memories. Watch closely and tell me the answer you find. Once completed, you will pass the trial. Is there a specific answer you want? No. Whatever answer you find, I have no right to judge it. Find your own truth. That is the ultimate test. When you are ready, touch the surface. The past will reveal itself. JaeHyun didn't hesitate. He reached out and light engulfed his vision. A woman resembling the Norn twins from the first trial appeared, though her hair was a striking crimson red. You have finally arrived at this place. I have been waiting for you for a very long time. A blinding aura radiated from behind her. JaeHyun froze. Erd, correct. I am Erd. This is a meeting of destiny, a reunion written in the stars. I have held on to this shattered past waiting for you. This is a fragment of history that an ancient existence wished for you to see. Allow me to guide you through the first shard. The scene shifted to a towering fortress of massive stone reaching into the sky. JaeHyun was clueless. Hela provided the narration. This is Jotunheim, the land of giants. But JaeHyun, have you met Erd before? I'm not sure. Erd is right there. Damn it, the past we need to observe isn't in your head, it's right in front of us. You may watch, but you cannot interfere. This story has already ended. It is nothing more than an echo of the past left for you by Ymir, the great Jotun. Erd suddenly walked past him, her voice solemn. Therefore you must listen closely to the story he wished to tell. The three-eyed horned elder with braided beard was none other than Ymir. What do you think defines a good king? A strong person. Someone powerful enough to protect others. True, that is a vital element. But a good king must also know how to share and care for his people while understanding his own flaws. My son, I prayed that one day you would stand tall as a true Jotun of the Frost. But look at you. Trembling, weak, terrified of Mjolnir's shadow. How can a coward ever hope to wear the crown of a king? You misunderstand me. Smir never let the world define your strength so easily. The only one who holds the authority to measure your worth is you. JaeHyun and Hyla exchanged knowing glances. So this was the catalyst for Smir's trust. Hela whispered, awe coloring her voice. But the tender moment was shattered. Trouble had arrived. A panic-stricken Jotun burst in Thor, and his Valkyries were breaching the lines. Jangnia shoved his son behind him, his massive hands gripping his colossus weapon. Fear not, he roared, for I, Jangnia, shall become the shield that protects us all. A dark chapter of history, Ern murmured solemnly. Yet the true depths of their despair have only just begun. Luminous shards danced around Hyla as the second memory fragment activated. The scenery warped. The ground remained, but the world was now consumed by an inferno. What the hell? JaeHyun gasped, horror gripping his heart. A sea of corpses and gore filled his vision, a landscape painted in blood. This was the apocalypse, Ragnarok, moments before the final pact was sealed. And standing there was the god of thunder himself. Thor stood atop a mountain of Jotun corpses, cackling like a madman. Thunder boomed across the vast heavens, echoing his bloodlust, while Mjolnir pulsed with terrifying power in his grip. Good lord, why did the absolute worst scumbags always have to look like divine supermodels? It just wasn't fair. He's a monster. JaeHyun realized, sweat beading on his forehead. Even at S rank, I'd be an ant beneath his boot. How do I reach that level of godhood? The answer whispered in his mind surpassed the 5 great trials, and the path to power would open. Hela watched grimly as Thor looked down with a sneer. I've always loathed you, filth, the god spat. Cockroaches that just refuse to die. Still trying to fight back, however, Thor mused. I suppose I should offer some respect to such stubborn warriors. Isn't that right? King of giants? Pitch-black lightning erupted from his body, making him look less like a deity, and more like a demon from the abyss. Face me, one-on-one. If you entertain me, I'll halt the slaughter of your pathetic kind. Do we have an accord? Jangnia, battered and bleeding, glared up at the god. You would trade the lives of my people for my head alone, Thor grinned. I swear it on my divine name. With a heavy thud, Jangnia's massive weapon slammed into the earth. Very well. That was the answer Thor wanted. He laughed in pure ecstasy as lightning tore the sky asunder. Then come, Jangnia growled. I will not fall easily. The heavens roared in response. This was the moment of Thor's whim, and a father's ultimate sacrifice. The war between Jotunheim and Asgard concluded with the gods' absolute victory. Now only these fragments remain, Ern explained coolly. JaeHyun stayed silent, the weight of the tragedy choking the words from his throat. The vision shifted slightly back. Jangnia was imbuing his weapon with the last of his magic. Behind him, young Smir wept. Father, please don't go. It's a trap. I know, Jiangnia replied softly. But I have no choice. Smear grabbed his arm, tears streaming down his face. Why must you do this? You're the only family I have left. Hila's voice cut through the memory, solemn as a funeral bell. This is Asgard, the realm of the Aesir, and the domain of Odin, the one you must destroy. Smear, remember my teachings. Jiangnia smiled sadly. You will survive, my son. You will thrive without me. But heed my words, one day the great enemy foretold in the prophecy will stand before you. Prophecy, yes. The ultimate adversary approaches. So my son, guard my resting place. Protect the great relic. That plea was the genesis of everything, the reason the relic existed. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a monument to the fallen giants and a beacon of hope for a future that seemed impossible. The legacy of the prophesized enemy. JaeHyun jolted as Jiangnia's eyes seemed to bore through time, looking right at him. I know you are watching these memories. Please, help my son Smear. Ern whispered. He is preparing for his final moments. Back in the battle, Jiangnia appeared behind the thunder god. Thor spun around, eyes manic with glee. There you are! Jiangnia moved not for glory, but for the lonely boy he left behind, planting the seeds of hope for a distant future. Can we begin? Thor vibrated with impatience. I've been itching to crush you since this war started. Are you finally ready to entertain me? Thor's expression went dead cold. No. A crimson orb manifested in the sky, vomiting red lightning directly onto the god. His aura darkened, eclipsing the vilest demons in existence. I won't be satisfied until I've broken you completely. God, he was despicable, but undeniably majestic in his cruelty. Lightning pulverized the earth, peeling back the very crust of the planet. The ground is taking a beating, but I'm the one feeling the pain just watching this, JaeHyun thought. Jiangnia was forced back step by agonizing step. He raised his colossus to block, but a treacherous bolt struck him from behind, forcing him to his knees. The giant king gasped, ragged and shallow. Why go to such lengths? He wheezed. What is the point of this madness? You slaughter thousands of innocents just to feed your own ego. Thor tilted his head. Is that what you think? This is the will of the All-Father, the greatest of us all? But frankly, I don't give a damn about Odin's reasons. I have none. All I care about is finding something or someone strong enough to survive my hammer. Let me ask you, Thor sneered. You knew this was a death sentence. Why accept the duel? Jiangnia smiled through the blood. Because I have something precious to protect. You still have things to lose. Your race is dust in the wind. They survive, Jiangnia declared, his voice iron. And one day Asgard will burn. The Norns have woven it so. That garbage again? Thor scowled. Boring. Enough talk. He spun Mjolnir with casual lethality, eyes glowing as black lightning wreathed in blood-red arcs danced around his silhouette. Time to send you to the afterlife with your kin. JaeHyun and Hila stood in silence as blinding white light swallowed the giant king's massive form. Great enemy. If you can hear me across the river of time, remember this. Jiangnia's voice echoed in JaeHyun's mind. To walk the path you must choose, you need an unbreakable will. JaeHyun clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. The path I must choose. Thor raised Mjolnir for the execution. Tell that brat of yours I said sorry. Boom! A cataclysmic bolt slammed down. Mjolnir collided with Jiangnia's giant weapon, and in less than a heartbeat the steel shattered like glass against the god's overwhelming power. The lightning didn't stop, it claimed Jiangnia's head. Smear watched it, all his soul shattering alongside his father's weapon. His heart-wrenching scream echoed into the void, unanswered by gods or men. Well, that was a depressing ending. JaeHyun pouted, suppressing the emotion. He suddenly whipped out a card. Hila's eyes widened in shock. I think I'll only feel better if I can smack that arrogant look off Thor's face at least once. Don't you agree? On the battlefield, the hammer returned to Thor's hand, his power radiating like a supernova. A system notification chimed, familiar to anyone reading a system Manhwa. Ultimate blank card activated. As Thor swung his hammer to end the memory, JaeHyun swung his card. Let's see if I can copy that skill. Jiangnia had fallen, but his will remained. Suddenly, the fragments of his shattered weapon began to vibrate, causing Thor to frown in annoyance. Thor's boot crunched down on a pitch-black stone, emitting smoke. He stared wide-eyed as the rock pulsed with light. Ancient runes ignited on its surface. This wasn't just debris, it was Jiangnia's final gambit. Thor grit his teeth, rage burning in his eyes. What a filthy, underhanded trick! Blinding runes erupted around him, engulfing the thunder god in a prison of searing light. Threads of energy surged from Jiangnia's shattered weapon, weaving a net of vengeance that tightened around Thor. This wasn't just an attack. It was a desperate counterstrike fueled by the ultimate sacrifice. Impressive, Thor snarled, his grip tightening on his demonic hammer until his knuckles turned white. But mere parlor tricks aren't enough to extinguish a god. Dark lightning and hellfire exploded from his body, tearing through the net woven by Jania's dying wish in a catastrophic display of power. The white card vibrated violently, attempting to copy the terrifying ability. System alert: skill level exceeds user capacity. This leveling Manhwa ability cannot be fully replicated until the user's rank increases. Thor's black lightning pulverized the remaining shards of the weapon. He marched forward, leaving a trail of destruction that turned the sanctuary into a desolate wasteland. But Jania's final gambit wasn't over yet. Just when Thor thought he had won, a massive fragment hurtled toward him from his blind spot. Thor spun around, shattering it with a reflex swing of his hammer. The stone crumbled, revealing a condensed sphere of pure light hidden within. Before Thor could even blink, the orb shot straight for his skull like a bullet. Even JaeHyun was left speechless by the combo. The impact snapped Thor's head back, nearly crushing his spine. The god staggered upright, a massive dent in his forehead, looking like his soul had been knocked loose. A roar of agony ripped from Thor's throat. He stumbled, blood blinding his vision. Was this your plan all along? Clutching his gushing wound, he realized his power was being sealed away. I take it back. Thor grinned, his expression twisting into pure madness. This isn't fun at all. You are truly fascinating. Inside the gate, Smir watched the spectacled tears streaming down his face. We never knew the great enemy would actually appear. Or that he would be this formidable. Was father's sacrifice in vain? JaeHyun stood in silence as the card hovered before him, glowing with limitless potential. Oh, wait! Hela gasped, her eyes going wide. Are you really going to copy the Thunder God's passive skill onto a blank card? Is that even possible? Can a card work on a memory? Yoon answered with a serene smile, looking at Hyla. If this were a mere illusion, no. But this is different. This is a fragment of history passed down to the future. Jania's sacrifice was never meaningless. It paved the way for this very moment. As Yoon watched JaeHyun with pride, the white card turned pitch black. The system chimed. Passive skill: acquired power of the Thunder God. Rank legendary. Effect 1. Drastically amplifies all lightning attribute skills. Damage output increased by 300%. Effect 2. Lightning skill efficiency boosted by 50%. Toggleable. Warning. Skill level critical. Duration is limited due to user constraints. Caution: usage may cause permanent soul damage. Hela looked at him with deep concern. Are you insane? Your body can't handle that kind of power yet. Then I just have to get strong enough to wield it, JaeHyun replied confidently. Besides, I have you to watch my back. Yoon beamed at his resolve. Our time is up, Yoon said softly. It's time to say goodbye again. JaeHyun stiffened, a sense of loss washing over him. Wait. Have I forgotten something? The past is gone, she whispered. O enemy of prophecy, step over this broken history and forge a new destiny. I will pray for you from the shadows of time. Points of light began to ascend around her. There is no place for a ghost in your glorious future. JaeHyun stared, mesmerized. The blindfold was gone, revealing her sorrowful, beautiful eyes and a gentle smile. May your journey be blessed, she whispered. Tears fell from Yoon's eyes as she faded into the ether, a tragic beauty gone too soon. A blinding flash consumed the world, forcing JaeHyun and Hela to shield their eyes. When the light died down, the giant mirror lay in shards. You have returned. Smir's voice echoed from behind, sudden and ghostly. JaeHyun gripped a piece of the broken mirror, his expression cold. Yeah. Hela shook her head, disoriented. This is the final trial, Smir announced. One question remains. Are you ready? JaeHyun stood silent as Smir knelt before him in reverence. O prophesized one. Can you abandon your current path, even if it means losing everything you hold dear? Images of his mother. Do Myung-suk and Yoon flashed through his mind. JaeHyun's eyes hardened. No, I might stumble, I might bleed, I might drown in sorrow. He spoke with a weight that Smir, who had suffered the same fate, understood all too well. But I will always stand back up and keep moving forward. Smir smiled, a look of peace finally gracing his face. I understand. You have passed the trial, enemy of prophecy. System alert. The interface flashed before his eyes. All trials cleared. Level increased by 4. Title acquired, the second challenger. Received gift from Jania. Quite the haul, JaeHyun muttered, checking his inventory. I assume you're leaving now. His armor materialized, restoring his battle-ready appearance. Yes? Smir replied, his form beginning to fade. My watch is ended. But there is one thing I forgot. What is it? I'm sorry, Smir said gently. That is the message your father wanted me to pass on. Farewell. Smir vanished with a faint smile. Outside, the ruined snow fell relentlessly, but a greedy army of hunters was lined up waiting to ambush whoever survived the dungeon. Seeing the sea of vultures waiting outside, JaeHyun couldn't help but curse under his breath. "Are you kidding me?" Hela hissed, peeking through the crack in the door. "Look at those aura levels. Escaping this won't be a walk in the park." JaeHyun clenched his fist. He hated sneaking around like a thief, but considering the chaos he'd caused, he understood why the guilds were on high alert. The European alliance had sunk a fortune into this raid. Fighting two S-class hunters simultaneously with his current stats was suicide. He needed a plan. "I'll buy us some time," he whispered to Hela. "You handle the exit strategy." Hela nodded. "Just give me the signal." JaeHyun kicked the doors open while Hela gathered her energy. The hunters, half frozen in the snow, roared the moment they saw him emerging from the darkness. A hulking figure shoved through the crowd. It was Beck. His face was dark with murderous intent as he stomped toward JaeHyun. "Move!" He towered over JaeHyun, a mountain of muscle and rage. "Did you clear the dungeon?" Beck demanded coldly. JaeHyun smirked, unfazed. "And if I did," the razor-sharp blade kissed JaeHyun's throat. Beck held it steady, his eyes cold as he checked the gate behind them, ensuring no mana leaked from the abyss. He actually cleared it, but how? While Beck analyzed the ruins, JaeHyun's gaze locked onto the S-rank artifact in his hand, the Dragon Slayer Balmung. It wasn't a fake. That was the genuine article, a legendary weapon. A wicked idea sparked in JaeHyun's mind. "You know this dungeon was meant for me from the start. No matter how hard you try, you'll only fail," JaeHyun scoffed. "Are you saying my guild is weak?" Veins bulged on Bayek's forehead. "Who knows, you're the one who said you couldn't even step inside." JaeHyun casually pushed the blade away from his neck. "Maybe it's because you're just not worthy." Rage flooded Bayek's system instantly. "You piece of trash, I was going to let you join us, but I've changed my mind. I won't kill you yet. You still have uses." JaeHyun smirked internally. The rumors were true. This guy had the temper of a child. "Ha, bring it on. I'm not afraid of a brawl." JaeHyun drew his weapon. Thanks to this hothead, getting what he needed was going to be easier than a tutorial quest. "You think I'll just stand here?" Beck roared, preparing to strike, but he froze, paralyzed by sheer disbelief. In JaeHyun's hand appeared another Balmung. The system window flashed item Dragon Slayer Balmung. Rank S, strength plus 100, agility plus 50. Passive skill, Dragon Slayer, active. "What's the matter? No rule says there can't be two of them." JaeHyun parried effortlessly. For the first time, panic flickered in Bayek's eyes. Beck launched a desperate backhand slash. JaeHyun merely sneered. The clumsy attack proved his opponent was losing his cool. Blue lightning crackled around JaeHyun's feet. He danced through Bayek's flurry of attacks like a ghost. "Wow, you're slower than I thought." The mockery hit home. Beck bit his lip, his mind racing. "Even among S-rank hunters, almost no one can dodge my swordplay. What kind of monster is this guy?" The other hunters watched in awe. Suddenly, a witch on a flying staff descended from the sky. Camilla landed gracefully. "Careful, Beck. That sword isn't just a copy. Its mana signature is identical to yours." Beck glared at JaeHyun. "Now I'm really curious," Beck growled. "I won't kill you, but I'll shatter every bone in your body." JaeHyun feigned horror. "Whoa, chill. That's giving me PTSD." "Shut your mouth," Beck snapped. JaeHyun grinned. "I read in the news you just got divorced. Was it because of this gloomy witch in the cape?" Camilla frowned. "Okay, that's too far. His wife left him because his personality is trash, and he's incredibly boring." Beck twitched. "Whose side are you on?" "Camilla." Beck's grip tightened on Balmung. "Fine, we'll discuss my love life later." Suddenly, Hela used Earth Escape to appear silently beside JaeHyun. "I am ready. End this now," she whispered. JaeHyun raised a hand. "Hold on a second." Hela looked confused. "You—" JaeHyun gripped his Dragon Slayer tighter. "It wasn't every day you got to test your build against an S rank." Activating active skill Super Speed. Item Transcendence Ring. Incomplete. Rank B+. Mana Amplification initiated. The skill was downgraded due to the missing Transcendence Stone, but raw power surged through him. The super speed state was unstable, but his stats skyrocketed temporarily. JaeHyun poured a torrent of raging mana into Balmung. Warning: mana exhaustion penalty will apply after deactivation. Camilla's face paled as she felt the atmospheric pressure drop around JaeHyun. Bayek instinctively took a step back. Before he could blink, the man before him vanished, launching forward like a human missile. "You idiot, this is why she dumped you." Camilla cursed instantly, casting her ultimate defense, active skill Mana Force Field. JaeHyun didn't even slow down. With a single glance, the barrier shattered like glass. "Impossible!" Camilla gasped. JaeHyun's mind was clear. In this leveling Manhwa, the only way to surpass the legends like Joan of Arc was to crush those stronger than himself. Clang! JaeHyun's blade collided with the original Balmung. Crimson and azure auras exploded outward, vaporizing the surrounding snow instantly. The shockwave nearly blew Camilla away. Through the blinding smoke, a figure was launched backward like a cannonball. Beck, Camilla screamed, weaving a wind net to catch his massive frame. It wasn't enough. He crashed into the earth with a devastating thud. How is this possible? She rushed to his side. The guildmaster lay motionless, coughing up blood. Her hands trembled. The leader of the Alliance Guild decimated in seconds. She bit her lip. I can't let a monster like this roam free. JaeHyun turned his back coolly, walking away. Where do you think you're going? Camilla shrieked, summoning 2 massive magic circles, one purple, one green. Shh. Skill Hellfire. Skill Wind Chaser. JaeHyun glanced over his shoulder just as the spells detonated in a cataclysmic blast. System alert: mana usage disabled due to skill penalty. Damn it, JaeHyun cursed. Shadowy hands rose from the ground to envelop him. Hela was done playing games. That is enough. The smoke cleared and Camilla stared in shock. Her target had vanished into thin air before the impact. Damn it, how is he so fast? She scanned the area. I have to track him. Behind her, Beck groaned, staggering to his feet. Let him go, Beck rasped. What? Camilla blinked. I said let him go. He's too dangerous. We need to report this to headquarters first. But you hate dealing with HQ, she argued. Is he really that powerful? Beck nodded grimly. Camilla stared at him. Beck, you're acting weird. Did your ex-wife call or something? Beck looked like he might vomit blood from anger. He sighed. He held back. He could have killed me. Seeing Camilla's horror, he continued calmly. Don't send anyone after him. I'll handle the report. Now get me out of here. As they left, Beck clenched his fist. I don't know who you are, but our paths will cross again, and next time I won't be the one on the ground. Miles away, Hela, now a black cat, glared at JaeHyun. You reckless fool. JaeHyun collapsed, grinning ear to ear. Haha, relax. Let's just go home. The very next day, amidst the bustling airport, JaeHyun texted that his flight had just touched down. Almost instantly, his phone buzzed with a call from Ina. Hey, is something wrong? JaeHyun, have you decided which team you're going to join yet? The voice on the other end was urgent. That was when it hit JaeHyun the timeline was advancing. He realized he had only about 1 month left before the deadline. The party system. It was one of the core policies implemented by every hunter academy across the nation. To put it simply, think of it like school club activities but designed specifically for the awakened. Traditionally, the 2nd and 3rd year seniors established these parties and scouted the 1st year rookies. Their main objective was to accept official requests from public organizations. The academy took a commission fee while students gained hard cash and invaluable connections. It was the perfect way to grind for experience before stepping into the cutthroat world of professional guilds. On paper, it sounded like a brilliant idea. But in reality, it was only beneficial if you managed to join a guild with actual influence. Otherwise, it was just a waste of precious time. Before my regression, back when my life was just a tragic leveling manhwa script, I joined a low-tier group and was forced to work like a slave. Because the law restricted hunters to only one party, I had no escape. I intend to join their party in this timeline too, but just agreeing immediately would be boring. A mischievous smirk played on his lips as he decided to toy with his friends a little. I don't know yet, JaeHyun teased. I'll probably look for a group that suits my specific needs. Oh, you guys are discussing forming a team together. Did you want to join one? Ina was doing the talking, but JaeHyun knew the other 4 were huddled around the phone listening intently. Honestly, I think I'm better off choosing on my own. On the other end, 5 young hunters froze in shock. When silence followed, JaeHyun wondered if he had actually hurt Ina's feelings. It was the calm before the storm. Hey JaeHyun, are you seriously going solo? Are you planning to abandon us? Yu Yung snatched the phone and screamed into the receiver. Ina's face darkened into a pout, clearly devastated by his cold response. JaeHyun held the phone meters away from his ear, wincing at the volume. No. I never promised I'd join a team with you guys specifically. Just because we were teammates once doesn't mean it's a life sentence. If you want to ride the coattails of my first-class privileges, just say so. Who would want that? Wait, hold on, Hoon has something to say. Huh, I never said that. Hoon yelped as the hot potato of a phone was suddenly shoved into his hands. The background noise was chaotic. I don't think I can convince him. Hello JaeHyun. Is it really okay if you don't join us? JaeHyun chuckled internally. Hoon was too easy to manipulate. You really need to watch out for scam calls, Hoon. I'll join, but on one condition. But JaeHyun, we're friends. You guys are too much. If you don't want to, that's fine. Fair enough. Even among friends, business is business. I'm always right. JaeHyun's confident declaration made Yu Yung and Anhan gag in the background. I'll tell you the conditions later. I'm entering a gate now. With that, the call ended. Hila poked her head out, having just woken up from a nap inside the hood of JaeHyun's jacket. JaeHyun's expression turned serious. If the party formation period was approaching, it meant that event was coming too. The outdoor survival camp coincided perfectly with the registration timeline. The destination was a blockaded zone in Daegu. The site where the MS Academy was built was only a fraction of that quarantined area. Beyond the school walls, monsters still roamed free. The MS Academy held this annual outdoor camping event to cull as many of these monsters as possible. Passing through the gate, JaeHyun finally headed back to the dorms. Finally home. JaeHyun collapsed onto the sofa the moment he walked in. It felt like he had been gone for a century, though it had only been a short trip. Considering what he endured, the exhaustion was justified. Well then, shall we check out the rewards? As soon as he spoke, Hila's fur stood on end. What's wrong? Hila suddenly shifted into her human form, smiling at him. Do you remember how I bought time for you? JaeHyun paused, stunned. You mean... Hind has escaped. Meanwhile, beneath a crimson sky that looked like a bruised wound, reality cracked open. A pale hand reached out, wrapped in black tendrils. Himdu emerged from the void, landing softly on the ground. Damn it. A mere clone dares to annoy me. He scanned the desolate surroundings. Is she trying to protect the humans from me? Himdo clutched his face, an aura of danger radiating from him. How dare you disturb me? Suddenly, a monster sprang from the shadows, unleashing a landslide of debris upon Himdo's head. The creature moved with blinding speed, appearing behind him instantly. The pitch-black beast stared at Himdo with unreadable eyes before baring razor-sharp fangs ready to bite his head off. Himdo's expression darkened. I see. He simply clenched his fist, and the monster was instantly deleted from existence. I have an idea. Let's play. I've been dying to meet you. The great enemy mentioned in the prophecy. I will verify your existence myself. Back in the room, JaeHyun frowned. Strange. Why would Himdu go there? Go where? The Forbidden Zone near MS Academy. Do you know why? JaeHyun felt a cold sweat form. That is exactly where the MS Academy is heading for the camping trip. I think I know what he wants, Hila whispered. A hind has the ability to foresee his enemies. He went there to identify who threatens him. It seems your friends have been dragged into this mess. Hila looked at him with genuine worry. I predicted this might happen. JaeHyun stood up, his eyes hardening. There's no time to rest. I need to prepare everything I can to face him. JaeHyun summoned the interface, hoping for a miracle. It was a classic moment in a system manhwa where the protagonist prays the rewards are enough. Open Jangnia's gift. Following the notification, a vial containing a blood-red liquid materialized. You have received the consumable item Giant's Essence. JaeHyun grabbed the vial. Item rank S+. Giant's Essence. Blood of a giant possessing both wisdom and power. Upon consumption, strength and intelligence stats will increase by 30. Cannot be used unless minimum requirements are met. Requirement strength and intelligence stats must both be over 150. This is why I need to get an S rank on the test. To get an S rank evaluation, I need both stats over 150 anyway, but the system wasn't done yet. Another notification popped up. You have received the passive skill Jangnia's Rage. JaeHyun's eyes lit up as he read the description of the new skill. Passive skill, Jangnia's Rage. Rank S. All damage dealt to Norse gods and Valkyries is doubled. Hila approached him. What do you think? The little goddess smirked proudly. That is why I told you to finish the second trial quickly. JaeHyun stayed silent for a moment, then grinned. I know. He reached out and ruffled Hila's hair while she was in cat form. It's a good thing I cleared those smaller objectives beforehand. Hila bristled at the head pat and leaped meters away. What are you doing? Seeing the aura rising around him, she shifted back to human form. Don't worry. I know how to help you train. The next afternoon, the forest flashed with lightning that rivaled the power of Thor. JaeHyun. After forcibly unleashing the strike, JaeHyun reeled back, blood pouring from his nose and mouth due to the visceral backlash. He swept his hair back, exhausted. This isn't easy at all. Hila sat perched on a treetop, looking down at him. The skill you received is mythic-grade. S rank and special rank are nothing compared to it. If you don't level up and gain enough strength, you will destroy your own body just trying to use it. JaeHyun analyzed the mythic-grade skill he had just seized from the Great Ruins. He needed to master this divine power immediately. As he traveled, a holographic interface flickered into existence, signaling a new path for our hero in this leveling manhwa. The quest was insane: hunt the crows of Odin. Difficulty S. The reward was a rank up, but the penalty for using his new power was catastrophic. Permanent physical destruction. JaeHyun gritted his teeth, weighing the terrible cost of unleashing such forbidden strength. He could handle the pain, but destroying his own body wouldn't solve the root problem. Was there another way? Suddenly a car horn shattered his train of thought. It seemed he had company. But was this a friend or a foe? JaeHyun sensed a fluctuating presence hiding near the wall. The luxury car window rolled down, revealing a woman with a confident smirk. It was Yoon, the guild master of Curator. What a coincidence to find you here. Her eyes gleamed with calculation. I heard you signed with the Lotus Guild. Are they treating their new star player well? JaeHyun instantly knew this was no accident. Nice to meet you, but aren't you too important to be bumping into a nobody like me? Yoon laughed. Let's call it destiny. Sitimizani hawan destiny. JaeHyun leaned into the car window, his smile turning cold and predatory. That is the word I despise the most. Have you been stalking me? Sensing the rising killing intent, Hela the spirit guide immediately retreated into his hood. This is personal drama. I'm out of here. The sunset painted the sky in blood-red hues as Manager Park of the Lotus Guild watched from the shadows. Yoon felt a chill as she locked eyes with JaeHyun. I assume you know I've been watching you, Yoon admitted. JaeHyun sat back with the arrogance of a king. It's late. Why are you here? Yoon appreciated his directness. I like your style. I'll get straight to the point. Curator wants to recruit you. I believe I still have a chance. You know the price, right? She dropped the bombshell. I will give you the Fang of Nidhogg. JaeHyun's eyes widened. That legendary artifact. She was offering an S-rank treasure that money couldn't buy. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the true goddess Hel sat beside her spirit beast. Are you sure about this? Hela smiled, seemingly at peace with her decision. Hel, lend me your strength. The goddess looked at her with a mix of pity and intrigue. You know the consequences. You are merely a fragment. Even if I share my divine power, your mortal vessel might explode the moment you try to wield it. To hold the power of a god in a normal body means forfeiting your future. Even if you survive, you will be broken. Hela clearly understood that this choice was a one-way ticket to oblivion, yet her resolve was made of steel. I am the guide of the 5 great trials. I exist to light the path for the challenger. Everything I am is for him. The prophecy was set in motion the moment this quest began. Hel frowned. That is no reason to die. I'm just curious. Hela beamed with a tragic beauty. I want to see how this human defies despair. I want to see JaeHyun's story to the end, even if you are no longer part of that story. Hel sighed, realizing the girl was beyond saving. You are utterly foolish. Very well. Black smoke swirled in Hel's palm as she granted the request. I will share my power with you. Whatever path you choose, I hope it brings you joy. Hela smiled brightly, accepting the power that would likely be her doom. Back in the city, the Lotus Guild was on high alert. Suji reported, It looks like Guildmaster Yoon is actively trying to poach JaeHyun. Yoon tapped her desk impatiently. JaeHyun isn't someone who can be swayed easily, but she might offer something beyond money. Manager Park looked worried. Perhaps Yoon saw JaeHyun's potential before we did. Guildmaster, are you just going to let this happen? I might be biased, but JaeHyun could be the greatest protagonist in this awakening Manhwa history. Shouldn't we protect him at all costs? Seo-eun laughed, but her eyes were cold. Since when have I ever let anyone steal what belongs to me? Her aura sharpened like a blade. Young men shouldn't be fought over. Back at the scene, Yoon pressed her advantage. We would make a great team, don't you think? JaeHyun raised an eyebrow. You're moving fast for a first date. Do you know how negotiations work the moment you sat down the deal began? JaeHyun nodded, acknowledging her logic. Since we both want something, let's stop playing games, Yoon commanded. Bring it here. Her secretary placed a case on the table. As it opened, the Fang of Nidhogg pulsed with an overwhelming pitch-black mana. JaeHyun's mind raced. In his past life, this was the second most expensive item on the Hunter Exchange, rivaled only by the Dragon Slayer sword. How did she possess a treasure that could buy entire nations? JaeHyun feigned ignorance. Looks expensive. Why show me this? I dislike men with too many secrets. Let's be honest with each other. JaeHyun's mana suddenly exploded outward. Fine. What do you really want? Yoon broke into a cold sweat as the pressure crushed the air around them. How could a student possess such terrifying magical power? You were worrying I might lose control, weren't you? JaeHyun's voice dropped an octave, his expression darkening. Yoon froze. He could read her like an open book. It seems your traditional methods of persuasion won't work on a monster like me, JaeHyun scoffed. So you want me in Curator, and you're bribing me with an S-rank artifact. Yoon went pale but held her ground. Yes. You won't find an offer like this anywhere else. JaeHyun analyzed the situation. It was an insane offer for a 17-year-old. It defied all logic, but that's strange. Curator usually recruits combat veterans. Why change policy now? Why go this far for a rookie? And I decide the direction of my guild, Yoon retorted. JaeHyun narrowed his eyes. Am I the first one you've chased this hard? Yes. But JaeHyun sensed a deeper scheme at play. All right, I'll give credit where it's due. Snatching a rookie right from under Dong-A's nose wasn't easy. But after seeing your test results, the National Hunter Bureau had no choice but to take notice. To secure a talent like yours, I'm willing to pay a king's ransom. Behold the legendary S-rank artifact, the Fang of Nidhogg. JaeHyun paused, his eyes locking onto the treasure. Seeing the hesitation, a smug, bitter smile crept across JaeHyun's face. I took you for a man of principle, but I guess everyone has a price. Then again, for an S-rank artifact, I suppose selling your soul is a fair trade. Furthermore, keep the gold. Every cent you earn using our guild's name is yours. We aren't interested in money, we're investing in your god-tier potential. A cunning glint flashed in JaeHyun's eyes. Interesting. But before I decide, I need to know if it accepts me. Do you mind if I give it a test grip? Suddenly a notification popped up like a classic system manhwa. Would you like to activate artifact materialization? Unaware of the trap, JaeHyun waved his hand. Go ahead. You're worth the risk. The assistant bowed and cracked open the seal. Instantly, a wave of suffocating dark mana exploded outward, filling the room with dread. JaeHyun grasped the hilt, feeling the raw power. So, this is the Fang of Nidhogg. Then he casually tossed it back into the box. Powerful, sure, but it doesn't fit my combat style. Thanks for the offer, though. See you around. JaeHyun stood up and walked out without a second glance. JaeHyun's face went pale as a sheet. Wait, are you saying you don't want it? I told you it's not for me. The rejection sent JaeHyun into a frenzy. Are you insane? Who cares about compatibility when it's a literal S-rank weapon? JaeHyun's face turned a violent shade of red, veins bulging. Do you realize what you're throwing away? Money can't buy this kind of power. I have nothing left to say to you. Are we done here? JaeHyun laughed, turning his back on the furious guildmaster. JaeHyun's legs gave out and he collapsed onto the sofa in total defeat. The assistant rushed over. Sir, are you all right? It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. His temper was just as nasty as the chairwoman's. They will pay for this humiliation. But while JaeHyun raged, JaeHyun was the real winner. He was already creating a perfect replica using his artifact materialization skill. System, you have obtained S-rank Fang of Nidhogg. JaeHyun gripped the new blade, grinning from ear to ear. I never thought I'd get my hands on a weapon of this caliber so early in the game. This wasn't just any sword. It bore the name of Nidhogg, the catastrophic poison dragon of legend that gnawed on the roots of the world tree Yggdrasil. He couldn't believe his luck. They had no clue that a simple touch was all he needed to copy their most precious treasure. It was the ultimate heist. JaeHyun fell back onto his bed, mind racing. The stakes had changed. He needed to be more calculating. In this leveling manhwa world, facing a being like Heimdall meant facing power that rivaled Thor himself. He covered his eyes, a dark, ambitious aura flaring around him. Things are finally starting to get interesting. A war against the gods, it sounded insane, maybe even suicidal. But a part of him was dying to know. Just how does he stack up against the divine? The mirror of destiny showed him a grim future. But could he rewrite it? Meanwhile, at the Moose Academy, a short-haired girl quietly slipped into a high-stakes meeting. The room was filled with the Academy's elite. Their presence was suffocating, radiating an aura that rivaled even veteran hunters. Yet these titans were all here for one reason: recruitment. Donghan, leader of the Guardian Club, slammed his hand down. We're taking JaeHyun. Back off. In your dreams, another shouted. You greedy bastards took last year's top rookie. There is no way I'm letting a monster like JaeHyun slip through my fingers. Have you forgotten the rules? Hania cut in sharply. Mages and warriors don't mix. Stick to your own lane and leave JaeHyun to us. As the leader of the prestigious Mage Club, she held authority. But the white-haired man wasn't having it. Oh, shut your trap. You mages differ in everything. Haven't you seen the news? The kid is a battle mage. He fights on the front lines, not in the back with you lot. That was Kang Ji-wook, the brute force behind the No. 2 club. Garam watched in awe as the giants clashed. Exactly, Ji-wook roared. JaeHyun belongs with the fighters. The argument was going in circles. Enough with the nonsense, Ji-wook growled. Let's settle this like pros. We let JaeHyun choose his own path. Hania scoffed. Fine, he can submit an application to the club he prefers. Ji-wook laughed mockingly. You naive fool, have you forgotten what's actually at stake here? Hania bristled at the insult. Who are you calling a fool, you muscle-brained ape? Sparks flew as the debate spiraled into a near brawl. Nobody was willing to yield. It was chaos all over a single freshman. But JaeHyun wasn't just a student. He was a walking goldmine for external sponsors. Major guilds poured massive funding into these school clubs, all to secure first dibs on prospects in this awakening manhwa. It was a proxy war for talent. For years, a delicate balance of power existed between the clubs. But Min Jihan's arrival was like dropping a nuclear bomb on that piece. He was a disruptor, a variable so dangerous that he threatened to shatter the entire hierarchy of the academy. Garam wondered, just how strong is this guy? Suddenly a calm voice cut through the noise. How about a trade? We make our offers, and if he accepts one, the winner pays a price. The club that secures Min Jihan must reject all his friends. Furthermore, they must forfeit their rights to 2 major academy events. The speaker was Chun, leader of the underdog 3 Rings Club. She might have had the smallest faction, but her strategic mind was S rank. Kang Ji-wook stroked his chin. A penalty for taking the top prize. That actually sounds fair. I'm in. Agreed, Hania added. Then it is decided. Chun closed the meeting with a smile. Garam watched starstruck. That woman had just played the strongest leaders like fiddles. Garam grinned, clutching her camera. This is it. I've got the scoop of the century from my Manhwa recap article. While the academy elites plotted, Jihan was dealing with a very different kind of crisis. Wait, you want me to go where with you? Ina sat on her bed, burying her face in her hands. Her heart was hammering against her ribs like a drum. Her face was burning up as she replayed her moment of insane bravery. Do you want to go to the National Hunter Festival with me? It sounded like a love confession, but for now she'd settle for a date. The romance arc was officially loading. Chaitis. Date out of the blue. Jihan was caught off guard by the sudden invite. Ina stammered, claiming it was a mandatory event for players to witness. That sounds exactly like Yujung. She lived for the hype. She was probably exaggerating just to drag everyone along. But while her mouth made excuses, his hands were already picking out an outfit. Ina panicked when he asked about the others. They're, all busy. All right then, let's go. Jihan agreed instantly. It was prime time for the black market to open anyway. A perfect opportunity to grab gear, especially with his regression knowledge in this Manhwa recap. He might even find a legendary card to crush the painting deity. So when do we leave? 2 days, April the 25th, 9 a.m. at the park. Ina turned beet red, thanking the heavens she didn't stutter through her big moment. Jihan checked the calendar. Works for me. Even a legend needs a break sometimes. Shoot, I left my gear at the academy. Gotta run. As Jihan walked away, Ina was floating on cloud 9. It's going to be so much fun, she whispered, the world looking rose-colored. Later that night, Jihan returned with his loot only to spot Yujung lurking. What are you doing here? This is the men's dorm, you know. Planning to change your character class to male? Yujung flustered, turning mechanically. Shut up, I just had a question. Asking me it can't be about studying. No dummy, the National Hunter Festival. It was the biggest event in any leveling manhwa. The big day arrived, sunlight bathing the park in gold. Ina was there early, dressed to kill. Am I too early? Suddenly, Jihan appeared with a dazzling smile. You beat me here. Ina's heart skipped a beat. He looked devastatingly handsome. I wanted to scout the area, but you're even faster. Jihan was impressed. Ina wanted to bury her face in her hands. Shall we? Jihan pointed the way, leaving Ina to calm her burning cheeks. They merged into the bustling crowd. Whispers erupted instantly. Hey, isn't that Jihan? He looks even more epic in person. And isn't that Seo Ina? The power couple drew all eyes. But while the crowd cheered, Ina's face went pale. The stare of the masses was suffocating for the introverted girl. Suddenly a warm hand grabbed her wrist. Let's pick up the pace. Ina was stunned as her crush dragged her to safety. Once clear, Jihan sighed. Why invite me to a crowded festival if you have social anxiety? I'm sorry. I thought I could handle it. Jihan shook his head, changing the subject. Let's grab some grub. You hungry? There's a toast shop nearby. The one you like. Ina's face heated up. He remembered her favorite spot. Let's move. Ina hesitated, staring at his empty hand. She wished he would hold on to her just a little longer. As they walked, Jihan's mind drifted back to that night with Yujung. She had been hyping up the system Manhwa-style Expo too. Ina had claimed everyone was busy, yet Yujung had been begging to go. Come on, you're just gonna rot at home anyway. Jihan had gone silent, gently patting Yujung's head. Sorry, I'm already booked. The light instantly vanished from Yujung's eyes. Next time, we'll go together. He had unwittingly chosen the shy girl over the childhood friend. Back in the present, Ina was finally having fun. Then the skies opened up. Jihan returned with classic trope, only one umbrella. Forecasters are useless. That's why I never trust the Weather Channel. Ina nodded, too flustered to form words. Jihan noticed her staring at something. He instantly knew what the shy girl wanted. You want to take a picture? I'm not sure. But it's what people do. She tugged his sleeve, gathering her courage. I mean, Yes, let's take one. The young couple stepped into the photo booth. The owner beamed at them. Welcome, what a lovely couple. The owner was a redhead with a mysterious aura. JaeHyun felt a strange sense of déjà vu. We'd like a photo. Ina turned purple at the back. Did they really look like lovers? Pick your props, have fun. Look, JaeHyun, rabbit ears. Ina was vibrating with excitement. JaeHyun was losing his dignity. You seriously want us to wear these? She handed him cat ears. You don't like them. Why were there two sets? So rabbit Ina and cat JaeHyun posed awkwardly. Excuse me, one of these didn't print right. The owner chuckled nervously. Ah, the machine is glitching again. Sorry about that. Don't worry, no charge for that one. I can pay for it. No, think of the blank space as a slot for your future. Ina's heart pounded. Our future? Could JaeHyun really be her future? JaeHyun sighed internally. Optimistic. But in an awakening Manhwa world, the future is never clear. The shop owner dropped a cryptic line. Only if you can protect the present. His smile was terrifyingly confident. JaeHyun walked away, unable to shake those words. What was that about? The guy had 0 mana, yet his presence was overwhelming. Ina noticed his distraction. JaeHyun, I lied to you. What? I didn't ask the others. I was selfish. I just wanted to be alone with you. JaeHyun froze, the confession hanging in the air. He looked down, then broke into a warm smile. Well, I'm glad you had a good time. Ina tried to speak, her emotions overflowing. I have something to tell you. Boom! The sky cracked open. Sirens screamed across the park. Emergency alert. A dungeon break has occurred. Evacuate immediately. Chaos erupted instantly. Flames consumed the festival. Civilians screamed as hunters rushed to hold back the tide of monsters. JaeHyun's face went dark as the abyss. This mana intensity didn't belong to a mere dungeon. It carried the metallic stench of fresh blood. But why here? Why now? Amidst the chaos, a red-haired man bellowed to the crowd. Everyone knows the drill, run for your lives. It's too dangerous here. Move this way. It was that photo studio owner, but his smile was twisted into something grotesque. Ina whispered urgently. JaeHyun, the atmosphere is wrong. We need to retreat immediately. No. JaeHyun declared, golden aura flaring around him like a warning beacon. His mana detection skill screamed the truth. If we go that way, we're dead. It's that damned bastard, JaeHyun growled, his gaze locking onto the threat. As long as I'm breathing, danger follows. This isn't random. It's a trap set specifically for me. The shopkeeper's grin widened maniacally. Oh, how interesting. His eyes widened in mock surprise. You sensed me faster than anticipated. Is this the intuition of the great enemy of the gods? JaeHyun froze for a split second before shouting at Ina. She tried to argue, but he cut her off with a desperate roar. Don't argue, just run now. But fate was cruel. The moment the words left his lips, the shopkeeper vanished, reappearing instantly before Ina. His hand lashed out to crush her skull, but JaeHyun intercepted the blow mere inches from her face. Boom! A nearby building exploded, punctuating the tension with cinematic flair. Dust settled around our protagonists as the shopkeeper stared down at his blocked hand, intrigued. JaeHyun's voice was cold steel. Who are you? For an enemy of the Norse gods, you don't look like someone carrying the weight of the realms. Answer me, who are you? JaeHyun unleashed a shockwave of mana, blasting the man back. The enemy landed featherlight and smirked. I am one of the 5 ravens of Odin, the All-Father and ruler of the North. I possess no name yet, but once I offer your head to his majesty, he will grant me one. JaeHyun's expression darkened further, the memory of the entity possessing his father fueling his rage. A cursed creature like you! JaeHyun's fury began to boil over. You're just like that bastard who stole my father's life. Ina had never seen JaeHyun radiate such killing intent. He looked like a stranger. Hearing her tremble, he forced himself to cool down. Running is no longer an option, he admitted. Stay behind me, he commanded. Okay, Ina agreed, her voice shaking. The raven tilted his head. Is that female important to you? JaeHyun snapped. What's it to you? I will show you true despair, the raven hissed. I'll tear her into 100 pieces. JaeHyun scoffed at the threat. You talk as if you're shredding beef jerky. If you think you can touch her, come and try. JaeHyun wasn't just standing idle. He triggered his active skill item creation. His inner thoughts were cold and calculated. No matter what you try, the only one getting torn apart today is you. In a flash of light, he summoned the Tyrant Sword, a replica of Bayek's power, forging an S-rank dragon blade. With a war cry, both fighters launched into the air. Seeing the massive blade, the shopkeeper laughed hideously. Impressive toy, but not enough. He didn't even dodge. He caught the blade with his bare hands. The collision sent a shockwave of dust and debris everywhere. Ina, shielding her eyes, was completely lost. Who was this monster, and why was he targeting them? She couldn't hear their conversation through the ringing in her ears. The talk of Norse gods and ancient grudges went over her head. She only knew this enemy called JaeHyun by a strange title. Shaking off her confusion, Ina steeled her resolve. She wouldn't be a damsel in distress in this leveling manhwa. She had to support JaeHyun. Meanwhile, JaeHyun swung his blade relentlessly, while the raven pulled blood-red chains from thin air. "What is your connection to Hugin?" JaeHyun demanded, his aura flaring, curious even in the face of death. The shopkeeper's body twisted, revealing his true monstrous form. Hugin is the most famous of Odin's shadows. Like Mimir, he wields the holy power of the Norse deities. How truly pitiful, the raven mocked. I understand now. A powerful being like you. Are you just a sacrificial pawn used to control me? The nameless raven didn't flinch at the provocation. Why do you serve them? Because the ancient prophecy dictated it. It is the supreme will of the gods, immutable and absolute. JaeHyun roared, "Bullshit. All this destruction just for some baseless prophecy. Is that why you came for me?" Fury peaking, JaeHyun slammed the tyrant sword into the concrete. Active skill, frozen earth. Sharp glacial spikes erupted from the ground. The nameless raven danced through the ice spikes with insulting ease. JaeHyun seized the opening, lunging for a decapitating strike, but metal clanged against metal. Blocked again. The Norse gods never err. The raven's chains whipped out, striking JaeHyun with the force of cannonballs. Bomb JaeHyun blocked with his blade while Ina analyzed the battle. He's not an opponent we can take lightly, Ina realized. My current stats are useless in a direct fight, but I still have my trump card. She pulled a glowing orb from her inventory. JaeHyun, catch. Without hesitation, she hurled it toward him. JaeHyun snatched it out of the air, instantly recognizing the item. It was a mana transfer stone, a rare artifact that funnels the user's mana to the holder. Before JaeHyun could process it, Ina began channeling her energy into him. Memories of their battles side by side flashed through Ina's mind. JaeHyun froze for 5 seconds, stunned by her trust, before a confident smirk crossed his lips. He gripped the stone tight. "Thanks," he murmured. He forced himself to suppress his emotions. Getting flustered was exactly what the raven wanted. Calm down. Analyze. Execute. What is his weakness? How do I turn the tables in this system awakening scenario? JaeHyun needed a split-second decision to survive. The nameless raven launched a spear-tipped chain aimed straight for JaeHyun's heart. JaeHyun countered instantly, summoning his light chains to intercept the attack. The raven was cunning. He threw hidden daggers through the gaps in the chains. JaeHyun realized with a start, this guy is a master of both mid-range chains and close-quarters daggers. There's a massive gap in our mana reserves, but I can control the spacing. JaeHyun calculated. One mistake means death. I can't let him corner me. JaeHyun leaped onto one of his light chains, riding it like a surfboard for a speed boost. He closed the distance in a blur, delivering a high-velocity slash. But the raven was faster. JaeHyun's blade missed, and a dagger grazed his arm. Active skill sacrifice activated to heal the wound. Damn, even with light step, he's outpacing me. I heard you were trouble, the raven sneered, stepping back. But it seems I still underestimated you. The Dark Lord was right. You truly are an existence capable of challenging the gods. JaeHyun didn't blink. Thanks for the compliment. Your calm attitude is what surprises me. Do you really think you can end me here? JaeHyun psyched himself up. The Norse gods can't destroy me yet. Not now. The power of the prophecy itself protects my existence. Defeating him isn't impossible. Suddenly, a torrent of ancient runes and power surged into JaeHyun's body. The real fight starts now. Coldly hoisting his blade, JaeHyun launched into the air. The nameless crow sneered. You think that clumsy strike will land? He was certain that heavy greatsword would tank JaeHyun's attack speed down to a turtle's crawl. True enough, the wind-up took forever. The crow closed the distance instantly, forcing JaeHyun to twist his body and clench every muscle just to block the counterattack. Yet JaeHyun's arrogance remained untouched. Sorry, but it looks like your skills are pretty average too. The crow gasped, retreating in a panic. His breath came in ragged heaves. He knew he was in trouble. The lens of his mask shattered, revealing his fear. How dare a mere human do this to me? Enraged, the crow dual-wielded his chain and dagger, rushing in for the kill. But JaeHyun's massive blade blocked the puny dagger, effortlessly turning it gray before it vanished into thin air. Seems your intel on me is a bit outdated, JaeHyun quipped, sliding back to create distance. Active skill magic artifact materialization. The system hummed as the skill activated, successfully crafting the legendary artifact Fang of Nidhogg. I didn't want to start with such an overpowered weapon, but you left me no choice. With agile grace, JaeHyun twisted and drove the Fang of Nidhogg downward. The nameless crow froze in shock. What, I've never heard of him possessing such a terrifying aura. JaeHyun smirked, spotting the fear in the crow's eyes. Did he really think a leveling manhwa protagonist wouldn't have a hidden trump card for unpredictable situations? Since your mental state is crumbling, let me wrap you up with a chain of light. Seizing the moment, JaeHyun dashed forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes. The crow screamed in agony. The Fang of Nidhogg's passive effect triggered stacking poison damage with every hit. The system notifications made JaeHyun grin. This weapon was even better than expected, truly worthy of an S-rank artifact in this system Manhwa. Meanwhile, the crow finally ripped free from the light chains. How dare you use the power of that bastard I despise with an S-rank weapon? The crow was foaming with rage now, and the two clashed in a violent symphony of steel and sparks. After a brutal exchange, the nameless crow suddenly froze. Looks like the neurotoxin has paralyzed your movement, hasn't it? I've turned the tables, haven't I? JaeHyun gloated. The crow gritted his teeth. Damn it, for the glory of Northern Europe, I have no choice. You can't kill me now, can you? When did I ever say I wanted to kill you? But the crow used his last ounce of strength to dash past JaeHyun. The coward wasn't aiming for the MC, he was targeting Ina. She desperately cast a shield to protect herself, but against the crow it was useless. He smashed through it like glass with a single charge. Ina stood paralyzed as the crow, wreathed in red energy, flew straight at her. JaeHyun grit his teeth. Get down now, he roared, hurling the Fang of Nidhogg with all his might. The blade intercepted the path of death just in time. Ina slumped to the ground, soul-shaken, cursing her own weakness. She felt like dead weight, almost getting JaeHyun killed. Glancing at the boy, now sleeping exhausted on her shoulder, she let out a breath of relief. At least this time he wasn't critically injured. But who was that attacker? Why did he do this? JaeHyun seemed to know him. And that magic. It felt identical to that incident. Is there a connection between now and back then? Ina pondered, reaching out to brush JaeHyun's hair. Suddenly he woke up, making her blush redder than a tomato. Being stared at by JaeHyun at point-blank range made Ina lose her composure entirely. Have you been with me this whole time, thanks? Ah, of course. It's what I had to do. After that awkward exchange, the air grew thick with silence. Finally, JaeHyun spoke up. Ina, actually regarding that time, I know what you wanted to say. Ina froze. JaeHyun looked incredibly guilty. He gently patted her shoulder. What I'm about to say might hurt, and I hope you don't overthink it, but please listen to me. There is a responsibility I must bear. That's all you need to understand. Everyone has their own secrets, right? Ina quickly covered his mouth with her hand. Can we not talk about this? She lowered her head, looking dejected. I'm sorry. I'm not ready to hear it. Whatever your answer is, don't say it now. I will wait until you finish what you need to do. Can you tell me your answer then? Tears streamed down her face, but she forced a smile. JaeHyun, looking miserable, wiped her tears away. They sat there in the quiet weight of their unsaid feelings for a long time. JaeHyun replayed the moment in his mind. Why did he interrupt her? Why couldn't he just give her a straight answer? I know Ina likes me, so why am I acting like this? Giving half-hearted hope will only hurt her more. JaeHyun landed back in the training room just as a goblin lunged at him. With a swift leap, he stomped the goblin's head into the ground and rained chains of light upon the horde. Task progress increased. You have leveled up. JaeHyun charged his fist with mana, delivering a storm force punch. You can now sense the defensive aura shield surrounding your body. I can feel the shield, but I don't understand the mechanics behind it, JaeHyun muttered, confused by the system. Suddenly, the elusive Hela appeared from nowhere. Correct. You cannot comprehend it yet, but soon you will understand everything. If anyone can achieve this, it is only you. She walked closer, smiling. Huh. Why are you speaking in riddles? You sound like you're about to disappear. That cryptic nonsense won't work on me. Hela sighed. Is that so? She fell silent. But deep down she desperately hoped that in the future her existence would no longer matter to JaeHyun. Only then can you truly awaken your power. The next morning, JaeHyun was casually walking to school when a senior blocked his path. I am Jongyun, a third year. I am the Guild Master of Guardian. JaeHyun recalled the name. Guardian, the strongest warrior guild in the academy. Just being a member proved one's elite strength. But compared to the Northern European factions, they were like a mosquito biting steel. I am here to invite you to join Guardian. Stop right there. A blonde girl rushed over, frantic. Who said you could poach members here? JaeHyun is joining the Soaring Sky Guild. Don't be ridiculous. A silver-haired senior arrived too. He will be joining my Garam Guild. The three of them attracted a massive crowd, staring until JaeHyun grew annoyed. Seniors, please control yourselves. Everyone is watching. Then a white-haired girl pushed through the mob. Excuse me, can you spare a moment for me? I am G from the Third Eye Guild. JaeHyun was surprised. He remembered hearing about this guild during his days as a conqueror in his past life. I'm not here to recruit you. I simply wanted to say hello. JaeHyun looked her dead in the eye. You should approach me when there are fewer people. If you don't speak now, things might get dangerous. He flashed a smile full of hidden menace. Just then, the white-haired senior roared in frustration. Wait, let me restart this manhwa recap scene. He assumed JaeHyun would join Garam Guild. Sorry, Sunbae. JaeHyun cut him off mid-sentence. Let me make this crystal clear. I have absolutely no intention of joining any existing guild. The 3 guild leaders froze their recruitment pitches, dying in their throats as the atmosphere turned heavy. Donghan stepped forward, eyes narrowing. Then what is your plan? Being Du Songyun's student doesn't change the rules. A solo hunter starting out is forced to grind through bottom-tier trash quests. I never said I'd continue my hunter career without a guild. Before he could finish, the white-haired senior grabbed him by the collar. Then what the hell are you playing at, kid? Speak clearly right now. JaeHyun's gaze turned icy. For your own safety, take your hand off me. The air temperature seemed to drop 10 degrees as the threat hung in the silence. Intimidated by JaeHyun's aura, the senior's hand trembled and let go. JaeHyun casually dusted off his shoulder. I'm going to establish my own guild. The declaration hit the room like a bomb. Yet JaeHyun just smiled. Later, the 3 guild captains held an emergency secret meeting. The white-haired senior was already shouting. No matter how I look at it, that brat is delusional. Is he insane? Why would a first-year freshman try to build a guild from scratch? His voice was so loud it gave the blonde captain a migraine. I don't understand it either, she sighed, rubbing her temples. Donghan couldn't make sense of it. A rookie creating a guild. There's no rule against it in the academy, but functionally, it's basically a suicide mission for a first year. It requires specialized knowledge, clearing complex hurdles, and most critically completing everything without a shred of support from seniors or professors. True. But the terrifying reality is, I think he actually means to do it. We might be looking at the birth of a new power. What do you mean? You just said it was impossible. Donghan leaned in, his voice low. Think about the core requirement for a guild. Influence among the academy factions. The scions of wealthy families and powerful clans are untouchable. And those with S-rank potential or special abilities even harder to recruit. That logic applies to everyone. Except him. Look at the circle gathering around JaeHyun. They are the cream of the crop. Master alchemists, tanky warriors, even top-tier supports. That's why he rejected us. He already has a dream team. Damn it, this is going to get messy. Donghan gritted his teeth. We have to stop treating JaeHyun like a rookie. With that lineup, he could shatter the power balance of the entire academy. Every guild needs to fight for its survival now. If necessary, the Guardians will step in to maintain order. Are we really panicking over one freshman? Donghan turned to the white-haired captain. Kang Duyup, be honest. Could you defeat JaeHyun in a one-on-one duel? Duyup fell silent, unable to answer. Donghan stood up, ending the meeting. My guild's doors remain open. We'll see how this plays out. The captains dispersed, a heavy gloom hanging over them. Recalling JaeHyun's killing intent toward Duyup, shivers ran down Donghan's spine. Real monsters have entered the academy. He is the second anomaly we need to fear right after Cheon. While the established powers scrambled to redraw their territories, JaeHyun was casually pitching his insane plan to his friends. Yudong looked at him like he had grown a second head, eyes wide with suspicion. You want to start a guild? I mean, I guess we don't need to join the others. Hwan panicked immediately. No, wait, hold on. We're still just first years. If the senior guilds see us as a threat, they'll crush us. We're inviting a war. Jae-song was practically vibrating with anxiety. He's right. Fighting the entire academy hierarchy sounds terrifying. Sewon crossed her arms, looking completely unimpressed. Is that what you called me here for? Sewon sighed. What about the rewards? JaeHyun waved it off with a smirk. We just need to become strong enough that they can't touch us. Sewon looked ready to hit him. JaeHyun continued. It's the natural evolution of things. In this system, Manhwa world relying on others is a crutch. Leading our own path is optimal. I have no objections. Ina was the first to pledge her loyalty. If you think it's right, I'm in too. Jae-sung added, his loyalty finally overriding his fear. Sewon wasn't letting him off the hook. Okay, but what about the pay? Without guild funding or point systems, are we supposed to eat dirt? JaeHyun let out a long sigh and smiled, his eyes gleaming. Between the top student rewards, the items I've farmed, and the dungeon clear bonuses, plus my previous earnings, I'm sitting on a few million points, so don't worry about your salary. Their jaws dropped. The guy wasn't just strong, he was a walking bank. Yudong realized her friend was a certified tycoon. You never even bought us snacks. The changes today, we're throwing a feast. Why are you all here? A voice groaned. Seo-han had just woken up nearby. I want in. I'm joining Muse next year anyway, right? With your skills, I can't just let you run around freely. As Seo-han whined about his freedom, JaeHyun quietly activated a manipulation skill on him. JaeHyun suddenly shouted, "This place is great because it's full of idiots." He slapped his hand over his mouth, horrified. But it was too late. The group's murderous glares pierced through him as he wept. JaeHyun laughed at the chaos he orchestrated. "Who told you to have a mouth faster than your brain, calling your seniors idiots? Bold move. Still, our potential is limitless. Everyone here possesses S-class talent." JaeHyun appeared behind Hoan like a ghost, a devilish grin on his face. "If we grow this guild right, we will shatter every limit placed upon us." Hoan turned to look at him, eyes sparkling with renewed admiration. "I pledge my absolute loyalty." Ina frowned with determination. "I will protect JaeHyun with my own hands and give everything for this guild." "Something feels wrong," Yudong muttered, staring at the scene in disbelief. Soon whispered back, "Every time JaeHyun smiles like that, I get a premonition of doom." "Huh. What did you two say?" JaeHyun asked innocently. The girls went pale and shook their heads frantically. "To get stronger, we need hellish training. Don't worry, I will personally oversee every second of your combat drills." "So, are you ready to join my legend?" Did they even have a choice? The scene shifted to the Muse Academy Gymnasium. This facility was a treasure trove of high-tier equipment and artifacts. Normally, access was restricted to top-ranked students or guild masters of the highest order. Damn it. Yudong lay flattened on the floor, the world spinning around her. "I just wanted to party, not die." JaeHyun was equally soulless, his spirit having left his body. Jae-sung rushed over with the goods. "Recovery potions, drink up, or you'll actually die." Hoon let out a pained groan, clutching his arm. "My muscles feel like they're being ripped apart. Can we call it a day?" But in a leveling manhwa like this, pain was progress. You know the drill, muscles only grow after they've been torn to shreds. JaeHyun cut him off with an icy glare. He snatched the potion from Jae-sung, a dark sadistic grin spreading across his face. "Drink up. Don't you dare waste a single drop." So-yeon shot up from the floor, pointing a trembling finger at Jae-sung. "You traitor. How could you side with him?" Jae-sung cowered behind JaeHyun, tears streaming down his face in a pathetic display. "I'm sorry, I just hate violence," he sniffled. "And why is everyone yelling at me?" "Quit whining," JaeHyun ordered. "2 more sets. Let's go." To the untrained eye, this looked like a standard gym, but in this awakening manhwa world, appearances were deceiving. This facility was engineered for the elite, capable of amplifying gravity to forge superhuman strength and durability. Every piece of equipment here was modified to withstand gravitational forces that would crush a normal human. Ina pushed through her reps, gasping for air, her lungs burning. Watching her, Jaehyun's mind drifted back to the past, to the tragedy he swore never to repeat. There was only one solution. His teammates had to evolve. They needed explosive growth enough to ensure they wouldn't become liabilities in the heat of battle. They had to be strong enough to survive the hell that awaited them. That was the absolute priority. Later at the Donga Subjugation Guild, Sung-eun and JaeHyun sat across from each other, eyes crinkling with hidden amusement. "So," Sung-eun began casually, "planning on jumping ship to another guild?" JaeHyun blinked, caught off guard. "Huh. What are you talking about?" "I know the Creator Guild approached you," she said, her voice sharp. "I heard they even offered Nidhogg's Fang as a signing bonus." JaeHyun smirked. "Busted. Well, if I did want to leave, would you try to stop me?" Absolutely not." She laughed, though her eyes remained serious. "Especially not to those vultures at Creator." She stood up, closing the distance between them. "I didn't call you here to negotiate. I brought you here to tell you I will never let anyone steal you from me. I'm not foolish enough to hand over my prized pupil to a rival guild." Sung-eun reached out gently, tilting Jaehyun's chin up until their eyes locked. "And you," she whispered, "have no reason to abandon the power you hold here. Not even for one of the rarest artifacts in the world. Am I right?" "Exactly. Even for that." She smiled dangerously. "Instead, make a reasonable request of me and I'll move heaven and earth to grant it. Not a bad trade, is it?" "No," JaeHyun agreed. "Not bad at all. I never intended to leave," he admitted. "With the guild master here, why would I go anywhere else?" Sung-eun chuckled. That sweet lie almost sounded convincing. What a shame. Jaehyun's eyes narrowed into a smile, but his mind was elsewhere. He thought of Hindu. That snake would undoubtedly target him during the practical training. In this system, manhwa survival meant being prepared for every dirty trick. Departure day arrived. Jaehyun took point as the team boarded the bus. "Listen up. Give it everything you've got. This event marks the true beginning of our guild." "You got it, boss." Hoon cheered, his energy overflowing. Yujung, however, was a nervous wreck, trembling like a leaf until So-yeon smacked her on the back. "Get a grip. Stop shaking." "I can't help it," Yujung whimpered. "It's terrifying. From now on, it's not a simulation. It's real." "She's right," Jaehyun interjected grimly. We're stepping into real combat against actual monsters. Even with high-level hunters clearing the area, don't delude yourselves into thinking this training trip is safe. Yujung groaned, clutching her head. Great. The more I think about it, the more impossible this seems. Just try to relax, JaeHyun advised, though his gaze was sharp. We need to stay on high alert the entire time. I'll try, Ina said, then hesitated. Hey JaeHyun, I've been meaning to ask, why did you name our group 9? Yeah, I was wondering that too, Hoon added. It's just a number, right? It is, JaeHyun replied. Is there a special meaning? Actually, JaeHyun said, his expression darkening. It's more accurate to say I hate that number. In Norse mythology, the number 9 is a symbol of finality. Even the mighty Thor, after striking down the serpent Jormungandr, could only take 9 steps before succumbing to its poison and dying. That's just one example. The number 9 appears constantly in legends, signaling fateful connections. JaeHyun offered a calm, enigmatic smile. I despise the fate it represents, and that is exactly why I chose it. Ina and Yujung exchanged glances. This guy has officially lost it. JaeHyun caught Ina's gaze for a fleeting second before turning away, his inner thoughts churning. There are things I cannot afford to forget. But sometimes being with you all, it makes me lose sight of my true purpose in this war. We're here, he announced. Welcome to Daegu, the closed city where our training begins. Listen well, JaeHyun warned, his voice dropping an octave as they disembarked. Peace ends here. From this moment on, keep your guards up. No one walks out of here alive if they get careless. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins of Daegu, Hindu perched on a rooftop like a predator. Well, he muttered, watching the convoy. JaeHyun has arrived, and it seems another crow has vanished from the sky. Hindu grinned, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Finally, an interesting opponent. Elsewhere, the broadcast began. Host SJ smiled into the camera. Greetings to all our viewers. You're watching Global Hunter Affairs. She gestured elegantly. Today, we have a very special episode. We've invited 2 prestigious guests to discuss the catastrophe at the Great Iceland Ruins. First, please welcome the man with a gaze as cold as the north wind, S-rank hunter and representative of the European Union, Barak, and joining him, SJ continued, pointing to the elegant woman, the world's very first S-rank mage, also representing the European Union, the enchanting Camilla. SJ beamed, maintaining her professional mask. It is a pleasure to have you both, Camilla responded with a dazzling, media-perfect smile. The honor is all ours, she said warmly. But beneath the table, she drove her elbow sharply into Barak's side. Leaning in, she hissed through her teeth. Behave yourself. Remember, we represent the entire European Union today. Barak let out a cold sigh. Ha! And jerked his chin toward the audience, staring at them. Just look at the eyes of these vultures, Barak muttered, his jaw clenched tight enough to snap steel veins bulging on his neck. Does that look like respect to you? No, it doesn't. Camilla narrowed her eyes, instantly reading his volatile energy. So, what are you planning to cause a scene? She sighed. Fine, I see how it is. She softened her tone slightly. But you know that losing your temper here will only make things worse. Hearing this, Barak clicked his tongue, his gaze hardening into a glare. He shifted his eyes to SJ, a heavy suspicion settling in his gut. They think we did it, he realized. They think the European Union orchestrated the looting of the ruins. And the worst part, he couldn't even refute it. It was a logical conclusion. We were the owners of the site when the incident occurred. The blame naturally falls on us. A shadowy figure flashed in his mind, the true culprit. Barak ground his teeth, cursing the cruel twist of fate. SJ flashed her professional smile. Let's dive right in. We're discussing the recent robbery at the Iceland ruins. But as she spoke, her expression shifted, morphing into a look of arrogant mockery. When the news broke, it caused quite the global Manhwa recap-worthy uproar, didn't it? Her tone, half challenging, half mocking, pushed Barak to the edge. He was ready to leap from his chair and silence her. But Camilla was faster. She subtly tapped his leg with her foot, a silent, sharp warning to stay seated. Barak glanced sideways, meeting her composed gaze. He exhaled slowly, forcing the rage back down, and listened as the host delivered the killing blow. So tell us, how exactly did 2 S-rank hunters fail to protect a single site? Sadi waved the report in the air, her voice dripping with challenge. Why did the European Union crumble in this operation when you're hailed as the world's strongest power? She glanced at her data tablet, eyes sharp. I'm just reading the top comments from the public forum. The world demands answers. Care to share your thoughts? Camilla bowed her head, the weight of defeat heavy in her voice. Forgive us. We simply lacked the strength. That is the only truth. Sadie frowned, forcing a polite smile that didn't reach her eyes. There is a storm of criticism regarding the EU's catastrophic failure. Even the US and Japan are watching. You were so arrogant about conquering the ruin after securing the rights. She scanned their faces, hunting for a crack in their armor. So where did it go wrong? Beck let out a long, ragged sigh, his face twisted in pure exhaustion. Suddenly he cut through the silence, locking eyes with Sal. You must have heard of the intruder. She nodded, a shadow of memory crossing her mind. Of course. The anomaly who cleared the proficiency test that the EU couldn't. The ghost who raided the ruin and vanished. They call him the Black Robe. The EU claims this mysterious figure appeared from nowhere and solo cleared the dungeon. Sal sighed, unimpressed. The public wants the truth, not excuses. Hearing this, Beck's brow furrowed, suppressed rage simmering in his veins. Are you implying? The killing intent in the air became suffocating. Sadi flinched. Am I lying? Camilla panicked, shouting, Beck, stand down. But his patience had snapped. He glared at the cameraman with eyes like jagged steel, stomping forward like a raging bull. Murderous aura exploded from him. Listen well. He snatched the camera, yanking the lens right up to his face. His face filled the frame, distorted by fury. That monster was so strong that none of us could touch him. Even when Camilla and I attacked together, we were flies to him. Beck ground his teeth, spitting poison. Humiliating. You think I don't know that Japan, America? I don't give a damn what they think. Camilla facepalmed, sighing as she let him vent his wrath. You people better deal with him before you mock our failure again. Beck pointed a trembling finger at the screen, declaring fate. Mark my words, that monster, he will return. Meanwhile, amidst the concrete skeleton of a fallen city, a group of students stood at attention. This event will determine your future in Newis. Minky's voice cut through the wind. This field survival exam will last exactly 1 week. He scanned the rookies with a hawk's eye. Cooperation is mandatory. He handed a package to An Ho-yeon. You will survive solely on the standard issue kits provided. Flashbacks of monsters that looked straight out of a nightmare leveling Manhwa flooded Minky's mind. Your lives depend on applying your academy training to slaughter the beasts. He laid down the absolute law. Leaving the 50-kilometer radius is forbidden. Step outside and you fail instantly. Minky enunciated every syllable. You have 2 objectives this week. His expression darkened. First and foremost, stay alive. He looked at their naive faces. This zone is relatively safe, but never forget you are still prey in this world. If you can survive this hell, you'll prove you have the potential to become a true raider. He paused for effect. Your second objective, hunt as many monsters as possible before the clock runs out. Don't just kill them. Harvest their cores and bring back their drop tokens as proof. He listed the threat levels from lowly orcs to legendary dragons. Naturally, higher-tier nightmares yield higher scores. Do not get reckless. A student raised a trembling hand. Sir, what if we face a catastrophic emergency? Minky nodded sharply. Fear not. He gestured to 2 silhouettes watching from the high ground. Instructors are stationed nearby, watching from the shadows. Hands on his hips, he gave the command. If death comes knocking, do not hide. Run to your supervisors. The students absorbed the gravity of the situation. I repeat, your survival is the only metric that matters. Silence answered him. Good. No more questions. Minky shouted his final blessing. Good luck, cadets. As the formation broke, Jun's squad rallied. Jae Sung-hoon and Seo-yoon inspected their gear with intense focus. Yoo-jung and Ina held similar artifacts. Jun grinned, eyes shining as he looked at the ring, the symbol of their unbreakable bond. He clenched his fist, feeling the power. We hit the jackpot with this item. This is the key to conquering this event. Reality snapped back. All right. Jae-sang grinned, adrenaline pumping through him. Let's execute the plan. Morning light bathed his face, masking the danger. But while they chatted, a predator watched silently from the distance. Hyunjin stood suspended in the air, eyes cold. It begins. He looked over Daegu. Hard to find a building that isn't rubble here. Jun's team targeted an unfinished skyscraper. They swept the area with tactical precision. Jun nodded, his face serious. At least we secured a solid fortress. This will work. Jae-sung immediately chimed in. With this cover, we're safe from high-level aerial beasts. Not a bad start. But Seo-yoon shivered. I have a bad feeling. There are bugs here. The atmosphere is gross. Jun tried to calm her down. Hey, don't hate on the bugs too much. Shut it. Bugs are a crime against nature. Seo-hoon's voice rose in irritation. Do you want me to spell it out for you? Enough jokes. Stay sharp. Yoo-dung, silent until now, finally spoke up. Well, even with a roof over our heads, this is still a quarantine death zone. Her words plunged him into a deep abyss of thought. The lockdown zones were living monuments to humanity's absolute failure. They were graveyards of civilization cities that crumbled before the monstrous onslaught. Places like Daegu and the southern islands were now forbidden territories. To forge them into true warriors, the Academy had thrown them into this hellscape. This was no longer a simulation. It was a lesson in raw survival. Ina's voice cut through the air, calm and absolute. JaeHyun was right. From this moment on, they had to look the cruel reality of this awakening manhwa world straight in the eye. Meanwhile, Yoo-jung had her eyes on a different prize. Her mind was filled with visions of a mountain of points enough to buy every dessert and visit every restaurant on her wish list. She shot JaeHyun a coy look, batting her eyelashes. Speaking of which, rumor has it the southern district of the academy just opened some 5-star dining spots. We should totally go after training. But seeing JaeHyun completely lost in his own world, Yoo-jung could only let out a frustrated click of her tongue. Ignoring her, he muttered about the new research zone. Points. His eyes gleamed with calculation. To an outsider, it looked like standard greed, but his mind was playing 4D chess. He measured their strength against Park Hoon's elite squad. His team was top tier among the rookies, formidable even against established circles. They weren't just keeping up, they were dominating. A steely resolve hardened his gaze. But then the image of that monster in human skin flashed through his mind. Hindu, the ultimate predator in this event. His twisted words echoed in JaeHyun's memory like a curse. There was no doubt that psychopath would find a way to target them. Noticing his 1,000-yard stare, Ina leaned in, her voice laced with worry. JaeHyun, are you with us? You looked like you were seeing ghosts. I'm fine, he brushed it off. But JaeHyun narrowed her eyes, scanning them like a detective. What's the vibe here? You two are acting super suspicious. Spill it. Her sudden interrogation caught JaeHyun off guard. What are you talking about? The tension. It's thicker than a dungeon wall. Did you guys have a lover's quarrel over the weekend or something? Ina remained as unreadable as a stone statue. What? JaeHyun scoffed. But internally, his mind drifted back to that nameless terror. The suffocating pressure of a presence that could dominate everything. It felt like invisible chains were tightening around his soul. Back in reality, Ina chose silence, offering no fuel to JaeHyun's fire. Suddenly, Sujin's voice turned razor sharp. Hold it. We've got company. That single sentence shattered the awkward atmosphere. Hostiles, JaeHyun deduced instantly. People with a grudge against you, Sujin. She nodded, her eyes cold. 100%, but more importantly, she looked indifferent, but her next words were a tactical nuke. You said you'd take full responsibility for me. You better be ready to back those words up. Shockwaves rippled through the other girls of Team 9. Warriors who wouldn't flinch at a dragon were now pale as sheets at the word responsibility. Excuse me. Their heads snapped toward JaeHyun, the culprit, but he completely ignored the romantic drama, his voice dropping an octave. Combat positions. As the command left his lips, the enemy squad emerged from the shadows. Circle 6. A confident smirk played on JaeHyun's lips. I knew you trash would show up. His mind flashed back to the recruitment. So, Sujin had asked, eyebrows raised, you want me to ditch the elite Circle 6 for a rookie squad named 9? JaeHyun had nodded. Exactly. You catch on quick. She had rejected him with practiced elegance. Look, you're a rookie. A freakishly strong one, sure, but I have a reputation to maintain. She laid out the cold, hard facts. I'm comfortable in 6. We have numbers, resources, and guaranteed points. Why gamble on a startup? But JaeHyun had come armed with information. Senior, you're looking at the painting, but missing the rot on the canvas. Her expression darkened instantly. Are you lecturing me? She snapped. JaeHyun didn't flinch. Do you honestly think the members of 6 consider you a comrade? We're business partners, she defended weakly. Are you sure about that? JaeHyun pulled out a recording device, his eyes gleaming with a hard truth. Sujin froze as the audio crystal activated. A sneering voice filled the room. Sujin, she's just a glorified errand girl. No Yun's voice dripped with disdain. Useless in a real fight, he scoffed. Then Shin-ho chimed in, laughing. She's just eye candy, an accessory to make me look good. Then the tone shifted to something slimier. She is hot, though. I think I'll take a shot at her tonight. Who knows? She might be easy. Back off, you bastard, Shin-ho growled on the tape. I saw her first. Don't touch my property. The conversation was so vile it made Sujin's skin crawl. Her face twisted in fury as she ground out, filthy scumbags. She took a long, stabilizing breath. All right. I hear you loud and clear. She looked JaeHyun dead in the eye. What's your offer? Seeing he had won, JaeHyun's lips curled into a fox-like grin. That depends entirely on your performance. Back in the present, facing those same traitors, Baeku stepped forward, his aura aggressive. You really think you can poach a member of Circle 6 and walk away in one piece? Minhun watched silently, realizing the gravity of the feud. JaeHyun remembered the recording. These weren't teammates. They were parasites. He put on a mask of mock innocence. Did you guys already forget the humiliation I handed you during the rookie hunt? Baeku's face turned red. I was just careless that time. Do you really think you can take us all on? Baeku sneered, gesturing to his squad. But JaeHyun didn't flinch. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I've never been alone. Crackling energy danced across his fingertips, illuminating the dark alley. Let me make one thing crystal clear. Even JaeHyun was surprised by the surge. His speed had transcended his previous limits. He effortlessly tossed a spark of power, making Baeku flinch. You could all attack at once, JaeHyun declared, golden lightning wreathed around his hand like a dragon's claw, and you still wouldn't be able to defeat a single one of us. He cast a glance at Sujin. It was time for the leveling Manhwa specialist to shine. Behind her, a spectral pair of azure eyes opened, piercing the veil of reality. Bringing her into our formation came with astronomical risks. JaeHyun scanned the mob before him with eyes devoid of fear. To him, they were nothing but ants. A cryptic smile played on his lips. JaeHyun tilted his head, his voice dripping with arrogance. Well, are you going to attack or just stand there? Terror crept into B's voice, shaking his resolve. I must have miscalculated something fatal. You might be strong, but you're still just a rookie piece of trash. JaeHyun didn't dignify that with words. He simply smirked. Enraged, the leader screamed the kill order. A tidal wave of armed thugs surged toward JaeHyun, thirsting for blood. JaeHyun's gaze turned ice cold as he surveyed the battlefield. Ding. The blue interface appeared, skill-activated absolute defense, impenetrable fortress. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa. The onslaught crashed against an invisible wall of iron will. Gasps of disbelief echoed through the chaotic space. How is this possible? Hyun stepped forward, slamming his massive tower shield into the ground. The system chimed again with a glorious buff defense stats amplified by 1.5 times. Despite their overwhelming numbers, not a single scratch could mar that divine shield. Yujung gripped her staff, mana radiating from her like a supernova. Don't forget about me. The system window flashed with a new ultimate move. Skill-activated Dance of the Heavenly Wind. The enemy poured every ounce of strength into breaking their formation, but it was futile. JaeHyun watched the perfect synergy, nodding in approval. Magnificent. Pride swelled in his chest. His hellish training regimen had created monsters. His eyes shifted to Yujung. She had mastered a wide-area defensive spell already. Honestly, their growth rate was defying all logic. Watching from the sidelines, Lee Jun couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is this? Our attacks? They're doing 0 damage. Bai stood frozen, his world-view shattering into pieces. This nightmare was real. Panic began to spread like a plague among the attackers. Damn it, I knew this suicide mission would end like this. Bitter regret washed over the mob. Who in their right mind tries to crush the successor of the Lotus Guild? Even if they are a rookie team, this is insanity. Ina finally unleashed her dormant power, the air crackling around her. She glanced at JaeHyun for permission. Captain, shall I wipe them all out? JaeHyun's smile turned predatory. Do it. Leave no survivors standing. Emerald energy erupted around Ina like a spiraling tornado. The system announced the arrival of a legendary spell. Special skill activated Sword of Alfhem. With a wave of her wand, she commanded the arcane missiles forward. A bombardment of pure mana rained down on the helpless fools. Terror seized their hearts, and they scattered like rats on a sinking ship. One fool dared to look back only to be swallowed by the magical onslaught. Suddenly a foot stepped into a strange glowing puddle. Bai lost his balance, crashing backward onto the ground. Thick green slime instantly coated his body. He clawed frantically at the sticky substance on his chest. What the is this filth? 2 ominous shadows emerged from the dust, chatting casually. Oh, impressive. It looks like they're completely paralyzed. JaeHyun adjusted his glasses, analyzing his concoction's success. Correct. I synthesized slime extract with paralysis mushroom spores. The potency is undeniable. Bai writhed on the floor, screaming in rage. You stuttering piece of trash. At the insult, JaeHyun's eyes went wide with cold fury. He walked slowly toward B, the predator approaching the prey. You better watch that damn mouth of yours. B struggled, but the slime held him like a vice. Why can't I break free from this disgusting muck? I dumped all my stats into strength. A heavy boot slammed down onto Bai's spine, pinning him to the earth. Do you have any idea how much agony I can inflict before your heart stops? Under the crushing weight, B could only let out a pathetic, blood-curdling scream. Hearing their leader's wails, the fleeing goons hesitated, looking back. JaeHyun stared at them with eyes that promised death. I'll let the trash escape. But this one belongs to me. He looked down at the worm on the ground. This scumbag was the root of all this evil. Bai shrieked desperately at his retreating allies. Wait, don't listen to him, help me! But his comrades had 0 loyalty left. You lunatic, why should we die for you? The air was filled with their curses as they abandoned him without a second thought. You selfish bastard, I knew you'd lead us to ruin. You should have known your place in the food chain. Did you really think a bug like you could survive the Moirai events against true monsters? Despair washed over B's face as the reality hit him. No. It wasn't supposed to be like this. He reached out a trembling hand, but they had already vanished into the distance. JaeHyun shoved his hands into his pockets, looking down with utter indifference. Now, how should I dispose of this trash? He glanced over his shoulder. I've already decided to ensure his absolute failure in this event. Sojin stood behind him, grinding her teeth so hard they might crack. You filth! B reached toward her, playing the victim card. Sojin, please listen. I did all of this for your sake. A voice sharp as a razor cut him off. Shut your mouth. Sojin drew a gleaming dagger from her pocket. With her other hand, she slicked back her hair, her eyes dead. You said it yourself, didn't you? That I'm just a useless parasite, good for nothing but scouting. A chilling, psychotic smile spread across Sojin's face. So, do me a favor and die. The color drained from B's face. She straddled him and brought the blade down, unleashing a frenzy of vengeance. Moments later, Hansu arrived, blinking in confusion. Huh, are you telling me you wiped the floor with all of them? Before him lay a landscape of total devastation. He gazed at the defeated awakened ones groaning at his feet. Team X might not be top tier, but they're solid mid-rankers. Plus their numbers were overwhelming. He looked back at JaeHyun's tiny squad in disbelief. You did this. With just a handful of members. What kind of monsters are you? JaeHyun awkwardly looked away, feigning ignorance. Well, I just made sure they didn't actually expire. They aren't worth killing, yet. Hansu shuddered, cold sweat forming on his brow. Damn. This guy is a bona fide monster. Hansu turned desperate to leave this suffocating aura. I'm out of here. Hopefully you can stop the bloodshed with the upper classes in the future. JaeHyun waved him off dismissively. Yeah. Sure. JaeHyun shifted his gaze to the figure leaning coolly against a pillar. So, why did you step in to help me? Soo-hyuk didn't answer immediately, staring at the construction site. His reply came out begrudgingly. The entire X-Guild is hunting you down. JaeHyun shrugged, looking completely unbothered. And they're just a bunch of morons. It means nothing to me. Fair point. Soo-hyuk frowned, questioning his own sanity. Why the hell did I side with this guy? As Soo-hyuk turned to leave, JaeHyun called out. Hey, where do you think you're going? If you're just planning to wander aimlessly, you should rethink your life choices. Soo-hyuk froze. His face flushed red with embarrassment and annoyance. Fine, I'll stick around for a bit. JaeHyun looked at him, amusement dancing in his eyes. I honestly didn't expect you to be helpful. I thought your only skill was starting fights. Soo-hyuk snapped back instantly. I heard that you jerk. Wait. What was your name again? Yoo-jung covered her mouth, whispering loudly to the team. Oh. Isn't that Soo-hyuk? But to Ina, the name meant absolutely nothing. It's Soo-hyuk. Sojin didn't even pretend to care. Who the hell is that? The blatant disrespect made Soo-hyuk clench his fist, a vein popping on his forehead. You ungrateful brats should have memorized my name by now. But his mind drifted back to the incident in the conference room that kept him here. Back then, Soo-hyuk had slammed the table, standing up in a fury. I refuse to be part of this. What are you babbling about? Are you scared to go against Minwoo? B had asked with a sneer. What, don't tell me you think you can't handle him. That is not the damn point. Soo-hyuk had tried to propose a rational strategy, but Sojin had walked out claiming she had a better offer elsewhere. I see no problem with that. But before Soo-hyuk could finish his sentence, B had cut him off rudely. Does that really matter to you, Soo-hyuk? The sheer coldness in his voice froze Soo-hyuk in his tracks. There was no point in arguing further. He stood up and headed for the exit. It's obvious, isn't it? JaeHyun smirked, patting Soo-hyuk's shoulder with mocking condescension. I've always liked a junior who knows how to listen. That arrogance was the spark that ignited Soo-hyuk's fury. Since when had JaeHyun become this calculating? Was he just itching to beat someone up because he didn't like their face? What kind of twisted logic was this? Losing his cool, Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth. Forget it, I can't stay in a party like this. He snapped back to reality, his voice dropping an octave. Actually, I'm leaving now. Clearly I'm not welcome here, and you lot probably have secrets to discuss anyway. JaeHyun didn't even bat an eye at the threat. Sure thing, do whatever makes you happy. This reaction was completely outside Soo-hyuk's calculations. He screamed, his voice cracking with rage. The next time we meet, I will have my revenge. You better be ready for it. The air suddenly grew heavy with killing intent. JaeHyun shot him a piercing glance. You want to fight me, is that it? A thrill of excitement danced in his eyes as he delivered one final line. I like that you catch on quickly. Watching that pathetic display, JaeHyun could only sigh. Good grief. How does someone like him end up acting so disgraceful? But he instantly tossed the thought aside, turning to his teammates with a bright smile. Under their expectant gazes, he dropped the command. Well, then shall we get this manhwa recap started and get to work? However, Sujin didn't look too pleased with the arrangement. You want us to dive straight into grinding right after a fistfight? JaeHyun replied with perfect logic. With great power comes great responsibility. Haven't you heard that one before? Her silence was her consent, though she turned her back to state her condition. What are you going to give me in return? Around them, the city lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland. Yet there was a specific reason the MS Academy chose Daegu for this operation. Although the area was under lockdown, the goal was to reclaim the city sealed by monsters. But it wasn't that simple. Daegu was ground zero, the place where the very first gate in the world ripped open. It was the first city to fall following the descent of the entity known as Iris. Now students like JaeHyun were supporting the MS field trip to prepare for the region's reconstruction. He had heard the whispers. They said the calamity at the Daegu gate was a living nightmare, a hell on earth. And his mother had been right there in the center of it. The statistics plunged JaeHyun into a deep well of despair. After that catastrophe, reports claimed only 3% of Daegu's population survived. But even in the darkest night, a single star still shone. Humanity would have been extinct if not for the first awakener Jugon. Suddenly a voice pulled him from the chaotic depths of his memory. Ina announced softly, "Dinner is ready." Startled, JaeHyun stammered a reply, "Oh right, I'll be there in a second." Sensing the heavy burden weighing on his soul, she asked gently, "You seem deep in thought. Is it about that special skill you mentioned earlier?" JaeHyun didn't bother hiding it. He smiled. "Yeah, something like that. With your current pathetic state," Hila's sarcastic voice echoed in his mind, striking at his ego, "you will never be able to defeat Himdu. Don't even dream about it." Yet even she wasn't cruel enough to extinguish every last spark of hope. "However, you have a chance if you awaken your unique ability and break through your own limits, just like Ina did." Hila pointed a finger with absolute seriousness. "A special skill tailored to your current existence." JaeHyun hesitated before venturing a guess. "Is it the user's will?" He hadn't expected to hit the mark, but she floated up into the air, confirming it. "Exactly. That is why you must contemplate what you truly desire." An amused smile played on Hila's lips as she posed the ultimate question. "What is your deepest greed? What fuels you? Why do you crave that power?" JaeHyun stared at his hand, letting her words sink in, then clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. He sighed in frustration. How am I supposed to interpret her riddle? Ina offered words of encouragement in her usual cool demeanor. "Even if I don't fully understand it, I believe you can do it." JaeHyun closed his eyes, centering himself. "All right, since you're rooting for me, I'll give it everything I've got." His renewed confidence brought a rare smile to Ina's face. Suddenly, a colossal worm erupted from the concrete. But before it could even screech, JaeHyun sliced it in half, sending it straight to the afterlife. Glancing at his handiwork, he calmly explained to Sujin, "These subterranean worms are a pain. You never know where they'll strike from." Annoyed, she looked up at a claw descending from the sky. "Personally, I find these harpies much more irritating." With a fluid motion, she turned the beast into a 3-skewer shish kebab. Dusting herself off, she finished her thought. "That is exactly why I hate anything with wings." Unlike her calm teammates, Yujung couldn't hide her anxiety. This place, the atmosphere is completely different from the academy. In the middle of the avenue gaped a pitch-black abyss. The ominous energy radiating from it put Team 9 on high alert. Ina sensed the shift immediately. Yeah, the density of mana in the air is suffocating. Cold sweat trickled down her cheek as the pressure mounted. "It feels even heavier than the M-class mana suppression room." JaeHyun confirmed her fears. "It's true what they say. In a leveling manhwa like this, a real fieldization zone is a different beast entirely. The city center has undergone complete fieldization. That's when a dungeon break floods an area with monsters, allowing them to claim the territory. After a certain period, a corrupt energy saturates the land, mutating everything and spawning monsters of nightmare-inducing difficulty." Sujin stroked her chin, repeating the term. "Fieldization?" Then she dropped the bombshell. "So what is that exactly?" Dusang nearly choked, trying to suppress his laughter. Looks like someone slept through theory class." That condescending tone made Sujin's blood boil. She raised a fist ready to pummel him. "Dusang, you little brat, do you have a death wish?" JaeHyun stepped in to mediate with a simple explanation. "Basically, the mana here is too dense. It's toxic to normal human life." He recited the lesson from memory. "Since we are awakened raiders, we can withstand it. But if a civilian breathes this air, their body would collapse instantly." Without missing a beat, he took point, marching into the danger zone. "Stay sharp, everyone. In an awakening manhwa scenario, absolutely anything can happen here." The team gripped their weapons, their eyes reflecting a mix of fear and resolve. Sujin scanned the surroundings in paranoia, then leaned in to whisper to JaeHyun. Are we really going to hunt that thing? Ignoring her subtlety, JaeHyun replied loudly. Of course, I have full faith in our talented scout, don't I? That was part of our negotiation, remember? It turned out Sujin's priority was self-preservation. Just promise me one thing. If this goes south, you'll help me escape, right? I'm too young to die here. JaeHyun didn't answer with words. He simply flashed a feral grin. Sujin forced an awkward smile in return, but ignoring her brewing anger, he signaled for them to move out. Hurry it up, Hyun stammered in panic. Understood. Ina replied, her voice cold as ice, complying instantly. Yudong didn't bother hiding her irritation, grumbling. So impatient. I guess negotiations failed, huh? Sun tore at his hair in frustration. Damn it all. This reaction caught Jun off guard. What's going on? He lowered his voice to explain his reasoning. The danger level here is catastrophic, and there's a fortune being gambled on this mission. Sujin turned her back, ignoring him completely, letting his words drift away into the wind. We can find it ourselves, even if it takes time. She stripped off her jacket, her voice dropping to a growl. You're the one calling the shots here, Master. Hyun scanned the towering skyscrapers surrounding them. Dudung stood in awe of the city's transformation. I have to admit, this is actually pretty magnificent. To think this area was restored to such a state. She turned to ask, It's all thanks to that person, right? Ina looked blankly at her. Huh. Who? Sujin smirked at her ignorance. Are you clueless like me? I like that you didn't bother studying either. Let's be best friends. Hyun finally chimed in. That person… You mean Duan, right? Dudung beamed. Bingo. Realization finally dawned on Ina. Oh, I've heard stories about him too. Jae Sang recounted the rumors he had heard. Even my father admitted he couldn't defeat Duan. At the mention of that name, Jun repeated it slowly. Chadwon. A vision of a city drowning in a sea of flames flashed in his mind. Daegu. The first place to fall to ruin. The screams of the dying echoed endlessly. Amidst the inferno, monsters slaughtered humans without mercy. No one could run. No one could fight. Humanity was crushed like insignificant ants. Tens of thousands of Daegu citizens were massacred, maimed, or forced to flee. But at the edge of despair, a being with godlike power descended before them. A heroic silhouette emerged in Jun's memories. It was none other than the first awakened Duan. Even as his mind wandered to the past, his body continued to instinctively slaughter enemies. Duan, a global icon and the original legend of this awakening Manhwa era. Jun picked up an item from the ground, his eyes dark with contemplation, his fist clenched tight, his tone dripping with bitterness. Even though he just vanished into thin air. Dudung sighed, offering some comfort. Well, you chose the same path he did. Of course that burden weighs on you. She stretched her arms, letting out a refreshing groan. He vanished so suddenly rumors spread that a monster killed him. The first human to wield the power of the Nordic system. The true identity of that man sparked intense curiosity in JaeHyun. Now it was impossible not to wonder. Just who is Duan? The questions in his mind multiplied. Why was he the first to access this power? Frustration was written all over his face. Was it really just a coincidence? He shook his head, forcing the thoughts away. Now isn't the time for this. Hyun nodded in agreement. Yeah, let's focus on surviving this hellhole first. He warned the group, don't lower your guard. Even with the instructors here, this place is a death trap. With that, the team sprang into action. Hyun and Ina worked tirelessly while Jae Sang couldn't escape Sujin's verbal lashing. Hey, hold that side steady, you idiot. Seeing her fury, he obeyed instantly. I'm sorry. In no time, a massive tent was erected. Ina returned to JaeHyun's side. I'm back. She immediately reported her reconnaissance findings. The monsters in the vicinity are confirmed to be harpies and goblins. JaeHyun couldn't help but admire the accuracy. Just as Senior Sujin predicted, she's always spot on. Sujin overheard and scoffed aggressively. Obviously, if I were wrong, would she have made it back alive? JaeHyun shot back with a teasing grin. Oh, how did you know that? She was left speechless. You little… Before she could curse him out, JaeHyun's voice turned serious. Don't you want to take credit for it? Sujin immediately threw away her dignity. Do you need anything else, Master Quarsh? JaeHyun was exhausted, but managed to quip. I never thought I'd see someone debase themselves so quickly for money. Truly impressive. Jae Sang smiled like a blooming flower. Sujin has been like that since the first time I met. Before he could finish, she grabbed him by the throat. The only master is the one signing my paycheck, not you. Sujin stared into his soul, enunciating every word. Is that clear? Terrified Jae Sang could only whimper, crystal clear. Noticing the squad was down, a member JaeHyun asked, By the way, where is Kim Do-dung? Hyun looked blank. I don't know. She said she needed to prepare something and wandered off. This puzzled him. Strange. She's not the type to slack off. Just as the words left his mouth, the subject of their conversation returned. I'm back, everyone. JaeHyun squinted suspiciously. Kim Do-dung, what have you been up to? Suddenly a sense of dread washed over him. The scent of the Grim Reaper himself wafted from the pot in Do-dung's hands, freezing everyone in place. Oblivious to their horror, she set it down, swelling with pride at her creation. Preparing this was exhausting. See, how would you all survive without me? JaeHyun was the first to find his voice. Is that supposed to be food? Do-dung didn't hesitate. Correct. I added a special sauce to the worms you guys caught earlier. His face turned a sickly shade of purple as he beheld the culinary abomination before him. You expect us to eat? That Do-dung seemed completely unaware of their revulsion. Of course I put my blood, sweat, and tears into making this masterpiece. Staring at the toxic sludge, he thought, if we fed this to him, we could assassinate him without lifting a finger. He sighed heavily. No, I'm losing my mind. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Guan was enjoying a piping hot cup of tea. John stood behind him, posing the question, so when do you plan to make your move? She waited patiently for his response. He slowly set the teacup down, his voice calm. I suppose it is time to step back into the light. An image of JaeHyun flashed through his mind. The creator has been exceptionally active lately. John nodded in agreement. They may still be fledglings learning to fly, but they are proving the prophecy wasn't just empty words. She continued, her tone serious. Your power is needed now more than ever. Guan mused. With Himdu stepping out of the shadows, I wonder if my interference is truly necessary. Then his aura shifted, becoming absolute. But if it becomes necessary, I will act. The scene shifted to a news broadcast. Where in the world is Guan, the first awakened and humanity's last hope? The anchor spoke with grave seriousness. Where has he vanished to? They concluded with a desperate plea. If he is still alive, his aid in conquering these escalating high-level gates would be invaluable. The pot before them bubbled ominously, filled with a viscous purple sludge that defied the laws of cooking. A toxic haze hovered over the surface, screaming danger to anyone with eyes. Do-yoon clenched her fists, her pride on the line, as she muttered, It's really not that bad, you know. She turned her gaze to Jae-sung, eyes narrowing. You don't agree with me. He trembled, scratching his cheek while forcing a terrified smile. I think I'm with JaeHyun on this one. Hoon also backed away, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha ha, strange. Suddenly I'm not hungry at all. Do-yoon leaned in close, staring into his soul with pure suspicion. How can you not be hungry? You always order double rations at the academy. Sweat poured down his face like a waterfall as he tried to avert his eyes. Yeah, well, sometimes even I lose my appetite. Hearing this, she pouted, her voice dripping with betrayal. You guys are actually so cruel. Kwon So-yeol watched from the side, feeling a pang of pity for her. Suddenly, Do-yoon grabbed Kwon So-yeol's hands, activating her ultimate weapon, the innocent puppy dog eyes. Don't you think everyone is being too harsh on me? Kwon So-yeol's smile twitched as the heavy burden of expectation landed squarely on her shoulders. Do-yoon beamed, lifting the pot of doom toward her. At least you'll eat the meal I worked so hard to prepare, right? Kwon So-yeol hesitated, glancing sideways for help. Jae-sang and Hoon pressed their lips together, frantically making X signs with their arms. Her face turned pale as the realization of her fate set in. Do-yoon waited, her expression radiating absolute certainty that Kwon So-yeol would say yes. In the end, Kwon So-yeol couldn't bear to crush that hopeful look. Of course, she made it with edible ingredients after all. Why is everyone overreacting? Beneath her cool exterior, Kwon So-yeol was actually far softer than she appeared. She slowly raised the spoon to her lips, chanting an internal prayer. I'll try it. What's the worst that could happen? Moments later, she paid the ultimate price for her kindness. She slumped against the wall, clutching her stomach and retching violently. JaeHyun watched with amusement, offering a brutal commentary. You sound like a monster in its death throes. This outcome was exactly within his calculations. He smirked, enjoying the show. That's why you should have listened to us. Kwon So-yeol frowned, wiping her mouth and glaring. Hey, how could I refuse when she looked that sad? He kindly tossed her a potion bottle. You're softer than you look, you know. She caught it and downed the contents instantly. Anyway, did something happen between you and Ina? Jae-hyun's eyes widened slightly, feigning ignorance. Huh. Kwon So-yeol wiped her mouth, staring at him with a gaze that saw too much. She sensed the tension, and her tone dropped into seriousness. I don't know the details, but don't be too hard on her. Or anyone else, for that matter. JaeHyun relaxed his posture, accepting her advice. Fine, I won't. Then he cracked a joke to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Though I didn't expect someone like you to give a lecture on feelings. Kwon So-yeol grit her teeth, annoyed by his teasing. He lowered his voice, whispering to himself. That's why I'm trying to save everyone. Like a total idiot. She didn't catch it and leaned in. What? JaeHyun turned away, changing the subject. I said, let's get moving. The sun is setting. He smiled, reminding her of the mission. You remember we promised to take that guy down, right? Kwon So-yul fell silent for a beat before nodding. Right. She looked exhausted, making one final request. Can we just wait until my stomach stops trying to kill me? As soon as she finished speaking, she turned and retched up whatever was left in her soul. JaeHyun suddenly had a brilliant evil idea. I wonder if that stuff is poisonous to monsters too. I mean Kim Do-yoon's cooking. He felt a little bad for her. Recovery would take time. Suddenly, a chilling screech echoed through the air, snapping him to attention. JaeHyun froze for a split second. That cry, confirming the threat, his demeanor shifted instantly to that of a commander. Get inside immediately. They're here. He ran barking orders into his comms. Team A, report to Jae-sang's position. B rank Harpy, approaching Jang, prep the paralysis light traps. Do-yoon and Ho-yeon shifted instantly into combat stances. JaeHyun calmly assigned roles like a veteran of a tactical leveling manhwa. Ayeon, take point. Kim Do-yoon, support duty. Ina coldly activated her awakening powers, clutching her wand as she faced the incoming horde. I just need to hit them with everything I've got, right? He gave a small grin. Exactly. Then he urged them on urgency in his voice. Hurry up. We need to defend the base. Inside a simple white tent pitched in the wasteland, Hoon was pacing anxiously. I didn't expect dozens of harpies. This is insane. They don't usually move in swarms this large, Do-yoon explained, her knowledge shining through. A typical hunting group is 4 at most. This is an anomaly, Jae-sung asked, puzzled. An anomaly. JaeHyun answered calmly, analyzing the battlefield logic. Correct. Monsters with superior mana. It means there's a boss nearby giving orders. Kwon So-yul's face darkened as the deduction clicked. The silhouette of a winged nightmare appeared in her mind. The Harpy Queen. JaeHyun confirmed it without hesitation. She is definitely close. Kwon So-yul tensed up. I didn't think she'd be right on top of us. He accepted the reality with a shrug. She's a boss. We have to clear eventually. We're just meeting her ahead of schedule. He paused, deep in thought, then nodded as his plan solidified. JaeHyun instructed the others firmly. Defend this position until we kill the monsters and return. He offered reassurance to calm their nerves. With Kwon So-yul's tracking skills, finding the queen won't be an issue. I can handle the mobs myself, so don't worry. Hoon wasn't convinced, stepping forward. But shouldn't we stick together? Unexpected things always happen in these dungeons? JaeHyun rejected the idea coldly. No need. If you follow, you'll likely just get hurt. He dropped a hard truth that silenced the room. Or I'll have to waste energy protecting you. Seeing their faces, JaeHyun smiled brightly to soften the blow. Hey, it's not that I don't trust you. I just need you guys safe here. He revealed his true burden. Even if the instructors intervene, there's no guarantee they can wipe out a swarm this size. Inya was the first to accept his logic. All right, we'll follow your lead. Do-yoon agreed, recognizing it was the optimal strategy. I hate this plan, but I hate being a burden even more. Take this. And this. This too. Jae-sung frantically stuffed potions into JaeHyun's inventory. Preparations complete, JaeHyun and Kwon So-yul stepped out of the tent. He turned back, making a vow. We will return. Stay safe. Hoon placed a fist over his heart, looking dependable. Leave this place to us. Do-yoon shyly added. Contact us if you need backup, okay? JaeHyun couldn't resist a final tease. Rare to see you caring so much. At that moment, the sky blackened as harpies descended like a storm. His voice remained perfectly steady. No need to worry. The system announced the activation of his active skill chain storm. Golden chains erupted from the void, piercing through the bodies of every enemy in sight. JaeHyun radiated the aura of an absolute ruler. I only fight battles I know I've already won. Kwon So-yul shuddered at the sight, reminding herself of one crucial fact. It is definitely better not to piss him off. Silently, she followed the monster, who walked like a man up the hill. She whipped her head around. Look, even Sozin had to swallow her pride and admit it. Your squad is an absolute powerhouse. Now it makes sense why you guys rule the rankings even in this cutthroat academy. Hearing that, Min Jae-hyun fell into deep thought. This felt like a scene from a leveling manhwa as memories of the Harpy Queen flooded back. Back then, Sozin had gritted her teeth ready to launch a suicidal attack, but he had stepped in like a human wall to shield her. Hoon raised his fortress-like shield, barking orders. I'll take point, Mana crackled as they began their chants. Ina and Jo-dung didn't hesitate, they locked into battle formation instantly. The sky screeched as winged abominations swooped down. To ramp up the carnage, he summoned a cerulean blade, its aura pulsing with deadly intent. Hoon's eyes burned with 30% grit and 70% sheer willpower. The first beast slammed into him, but his iron defense didn't budge an inch. Seizing the opening, he obliterated the creature in a heartbeat. From the sidelines, JaeHyun analyzed the technique Absolute Zero, combined with the radiant blue sword art. Witnessing that sky-high confidence, the verdict was clear. And Hoon had definitely broken through to A rank. Shifting his gaze to Jodung, the realization hit the whole team had evolved. She stood with eyes shut, channeling the active skill, Mana Surge. The system Manhwa interface chimed party attack power boosted by 1.3 times. Another beast lacking any survival instinct dive-bombed her. Jodung didn't flinch, one hand weaving a magic circle, the other gripping her staff with lethal focus. She unleashed Windblade. Without missing a beat, emerald energy erupted from the circle, coiling around the monster like a suffocating serpent. JaeHyun wasn't even shocked. Kim Jodung's casting speed had reached a god-tier level. Yeah, she smashed past B rank for sure. His lazy gaze drifted right time to check on Ina. She was flawlessly executing the Alfame sword art's active skill. As the sequence finished, Ina's eyes snapped open, freezing the air with a gaze of absolute zero. Magical blast disintegrated the mob in the blink of an eye while she casually twirled her wand. That divine light didn't just kill them, it erased their very existence. The sheer brutality made even JaeHyun shiver. But deep down he had to accept the cold, hard truth that girl is a literal monster. She was born with that terrifying power after all. The green-haired beast was being torn apart piece by piece. Watching her calm demeanor, JaeHyun scoffed in disbelief. Her talent is downright psychotic. Snapping back to reality, he shrugged with effortless arrogance. Whatever. I'm still the apex predator here. That cocky attitude made Sazun want to punch him. You know you're impossibly annoying, right? Nobody's going to like you with that attitude. But JaeHyun, he couldn't care less about popularity contests. What a tragedy. If they hate that I'm the best, they should just get stronger. She sighed, completely done with him. I expect nothing less from a so-called genius. That word stung. Genius. JaeHyun's expression darkened. I never once thought that word applied to me. The ghosts of his past began to claw their way up. Are you trying to turn me into a meat shield? Runti had barked orders like a tyrant. Hey, front line, raise those shields properly. Hold the damn formation. The constant nagging used to drive JaeHyun insane. Is that too hard for your thick skull? Even if you die in formation. Back then, he was a lone wolf fighting without a pack to watch his back. Back in the now, JaeHyun smoothly changed the subject. Anyway, good work. It looks like you've finally found your own path to power. Though the highlight was definitely eating Kim Jodung's cooking. Sazun shot him a look that could kill. Are you kidding me right now? JaeHyun didn't flinch. He doubled down. Hey, you didn't pass out, so it's a win. As he opened the door, his voice dropped to a serious whisper. Stay sharp. Watch every shadow. Control your breathing. In this place, one mistake equals death. She put on her tough girl mask again. If it goes south, we bolt. I'm way too pretty to die young. Their banter was sharp enough to cut glass. I'm a whole year younger than you, Grandma. So manage your mana properly. Do you have zero respect for your elders? I think I've shown plenty. Sozun gave up the argument. Shut your trap. But internally she was chanting a mantra of courage. Whatever happens, I'll find a way out. Outside the fortress, a horde of monsters was gathering, sniffing out fresh prey. Inside, she fidgeted with crossed arms, secretly studying him. This guy. He's not the type to fold just because death is knocking at the door. Suddenly, the system alert blared. Warning Area 1, boss detected. Sozun's face went pale, but JaeHyun. He was grinning like a maniac. Seconds later, a nightmare descended, pink feathers masking a horror with skeletal legs and razor-sharp obsidian talons. Happy the Harpy Queen hovered in the sky like a deity. While Sozun froze, JaeHyun walked straight toward death. His face twisted into a thrill-seeker's grin, a stark contrast to her sheer terror. JaeHyun scanned the beast with a hunter's eye. Boss monster rank A+, but if I take her head, that legendary drop item is mine. The more he calculated, the more diabolical his smile became. Jackpot. Seeing his abnormal silence, cold sweat trickled down Sozun's spine. She couldn't hide her shock. Has he finally lost his mind? JaeHyun ignored her, activating Shadow Forge to craft the Tier 2 divine weapon Black Fang Wings. Her jaw hit the floor as the weapon materialized. Then she screamed when he flaunted it. That's the artifact that sold for billions at the last auction. Suddenly, Happy slammed into the ground, firing a barrage of razor feathers. Sazun barely scrambled out of the kill zone. JaeHyun scoffed amidst the chaos. I told you to stay put. She snapped back, red-faced. Oh, shut up. While they bickered, the boss monster went into a berserk frenzy. Still, he launched himself toward the beast, the black fang glinting in his grip. His mind raced. Statistically, she's weaker than me. But one wrong move is fatal. He quickly realized the variable flight advantage. The ground behind him detonated as he dodged a lethal strike by a hair's breadth. But the real problem, her eyes were leaking raw mana. This isn't right. She's way stronger than she was before I turned back time. Now, I get it. As the harpy spun like a buzzsaw launching projectiles, two golden orbs of energy materialized in the air. JaeHyun stood like a statue in the eye of the storm while the orbs intercepted the attack. Seeing her feral aggression, there was no doubt this was an evolved variant. An A-rank monster from my past life was never this overwhelming. Yet fear was absent from his eyes. So what's the play here? His elbow smashed against the golden chain, causing it to vanish at godspeed. Jun blitzed through the opening above Happy's head. The interference had worked perfectly. He glanced back to check the situation. The queen stood unscathed, her razor-sharp claws gleaming with killing intent. But Jun countered immediately, thrusting his corrupted fang forward. "Stop hiding and face me!" Cuts marred Happy's body as arcs of lightning exploded from her energy spheres, saturating the air with power. Damn it! He landed gracefully, violet spiritual energy pulsating from his blade. Above, a murder of crows scattered in panic across the sky. One silent observer flew toward the majestic palace, alighting upon Hujin's shoulder. My prediction was spot on. The bird whispered prophecies of the coming chaos into his ear. Hujin recalled Heimdall's arrogance. Can that fool actually handle his mission? He closed his eyes in calculation. A moment later, his abyssal gaze snapped open, and he vanished into the sky, leaving only falling feathers behind. Not my concern. Suddenly, a blue window appeared. System, you have defeated Queen Happy, the final boss of Lockdown's first sector. This is a classic System Manhwa moment. Please claim your rewards in the Queen's Nest. The battle over Jun dissipated his weapon. He stored it in his dimensional inventory, heart racing. Finally, the wings of the Storm Eye are mine. He turned to see Seojun fuming and asked innocently, "What's wrong?" "Let's move." She let out a heavy sigh. "Right." She struggled to speak. "You are absolutely insane." Jun ignored her, captivated by the treasure ahead. A triumphant grin spread across his face. I found it at last. A dark aura swirled around the artifact. The system panel flashed support item wings of the Storm Eye. Rank S. Wings forged from the radio storms that ravaged Helheim. Skill aerial step. Agility plus 50. Strength plus 50. Skill effects amplified. Jun's eyes lit up. Perfect. The stats are solid, he admired his spoils. But the active skill is the real game changer. Skill activated aerial step, rank A+. Creates a spectral platform in midair for an additional jump. Can be chained twice. A satisfied smirk played on Jun's lips. In my past life, an imposter found these wings and skyrocketed up the rankings. He clenched his fist. But not this time. They belong to me now. Beside him, Seojun gasped. "Huh, what is that?" Jun followed her gaze and froze. A mysterious white object shimmered in the distance. "Is that I?" They approached cautiously. A gauntlet. Without hesitation, Jun secured the item. The system chimed instantly. Absorbed the origin gauntlet. Updating data on the first awakener of the Nonya system. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Yujong wiped sweat from her brow. Phew, she looked impatient. "Are we finished here yet?" Hoon stood next to her, practically vibrating with excitement. "We almost broke the record. We crushed it." Yujong smirked confidently. "Obviously. You have me on your team after all." Back in the dungeon, Jun fell into deep thought. The origin gauntlet. He replayed the system message, updating data on the first awakener. There was only one legendary figure with that title. Guan. The world's first awakener and Korea's greatest hero. Jun narrowed his eyes. Why is the system reacting to him? He must be connected to the core of this leveling Manhwa world. Yujong popped up nearby. "Huh, did you say something?" Jun gave a stiff, awkward smile. He patted her head, sparking her fury. "Hey, I told you not to touch my hair." Jun ignored her outburst, his mind racing. Why is his gear here? This implies something ominous. He finally noticed Aina and approached her, his voice soft with apology. "Sorry for making you keep watch while you're exhausted." She shook her head calmly. "No. It is my duty to support you. You carried the burden of the fight." Suddenly Yujong shrieked. "We're doomed," Ina startled. "What happened?" Yujong looked ready to cry. "I left my necklace behind. This is a disaster." Just then a hand dangled the missing jewelry in front of her face. "Here." Her mood flipped 180 degrees instantly. "How did you know? That's kinda creepy." Jun shrugged. "It's just your bad habit. Besides, your mother specifically asked me to look after you." Yujong's face flushed bright red. Sorry. I'll have a word with her later. But, thanks." He smirked teasingly. "Maybe you should try earning her trust for a change." The words hit her like a critical strike. Hey! The group erupted in laughter, fueling her rage. "You dare laugh at me?" Ina watched silently. After a moment, Jun spoke up again. "Oh, anyway." He looked her in the eyes, his expression turning serious. "Kim Yu-jung, it's time to grow up. Stop being so careless." Yu-jung pouted. "Stop lecturing me." Hoon stared at their dynamic eyes wide. "Are you two dating or what?" "No," Jun replied instantly. Yu-jung snapped. "Do you have a death wish?" As Hoon stood there confused, someone poked his back. Hoon jumped. "Humph." Ina sighed softly. "They denied it. Let's just drop the subject." Meanwhile, in the great hall of Valhalla, the eternal home of warriors and mirth, Thor roared with laughter, raising his goblet high. Bwahahaha, magnificent." He grinned maliciously. "The preparations for the Great War are proceeding perfectly. Heimdall claims he will soon eliminate his greatest rival." Thor mused on his ally. "He may be hot-tempered, but for him, slaughtering a mere human is child's play." His voice boomed with ambition. "This time we shall rule the 9 realms." He gazed at the empty throne before him. "Our great father Odin will be very pleased." As the sentence trailed off, a voice dripping with dissatisfaction cut through the air. "What a dishonest bastard. You dare throw a party when Odin is absent?" Tyr spat the words out with a jagged edge. "Thor, does Ragnarok mean absolutely nothing to you?" The god of thunder merely scoffed. "Ha, look who is talking. I never expected you to have the guts to bring that up." He ruthlessly poked at the old god's wound. "How can you speak so boldly when your right arm is currently digesting inside Fenrir's stomach?" Yet Tyr remained as cold as ice. "Thank you for your concern." Instead, he delivered a line that set Thor's blood boiling. "Speaking of looks, you seem to have a piece of coal stuck to your forehead." The image of that stone ripped from a grotesque giant flashed in everyone's mind. But Tyr was not finished yet. He went in for the kill. "You still run your mouth despite holding Mjolnir. If I were you, I would end my own life right now and take that scrap metal weapon to the grave with me." Those words were gasoline on an open flame. Thor gritted his teeth, his rage erupting like a volcano. He slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the silence. "You want to see who is stronger right here, right now." The air between them grew heavy, thick with killing intent. Just one spark would cause an explosion. Suddenly, a sharp voice sliced through the tension. "That is enough." Sigrun's voice carried a lethal threat. "Do you both have a death wish?" Only then did Freya finally decide to speak up. "Valhalla's influence has waned recently. Soul harvesting is hitting a dead end." She clicked her tongue in irritation. "The stress of the approaching Ragnarok is making everyone sloppy. This is clearly Odin's failure." Her tone dripped with disdain. "How dare you speak of Asgard's master that way?" But the more his name was mentioned, the darker Sigrun's expression became. "I have no intention of bootlicking that old man. He may possess power, but in my eyes he is nothing more than garbage." Freya shouted back, her voice ringing with defiance. "How dare you?" Her voice dropped to absolute zero. "You have not forgotten what Odin did to me, have you?" Waves of fury rolled off her, carrying a suffocating, murderous aura. Crushed by the sheer pressure of that killing intent, Freya froze in place. Sigrun took a moment to compose herself before continuing. "I am using this chance to make an official announcement. Preparations for the second ending are complete." Her face was set in stone, her voice leaving no room for argument. Meanwhile, the Einherjar had returned to this side. JaeHyun stood on the rooftop, his gaze sweeping over the city below. He silently pieced together the clues. Since the dark map has interfered, he will reveal himself soon. He looked up at the sky, his resolve hardening like steel. "I must awaken my inherent skill immediately to survive this leveling Manhwa world." Moments later, Seong-woo sat across from him, offering a gentle smile. "You really are greedy, JaeHyun. You are already powerful enough to rival a god." Her admiration was genuine. "Yet you still crave another inherent skill." He smirked, scratching his cheek awkwardly. "Ha ha ha. Well, I will never match you when it comes to being scouted by the Management Bureau." He looked away, embarrassed. Seong-woo fell into thought. "Honestly, I do not think I can be much help to you. In my case, everything happened in the blink of an eye." He asked skeptically. Suddenly, she lifted her teacup, confirming his doubt. "Yes." Her reflection in the tea trembled, masking deep-seated sorrow. The memories were still vivid, burning in her mind. The ghosts of the past returned to haunt Seong-woo once more. She remembered collapsing in the rain. Despair had swallowed the world that day. A gate ripped open in the middle of the street, and endless hordes of brutal monsters poured out, slaughtering people like insects. Amidst the chaos, she sat, paralyzed, fear stripping away her ability to move. She watched helplessly as people were devoured, everyone scrambling for their lives. But one memory was branded into Seong-woo's soul, a child running for her life. The little girl tripped and crashed onto the cold asphalt. Seong-woo could only stare, her body refusing to respond. Cold sweat drenched her. She had lost all control of her senses. She could do nothing but watch as that innocent life was brutally snuffed out. At the very last second, Xiongwu snapped. She lunged forward with everything she had, reaching out to save the child. But it was a desperate, belated effort. By the time reality set in, the girl's bloodied body was already in her arms. Despite being an awakener, she had failed to save a single soul. Back then, Xiongwu was too weak. Perhaps the fear of death still held her back. As JaeHyun knew all too well, this world always brought suffering. The moment the child's heart stopped, a brilliant golden light pierced the clouds wrapping around Xiongwu. That was when she received her new skill. Ethereal wings unfurled behind her like an avenging angel. The skill was named Sacrifice. She used that holy power to obliterate the monsters. When the slaughter ended, the little girl's body dissolved into particles of light. Xiongwu felt the weight of sin on her hands. She choked back her sobs, letting the grief eat her alive in silence. Back in the present, Xiongwu's expression was heavy with tragedy. I cannot resurrect the dead. I told you this before, didn't I? JaeHyun listened intently. A healer always remembers those they failed to save far longer than the ones they actually healed. She gripped the armrest and stood up slowly, walking past him. You said you wanted to learn an inherent skill as soon as possible, right? Her mood darkened. Well, to be honest, I have no idea how to teach you that. JaeHyun was taken aback by her blunt answer. Xiongwu placed a hand on his shoulder. But JaeHyun, her voice was soft, trying to comfort him. You do not need to be in such a rush. I do not want you to lose what makes you human in the pursuit of power. Despite her warning, JaeHyun's ambition would not be swayed. She might not know, but Ina might. He turned to Ina and cut straight to the chase. How exactly did you acquire your inherent skill? He told himself he had to know before he lost everything dear to him. Ina did not seem surprised by the question. JaeHyun. She clenched her fist, hesitating for a split second. I gained this skill through the death of my family. To be precise, I let them die. Her voice was flat, void of any emotion. I still think about it. Under the setting sun, she spoke with bone-chilling coldness. It is a good thing they died. It happened when she was 5. The funeral home had been suffocatingly quiet. Aunt Mi had hugged her tightly, weeping in agony. But Ina was too young then to truly understand the horror of what was unfolding. Her heart had been encased in ice since childhood, a stark contrast to the warmth radiating from her grandmother. Staring at the portraits of her late parents, Ina accepted the cruel truth. She would never see them again. She was destined to walk this lonely path. Fate eventually led Ina and her grandmother to the aunt's apartment. It was a concrete cage, masquerading as a home. Yet amidst the gloom, Ina tried to find small fragments of joy in this manhwa recap of a life. Despite being an orphan, she never felt truly alone as long as her grandmother was there. Even when her aunt, that venomous snake, spat poison at her. The woman criticized Ina out of pure spite, finding any excuse to punish her. One day, as Ina stood with her arms raised in punishment, a voice like salvation broke the silence. A smile bloomed on Ina's face, rare and precious. She ignored the aunt and rushed into her grandmother's arms. It was because Ina still had her anchor. Her grandmother treated her with a gentleness that melted the world's harshness. She was Ina's only family, the only pillar she could lean on when the sky threatened to fall. However, happiness is a fragile thing in this world. One afternoon, while looking for her grandmother, Ina peeked through the crack of a door. What she saw would haunt her forever. Her grandmother whispered a name from the past. Arthur. My time is running out. The nightmare had officially begun. The old woman handed over her life savings, entrusting the wolf to guard the lamb. Please, she begged, take care of Ina when I am gone. The aunt grinned, a mask of greed plastering her face. Of course, she lied through her teeth. Of course I will. Witnessing this betrayal froze Ina in place. Though young, she understood the gravity of the transaction. Her family was being sold. Shocked to her core, the object in her hand crashed to the floor. Her mind spiraled into a single terrifying thought. The only person she trusted was preparing to leave her behind. Darkness swallowed the room, and the faint light from the door flickered out, much like the hope in Ina's life. Ina's mind drifted into the abyss of memory. That was the moment my soul turned pitch black. I was never talkative, but that day I locked the gates to my heart forever. Emotions died within her as she recalled those years. It was her 3rd year of high school. The phantom of her aunt's mocking voice resurfaced, cutting deeper than any blade. Hunters are making a killing these days, aren't they? The aunt sneered. Your teacher called again. Even a dung beetle works harder than you. They say you have talent. Don't make me laugh. The aunt adopted a victim's tone. Do you know how much you cost me? I trust you'll pay me back with interest. Ina tried to speak. Auntie, but the words were shoved back down her throat. Do you understand? The aunt loomed over her like a villain from a horror story, planting seeds of fear. Since you're useless at school, you have one choice if you want a roof over your head. Become a hunter. The words felt like slime against her skin. It was disgusting. It was hateful. Ina clenched her fists, nails digging into her palms to suppress the rage. They stole my parents' insurance money, and now they want to exploit my life. The insults pierced Ina's heart like jagged glass. My parents are gone. My grandmother is all I have left. Yet this woman treats us like baggage to be discarded. Her heart felt compressed by an invisible vice, but the most sickening part was her own silence. Though her spirit wanted to rebel, her throat was frozen solid. I couldn't say a word. The memory shifted to the day she submitted the application. I applied to the Hunter Academy. According to the instructors, my aptitude was off the charts. A classic start to an awakening manhwa. The teacher looked at me with deep concern. Are you sure about this, Ina? Even with high awakening potential, the world of magic isn't a fairy tale. Hunters are treated well, but the dungeons are hell. I don't want to see you destroyed. Ina, this path leads to an early grave. I answered like a puppet on strings. I'm fine, ma'am. But my soul screamed the truth I couldn't speak. I knew too well that there are things in this world far worse than death. Later, as I walked through the door, my grandmother's voice called out. She sat on the sofa, her eyes filled with disbelief. Are you really going to do this? She emphasized every word. Becoming a hunter. Seeing her frail form, Ina fell into a deep trance. You're going to leave me eventually anyway. Why can't I bring myself to hate you? Grandma, tears streamed down her face unbidden. If she hadn't given the money to that witch, would my life be different? Ina wiped the tears away, crushing those useless thoughts. No. What is meant to happen will happen. Is this what they call fate? It was a bitter pill she had to swallow. No matter how much you struggle, destiny has its way. She regained her composure and lied. It's okay. I'm really fine. Her grandmother, sensing the sorrow behind the mask, pulled her into a desperate embrace. If you don't want to do it, you don't have to. Ina's emotions shattered the dam. Hearing that her grandmother didn't want her to get hurt was too much. The flashback shifted again, jumping to a new chapter in this leveling manhwa. After changing my path to become a hunter, my entire existence transformed. Ina evaluated herself coldly. I mastered mana control, learned the art of slaughtering magical beasts, and how to survive the apocalypse. My icy personality actually became my greatest weapon. But just as I was adapting to this brutal new world, a tragedy I couldn't dodge struck from the shadows. Ina stood frozen, her soul turning to ash. Before her lay the lifeless body of her grandmother. She passed away. The time we had to say goodbye was cruelly short. But the doctor's next words were the real dagger. If she had received proper treatment, she would have survived. Ina couldn't believe her ears. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. In the funeral home, the thought clawed at Ina's sanity. She refused treatment on purpose. Did she give up on life? Then the realization dawned. It meant that in the end, even she abandoned me. Nothing made sense anymore. One person was dead, and the other was left to suffer the living hell. Tears flowed endlessly as she whispered, "Grandma." The only thing she wanted to say was, "I want to see you too." The reality was too heavy to bear. She looked up at the heavens like a lost child. Why me? Why again? Meanwhile, her aunt hid behind a wall, her thoughts venomous. I'm just a fool who couldn't study, is that it? You should have taken me with you, Grandma. Then came the aunt's voice over the phone, indifferent and cold. The sponsorship contract is done. The guild has accepted you. Go sign the papers. Ina's mind plummeted into the abyss. I was going insane with grief, yet paralyzed by shock. It felt like the final piece of my humanity was being stripped away. The memory showed her standing there, breaking the silence. For the first time in my life, I screamed at my aunt. How could you decide that it's my life? But the aunt simply sneered at Ina's explosion of emotion. That's funny. You should be grateful I didn't sell you off to a slave trader. Ina couldn't listen to another word. She gripped her phone and bolted out the door. That was the moment I chose to run. I ignored her screaming voice echoing behind me. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Hey. The memory of that fateful night rushed back. I waited until the early hours of dawn to sneak back for my things. But what awaited me was a scene from a system manhwa nightmare. The building was engulfed in a sea of fire. My aunt's house was burning and monsters were pouring out of a dungeon gate. Suddenly, a desperate scream pierced the chaos. Buried under the rubble, the aunt shrieked, "Save me! You're an awakened, aren't you? You can do something! Hurry up!" Her face was twisted in terror. But in that moment, time slowed down. Ina looked down at the wreckage with eyes devoid of warmth. Only one thought crossed her mind. Why? Why should I save you, and you took everything from me? You stole my life and I owe you nothing. Suddenly, Jun's voice snapped her back to reality. Ina gazed at her with gentle concern. If the burden is too heavy, you do not have to force yourself to carry it alone. The scene shifts to the city ruins. Yu-dong slid the door open, scolding Min JaeHyun, "You are late." But the figure standing there was not her friend. It was a stranger radiating a horrific alien mana. Her blood ran cold. That was not Min JaeHyun. The energy radiating from him felt less like a human and more like a monster from the abyss. The team approached in confusion. Himdu's eyes locked onto them with predatory focus. "Are you allies of the one who brings change?" Silence descended like a shroud. Sozin trembled, paralyzed by fear. Yu-dong managed to stammer, Who are you?" Before she could finish, a suffocating killing intent flooded the area, twisting the very air around them. He stepped forward, ignoring the pained groans of the students. His eyes burned with murder. "I asked a question. Answer me." Witnessing this horror, Sozin desperately activated her communication ring. "Min JaeHyun, return immediately. We have an enemy who looks human but reeks of a monster's aura." A shadow loomed over her. Sozin looked up in terror, just as Himdu's hand crushed her throat. "You dare use cheap tricks in my presence." Breath failed her. The villain casually conjured a sphere of dark energy, declaring with arrogance, "This is where your story ends." He grinned savagely. "Blame the one who seeks to change fate." Suddenly, Jun's voice cut through the tension. "That won't be happening." The distinctive chime of a system Manhwa interface rang out. Skill activated, absolute calculation. With Ina behind him, Jun stood his ground. "Did you think I would just watch?" Meanwhile, a voice complained in the distance. "Good grief, I am not a babysitter." SEO scanned the horizon with binoculars, confirming they had cleared the event area. He frowned, annoyed. "Why in the world were we stationed out here of all places?" Mi Suk chirped happily. "We do the hard work so we can distinguish the true diamonds in the rough." But Segu looked unconvinced. "No way," he scoffed. "Pampering them like this only breeds arrogance when they grow up." Suddenly he froze, his gaze locking onto a disturbance. Nearby, a dark vortex tore open the sky, spewing ominous black fog. A sound that curdled their blood echoed through the mist. "Is that a war horn?" The growling grew deafening. His eyes rolled back in sheer terror as the monstrosity revealed itself behind him. A sickening crunch echoed. Min Suk watched in horror as a beast devoured his partner whole. His face went pale, unable to process the nightmare. What the hell is happening? He fumbled for his radio in a blind panic. Suddenly, a massive scorpion tail impaled him through the chest. "No." The radio crackled with a voice. "Report." With his dying breath, Min Suk screamed, "Danger." Code 11, unforeseen catastrophe. Everyone run. The walkie-talkie hit the ground, reflecting the lifeless eyes of the fallen. Beyond him, a legion of monsters swarmed toward the city like a plague. Back at the confrontation, Himdu glared at Jun, the air crackling with explosive tension. He carelessly dropped Sozin, focusing his murderous intent solely on Jun. A terrifying mana began to swirl, threatening to consume Jun and Ina. Rage boiled within the villain. He saw the image of Lord Odin overlap with the boy and demanded, "How do you possess his eye?" Jun instinctively touched his left eye. "He must mean Odin," Himdu growled. "Now I understand how a mere human leveled up so fast." He swung his blade with crushing force. No ordinary mortal grows at such a rate. Jun and Ina stood silent against the overwhelming pressure. Jun broke the silence with a taunt. "If it bothers you, come and take it." Sozin gasped. "Min JaeHyun, you cannot fight a monster like him alone." "Is he even human?" But Jun remained cold. "Run. This is my fight." Yu-dong's face darkened with anger. "What did you say?" "We are a team." Jun did not look back. "I will not repeat myself. Go." Himdu smirked. "You want to protect your friends?" The villain raised his massive sword high. "While I, Himdu, stand before you." He unleashed a devastating strike. The earth split open, and the shockwave sliced the building behind them cleanly in two. In that split second, Jun unleashed his power. Skill activated Windstorm. Not to attack, but to launch Yu-dong and the others safely into the sky away from the carnage. Yu-dong and Hoon tumbled through the dust. Now only Jun remained standing alone against the monster. Watching the destruction, Yu-dong screamed in despair. "Jun, what do you think you are doing?" Jun's voice was flat. "If I did not do that, we would all be dead." Yu-dong was furious. "What do you mean?" Ina stopped her. Ina spoke calmly. "He is right. We stand no chance against a being of that tier." Yu-dong looked at her in disbelief. "What?" "That is exactly why we need to help Ina cut her off." "No. I believe in Jun. We must reach the exit and alert the instructors." Yu-dong gritted her teeth in frustration. "Damn it." Fighting back tears, she turned to follow the plan. "You better survive, Min JaeHyun." Jun watched them fade into the distance, his left eye glowing with golden divine light. Ina convinced them. Wind gathered in his palm as he switched tactics. Active skill, frozen earth. Instantly the ground beneath Jun turned to solid ice. Himdu grinned from ear to ear. Frozen earth. He analyzed the move instantly. A strong skill, but it takes precious seconds to cast. The villain mocked him. Do you think you can hold me off for that long? Jun replied with absolute calm. It is not impossible. This was the strategy I calculated from the moment we met. Himdu did not wait. He charged, weapon raised. Fine. If you think you can stop me, his eyes burned with bloodlust, then try it. A plan crystallized in Jun's mind. If I fail here, everyone who escaped will be trapped in this living hell. The impact shattered the ground beneath him, a stark reminder that he had to stop this monster right now. JaeHyun didn't hesitate, instantly activating his active skill item materialization. He manifested the S-rank Dragon Slayer Sword Balmung. At the same time, he unleashed the chains of judgment, burning his very life force with silent resolve. The golden chains snaked out, anchoring into the ice crystals below, just as Heimdall's storm-like assault crashed down on him. Boom! JaeHyun blocked the earth-shattering strike with Balmung, but the sheer force sent him skidding backward. He barely held his ground, relying on the chains for stability. Then, using the tension like a slingshot, he launched a counter-move, slamming the god into the hard earth. He didn't stop there. A wave of aura exploded, shattering the ground and blinding the enemy with dust. Heimdall stared in shock as JaeHyun moved out of range, his face twisting into a mask of fury. "Insolent human, how dare you!" the god roared. JaeHyun's voice cut through the noise. "I told you, I'm ending this." He charged his energy for the next active skill, Leaf Shadow Flight. Unshakable confidence burned in JaeHyun's eyes. "I will stop you no matter what." Meanwhile, amidst the ruins, Lena took command. "Rescue the students." Everyone focused on first aid and evacuating the injured teachers and disciples. "We can't waste a second. Too many are hurt." She analyzed the chaos. A massive monster outbreak. This city had never seen a catastrophe like this before. Lena gritted her teeth. Of all days, it had to be during outdoor training. The coincidence was too suspicious, and the casualties were rising, but she had to stay strong. "We have to handle this." Suddenly a shout pierced the air. "Principal, let us help." It was none other than Park Hyun. Lena hesitated but nodded. "Fine. But avoid direct combat at all costs. You are still just students." JaeHyun stepped up, followed by the Garam Circle members. Jia spoke with grim determination. "Seung-woo and I will tend to the wounded." Seeing the students' fiery spirit calmed her nerves. "Thank you. Let's save as many lives as we can." She turned to strategize. "If the students handle support and the teachers form a front line against the monsters, we might actually win this battle." Blue mana glowed in Lena's palm. But then something felt wrong. Her eyes went wide with shock. Terror washed over Lena's face. "What is happening? I can't gather mana." A system window popped up. "System Gaia offline. User connection lost." "What the hell?" At that exact moment, Dohan shouted, "Principal, my mana, it's gone." Jumi stammered in panic. "My skills won't activate either." Chaos erupted on the battlefield. Lena felt her mind spinning. What is going on? The system never fails. Why now, in the middle of a disaster? It was a twist straight out of a broken system. Manhwa. She screamed, "Can anyone still use their skills?" The teachers stood helpless. But then a hand shot up. "I think I can." Shockingly, it was the student Park Hyun from the Garam Circle. Jan raised his hand too. "My skills are working fine." Do-hyun added, "Me too." Lena's pupils trembled. "Impossible. Only the students can use mana." She looked around. Students everywhere were casting spells and healing the injured. Lena muttered, trying to process the absurdity, but she snapped back to reality. "Change of plans. Students, you take the vanguard. We will support you." Park Hyun and Do-hyun responded in unison. "Sir, yes sir." Lena ordered them to the Sector 3 blockade, the most critical zone. The students shouted "Roger" and dashed off. Park Hyun immediately took charge as they ran. "Kang Do-hyun, take the right flank." Do-hyun scowled. "Don't order me around," but he moved anyway. "Hani, focus on healing from the backline." She nodded. "I'm on it." Moments later, they skidded to a halt. Park Hyun's voice dropped an octave. "Listen up." Despite the terrifying aura ahead, he stayed cool. Sector 3 has a narrow choke point. If we hold our formation, we can tank this. But fate was cruel. The appearance of the bone dragon shattered his plan. The pressure brought the students to their knees. "We have to fight that thing." The system notification confirmed their worst nightmare. "You have encountered the Sector 3 boss bone dragon." Its grotesque form and deathly breath stripped away Park Hyun's composure. This is going to be hell." Meanwhile, another group rushed toward the objective. Dia was frantic with worry. "No, it can't be. JaeHyun isn't dead, right?" Hoon grit his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Dujun remained silent, but his heart was pounding. Suddenly their rings glowed. Everyone checked their interfaces. A scheduled message had arrived. A familiar voice echoed in their minds. "I'm okay. Don't worry. I have a favor to ask. Ji-woon began laying out his plan. The area boss is attacking the city gate. Help the civilians, I'll join you soon. Do-jun's face relaxed. That's our Ji-woon. Seeing the team regain their resolve, So-jun spoke coldly but firmly. It's decided then. Let's go. We have a job to do. Everyone shouted. Let's move. Do-jun whispered, convincing himself. Ji-woon will be fine. Back at the battlefield, Ji-woon was moving at godlike speed, summoning magic as he dived toward his enemy. Heimdall ground his teeth, staring with pure loathing. So the reputation of Odin's successor isn't just for show. Tch! The god's face twisted into a snarl. But you will still fail. Ji-woon descended like a meteor, martial arts ready. Heimdall drew his weapon, refusing to back down. His blade carved a cold arc through the air, cutting off all escape routes. I will test you myself. The god unleashed a flurry of strikes, expecting to crush him. But Ji-woon weaved through the attacks like a phantom. He launched a counter-strike, forcing the god to desperately block. Knocked back by the recoil, Ji-hoon didn't flinch. Instead, a cocky grin played on his lips as he spat out a final warning. You are going to regret this. Without wasting a breath, Ji-hoon launched himself forward like a cannonball, wiping the smug look right off Heimdall's face. Cool as ice, Ji-hoon taunted. My combat scores have been through the roof lately, a comment guaranteed to drive a god crazy. Blue screens flashed before his eyes. The system roared to life. Passive skill. Intermediate. Great swordsmanship activated. Active skill. Spinning. Slash engaged. They collided with the force of a hurricane. A clash so violent it felt like the sky itself would shatter. Finding an opponent on his level sent a thrill through Heimdall's veins. He couldn't help but offer a twisted compliment. For a mere human, you are not half bad. But the praise was short-lived. His expression darkened instantly as he leveled his weapon at Ji-hoon's throat. However, this is where your luck runs out. Steel screeched against steel as Ji-hoon parried the strike. Sparks flew, but Ji-hoon just smirked, a confident expression that didn't match their desperate situation at all. Then, with a fluid motion, he suddenly withdrew his weapon. Heimdall's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. As the god stumbled forward, losing his balance, Ji-hoon sidestepped with phantom-like grace. A new weapon materialized in his grip. As the system Manhwa interface chimed, active skill weapon creation successful. In his hand lay the S-rank artifact Nidhogg's Fang. Without hesitation, he gripped the hilt and poured every ounce of his mana into the blade. Mana reached critical mass. Active skill, dagger mastery initialized. Seizing the opening, Ji-hoon became a blur of speed, carving deep gashes across Heimdall's body in a split second. A dark energy pulsed from the wounds, spreading like wildfire through the god's veins. The system notifications cascaded. Nidhogg's Fang effect triggered. The enemy is now afflicted with lethal poison. Heimdall roared in agony, barely holding himself up with his sword. His eyes burned with betrayal. You dare use such filthy, underhanded tactics against a god? Ji-hoon looked down at him with eyes colder than the abyss. He shot back. You want to talk about who looks pathetic right now? The sheer audacity of his words forced Heimdall to take a step back. A poison like this is nothing to me. I will regenerate in moments, no matter what cheap tricks you pull. Blood dripped from his wounds, but his arrogance remained untouched. My only goal is the total annihilation of my enemies. Perhaps I underestimated you. Heimdall straightened up, his aura flaring. Let us start this over properly. Ji-hoon's mind raced, recalling his strategy. He had the authority to temporarily hack the Norse mythological system, controlling the power of every instructor and student here. Even Heimdall's power granted by Odin had its limits. Since every unit was programmed differently, Heimdall had assumed that blocking the instructor's connection to the system would let him crush them all like insects in his palm. Heimdall shook those thoughts away, focusing his piercing gaze on the human standing before him. There was no denying it anymore. He scanned Ji-hoon, whose power level was technically only tier 3. This guy is a monster I can't easily defeat. Ji-hoon's eyes glowed with intensity as his blade hummed with energy. Ji-hoon's mind flashed back to the brutal training days with An Hoyeon before he ever entered the dagger boot camp. The endless repetition of the spinning kick technique. They had sparred thousands of times to perfect that single move. Ji-hoon locked eyes with the god. If I combine that technique with the S-rank Nidhogg's Fang, the conclusion was obvious. Even a god like Heimdall will not survive long. Sensing the shift, Heimdall let out a savage, bloodthirsty laugh. You really are an entertaining mortal. Reaching behind his back, his voice dropped to a menacing growl. I still don't understand why Asgard considers you a threat. He slowly revealed a hidden item. But let's see how you handle this. As the cloth slipped away, a blinding light revealed a massive ivory horn. Ji-hoon's confidence shattered instantly, replaced by a look of pure horror. That is... Without a word, Ji-hoon launched himself forward. He didn't know the specifics, but every instinct screamed that disaster was imminent. Gripping Nidhogg's fang, JaeHyun moved at the speed of light, slashing desperately to stop him. But just before Heimdall blew into the horn, he sneered. "Consider this your greatest honor." Sadistic delight twisted Heimdall's face. "You are about to hear the song of the apocalypse, Gjallarhorn." The horn blasted a sound so profound, it felt like reality itself was being drowned out. JaeHyun was paralyzed. The sound waves hammered him like physical blows. He clutched his head, staggering back in agony. What is this power? His body felt heavy as lead, and the system began screaming alerts. Warning, Gjallarhorn effect activated, physical stats reduced by 50%. The red text flashing before his eyes sent JaeHyun into a state of absolute shock. But the debuff wasn't the worst part. The ancient sound drove nearby monsters into a frenzy. Suddenly space tore open and mutated beasts with terrifying auras began to materialize. In seconds they were completely surrounded by a legion of nightmares. JaeHyun's eyes went wide. "What the hell is happening?" Heimdall chuckled darkly. "Oh, don't misunderstand. I don't control these beasts like you do." The god reveled in the chaos. "This is my signature move." JaeHyun's mind went into overdrive, desperately looking for a solution. "If it is magic." The system window popped up. Active skill. Absolute calculation engaged. But then a despairing message appeared. User rank insufficient to analyze divine artifact. Calculation failed. Damn it, JaeHyun cursed under his breath. While he was distracted, Heimdall gathered a terrifying amount of energy and blasted a shockwave straight at him. JaeHyun barely crossed his arms in an X-block before the impact hit. Heimdall, regaining his stance, laughed triumphantly. "Behold my ultimate technique, inverted magic." He looked at JaeHyun with mock pity. "You won't die, but you will wish you had." JaeHyun glared back with burning hatred. "You son of a..." Seeing JaeHyun struggle to stand, Heimdall prepared the finishing blow. "I guarantee you'll spend eternity rotting in Asgard's deepest dungeon." But just as the energy struck, an invisible barrier shattered the attack. In this intense Manhwa recap moment, a familiar voice cut through the chaos. JaeHyun may have committed many sins. Hela descended like a Valkyrie, standing firmly between them. But it is far too early to condemn him to the abyss. Heimdall's jaw dropped. A protective magic circle materialized around JaeHyun and Hela. But Hela's eyes glowed with an ominous self-sacrificial light. Safe within the barrier, JaeHyun looked at her in confusion. "Hela, what are you doing?" Hela extended a hand that was cracking like broken porcelain. Her expression was filled with sorrow. I can't hold on much longer." Heimdall stared, unable to process her interference. "I wondered what rat hole you were hiding in, and here you are." Suddenly the god narrowed his eyes, sensing something wrong. "Wait." Heimdall realized the truth. "You are forcing yourself to use the forbidden divinity of hell." Even though her mana was nearly depleted, Hela refused to let the barrier fall. She channeled her very life force into a sphere of dark energy. JaeHyun reached out desperately. "No, Hela. Stop. Don't do this." If Heimdall was right, using that power would mean her absolute destruction. But Hela ignored his pleas, unleashing the blast of magic with everything she had left. Heimdall moved with godlike reflexes, dodging the barrage effortlessly. He screamed in fury. "You fool, that power is far beyond what a broken soul like you can control. Are you truly prepared to burn your very soul for this?" Heimdall's voice dripped with disbelief. "I have to ask, what is it you're actually fighting for? Do you honestly believe that enemy can save the 9 realms?" Hela didn't hesitate. Her eyes burned with conviction as she shot back. "I don't just believe it. I know it for a fact. We are certain that JaeHyun will annihilate Odin and put a permanent stop to this apocalypse." Heimdall stood frozen, absorbing her words, even as terrifying mana crackled directly above his head, ready to drop. Finally, Heimdall scoffed, his rage boiling over. "Blasphemy." He launched himself into the air, closing in on Hela as she wove her spell formation. Staring into her defiant eyes, Hela whispered one final command: "Let's end this." The moment the words left her lips, a colossal serpent materialized from the void behind Heimdall. He sensed the majestic, sinister killing intent instantly and barely scrambled to dodge. JaeHyun could only scream in futility. "Stop it!" Seeing the gigantic serpent, Heimdall cursed under his breath. "Damn it!" In a heartbeat, the beast lunged, snapping its jaws toward him. Meanwhile, on a different battlefield, ferocious demon beasts prowled in the shadows. Suddenly, a blast of mana erupted from nowhere, sending the monsters flying. The shockwave pulverized everything in the immediate vicinity. It was Park Hyun's signature move. He was desperately trying to hold the monster tide back. Not stopping there, he triggered another skill and charged straight into the fray for brutal close-quarters combat. 2 opposing forces of mana collided, triggering a deafening explosion. On the flank, Gumin and Jae-woo were fighting for their lives, barely holding their ground. While Park Hyun was efficiently taking them down one by one, the situation was grim. Do-hyun was struggling to stay standing, and Jin was pouring every ounce of energy into healing the wounded. "Are you okay? Stay down." Looking at the horde of beasts ahead, Jae-woo felt despair crash over him. "We're all going to die here." Beside him, Gumin was trembling just as violently. "Marsascho. A bone dragon. I thought this was just an outdoor training camp." Jin snapped his head toward them, panic rising before shouting a status report to Hyun. "What do? We can't hold out much longer." The reality of the situation hit him hard. There was no exit strategy. "We can't even contact the outside world." Do-hyun swung his weapon with the last of his strength, his mind racing. What the hell is actually happening right now? "My mana. I'm at my limit." Park Hyun grit his teeth, a fleeting hope crossing his mind. If only we had a few more capable fighters. Just a few more. Suddenly a voice cut through the chaos, stunning him. "We'll lend a hand." It was Squad 9. They were rushing toward the formation. Park Hyun blinked, unsure if he was hallucinating. An Ho-yeon and Squad 9. Hoon stepped forward, offering his blade. "Let us fight alongside you." Despite the offer, Park Hyun hesitated. This wasn't a skirmish for rookies. This battle is too dangerous for first years. Distracted by his concern, he didn't see the monster lunging from his blind spot. "The bone dragon is an A+ rank beast if you guys interfere." Terror washed over Park Hyun's face before he could finish. "This raid is about to get messy." A holographic window flashed open, a classic system Manhwa twist, displaying the text, "Activating active skill pure white blade." The one who stepped in to block the death blow was Hoon. "We know the risks," Hoon shouted brazenly, charging ahead to go one-on-one with the monster. His sword began to hum, radiating an intense overflow of mana. Bathed in flickering blue light, Hoon flashed a confident grin. "But don't worry." Behind him, another silhouette from Squad 9 blurred past, causing Park Hyun to freeze. They charged into the fray without a shred of fear. Ina finally revealed their motivation. "We came here to keep a promise." Park Hyun looked confused. "A promise?" Yoo-jung slowly finished the thought. "To Min-jun." She smiled, a radiant expression amidst the carnage. "We promised Jae-hyun we'd protect everyone. Don't worry, we won't be dead weight." That smile combined with those words left Park Hyun stunned. He stood rooted to the spot, his brain unable to compute the sheer audacity of these rookies. But the monster horde didn't give him time to daydream. They roared and surged forward like a tidal wave. Yoo-jung dashed past Hoon, shouting, "I've got this!" The staff in her hand erupted with blinding light as system notifications chimed rapidly. "Activating active skill overflow. Activating active skill, mana sanctuary." A wave of azure energy washed over the front lines, buffing her teammates to god-tier levels. Almost simultaneously, 2 more lethal skills were unleashed. Sword of Anim, White Blade of Jonghwa. The scene left Park Hyun's jaw on the floor. What kind of power is this? With the magical support, Hoon effortlessly knocked back the surrounding monsters, carving open a path. Still reeling from the shock, Park Hyun forced himself to move, seizing the opening. His mind was in total chaos. "I thought Min-jun was the only monster among them." But watching Squad 9's performance completely shattered that assumption. These guys are just as insane. Park Hyun glanced back at Yoo-jung, his thoughts racing. Min-jun. The gentle focus on her face as she chanted spells proved it. He would never put his comrades in danger without a plan. Just then a minotaur roared and blocked their path, swinging a massive blade to crush the humans. But Hoon was faster, raising his shield for a perfect parry. The sound of steel clashing against steel shrieked through the air. In an instant, Ina, boosted by Yoo-jung's mana, launched herself like a bullet. Blue energy blades pierced straight into the monster's vitals. Park Hyun and Do-hyun prepared to jump in, but before they could even lift a finger, the beast dropped dead, taken out by a single headshot. As the enemy collapsed, a strange sense of unease crept into the seniors' hearts. If we're fighting alongside these kids, keeping up is going to be the real challenge. Kang-woo, realizing he was still alive, turned to his savior. "Thank you, you saved my life." Ina offered a polite professional smile. "No problem." So-ran squinted at the tracks on the ground, analyzing the data instantly. "The entrance is this way. Follow me." Kang-woo nodded frantically. "Thank you, Senior So-ran." Yoo-jung stared thoughtfully in the direction the others had left, then glanced up at the sky with growing concern. "We need to hurry." The bone dragon roared as if to interrupt, but she ignored it completely. "They're fighting the boss monster on the other side." Ina agreed coolly. "Yeah." Hoon smiled, rallying the team spirit. Everyone has seriously leveled up. Before they could settle, Park Hyun shot forward like a gale. "We don't have time to slack off." He accelerated, shouting out the battle strategy on the fly. "We'll attack its legs and cripple its movement. While we keep it busy, you aim for the mana core and finish that bone dragon off. Hoon responded instantly, relaying the command. Got it. Yu-jung hit the bone dragon with a debuff. She didn't hesitate for a second. Roger. In the blink of an eye, she soared upward, positioning herself above the beast, gathering spiritual energy around her staff. A violet light engulfed the space before detonating raining chaotic magic down onto the bone dragon's skull. Despite the flawless support, JaeHyun felt a prick to his pride. Damn it. At this rate, these freshmen are going to steal all the glory. Park Hyun was thinking the exact same thing, but he remained the rational leader. We have no choice. You see it too right. In this awakening Manhwa world, raw power speaks loudest, and Squad 9's destructive power is far greater than ours. Older but weaker, you who refuse to accept such disgrace. Damn it. He gripped his weapon until his knuckles turned white and unleashed his active skill, Hurricane Rage. In a blink, he closed the distance to Dragonbone's leg, severing the joint with a single strike. Seizing the moment, Park Hoon launched himself into the air, just as predicted. He analyzed the enemy calmly. A devastating attack power, but absolutely zero defense. That realization hardened his resolve to trigger the ultimate move, heart-piercing death. True to its name, the spear tore through Dragonbone, pinning the beast to the earth. Now! Park Hoon roared, refusing to let his guard down. The shattered beast tried to scream, but Yu-jung's support magic was faster. Skills rained down like a catastrophic storm. Absolute blade sword of aim and white sword combined in a symphony of destruction, overwhelming the colossal foe with a barrage of magic. The monster's core couldn't withstand the pressure cracks spiderwebbed across its surface before it shattered completely into dust. Dragonbone let out a final wretched wail, its scream of resentment echoing across the blood-soaked battlefield like a funeral dirge. Meanwhile, Hindu turned his head with a smirk. It ends here. But suddenly the giant serpent slammed him into the ground and clamped its massive jaws shut. Hila watched in silence, exhaling a heavy breath. A shadow of grief crossed her face as she whispered, "Target eliminated. My mission ends here." Suddenly, the serpent's pupils constricted in terror. Its belly distended grotesquely, followed by a maniacal laugh that froze Hila's blood. Her eyes locked onto the creature in horror. Hindu's glowing eyes pierced through the gore as he tore his way out of the serpent's flesh. "Did you honestly believe a worm like this could kill me?" Moving faster than the wind, Hindu charged his longsword, gleaming with murderous intent. Hila stood frozen, unable to comprehend the betrayal. "Why is this happening?" From the sidelines, Jun screamed until his throat burned. "Hila, dodge it!" But blood sprayed into the air as the blade delivered a fatal critical hit. Life faded from Hila's eyes, blood trickling from her lips. She gripped her sword weakly as Hindu sneered. "You should have limited your power to your own vessel." A cruel smirk twisted Hindu's face, dripping with arrogance. "True, my full power is suppressed here." He leaned in close. "But I'm not the only one wielding divine force." Darkness consumed Hila's mind as she collapsed before his fury. "You damn brat!" Hindu spat, cursing her corpse. "You foolish girl, I was so close to the endgame." His rage was an unstoppable tidal wave. Her vision blurred, his rambling voice fading into the distance as death embraced her. "Struggle all you want, it's meaningless." With zero mercy, Hindu ripped the blade from her chest. "Go rot in hell!" Jun watched in paralyzed horror as Hila's body was flung aside. His shock turned to a dark abyss. "Hila!" He screamed, voice trembling. Hindu just laughed, pouring salt on the wound. "Ah, look at the idiot!" Hindu's mockery rang like a death knell in Jun's mind. The boy's face went pale, cold sweat drenching his trembling form. Jun reached desperately toward Hila. "Not again. I failed to protect someone precious. Again." His body gave out, crashing onto the cold pavement. "I tried so hard to rewrite destiny." Despair clawed at Jun's sanity. "But in the end, I'm just repeating the sins of the past. I let them slip away. Once again my life marches toward its tragic conclusion." His eyes grew heavy. "What do I have left?" Meanwhile, memories of a rooftop conversation surfaced. "Both my master and I have awakened." Jun had said, his voice heavy with the grief of a recent loss. Every face he remembered twisted the knife in his heart. If suffering is the key to awakening, Jun's fists clenched, his voice shaking with raw emotion. "Then I would rather before he could finish, Yina burst into tears. "No, Jun." She opened up about her own hidden scars. "Do you know how I felt back then?" The image of Aunt C trapped under rubble in a raging inferno flashed before her. "Help me, you've awakened, I know you can lift this." But Yina only gave her a gaze cold enough to freeze hell. As she turned to leave, C screamed in panic. "Hey, where are you going? Come back here." That moment changed everything. I realized who actually protected me. The woman grew hysterical. "Yina." But Yina knew the truth. "It wasn't my parents, my grandmother, or you, Auntie. C finally broke down sobbing. I'm sorry, did I treat you that badly? But you're a good girl, I know you'll save me. Yina kept walking, ignoring the desperate pleas. We're family, aren't we? Without a word, Yina triggered her active skill, Radiant Arrow Sword. But instead of the rubble, she struck the massive beast lurking behind the flames. C grinned, relief washing over her. Yes? Finally paying me back for all the money I wasted raising you? Yina turned her back, her face a mask of indifference. C's grin vanished. I knew it. Resentment poured from the trapped woman amidst the burning wreckage. You useless wretch. Yina heard the insults but said nothing, walking away into the smoke without looking back. Back in the present, Yina wiped her eyes. I stopped crying for others long ago. Her resolve left June speechless. She continued softly. I think Guildmaster Xiao Wu felt the same. She didn't awaken because she lost someone important. Recalling Xiao Wu bathed in divine light, Yina stated firmly, she awakened because after the tragedy she found her true will. She looked at him tenderly, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. You don't need to suffer like that, Jun. Because out of everyone I know, Jun froze at her next words. You have the strongest resolve. Snap back to the battlefield, June held on to that memory like a lifeline. Jun grit his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Surrounded by shimmering orbs of light, he grasped it. My will. The determination Yina believed in. A torrent of legendary power exploded from his core. Hindu recoiled in shock. What is this mana? The very air trembled as chaotic energy surged. How dare you? You're just a filthy human. As the blinding light settled, Jun stood tall in unshakable force. He lowered his head for a heartbeat, then looked up, one eye now glowing with an otherworldly hue. I will not lose anyone else ever again. System alert, main quest complete. Unlocked unique skill. Odin's lost eye is resonating with your will. Divine energy surged toward his eye socket, marking the climax of this awakening manhwa. System alert. You have acquired the active skill Divinity Plunder. The transfer was complete. JaeHyun whispered softly into the silence. Hela. Her body lay motionless on the cold ground, eyes devoid of life staring into the void. Yet he refused to accept it. I still have a use for you. For the first time in history, a user had successfully absorbed the essence of a god. As a single tear traced Hela's cheek, the interface flashed with the text, every fan of a system manhwa waits for skill Divinity Plunder. This ability allowed the player to drain divinity from weakened deities, shattering the limits of his copy ability. Witnessing this anomaly, Heimdall ground his teeth in fury. So you awakened a unique skill? So what? The earth trembled violently beneath the god's feet. Violet energy converged in his palm as pure madness took over Heimdall's expression. A mere variable like you can never control that power. Divinity Plunder belongs to the traitor of Asgard, Meyrbor. Holy golden light enveloped JaeHyun's form, acting as a divine shield. Heimdall sneered, that is not something a mortal lacking divinity can ever wield. The all-seeing eye of Odin widened in shock. The traitor of Asgard. With her last breath, Hela whispered from the rubble. Loki. She was fading fast. The sinner of Asgard. The one who led the rebellion against the heavens. Feeling the transformation coursing through his veins, JaeHyun realized. So this is his power. He swept his hand, igniting the magical fang in a blaze of light. In the distance, Heimdall roared, charging forward with his great sword raised high. I know what you're planning. The blade thrust toward JaeHyun's heart. Divinity Plunder only works on weakened gods. It is useless against a warrior like me. But JaeHyun's voice cut through the chaos like steel. Sorry, but you're dead wrong. He activated air step, vanishing from the blade's path in an instant. He reappeared directly behind Heimdall, his voice dripping with malice. I'm not plundering you right now. The god froze in place. System target Hela identified. Divinity Plunder active. The player's divinity skyrocketed. JaeHyun shouted, It's her. He landed and pulled Hela's fading body into his arms. Hela. Heimdall stood paralyzed as lightning and holy light crashed down from the heavens. In the eye of the storm, pain etched across Hela's exhausted face as the ritual began. In that fleeting moment, she wondered. How did he think of this solution so quickly? Was it a hallucination? Her lips moved silently. Loki, his silhouette overlapped perfectly with that ancient trickster. You were right, she admitted internally, her face pale as death, thoughts drifting away. I always believed gods were born perfect from the start. She struggled to keep her heavy eyes open. But I was wrong. As the golden aura consumed JaeHyun, darkness took her. Here stood a human who defied the laws of nature, claiming divinity with a mortal body to forge a new legend in this awakening manhwa. Voices echoed in the void. JaeHyun cursed his own weakness for not awakening sooner. Hela's eyes finally closed in peace. But the battle was far from over. He laid Hela down gently. Then JaeHyun stood in overwhelming pressure radiating from his form. Seeing that confident back, she knew. He was the one chosen by the trickster god. Divine energy surged into JaeHyun's fist. A brilliant seal ignited on his chest, burning with newfound authority. New skills unlocked thunder god magic and chains of Thor. Armed with the ultimate weapon, a smirk tugged at his lips. From now on, round 2 begins. Heimdall couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? JaeHyun stood tall, the chains of Thor dancing around him like living serpents. Item details. Chains imbued with the thunder god's might. Effect penetrates divine defenses. Triggered by the thunder magic, hundreds of lightning chains erupted like vipers. The impact was devastating. Heimdall was forced onto the defensive. He slashed and parried, but the assault was endless. Panic began to set in as the god realized the situation. This is impossible. Staring at the crackling energy, he realized the truth. This is Thor's lightning. Another wave crashed into him, and Heimdall roared in frustration. How does a mere variable possess the thunder god's power? The barrage was too fast. Swallowing his pride, Heimdall turned to flee. Saving his own skin was the only priority. I need to retreat and reassess. But a split second of distraction was all JaeHyun needed. A fist wreathed in lightning connected squarely with his face. Bam! The impact sent Heimdall hurtling through the air. He slammed his sword into the ground to halt his momentum, screaming in absolute humiliation. Shinchi. Seamed silence. JaeHyun muttered to himself, so this is what true divinity feels like. He began a slow, predator-like walk toward the fallen god. The scales have tipped. This battle is mine. Heimdall knelt panting as JaeHyun looked down on him. I can end your existence right now. His eyes mocked the god. But you are powerless to stop me. The insult made Heimdall's blood boil with rage. He tried to rationalize his weakness. It was that clone of Hela stopping her drained my divinity. I'm out of mana. Terror gripped his heart. Am I shaking? His face twisted in ugly realization. The great Heimdall trembling before a human. His pride shattered. He lunged forward in a desperate bid to reclaim his honor. Do not get cocky, human, he shrieked, swinging his blade wildly. JaeHyun merely flicked his finger. Instantly the lightning chains surged, weaving a net of destruction that left no escape. Heimdall laughed manically, his mind breaking. Ha! Ha ha! He swung blindly against the steel. He is just a variable. Just a filthy human. Breaking the first layer. Heimdall leaped for a killing blow. You can't control that power forever. But JaeHyun looked at him with bored eyes. I've been waiting for you to do that. Heimdall's expression froze. It was a trap. The chains didn't just attack, they formed an inescapable cage around him in midair. They coiled around his torso, then snapped onto his legs. JaeHyun had completely sealed the god's movements. A scream of agony tore from Heimdall's throat. He crashed to the ground. JaeHyun approached, blade raised. Heimdall could only curse as the shadow of death loomed over him. Damn you! His eyes bulged in madness. You bastard! JaeHyun didn't let him finish. A single flash of the blade and Heimdall was obliterated. There was no mercy in JaeHyun's eyes, only cold resolve. He scoffed at the remains of the god. Meanwhile, watching from a nearby rooftop, Hugin whispered, Interesting. What an absolute fool. Placing my trust in him was a mistake from the start. This wretched outcome only fueled his irritation. The grand plan had been thrown into total chaos. I must report this to Odin immediately. Hugin's eyes gleamed with mockery as he processed the unbelievable truth. Heimdall, the guardian of Asgard, had been brought to his knees by a mere human. Watching Jun's silhouette bathed in sunlight, he fell into deep contemplation. That human is evolving far too rapidly, much faster than any of us had anticipated. The fluctuation of his aura was so intense it unsettled the crows nearby. He has already acquired divinity. Now his ascent to even greater heights of power is merely a matter of time, Hugin whispered to himself in the shadows. However, this is not an insurmountable issue. The moment he unleashed his magic, that gaze of his revealed a terrifying, murderous intent, because the finale is already upon us. Down below, Jun withdrew his weapon. Heimdall lay sprawled on the ground, groaning like a discarded piece of trash. Ugh, seeing a god in such a pathetic state gave Jun a rush of dark excitement. You certainly look interesting right now. As a supreme deity, how could he possibly swallow such a humiliating insult? You wretched bastard, I only let my guard down this once. But when we meet again, I swear, I will cast you into the deepest dungeons of Asgard. His delusional threat was met instantly by the sole of Jun's boot. Shut your mouth. Jun glared down at him as if looking at a filthy dog. You are getting a little too loud. That cold gaze made Heimdall tremble, not from cold, but from pure fear. The overwhelming power the human displayed was merely 30% of his true potential. But regardless of his strength, he cannot defy the predestined outcome. Sooner or later, the system will forcibly summon him to Asgard. Clinging to that thought, the fallen god did not hesitate to taunt him one last time. Absolutely nothing will change just because you won a single victory today. His sharp voice rang out like a dark prophecy. Ragnarok will still descend upon this world exactly as written. Jun's face darkened as he replied with chilling indifference. I already knew that nothing would change. From Heimdall's perspective on the ground, he could clearly see the spark of slaughter in the human's eyes. Whether the war breaks out or not, I will hunt down and slaughter every single one of you. This arrogant declaration paradoxically made the god even more exhilarated. You know nothing, human. And just as expected, his next words cast a veil of confusion over his opponent. These monsters, and even your awakening as a raider. Do you truly believe these are gifts bestowed upon humanity? Jun furrowed his brow and shot back. What do you mean? Even then, Heimdall fulfilled his role as the villain to the end, threatening without offering a clear explanation. Beware of those closest to you. Be vigilant against even the most insignificant things. Every word dropped from his lips carried the heavy weight of a warning. Because once you finally reach the conclusion, you will realize just how revolting the taste of betrayal truly is. The head on the ground glowed brightly before slowly fading away, leaving behind a heavy verdict. That will be the moment you realize that your current trust will become an indelible scar on your soul. The instant he finished speaking, the spot where Heimdall had lain was empty save for a wisp of thin smoke. Jun stared intensely at the empty space as if trying to digest the cryptic message, but he didn't dwell on it for too long. He looked up and let out a sharp breath. Well, at least I have removed one major obstacle. Then he slowly walked toward his injured comrade in the corner. Huh. He coldly asked the person before him. Are you all right? She gently reported her condition. Yes, the collapse of this vessel has finally ceased. She spoke with a hint of shyness. Thank you, my liege. But Jun ruthlessly turned his back on her. That is good. He added a sentence that left Hilla speechless. I have other matters to attend to. We will talk later. He returned to where Heimdall's body had been, reached out his hand, and a brilliant light erupted, enveloping them both. At that exact moment, the interface popped up a classic system Manhwa mechanic. Active skill triggered Divinity Plunder, targeting Heimdall's fragment for absorption. The power surging around Jun intensified as the next notification flashed before his eyes. The user's divinity has increased. He curled his lips in pure delight, thinking to himself, I suspected there might be a shred of divinity left in his avatar, and it seems I was right. Jun continued with his agenda. All right, moving on. He ignored Hilla, who was puffing out her cheeks in annoyance behind him. Some time later, within the majestic and solemn divine palace, a heavy, suffocating silence blanketed the gods and their servants. Heimdall bowed his head low in atonement. This subject is deeply ashamed. I failed to eliminate the great enemy due to my own carelessness. Odin's reaction was not overly violent, simply stating I know. However, his freezing gaze conveyed the exact opposite of calm as he added, I have already witnessed everything. These words made Heimdall grit his teeth in realization. Resting on Odin's throne was the artifact that allowed him to gaze into all 9 realms, a legendary mythological relic. Cold sweat began to trickle down his face. Damn it. His fist clenched so tight that veins bulged against the skin. Why did the great enemy have to trigger an awakening of his exclusive skill at that precise moment? Heimdall lowered his head to hide the unwillingness spreading across his face. Moreover, that battle had already drained half of my divinity. Damn it. Suddenly, Odin's deep, raspy voice resonated through the hall. We will commence the Great Purge. The King of Gods extended his hand to issue the decree. From this moment forth you shall assist Freya in cultivating the army of the dead. To defeat the great enemy, I will dispatch another agent to deal with him. How could Heimdall possibly accept such a humiliating demotion? But before he could even finish his sentence, Odin cut him off with a growl. Are you? The Allfather's pupils began to glow, signaling a terrible omen, daring to oppose my command. Terrified, Heimdall bent his body in submission. I apologize, my lord. Odin had no desire to prolong this interaction. Then get out of my sight. Waiting until the failure had turned his back, he called out for Hugin. The raven materialized beside his master in a flash. Yes, my lord. Odin calmly assigned the task. The war will begin very soon. At that moment, a smile of twisted excitement bloomed on the old god's lips. I am certain you are already well aware. He reached out his hand as he finished his thought, of the necessary materials to feed the Einar jar. In that instant, a series of footsteps echoed through the empty hall before him. The surroundings plunged into darkness, illuminated only by flickering blue flames as Odin spoke. The army of the dead turned towards him. Meanwhile, Jun walked calmly through the library shelves, carrying a thick stack of books. He found an empty spot and dumped the heavy pile onto the table. Jun looked at the mountain of text with pure misery. When am I ever going to finish reading all of this? Suddenly his gaze deepened. He suddenly recalled the words of the fallen god, "Beware of those most familiar to you. Doubt them, and doubt them again." A sudden wave of uneasiness rose in his heart. Go to the very end, and you will realize for yourself that betrayal is more poisonous than any venom. An invisible fear crept in like the night wrapping around Jun, the fear that trust sometimes leaves the deepest, most agonizing scars in a human heart. That voice continued to echo in his ears. Let me give you one final piece of advice. With eyes glowing brighter than the Punisher, doubt the system. Jun fell into deep thought, realization dawning on him. Doubt Mimir. Because Heimdall had said the exact same thing. Jun stared intensely at the mountain of books piled before him. He could feel it, a hidden thread connecting these ancient texts to the catastrophe at hand. The connection was so profound, it defied all logic. His hand trembled slightly as he reached for a specific volume, his eyes locking onto the cryptic text. Was it time to finally confront the nightmare they had all been ignoring? The hours bled away until the clock neared midnight. Jun remained motionless at his desk, a statue of concentration. Suddenly, he slammed the book shut. The legendary eye of the Punisher flared to life within his gaze. He immediately grabbed a pen and stabbed it onto a specific line on the page. This wasn't just a definition. In that split second, the cryptic runes transformed into a terrifyingly clear message in Jun's eyes. A gasp tore from his throat as the realization hit him like a physical blow. I finally get it. He stared at the paper, his world shifting on its axis. What did Mimir and Heimdall mean when they told him to doubt everything? Meanwhile, a storm was brewing in the guild's conference room. Park Hoon broke the suffocating silence, his sharp gaze sweeping over the high rankers present. JaeHyun can no longer be restrained. The atmosphere in the room instantly grew heavy with dread. If you all oppose him, you'll be declaring war on powers far beyond your comprehension, Park Hoon warned. Dian slumped back, looking utterly defeated. Let's face it, they've already surpassed our level. Do-hyun gritted his teeth, forced to admit the bitter truth. You're right. Their strength has transcended the boundaries of normal hunters. Park Hoon analyzed the grim reality. The enemies facing them have evolved to a level we can't hope to control, and it only took a few months. His voice dropped to a serious growl. From now on, we focus solely on damage control. The moment he finished speaking, he slammed his hand on the table, the sound echoing like a gunshot. But there is one thing we need to make crystal clear. Park Hoon turned his icy glare toward Joan, who sat there with infuriating indifference. You are the leader of one of the 4 great guilds. Why are you refusing to join this raid? She met his interrogation with a cold, unbothered stare. If unknown variables intervene, this battle becomes unwinnable. Her dismissive tone made Do-hyun's blood boil. Excuse me, Joan continued, her voice devoid of emotion. With only the skills of the Round Table Guild members here, she ignored his rising fury. I predict a 0% success rate for the Bone Dragon conquest. She stood up, smoothing her dress as she casually rejected the mission. So I'm out. I won't sacrifice my innocent guild members for a suicide mission. Am I wrong? Back in his room, Jun was still decoding the secrets of the book. He zeroed in on a critical passage. During the Bone Dragon raid, the Punishers will find their skills suppressed. As he read, the faces of those involved flashed through his mind. The conclusion was undeniable. The Aesir gods were directly interfering with the system. A single thought looped in his mind like a broken record. Mimir said to doubt. Heimdall said to be vigilant. Jun began to piece the puzzle together. What if both of them were hinting at the dark truth behind the Aesir system? The fog in his mind cleared, revealing a chilling reality. The system's true purpose was never to help humanity. It was a farm to cultivate Einherjar and the raw materials to create them. The answer that surfaced made Jun's blood run cold. The raw materials were every single awakened being on Earth. Just then, the system's voice rang out. User has discovered the truth of the saga Einherjar. Hidden information is now unlocked. Would you like to view the path of Mimir? This was the ultimate twist of this awakening Manhwa world. The sudden notification caught him off guard. Slowly he reached out. The moment his fingertip brushed the holographic screen, the reality around him shattered and warped. The abrupt shift in dimensions left Jun disoriented. Where am I? As the blinding light faded, he found himself standing in a realm that defied description. Curiosity pushed him forward. Floating above a stone pedestal before him was a mystical book radiating ancient power. This was the sanctuary where Odin's lost eye had first been absorbed. Jun approached with cautious steps, his gaze glued to the artifact. He reached out and touched the cover. Opening the first page, the words seemed to burn into his soul. This record, June continued reading, is my diary the true history of Asgard, and a confession of Odin's devastating failure. After the first Ragnarok, Odin's army of Einherjar was completely annihilated. And as you have likely guessed, there is a sinister truth hidden behind that defeat. A massive, terrifying army had appeared from the void. The Einherjar were nothing but Odin's limbs tools to be used and discarded. Even the monsters of that era were under Odin's control. If you asked if they were demons, even the writer couldn't say. They were simply pawns on Odin's chessboard. The Einherjar army was forced into endless war. Odin had deceived humanity, turning them into his eternal slaves. He used them as fodder to fight against the anti-Aesir alliance. In the end, they were defeated. But in that cataclysmic battle, countless Einherjar perished. The generals turned their backs on the All-Father, leaving Odin completely disillusioned. Humanity would no longer voluntarily become Einherjar. It was a betrayal he never saw coming. It was a crushing blow to Odin's ego. Only humans possessed the potential to become Einherjar. But the condition was absolute loyalty to the gods. A new danger was approaching. The second revelation and its apocalyptic threat drew near. Desperate, Odin hatched a new plan. He decided to exploit something else entirely. He sent the roots of Yggdrasil to verify Midgard, transforming the earth into a hellscape crawling with monsters. Then he offered humanity a gift, the Aesir system. He continued to manipulate the human race. Every awakened in the world used the system, unaware they were merely tools being refined for Odin's new army. The final lines of the book filled June with pure terror. Enemy of the prophecy. If you are reading this record, you must immediately prepare to assault Yggdrasil's control tower. A strange, ominous symbol appeared on the page. The control device that powers the Aesir system is hidden there. But the sentence that truly stopped his heart was the last one. If you do not reach it in time, every awakened human will become your enemy. Jun's eyes widened in shock, horror gripping his heart. He shot up from his chair, leaning heavily on the desk as panic set in. The veins bulging on his clenched fists betrayed his immense stress. Jun knew he had to act. I need to see Hela. He moved with purpose, his voice laced with urgency as he activated his communication skill. Hela, this is an emergency. In stark contrast to his frantic state, the goddess sounded half asleep and lazy. What could possibly be important enough to wake a god from her slumber? But her attitude shifted instantly when Jun dropped the bombshell with deadly seriousness. I think I've discovered Odin's true objective. He proceeded to explain the horrifying truth he had uncovered. His words plunged Hela into a deep, thoughtful silence. After analyzing the situation, she finally spoke. It seems this matter needs to be discussed with the anti-Aesir alliance. Hela made her decision. Understood. We move out when darkness falls. Her response gave him a brief moment of relief. Right. I'm counting on you. Suddenly Jun remembered something. Ah. She responded with mild surprise. Yes. Without a word, he held out the gauntlet in front of him. I recovered this artifact during the outdoor survival training. Rumor has it this belonged to the First Awakener. Does that ring any bells for you? Her eyes clouded over as she gazed at the gauntlet. The First Awakener. Unfortunately, I draw a blank. She quickly deflected, eager to bury the subject. Let's put that aside for now. The rumors spreading about the Einherjar are far more critical. Her hesitation only deepened his suspicion. She cut straight to the chase. I have another reward for you. The mechanical chime of destiny rang out, leaving him stunned. Quest complete, unlock unique skill. Quest complete. The sealed city of Van, calculating rewards. A smirk played on his lips as the anticipation built. This was always the most addictive part of a system, Manhwa. Let's see what we got. He tapped the screen to claim his spoils. The first reward was a blank card, but the second one sparked his suspicion. A system update. The screen flashed System Nonya updating to version 2.0. JaeHyun stared in disbelief as the changelog rolled out. Materialized skills. An updated exchange function. The interface was evolving. Voice chat is now available with guild members regardless of distance. Status window redesigned. Mythic-grade skills can now be slotted into the active bar. Current slots 11. Crow radar auto-installed. This allows tracking of Odin's crows within range. Main quest received, shatter the system. The updates immediately caught Hela's attention. An upgrade to our communication, her voice trembled with excitement. Now JaeHyun can rely on me even more. But he instantly shattered her fantasy with a cold tease. It feels more like I'm using you than relying on you, doesn't it? Hela fumed at his bluntness, but he ignored her tantrum. He was too busy optimizing his new status window. Suddenly his full personal data projected into the air. In his hand appeared a vial of crimson liquid giant's blood. He marveled at the item. I lacked the constitution to handle this before, but now I'm ready. Without hesitation, he downed the vial. Crimson droplets scattered as he emptied every drop. The system materialized instantly to monitor his metamorphosis. Consumable used giant's blood. Ancient power surges through the user's veins. Strength and mana increased by +30. He reveled in the raw power flooding his muscles. I thought I'd need to be S-rank to hit these numbers. Just looking at raw stats, I'm already a mid-tier S-rank hunter. JaeHyun didn't waste a second. He opened the next tab, the mythic skill slot. The system pulsed as it integrated the new power. Slot 11, passive skill, Thunder God. Grade mythic, contains the divine authority of Thor. Drastically increases mastery and power of lightning-type skills. The details were game-breaking. 1 lightning damage increased by 300%. 2 mastery speed boosted by 50%. 3 toggle on-off available. A demonic grin spread across his face. The shackles are finally off. Now that I possess a complete divinity, the old restrictions have vanished. But the issue is the number of slots. The system responded instantly. To unlock a slot, user's divinity must increase. Method: usurp and absorb a mythic-grade existence. A harsh condition, but he shrugged it off. Just having the Thunder God's power is a jackpot for now. It wasn't just him. Hela was equally mesmerized by the rewards. Oh, she stared intently at the screen. Crow radar auto-installed. Tracking Odin's crows. This feature made her euphoric. Hunting those pests will be a breeze now. JaeHyun nodded, his mind racing. You're right. But his ambition went far beyond mere minions. Hela, this means we can hunt him down too. Then a realization struck him. Wait, the final update mentioned a quest. He braced himself. This has to be the most insane objective yet. The system window loomed over him. Main quest accepted, shatter the system. JaeHyun's expression darkened instantly. Destroy the very thing that made me. Meanwhile, in a shadowed room elsewhere, a voice echoed from a mirror. Don't you think it's time to stop stalling and leave? The woman in the reflection urged him relentlessly. We can't keep him waiting any longer. When silence answered her, she called him by name. Yoon. Suddenly she was pulled into a memory. A voice called out, Senior Cheon-Yujin. JaeHyun approached her from behind in the flashback. She turned, curiosity piqued. I heard you were the key player in the outdoor training survival. Cheon-Yujin offered high praise. Impressive work. But JaeHyun's response was ice cold. Thanks for the compliment, but I'm busy. He brushed past her like she was nothing but air. Let's talk later. Cheon-Yujin's sharp eyes snapped toward him. That sensation. I can't be mistaken. She called out, stopping him in his tracks. What is your game? The variable, she thought. Watching JaeHyun's retreat, she began to monologue. Even though I lead one of the 4 sovereigns, I didn't join the subjugation. Everyone criticized me for cowardice. That statement finally made him pause. I can see it, she realized. The dormant power within him. He has already attained divinity. JaeHyun sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. If you're weak, you should step aside on your own accord. His arrogance caught Yujin completely off guard. He looked back with eyes full of killing intent. Even healing magic can't resurrect you from the abyss of death. With that threat, he vanished. Snapping back to reality, the news blared in the background. Shocking report: several MET instructors murdered. A cadet has saved the academy, an unprecedented event. What happens next? The hero is none other than Min JaeHyun. Yoon's hand clenched tight. That's right. He abruptly turned off the broadcast. It's time to make a move, though it seems a bit premature for my taste. Yoon slowly lifted a picture frame, admiring the aura it radiated. So, you are the variable mentioned in the prophecy. Excitement trembled in his voice. I wonder how your complete story unfolds, he whispered to the mysterious portrait. Shall we listen to it together? Meanwhile, at the Academy press conference, a woman in a sharp suit stood before the flashing cameras. Lena gazed down at the crowd, the weight of the moment heavy in the air. She broke the silence. I'm sure you all have questions. Her tone shifted, becoming grave and authoritative. But here is the only truth I can offer right now. A new threat has emerged from the darkness, and we have gathered here to honor the spark of hope that allowed us to survive it. A reporter scribbled furiously as Lena continued. We will now award the cadets. Her expression was solemn, her voice commanding. For they are the ones who turned the tide of destiny. I request the following names to take the stage. JaeHyun and Ina, dressed in their uniforms, steeled themselves in the wings. As their names echoed, they stepped into the light. First year Min JaeHyun and Team 9. Time seemed to blur. In a distant room, Yoon rested his chin on his hand, trembling with anticipation. All right, her gaze bore into him like a drill, scanning for any sign of deception. Don't you have anything to say? The air in the room grew heavy as every eye locked onto him, waiting for an answer. JaeHyun tugged at his tie, feeling the heat rising. Okay. But I can't reveal everything just yet. Her expression soured instantly at his evasion. Why do you always have so many secrets? Ina stepped in, her voice calm but commanding. Let me ask the first question. Her mind flashed back to that stranger, the terrifying figure wielding a sword that could cut through reality. That man. The one who attacked us. Who was he? JaeHyun's expression darkened. He couldn't speak the truth, so he turned his face away, dodging the heavy question. I can't answer that. He masked his inner turmoil with a feigned goofy grin, trying to play it cool. All I can say is, he had business with me, and he was monstrously strong. Yoojung wasn't buying it for a second. Do you really think that's what we want to hear? Hoon crossed his arms, nodding in grim agreement. Exactly. Yoojung is right. The image of Himdo, that nightmare in human form, flashed through his mind, sending a chill down his spine. Is it really him? He frowned, suspicion gnawing at his gut. Just who is that monster? On the other side of the room, Daesung and Seojin sat in silence, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. 5 pairs of eyes bore into him, demanding answers he simply couldn't give. Under the crushing pressure, his face went cold, his mind racing. One day, I'll have to tell them the truth, but only when Ragnarok begins. He averted his gaze, shielding them from the heavy burden of destiny. It's too early to tell you everything. A wave of disappointment washed over the group, their frustration palpable in the silence. Daesung and Seojin leaned back, their expressions returning to a mask of calm, as if nothing happened. JaeHyun looked at his teammates and let out a helpless sigh. Then a thought struck him. He broke the silence with a bombshell. Oh, by the way, I've also awakened as an S rank. Seojin shot up from her seat, her eyes wide as saucers, unable to believe her ears. What did you just say? She clutched her head, her mind reeling in total shock. S rank, are you insane? That's impossible. Daesung patted her shoulder, trying to keep the peace. Calm down. But Ina understood immediately. So, that's how you survived against that monster. Hoon jumped in, his voice eager and trembling with adrenaline. Did you kill that thing? JaeHyun's eyes turned cold, a sudden chill spreading through the room like a blizzard. His voice dropped an octave, serious and grave. No. The memory of Himdu, the Guardian of the North, loomed over him. If that man was his enemy, the battles ahead would be nothing short of hell on earth. Yoojung felt a surge of fury at his implication. She slammed her hand on the table, shouting, Are you planning to fight alone again? JaeHyun lowered his head, silence his only answer. He tapped his finger against the table, tap, 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 an eerie rhythm that froze the air in the room. The atmosphere grew heavy, suffocatingly dark, like the calm before a storm. When he looked up, his eyes glowed crimson. A terrifying killing intent exploded from his body. The color drained from their faces as they felt the sheer weight of his power crushing their lungs. His voice cut through the fear, absolute and dominating. Unless you are this strong, you are just a burden to me right now. If you don't like my words, then become S ranks. Despite their grit, they couldn't deny his overwhelming power. He threw down the gauntlet. When that day comes, I won't tell you to run anymore. Yoojung lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes, stinging with frustration and helplessness. What the hell was that? You're too cold, man. Suddenly a sharp chime broke the tension. JaeHyun reached into his pocket, pulling out his phone to check the glowing screen, displaying a notification like a system Manhwa quest log. His eyes widened in genuine shock. Scene transition. Later, inside a sleek black sedan, the driver glanced in the rearview mirror. I have to admit, I'm surprised. The screen displayed a golden notification, VIP invitation. You are cordially invited to the grand auction. Imtae grinned, amused. I didn't peg you for the auction type, JaeHyun. That's a rich man's game. Curiosity got the better of him. You need a massive transaction history to get that VIP status. Just how much gold have you poured into that company? JaeHyun shrugged, indifferent to the wealth he'd burned. I lost count. Pretty much everything I had. Imtae laughed, shaking his head. That's a mindset a salaryman like me will never understand. They pulled up to a colossal skyscraper that pierced the clouds. The elevator doors slid open with a soft chime, revealing Imtae and JaeHyun ready to step into the lion's den. Imtae stayed back, lowering his voice. I'll be waiting here. If anything goes sideways, I'll handle the cleanup. Just make the call. JaeHyun turned, a confident, almost arrogant smirk playing on his lips. I honestly doubt anyone in there has the guts to mess with me. Imtae let out a hearty laugh. True enough. JaeHyun strode forward, taking in the opulent surroundings with a predator's gaze. Inside a hall dripping with luxury, Camilla sat on the edge of her seat, biting her nails in pure terror. A deep voice broke her trance. Camilla. Beck looked at her, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? You've been out of it for a while. She swallowed hard, whispering his name. Beck. Her trembling finger pointed across the room. That guy sitting over there. Do you see him? Beck followed her gaze. There sat JaeHyun chin resting on his hand, his sharp features and effortless charisma drawing eyes from all around like a protagonist in a manhwa recap. Beck studied him, a memory surfacing from the depths of his mind. That's the kid we saw back at the hotel in Iceland. We ran a background check on him after that encounter. The pieces clicked into place. He's the rising star of the Lotus Guild. Though, I've never heard of Lotus participating in a high-stakes auction like this. Camilla was still hyperventilating, sweat beading on her forehead. Listen to me closely. Her voice was a desperate hiss. That kid, he is dangerous. Beck raised an eyebrow, skeptical. What? JaeHyun looked calm on the surface, but his aura was heavy. Camilla's lips quivered as she spoke the truth. The realization hit Beck like a truck. In his eyes, JaeHyun wasn't a man. He was a demon stalking his prey. The oppressive pressure radiating from him felt like mana compressed into a black hole. Scene transition. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit room, a voice echoed. I told you, didn't I? Someone was whispering into a phone, confident and smug. Honey, just trust me. The auction will go perfectly. We started with a tiny shop and look how far we've come. Minhwan's face held a trace of anxiety, but he forced a reassuring smile. We just need to push a little bit longer, and we're set for life. He hung up, steeling his resolve. I can't afford any mistakes this time. He closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. With so many VIPs and investors attending, failure is not an option. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. He stared at the far wall, confused by a draft. Wait, when did I open the window? Then he saw it. His eyes bulged, capillaries bursting as a shadow moved. Swish. A massive tentacle whipped through the air, obliterating him in a shower of crimson gore. Minhwan's body stood frozen, eyes wide in deathly shock, his consciousness fading. From the shadows behind him, a pair of small, pale hands emerged, gently covering his eyes in a mocking gesture. JaeHyun tilted his head, a demonic grin stretching across his face. That's one down. He licked his lips, satisfied. I wonder how the game changer will react to this little surprise. Back in the auction hall, JaeHyun propped his chin up, bored out of his mind. A shadow fell over him. I didn't expect to run into you in a place like this. Beck stood there, his expression grim and unreadable. You've become quite the celebrity lately. JaeHyun glanced up, a playful, innocent smile on his face. Oh, is that so? From the distance, Camilla went pale, cursing under her breath. That idiot! What does he think he's doing? But Beck ignored her warnings, locking eyes with the monster before him, coldly initiating conversation. Beck studied that emotionless mask, testing the waters. The only battle mage in the world. And the top student of Korea's first subjugation academy. That's you, isn't it? It's really him. Bach's gaze sank into a dangerous abyss, swimming with dark intent. If that's the case, the European Union's obsession with you makes perfect sense. But make no mistake, you're still nothing compared to my glory. Seeing the lack of reaction, he fell silent, his eyes drifting toward Camilla. A specific detail surfaced in his mind, her unique ability, mana breath. It functioned like a supernatural X-ray piercing through the flesh to read the very mana structure of a person. Every awakener possessed a unique mana signature embedded in their genes, distinct as a fingerprint. No two were ever alike. Bach turned to leave, though a storm of doubt raged within him. How was it possible? How could two completely different individuals share the exact same mana wavelength? He returned to his seat, restless. He played the scenario over in his mind, but the logic simply didn't add up. Finally, he muttered, "We'll find out the truth today." Bach's eyes were razor-sharp. He had to know, was this kid truly the legendary Black Panther? Camilla caught his look and sneered with open disgust. You know that self-righteous attitude is exactly why your wife divorced you. I guarantee it. Bach snapped, his voice a low growl. Shut up. Meanwhile, Min Jae-hyun's glowing eyes silently observed the drama. Suddenly the auditorium plunged into darkness. Whispers erupted as the sharp clack of heels echoed against the floor, getting closer. A man in a sharp suit cleared his throat. Welcome, distinguished guests. It was Min Hwan, but he looked lifeless, a puppet merely reciting lines. Welcome, everyone. As the man droned on, Min Jae-hyun tuned him out, sinking into his own thoughts. There's only one thing I need from this place. On stage, Min Hwan, eyes rolled back in a disturbing trance, announced, "Let the auction begin. Bring out the first item." He gestured to a shimmering red gem. The Transcendence Stone. Min Jae-hyun finally looked up, frowning. Something was definitely wrong with the auctioneer, but he pushed the suspicion aside to focus on the prize, the Transcendence Stone. One alone wasn't enough to stabilize his power. However, the details for the B-rank Transcendence Ring appeared. It worked like a cheat item in a leveling manhwa, boosting magic power through the overdrive skill. It was technically an A-rank skill, but limited because the item was incomplete. Min JaeHyun's eyes burned with determination. If I socket that stone into the ring, everything changes. Min Hwan's robotic voice rang out. Let's start the bidding. Min JaeHyun smirked. He didn't hesitate for a second. I've been waiting for this. With absolute confidence, he raised his hand. 10 million. Cold sweat broke out across the room. The audience gasped, murmuring in disbelief. Even Bach froze at the audacity. Min Hwan continued without emotion. We have 10 million. Do I hear a higher bid? Another hand shot up. Bach's voice was stern. 11 million. It was a petty move that even caught Camilla off guard. What are you doing? But Min JaeHyun didn't blink. 12 million. Bach sighed, resting his chin on his hand, and dropped out. Beside him, Camilla looked ready to punch a hole in his face. Min JaeHyun dropped the friendly facade, his glare sending a clear message. You really want to play this game with me? Bach seemed to get the memo. Moments later, Bach signaled back with his eyes. Of course not. I was just interested, but I'm not spending that much on a rock. I fold. Seeing the retreat, Min JaeHyun narrowed his eyes before letting out a satisfied chuckle. Is that so? I almost misunderstood your intentions. Bach fumed silently. That bastard. The sheer audacity of this kid. Veins bulged on Bach's forehead. Is he threatening me? Does he have a powerful backer I don't know about? His eyes nearly popped out of his skull. Just what is his game? Applause erupted. Min JaeHyun had secured the item. The crowd cheered, but Min JaeHyun remained isolated in his thoughts. The auction was wrapping up. The final listed item was an A-rank artifact boosting status resistance. He considered it for a moment, but shook his head. It's useless trash to me. I already have the ultimate protection from the system. Min JaeHyun prepared to leave. Suddenly, Min Hwan spoke again, his eyes gleaming with eerie light. We have prepared a special surprise for our guests. Min JaeHyun froze stunned. A surprise, an S-rank artifact. I trust you will all enjoy it. The revelation hit Min JaeHyun like a truck. That was supposed to be the finale. What on earth was happening? I never heard about a hidden item in this timeline. Min Hwan's monotone voice continued. The seller will explain the details personally. Thunderous applause filled the room as Joan stepped forward. She walked with a terrifying grace, soaking in the attention. Min JaeHyun's expression instantly turned pitch black. As her face came into focus, a primal fear hijacked every cell in his body. She ignored his reaction, smiling chillingly. Hello, I am the seller. Her bracelet pulsed with light. Let me introduce the artifact known as Draupnir. Min JaeHyun's razor-sharp gaze locked onto her. Joan stood there, radiating a horror movie aura that separated her from the rest of humanity. His muscles coiled, ready to launch forward and snap her neck. Then her lips moved silently. It was a message meant only for him. I just need a few seconds, so be a good boy and stay still. Instantly, a sinister energy poured out of Draupnir. This golden armlet has a miraculous ability, she purred. It creates 8 copies of itself every 9 days. The air in the room grew heavy, suffocating with dread. However, there is a small price to pay. Suddenly, blood-red tentacles erupted from the artifact, lashing out in all directions. Min JaeHyun's Eye of Odin flared to life. This is bad. He braced for impact. But then, the tentacles ignored him completely. Shock was etched onto his face, his brows knitting together as the realization hit. My calculations. Against this logic, they are absolutely useless. That wasn't magic. It was something ancient. JaeHyun finally grasped the true nature of Draupnir, the artifact's primal power. But while he analyzed the situation, the tentacle swarm lashed out, devouring the spectators in a chaotic frenzy. Shockingly, the beasts ignored Beck and Camilla completely. But Beck, with his fiery temper, wasn't one to sit still. What the hell do you think you're doing? John's reply was cold and indifferent. I have no use for unnecessary pests. My business is solely with the archenemy. JaeHyun's expression darkened his disgust, manifesting like a physical aura. Remembering her sly smile and their hollow conversation in the hallway, his instincts had been screaming that something was wrong from the very beginning, and now the final piece of the puzzle clicked into place. So that's it. You're nothing but Asia's lapdog. That remark struck a nerve. Her composure cracked instantly. Asia's pet. That sounds incredibly unpleasant. Couldn't you have chosen a more dignified title? JaeHyun ignored her hurt feelings entirely. What is your goal? John's mocking laughter echoed through the auction house, grating on his nerves. Honestly, your existence is starting to irritate me. Rage boiled within JaeHyun, threatening to explode. Absolutely not. His voice carried the weight of a final judgment. I will never let things go according to your twisted plan. Baek and Camilla flared their aura, readying for combat. Meanwhile, John heard JaeHyun's declaration and burst into a fit of manic, unbridled laughter. Ha ha ha! Her cackle was drenched in sarcasm and excitement. How dangerous, yet so utterly fascinating. She exhaled a long, theatrical sigh. A chilling grin stretched across her face as she made her announcement. I've bought enough time for the preparations. Suddenly, a gaping maw opened up like a void ready to swallow everything. The scene shifted instantly, leaving JaeHyun frozen. The tentacles restraining the guests erupted with blinding light, expanding into massive spikes that impaled the crowd in a gruesome display. Even Camilla, a veteran of death, couldn't mask her horror. But behind her, Bayek's patience shattered completely. He launched a lethal strike, but Camilla intercepted his blade instantly. Wait! Hold on! Bayek's fury blazed like an inferno. Why are you stopping me? We have to save them now! Camilla's voice trembled with anxiety as she cut him off. I'm not trying to stop you. But we can't just charge in blindly. It's too dangerous. I've never seen an artifact like that before. John's voice cut through the tension, dripping with condescension. My, what a clever little woman. If you hadn't stopped him, everyone connected to the artifact would have perished instantly. But don't worry your pretty heads. They're still breathing. Her words offered JaeHyun zero comfort. Still alive? She didn't seem interested in a massacre. I don't see any value in keeping their pathetic lives, though. However, there is a way to save them. They've merely fallen into a deep slumber. JaeHyun's eyes narrowed. A coma. If this is a mana-induced stasis, I have to act fast. John continued her lecture, unbothered by the tension. Their concept of greed has been surgically extracted. Without it, the foundation of their ego crumbled, leaving their minds in chaos. JaeHyun's thoughts raced. That artifact. It stripped away their human emotions. The image of Hojin flashed through his mind. Is this his power? Meanwhile, John continued her endless, narcissistic monologue. Humans are so amusing. I only took one little emotion, and they turned into mindless husks. JaeHyun's gaze turned glacial as he gave his command. Shut your mouth and restore them. Now. She looked down on him, devoid of fear. And if I refuse... In that split second, JaeHyun vanished, leaving only a gust of wind where he once stood. Boom! In the blink of an eye, John was crushed against the hard floor. He showed no mercy, pinning her hand with crushing force. A terrifying killing intent exploded from JaeHyun's body. I wasn't asking. I will make you beg to restore them. John's eyes widened in sheer panic. When did he get this close? She froze, staring at the hand reaching for her. I didn't even see him move. He grabbed her middle finger, lifting it with cold precision. John watched in horror. JaeHyun didn't say a word. Energy flared, and with a sickening crack, he snapped the bone backward. Camilla watched the brutal interrogation with intense focus, while Beck stood by his face, a mask of cold indifference. Cold sweat poured down John's face as agony racked her body. JaeHyun calmly released the swollen digit, only to grab the next one. Next, JaeHyun announced, his voice void of humanity. John gritted her teeth, her face twisting into a grotesque mask of pain until she finally broke. Get off me, you damn brat. Suddenly her bracelet pulsed with an ominous crimson light. JaeHyun looked up, sensing the shift in mana. Opening a gate. Blue digital particles swirled like magic, wrapping around his legs. Beck stared, stunned by the sudden activation of the system. Camilla's jaw dropped in disbelief. JaeHyun looked down and sighed, recognizing the familiar tropes of a system manhwa. The interface chimed, You are entering the hidden dungeon valley of greed. In a flash, they vanished, leaving John broken and alone on the floor. She struggled to sit up, spitting out venomous curses. That bastard! Her eyes burned with vengeance. I will never forgive him. I'll kill him. Suddenly, a smooth voice cut through the silence. My. This looks terrible. Guan crouched down, scanning her injuries with a gentle gaze. Are you all right, sister? A warm smile played on his lips. Meanwhile, JaeHyun's party materialized in a pitch-black abyss. JaeHyun sighed, his expression unreadable. Camilla glanced behind her, her mind racing. What the hell just happened? It's like those two have a history. But what bothered her most was the bizarre title the woman had used for JaeHyun. Baek seemed to read her thoughts. It seems we're thinking the same thing. His voice turned icy. That name? She wasn't mistaken. JaeHyun stood motionless, his back to them like a statuesque mountain. Baek recalled John's fearful whisper, archenemy. He broke the silence. I didn't catch the beginning, but that is definitely what she called him. I'm certain of it. A voice boomed from the ancient rune-carved gate ahead. You have no right to enter this place. These ruins are destined solely for the archenemy. Camilla stayed silent, watching Bayek. Bayek's gaze bored into JaeHyun's back. Finally, he spoke up. JaeHyun. The protagonist slowly turned to face him. Shingbek instantly pressed his cold blade against JaeHyun's throat. Are you the sinner who decimated all the ancient ruins? JaeHyun lowered his eyes, silence stretching between them. JaeHyun hesitated, the words heavy on his tongue. Is this really the best time for a chat? Baek's eyes narrowed instantly, his displeasure rolling off him like a dark wave. Baek didn't wait. He brought his blade down in a devastating arc. Amidst the explosion of razor-sharp pink shards, his eyes burned with the madness of a true berserker. Ahead, a sea of crimson eyes locked onto them from the darkness. Then a massive obsidian ape emerged from the shadows, shaking the ground with every heavy step. Baek's jaw clenched tight enough to snap steel. He spat a single word. Weak. Nearby, Jung rubbed his throbbing hand and grimaced. That mythical artifact. Its power is absolutely off the charts. Yu cheered with a twisted sense of glee. It can even tear open dimension gates? She scowled, her voice dropping. Don't think I'll hand it over to you. Yu's expression instantly turned ice cold. Besides, you already possess a treasure of greater value, don't you? Yu's mask of friendliness returned with a wide grin. Fair point, he smirked, sealing the thought. Do you honestly believe you have the mana to wield Draupnir and revive the Sorcerer King? Jung grimaced, side-eyeing Rugon. Finally, her voice dropped to a conspiratorial whisper. No. The energy is volatile. I can't control it perfectly yet. But that doesn't mean we'll struggle to crush our great enemy and those 2 human insects. Yu remained silent, his mind racing with calculations. Then he did the unthinkable. Resting a hand on his chin, he flashed a bright, disarming smile. Then perhaps I don't need to lift a finger, His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. At least for the moment. Back in the fray, a storm of slashes decimated the pink crystal constructs. JaeHyun's eyes glowed with a feral light, a warrior lost to the thrill of battle. Every step he took left a trail of destruction. JaeHyun's face was a mask of stone as he gripped his weapon. Draupnir. That mythical-grade necklace had just torn open a portal right before his eyes. I can't be sure if she created this entire instance dungeon herself, or if she simply warped us into an existing one. Whatever she is doing, it isn't her own power. But with a mythical-grade artifact in this leveling Manhwa reality, that changes everything. Surrounded by the horde, Bayek's sword sang a flash of blinding white light cleaved the air. His sapphire eyes burned with an unbreakable resolve. My absolute calculation isn't working. Which means this isn't a standard skill or curse. It's something else entirely. Camilla stood amidst the chaotic swirl of mana, completely unfazed. It's the artifact's energy. JaeHyun slid his hands into his pockets, his gaze piercing the distance. Looks like we've found the second legendary item. Aside from Heimdall's horn, that is. A smirk played on JaeHyun's lips. He made a silent vow. That treasure will be mine. The dust settled, returning the dungeon to an eerie silence. Baek broke the quiet, his voice heavy with suspicion. I'm going to ask you one more time. He stepped closer, his aura flaring. JaeHyun, are you the Black Gem? JaeHyun didn't flinch. Yes, that's me. Denying it now would only fuel Baek's growing hostility. The answer hit Baek like a hammer. Killing intent exploded from his body. Then tell me, are you an enemy of humanity? If you really are a monster, why save everyone during the training incident? Why play the part of the hero? Are you just a hypocrite? JaeHyun stood in silence, his expression unreadable. Finally he sighed. I don't have some grand noble purpose. Then, Baek started, but JaeHyun cut him off. And I don't consider anyone my enemy, though I admit, my standards are a bit twisted. Baek paused, glancing over at Camilla. Baek turned his gaze back, piercing JaeHyun. So, what are these standards? The tension was thick enough to choke on. JaeHyun shrugged, meeting the glare head-on. It just depends on my mood. Camilla groaned in disbelief. Are you kidding me right now? JaeHyun rubbed the back of his head, looking away. It's nothing complex. It's just... He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low growl. I'll do whatever it takes to protect the people I love. That's it. Baek didn't speak. He gritted his teeth and slammed JaeHyun by the collar. You could have killed me in the ruins that day. You could have buried your secret forever. The memory of that sword, a light that could sever the heavens, flashed in Baek's mind. He loosened his grip, recalling the figure in the cloak. Baek exhaled, the fight draining out of him. But you didn't. His eyes hardened again. Fine. But based on those standards of yours, I'll be watching your every move. The suffocating tension finally broke. Camilla let out a breath. I prefer working alone, she said, eyeing them both. But in this hellhole, teaming up is the only way to survive. JaeHyun studied her, a faint smile returning. You catch on quick. Then his demeanor shifted instantly. He rubbed his neck, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Just make sure my secret stays a secret. Scene shift. A blade of pure white energy tore through the dimension, screaming like a banshee. The impact sent Baek skidding back. But the force was overwhelming. It crushed the beast into the dirt with the weight of 1,000 tons. Bake planted his boot on the creature's skull, pinning it down. I've never faced a dragon with this kind of raw power. You know anything about this beast? No, JaeHyun replied. I didn't sense this pressure from the dark elves. The monsters here. They're far stronger than their displayed levels. Is it a dungeon buff? We need to stay sharp. Bak sheathed his blade. That's not our priority right now. Let's move. Camilla nodded. That woman claimed the auction hostages are still alive. We're on the clock. As they rushed ahead, JaeHyun lingered. He turned back his gaze, sweeping the empty space as if searching for a ghost. The wasteland was silent. Too silent. Suddenly, JaeHyun's crimson eyes flared. System Nonya engaged active reconnaissance skill. Activated. JaeHyun froze. Hold up, there's someone over there. Camilla spun around, confused. What, we just cleared that area? She squinted at the empty horizon. Nothing. But then a shiver ran down her spine. Wait. I sense it too. A massive surge of mana. System alert. The path to the Valley of Greed has opened. Meanwhile, Jung gasped as his bracelet pulsed with ominous light. She stared at the artifact, panic rising in her chest. The great enemy. He's moving way faster than my calculations predicted. What the hell did he just do? Back with the squad, JaeHyun's expression was grim. He stepped in front of Beck. I'm taking point from here. It looks like I'm the one being hunted. Is he revisiting the same thoughts he had back at the ruins? The protagonist smirked, a silent agreement forming. That is right, even if our objectives here are polar opposites. Val fixed a piercing, unblinking gaze on JaeHyun. Finally, the decision was made. I will bring up the rear, Val declared. Camilla, you take the center and provide support. Camilla rolled her eyes, offering no argument to the plan. Her eyes followed his straight, unyielding back as he moved. Instructions given, he turned to leave. Camilla stepped forward, tapping JaeHyun lightly on the shoulder. JaeHyun turned slowly to face her. Camilla smiled, her curiosity piquing. You seem entirely different from the man at the ruins. Which one is the real you? He let out a weary breath, his voice cold. Both are me. Everyone wears two faces, do they not? Under the ethereal blue glow of energy spheres, JaeHyun, Camilla, and Val stood ready for war. JaeHyun's face was a mask of indifference as the system interface flashed, typical of a system Manhwa. System Nornir, activating active scouting skill. The path to the Valley of Greed lower level has materialized. Defeat the boss monster Fafnir of Greed to return to your world. His eyes narrowed into dangerous slits. Fafnir, he thought. The Dragon of Greed. Originally a dwarf who tried to steal the cursed treasure of the gods. That dwarf was blinded by gold, unable to conquer his own avarice. He murdered his own father and exiled his brother just to hoard the treasure. Yet paranoia consumed him. Terrified of thieves, he transformed into a dragon and vanished into the shadows with his stolen gold. The Valley of Greed must be his lair. But more importantly, a dragon destined to be slain by a Dragon Slayer wielding the sword Balmung. JaeHyun broke the silence. We need to be on high alert from this moment on. Camilla and Val's eyes widened at the spectacle unfolding before them. A blinding pillar of light erupted ahead. The system displayed, "You have discovered Fafnir's lair." Camilla muttered the name, Fafnir. Val asked skeptically, "The dragon from the myths?" JaeHyun ignored the question, his voice dropping an octave. "Let us go." Swept up by a raging energy storm, the three figures vanished into the shattering golden light. JaeHyun blinked, and the world shifted. Mountains of gold coins stretched endlessly, encircling them in a prison of wealth. He scanned the area with curiosity. So this is it. Camilla stared blankly, voicing her thoughts. This is exactly how I imagined a dragon's lair would look. Val remained composed, warning them. Do not drop your guard. That dragon will show itself soon. She summoned her magic staff, nodding. Naturally. They fanned out, senses heightened. Suddenly, a single coin tumbled down beside JaeHyun. It chimed against the stone floor, a crisp sound in the silence. The coin rolled, coming to a halt right at his feet. JaeHyun's eyes darted toward the noise. Peace was short-lived. The dimension shook violently. Gnarly claws burst from the mountain of gold. Fafnir descended, his destructive power trembling the very air. The protagonist stood distinct, unflinching as he analyzed every movement. The rugged face, armored in steel-hard scales, finally revealed itself. Burning golden eyes, snapped open pupils slit like vertical daggers. With a dry rasp, the monster's thick eyelids narrowed, scrutinizing the tiny insects before it with absolute contempt. System notifications flooded his vision. Dungeon boss Fafnir of Greed has appeared. This was the peak of a leveling Manhwa challenge. Boss level reduced due to restrictions. You are the first to encounter an S+ rank boss. Fafnir loomed over JaeHyun, roaring his fury at the heavens. Camilla shielded her face from the shockwave, whispering, "Reduce strength and still, S+, you have got to be kidding me. JaeHyun remained silent as a statue. Finally, his lips parted. We can do this. He glanced at Val. Do you not remember? Old memories flooded back. The ear-splitting clash of metal. Two figures colliding at supersonic speeds, creating white streaks that severed the sky. Val had cut them all down with his sharp blade. A smile hidden behind a mask. Who said there was only one Balmung in this world? Camilla gasped, stunned. JaeHyun extended his hand, and a terrifying aura began to radiate. Active skill weapon recreation. You have created the Dragon Slayer Sword Balmung. JaeHyun gripped the hilt, internal triumph swelling. Luck is on my side. 2 Balmungs. JaeHyun looked at Val. This strategy works, right? Val lowered his eyes. Without a doubt. Gripping their weapons, their confidence soared. The system chimed. Activated special effect of Balmung. JaeHyun smirked, watching the transformation. Passive skill activated. Dragon Slayer. All damage against dragons increased by 300%. Camilla voiced her dread. I think this dragon intends to melt us all into slag. Fafnir roared, jaws parting to unleash a torrent of magma-like fire. The ground turned to orange sludge, bubbling and hissing, threatening to dissolve anything it touched. A powerful stomp splashed the molten liquid into the air, creating a deadly rain of fire. JaeHyun and Val charged into the inferno. He shouted, "We will draw its aggro!" Camilla, you hit it with everything you have. His figure blurred like a phantom, narrowly dodging the razor-sharp beams tearing through space. Amidst the fiery glow, JaeHyun spun into a combat stance to face Fafnir. But Camilla, she was a battle mage specializing in close quarters. Her melee combat skills surpassed even JaeHyun's. This is my chance, he thought, to witness the power of one of the world's strongest mages. A cocky half-smile played on his lips. JaeHyun's eyes blazed with confidence. Channeling mana into his legs, he launched himself into the air, landing on Fafnir's colossal back. JaeHyun screamed over the chaos. Camilla, how long to activate a curse? Val looked up. JaeHyun looked down, fearless. Above him, an abyssal maw filled with jagged teeth descended like the Grim Reaper. He gripped his greatsword, ready for the strike. As the jaws snapped shut, he leaned into the dodge. Below, Camilla calculated rapidly. 20 seconds. Val assessed the situation. Fine, we will buy you that time. JaeHyun skidded boots, grinding against the scales to break. 20 seconds. Not a problem. He exhaled, eyes flashing. Active skill engaged. Frozen. Defrozen in. Vortishoid. A bone-chilling frost exploded outward, instantly turning the ground into a barren wasteland of white. The biting cold rose like a tide, devouring every gold coin in its path with the sickening sound of shattering earth. JaeHyun stood calm in the eye of the storm, a lone figure amidst the jagged glaciers. Fafnir roared, a beast of pure destruction, charging headfirst into the freezing hellscape. Bach saw the opening and screamed over the gale. Now, Camilla, unleash your active skill. The water mage floated with effortless grace, raising her hand to the heavens. Instantly, a massive golden magic circle blazed to life behind her. A crimson vortex spiraled into existence, crashing down with the weight of a mountain, a pillar of red light annihilating the ground below. Spears of energy tore through the wind like a waterfall, dripping with freezing, killing intent. But the counterattack was instant. With a mere flick of her wrist, she summoned a deluge of pitch-black lances, a rain of darkness meant to erase everything in its path. JaeHyun watched the chaos, a smirk playing on his lips. Magnificent. Camilla's expression remained icy as she pointed forward. From the center of her formation, blood-red energy beams fired in a frenzied barrage. Fafnir bellowed in fury, bearing razor-sharp fangs as the storm of dark energy swallowed him whole. The beast craned its neck, looking skyward in shock. JaeHyun narrowed his eyes, scanning the creature. His gaze locked onto the reverse scales on the dragon's neck. Bach had the same idea. Surely they both realized that was the boss's weak point. A cross-shaped slash imbued with cold blue aura struck Fafnir directly. But Bach exhaled, his face falling. It's no good. Looking at the monster's condition, the grim reality set in. That attack didn't deal a single point of damage. JaeHyun and Bach stared up at the towering Fafnir. Its eyes glowed with a threatening light. JaeHyun observed Fafnir, his face a mask of calm, before whispering to Bach. No. Something has changed in the pattern. Suddenly, a low guttural voice cut through the noise. JaeHyun's pupils dilated as he looked at the source. Fafnir was looking right at them, and speaking. More. I need more. I want more gold. The dragon opened its maw, exhaling a breath of pure calamity. The impact was deafening. A terrifying shockwave exploded, burying JaeHyun's figure in the epicenter. Camilla gritted her teeth, covering her ears against the sonic boom. The massive ice block shattered into 1,000 razor-sharp shards, spraying across the battlefield. Fafnir beat his crimson wings, generating a violent gale that blew away everything in its vicinity. He roared at the heavens, his voice trembling with rage. Disgusting! Odin, a ring that births gold! JaeHyun's eyes widened. What did he just say? Odin, why is that name appearing in this dungeon? He was stunned by the monster's twisted expression. Fafnir clutched his face. Gold. Fafnir. Odin. The connection between these three names clicked into place. JaeHyun recalled the research he did on the Einherjar Guild. There was a passage about this in the lore. Andvari's ring. A cursed artifact that creates gold, but brings ruin to its master. A divine curse placed upon the gold Fafnir stole. That must be the ring he's raving about. Looking at Fafnir's madness, the curse is still active. We thought the reverse scale was the weak point, but physical attacks are useless against a curse. That means... JaeHyun analyzed the situation instantly. We were hitting the wrong target. Where is the real weak point? JaeHyun whispered the answer. The source of the curse. He looked at Fafnir with suspicion. Does Fafnir still have the ring? JaeHyun turned to Bak. I think this boss can communicate. Let me ask you something. The dragon's glowing eyes shifted to the human. Fafnir gritted his teeth. What? Why is a human insect here? JaeHyun looked up calmly. Did Odin use you and your family? Hearing that the beast's eyes dimmed as if recalling a distant memory, Fafnir's voice rumbled with sorrow. Yes, they are all dead. My family. That bastard Odin. He slaughtered them all. Camilla shielded her face from the dust. She listened solemnly to the creature's confession. JaeHyun remained expressionless. I see. Another distorted legend. If I remember correctly, in the Asgard theme dungeon, Thor forced him into submission. This is completely different from the original myth. Even his sister Roskva was kidnapped here. In this timeline, Odin and the Aesir wiped out Fafnir's clan. JaeHyun made an offer. I will break your shackles and help you take revenge on your family's killers. But before he could finish, the dragon thrashed in madness. Odin, I hate him, Odin! JaeHyun cursed under his breath. Damn it, he's entered a berserk state. Diplomacy is off the table. Bak, seeing him muttering, turned in confusion. Hey JaeHyun, what the hell is going on? Were you just talking to Fafnir? JaeHyun froze. You guys didn't hear his voice. Bak shook his head. I only heard the beast screaming. Camilla chimed in. Same here. It seems you're the only one who can hear the system's translation. Forget it. Activate active skill magic detection. If you won't stop, I'll force you to stop. JaeHyun saw the mana flow shift. His forehead. A sharp light flashed in JaeHyun's eyes. That's it. The weak point is the ring hidden under the scale on his forehead. Camilla and Bak snapped to attention. Bak glanced sideways. Camilla mirrored him. They understood the assignment without a word, standing back to back. Camilla shouted, I'll support you this time. Bak nodded. I'm counting on you. An attack carrying overwhelming destructive power slammed straight into Fafnir's weak point. But nothing changed. Bak stood, stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He ground his teeth in frustration. Damn it, he's tougher than I calculated. Just one more hit. If I can land a clean shot, I can pierce that scale. Bak clenched his fist, resolving to burn his life force if necessary. I have to strike now. But suddenly JaeHyun's voice cut in from behind. Step aside. In a blur of motion, JaeHyun pulled out a skill card and absorbed it instantly. The system window flashed. You have recorded Sword Garden into the blank card. This is a classic moment in any leveling Manhwa passive skill. Sword Garden. Rank S effect. Maximizes proficiency and power of all sword-type skills to the absolute limit. This is the foundation skill for the formless sword technique. Mana surged violently inside his body. The corners of JaeHyun's mouth curved up. A smile of pure satisfaction. I finally got exactly what I wanted. He gripped his blade. His eyes were cold, his focus absolute. Mana poured from the blade, condensing to the breaking point, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Bak stared at the swirling vortex of mana, his body frozen in awe. Bak recognized it instantly. There was no doubt. That is the legendary formless sword technique. JaeHyun took a deep breath. Focus. He zeroed in on a single focal point, thrusting his blade forward with lethal precision. In that split second, the system Manhwa interface flashed before his eyes. Active skill, triggered invisible sword style. Second form, phantom slash. A cataclysmic surge of mana erupted like a breaking dam. The sheer pressure caused the very heavens to tremble as JaeHyun's blade wailed, shattering Fafnir's impenetrable armor into dust. Through the torn fissures, his aura flooded in, ravaging the beast's internal organs with merciless destruction. Time seemed to freeze. Camilla watched in stunned silence. He actually did it. A smirk of absolute victory curled the hunter's lips. The alerts weren't finished. Authority unlocked. Active skill Wrath of the Thunder God. The display blinded him with its intensity. What in the world? Camilla's eyes went wide, her jaw hitting the floor. What kind of power is that? Blood-red lightning crackled around his blade like a living web, the screeching energy tearing the air apart. Under that godlike pressure, Andvari's ring was ripped violently from Fafnir's colossal form. The cursed artifact spun helplessly in the mana torrent, its golden glint fighting a losing battle against the violent sea of crimson lightning. Snap. The sound of a fracture echoed. JaeHyun's heart pounded against his ribs, triumph blazing in his eyes. I've got you now. In a heartbeat, the ring shattered into oblivion, its shards devoured by the storm of mana. System notification. You have successfully destroyed Andvari's ring. Ethereal chains materialized from the void, binding Fafnir instantly. The dragon's massive frame crashed onto the cold earth with a thunderous boom. Dust billowed out like a smokescreen, but the team didn't hesitate. They rushed toward the fallen beast. System alert: Odin has lost control over Fafnir. The chaotic madness in the dragon's glowing eyes surged one last time, before fading into darkness. Clarity returned to the beast's gaze. Amidst the settling dust, JaeHyun stood with his hand extended, his aura blazing, his cold stare dominating the battlefield. The monster remained pinned by the pressure. Camilla turned to their tank voice, trembling. That skill? That was your invisible sword style, wasn't it? Beck nodded solemnly. Yeah. He fell silent, unable to find the words to explain the absurdity he just witnessed. And that terrifying lightning, Camilla pressed, glancing at the protagonist. I thought you couldn't use that without the Sword Garden trait. How is he breaking the rules of the system? Beck sighed, his voice dropping to a whisper. Let's just agree on one thing. We never ever want that guy as an enemy. JaeHyun shoved his hands in his pockets, staring down the behemoth. So, you planning to explain what the hell is going on? You don't have much time left anyway. To his surprise, Fafnir rejoiced. Finally. The day of liberation has arrived. A grotesque smile stretched the dragon's face, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs glinting in the gloom. Yes. You have earned the right to hear this tale. O human who severed my chains, Fafnir rasped, I shall grant you the truth you seek. The ruin began with the arrival of a single guest. He began, his voice heavy with the weight of ancient history. My father was a dwarf king. I was the second of 3 sons. My brother Otter often used shape-shifting magic to take the form of a beast and catch fish for our table. Fafnir's voice cracked with sorrow. But one fateful day, he did not return. The memory played out in Fafnir's mind with agonizing clarity. We waited as the sun set, and when darkness fell, he continued. A stranger arrived at our door. He claimed to be a weary traveler. He begged for lodging, claiming the night was too dark to journey further. As payment for our hospitality, Fafnir recalled, he offered us the pelt of a fresh kill. The dragon's tone grew heavy. That pelt. It was all too familiar. It was the skin of an otter. My brother had been skinned. My father crumbled. He held the bloody remains, screaming the name of the son he would never hold again. Fury ignited in Fafnir's dying eyes. The traveler realized his grave error. He said, Since I have slain your kin, allow me to pay the blood price. I will cover this pelt in enough gold to hide it from sight. Then he waved his staff. Fafnir remembered the magic vividly. Gold rained down from the empty air. The gold buried my brother's remains, Fafnir growled, and atop the pile sat a single ring. His expression darkened. It was an object of pure maddening desire. None of us could look away. Fafnir's gaze drifted into the void, lost in the curse of the past. That ring poisoned our souls. It led us to this wretched end. JaeHyun rubbed his chin, piecing it together. So that traveler was... Precisely, it was Odin. Fafnir paused. You do not seem surprised. JaeHyun massaged his neck, sighing. Let's just say I've seen enough crazy stuff lately to last a lifetime. Suddenly, Fafnir's massive body began to dissolve into particles of light. The dragon groaned in agony, his voice flickering like a dying candle. My time is up. He summoned every ounce of his remaining strength. I have one final question. His eyes burned with a desperate need for answers. Human, who exactly are you? JaeHyun looked away coolly. Ever heard of the Norns? The dragon froze. You mean? I am the Calamity, JaeHyun interrupted. The prophesized enemy destined to bring Asgard to ruin. He shrugged nonchalantly. Or so they tell me. Fafnir's face contorted in shock, his eyes widening to their limits. It all makes sense now. Fafnir swallowed the lump in his throat. Earlier, you vowed to take vengeance on my behalf. I have my own score to settle with that bastard, JaeHyun stated flatly. Consider your vengeance part of the package. Peace finally washed over the beast. Excellent. Fafnir hissed, a mix of vindication and relief. You possess the divine power. It is raw, yes. But in your hands, it will be enough. With that, he spoke his final words. I grant you a final gift. JaeHyun froze. A gift Fafnir's gaze locked onto him, burning with absolute trust. This will aid you in the wars to come. The dragon's eyelids grew heavy, his voice fading into the wind. I pray your journey finds the peace I never could. With those final words, Fafnir's eyes closed forever. His breath ceased. In that exact second, the system flashed, congratulations. You are the first human to successfully slaughter a dragon. Silence reigned. Finally, JaeHyun spoke, voice steel hard. Rest easy, I will avenge you. The system chimed again. Rewards available for defeating Fafnir. Level increased by 3. Skill activated divine plunder. The interface glowed, signaling the theft of Fafnir's divinity. The system continued its report. User's divinity has increased. Title acquired Dragon Slayer. Gift from Fafnir retrieved. JaeHyun stared, disbelief washing over him like a tidal wave. The screen read, You have received a dragon egg hatching imminent. His eyes widened. A dragon egg. He reached out instinctively. The egg hummed with energy before settling gently into his palm. The others snapped out of their trance, rushing toward him with a mix of awe and wariness. Bach's voice cut through the air, cold as a blade. Looks like the show's over. But I have a mountain of questions for you. He stepped closer, his aura radiating suffocating pressure. How the hell did you use my unique skill? JaeHyun stood motionless, his expression unreadable as stone. After a heavy pause, JaeHyun spoke slowly. I can't explain the details, and quite frankly, I don't have a reason to. He continued. More importantly, there's something else. Bach frowned. Something else. JaeHyun glanced back, a faint, chilling smirk playing on his lips. Eyes void of warmth. The system interface materialized before JaeHyun. Active skill triggered conquest. It was a scene straight out of a leveling manhwa. Back in the massive guild hall, space tore open. A portal materialized, sending ripples of azure energy cascading outward. The trio stepped out from the void. Camilla scanned the room and immediately locked onto Min Seong-oh, who lay unconscious in the corner. Bach furrowed his brow. What about the rest? Camilla replied calmly. They're out of the coma. She knelt, checking Min Seong-oh's vitals with trembling hands. Her voice dropped heavy with dread. But they're drained. Completely empty. If we leave them like this, they'll die. Bach looked conflicted. What about healing magic? She sighed, frustration evident. You know I'm a vanguard class. I only possess basic first aid magic. Bach countered. It's better than doing nothing. While I stabilize them, call the June Guild for support. Jun shot it down immediately. Too late. Suddenly, JaeHyun stepped into the center, eyes fixed on the fallen. A faint, enigmatic smile touched JaeHyun's lips. He turned, and blinding golden light erupted from his core like a supernova. Radiant energy swirled around him like a divine storm. The system voice rang out, active skill triggered sacrifice. Camilla reeled back in shock. Impossible. She knew his file. JaeHyun was a battle mage, a dual genius of sword and sorcery. Chaos stormed through her mind. This defied all logic. She couldn't believe the miracle unfolding before her eyes. A battle mage shouldn't possess healing power of this magnitude. Golden particles drifted from the unconscious bodies, gathering around JaeHyun in a vortex of light. Camilla gulped, her throat dry as dust. No one had ever manipulated mana like this. It was godlike. Then magnificent wings of light sprouted from his back. Camilla froze, 1,000 questions racing through her heart. What is that form? What kind of magic is this? Then it hit her. Her face went pale, eyes wide with terror. Sacrifice. That's the Saintess's unique skill. How can you? JaeHyun cut her off, voice low. I told you. Don't ask. Cold sweat beaded on Bach's pale face. The realization struck him hard. The unwritten rule of the Awakener world. He finally understood. You do not question a monster's secrets. Bach thought, I get it now. After slaying Fafnir, JaeHyun had transcended. Bach mused darkly. The rumors don't do him justice. They don't even capture half of his true power. Slowly, the wings of light dissolved into shimmering dust. JaeHyun turned, looking down at Min Seong-oh. Hey, you awake yet? The atmosphere settled, as if the divine display was just a hallucination. Min Seong-oh frowned, lips trembling, before letting out a pained groan. He bolted upright, clutching his throbbing head. What the hell happened? JaeHyun raised a hand. Stay still, you're safe now. He leaned in. I know you're exhausted, but I need answers. JaeHyun pressed on. A pale-skinned girl came looking for you, didn't she? Min Seong-oh froze, his expression hardening instantly. Seeing no point in hiding it, Min Seong-oh replied guiltily. I'm sorry. I blacked out the moment she appeared. He rubbed his temples, fighting the migraine. He took a ragged breath. I don't know what happened after, but I remember one thing. Min Seong-oh's eyes darkened. When I approached her, Tentacles erupted from her body and struck me down. He slumped, voice heavy with shame. I'm sorry, I can't be more help. JaeHyun stood up slowly. No, that's enough. JaeHyun extended a hand. Thank you, Min Seong-oh. The older man took it, hoisting himself up. He glanced at the others, curiosity burning in his eyes. Are you the one who saved me? Bak nodded grimly. He saved everyone here. Jun rolled his eyes, thinking, this guy just loves to talk. Min Seong-oh asked, wait, aren't you Bak from the European Alliance? He stared at the man, complicated emotions swirling within him. I thought he was just a kid, but I was wrong. Suddenly realization jolted Min Seong-oh like a lightning strike. Wait, are you the cadet Min JaeHyun? His voice rose. The one all over the news lately. JaeHyun sighed softly and nodded. Yeah, that's me. Min Seong-oh stood paralyzed, the corner of his mouth twitching as he suppressed a wave of emotion. He quickly composed himself, straightening his suit and dusting off the dirt. His demeanor shifted instantly to one of profound respect. Manhwa bowed 90 degrees, her voice trembling with absolute reverence. I cannot thank you enough for saving our lives. JaeHyun stood like a statue, offering only silence. Then the corner of his mouth quirked up into a smirk of pure victory. JaeHyun's sharp gaze bored into the man before him, a glint of unpredictable amusement dancing in his eyes. Much appreciated. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the glass, flooding the quiet hotel suite with a golden glow. Suddenly, the sharp chime of the doorbell shattered the silence, catching JaeHyun's attention. Lounging on the sofa with his chin in his hand, he called out, "It's here." Moments later, JaeHyun returned, clutching a mysterious box in his hands. He placed the box on the table with the tenderness of a mother holding a newborn. Staring at the prize before him, JaeHyun couldn't suppress his delight, letting out a long sigh of relief. Perfect. I secured it. Memories of yesterday flashed through his mind like a movie reel. Back then, Manhwa had made a proactive offer. This doesn't seem like enough of a reward. The item you won at the auction. Allow us to convert it into a transcendence stone on your behalf, he had insisted. Whatever you need, just name it. We will support you with everything we have. Snapping back to reality, JaeHyun's eyes were glued to the box on the table. His face beamed with triumph. Finally. It's mine. He flipped the lid open. The moment he saw the artifact inside, he exclaimed in pure joy, "The Transcendence Stone." Instantly, the blue holographic system interface materialized. Item-equipped Ring of Transcendence, Rank A. A ring that amplifies mana and boosts magic power. It grants the active skill overload. The text glowed before JaeHyun's eyes. Active skill overload, Rank A. It amplifies mana, increasing skill potency by 1.5 times for 5 minutes. Thanks to the Transcendence Stone, the mana restriction has been completely removed. He pondered the implications. My combat capabilities have skyrocketed. But in that very second, the system Manhwa interface flickered again. A clear notification popped up. Item Unhatched Dragon Egg. It holds the dormant power and potential of Fafnir. Hatching time unknown. The dragon egg materialized out of thin air. JaeHyun instinctively reached out to catch it. I can't just lug this around everywhere. Soon it rested snugly in the palm of his hand. How on earth do I make this thing hatch? Just then the system screen radiated a new light, demanding JaeHyun's attention. A hint appeared. Conditions for the unhatched dragon egg. Status updated. To hatch the egg, it must consume mana stones. His eyes widened. Mana stones? JaeHyun made a quick decision. Well, I have been saving up a fortune. He whipped out his phone, fingers dancing across the screen to dial a familiar number. Time to spend some cash. In moments, a well-known voice resonated from the other end. Hello, JaeHyun spoke up. Uncle, it's Min JaeHyun. The voice on the line froze for a heartbeat, trembling with a mix of shock and anxiety. JaeHyun, is something wrong? Don't tell me JaeHyun caused another incident. Meanwhile, deep in a research lab, JaeHyun's parents were buried in their work. The sudden ringtone made JaeHyun's father jump. He snatched up the receiver. The moment he heard that familiar voice, his eyes lit up like high-grade mana crystals. His face betrayed shock, yet excitement bubbled underneath. He thought to himself, my daughter must have caused a catastrophe for JaeHyun to call me personally. But contrary to his fears, the main character immediately denied it. No, sir. I actually have a favor to ask regarding business. It's regarding JaeHyun's father let out a hearty, boisterous laugh, cutting JaeHyun off mid-sentence. Mana stones, right, consider it done. I'll have them prepped. How much do you need? JaeHyun replied urgently. Yes, exactly. Hearing the quantity, the older man gasped. Say what that many... In this intense Manhwa recap moment, we shift to the European Alliance headquarters. Bale was in the middle of an emergency summit. The air in the room was heavy, suffocating enough to crush a weaker man. Sungsik gritted his teeth. Are you serious right now? Bale clenched his fist, confirming without hesitation. Yes. Effective immediately, I order the cessation of all efforts to hunt down Black Robe. The man slammed his hand on the table, the thud echoing like a gunshot. Sungsik roared in fury. Do you realize what you're saying? Are we just going to ignore the massacre at the ruins? The whole world will think we're incompetent fools. But when Bale's icy gaze locked onto him, a chill ran down Sungsik's spine. His aggressive aura vanished like smoke in a hurricane. Bale's voice dropped to absolute zero. This is the optimal strategic decision I can make as the representative. Is that logic insufficient? The man retorted. Obviously, give us a convincing reason. Another member chimed in demanding answers. I agree with him. Why the sudden change in policy? Camilla stepped in to explain. We couldn't stop him. Even with our combined forces, we were helpless. Sungsik couldn't believe his ears. Excuse me. She voiced her deepest fear. I do not believe we have the capability to defeat him even if we mobilized our entire military might. Camilla lowered her head, her voice trembling with hesitation. She took a deep breath, deciding to drop the brutal truth. If we value our lives, we must stop hunting him immediately. Later that afternoon, crates overflowing with mana stones were delivered to JaeHyun's suite. Staring at the mountain of resources, he couldn't help but praise the service. Incredible. Same-day delivery, uncle, really is too generous. The azure stones shimmered in the twilight, pulsing with raw energy. Suddenly, the doorbell rang again, a sharp sound slicing through the peace, making him jump. The door swung open to reveal his close circle of friends. JaeHyun spoke first, her face glowing with excitement, eyes sparkling like stars. Hey Min-jae-hun, my parents mentioned you bought a massive haul of spirit stones, so we came to check it out. JaeHyun wasn't surprised. He had calculated this outcome. I figured you'd show up. It's true I bought them. But isn't barging in like this a bit rude? JaeHyun furrowed his brow, feigning annoyance. We all came together, she explained. Dad told me and I sprinted here instantly. I just had to see what kind of trouble you're getting into this time. Ina's cheeks turned a shade of crimson as she looked away. We were curious too, Hyun reassured him. It's just us. The second years are stuck in a special lecture. Anyway, engineers usually buy spirit stones to research artifacts, right? He glanced at the door. Ah, that's right. JaeHyun wasted no time introducing the reason for his massive purchase. I actually have this. She leaned in, eyes locked on the object, gasping in surprise. What is that? Is it an egg? He reached into the crate, pulling out a mana stone that pulsed with a soft ethereal light. JaeHyun wasted no time pressing the mana stone directly against the mysterious shell. He explained with urgency, I heard if it absorbs spiritual energy it will hatch faster. His jaw dropped as a reaction triggered instantly. Guan so-yulds like a plan. Rojung screamed with delight, her eyes sparkling. Really? Let's feed it right now. In the blink of an eye, the interface exploded with notifications, a classic trope in this manhwa recap. The system announced the egg has absorbed an A-rank spirit stone. Hatching probability has increased. Moments later, the shell began to shudder violently. She gasped in shock. Look, it's shaking! Ina whispered, tension filling the air. It's coming. It's about to be born. Suddenly, spiderweb cracks tore across the surface, spreading like lightning in a split second. Blinding rays of golden magic poured from the fissures, flooding the room with celestial light. The majestic scene left JaeHyun paralyzed, his voice caught in his throat. Ina's eyes went wide, her heart hammering against her ribs like a war drum threatening to burst out of her chest. Rojung and Hoyeon stood frozen like statues, their gazes trembling with pure shock. They couldn't process the miracle unfolding before them. Then a tiny sharp claw pierced the shell. Fragments of the shell rained down, the crisp sound of breaking glass echoing in the silence. In a heartbeat, the creature inside broke free from its prison. It was a hatchling dragon, its scales burned with a brilliant orange hue, radiating a gentle warmth like a newborn flame. Rojung's heart melted instantly as she screamed internally. It is devastatingly cute. She quickly covered her mouth, tears of joy welling up in her shimmering eyes. Oh my god. At that exact moment, the cold mechanical voice of the system rang out again. Fafnir II. A small dragon inheriting the ancient power of Fafnir. It is now your guardian deity. The system introduced it simply, current rank D, status juvenile. However, its growth potential exceeds rank S+. Reading the blue holographic text, JaeHyun was thunderstruck. His mind raced. What did that say? Exceeds S+, JaeHyun thought, his mind reeling. In a typical awakening manhwa, hunters who specialize in raiding often carry guardians. They are the tamer class. Owning such an adorable guardian beast was a cheat code for boosting popularity with the public. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. But obtaining a guardian is legendary difficulty, and raising one without special skills is nearly impossible. The logic of this leveling manhwa system echoed in his mind. That's why I never dared to dream of having one. Seeing the baby dragon reach out with its tiny paws, eyes full of expectation, he sighed softly and reached out, cradling it gently in his arms. Suddenly, a blur of motion snatched the dragon away. Rojung was already rubbing her cheek against the dragon's scales, completely entranced. What is this? Where did this cute little guy come from? Ina cautiously reached out, tapping the dragon's nose, her voice dripping with curiosity. Since when did you learn taming skills? She turned to JaeHyun with a suspicious glare. He shrugged. I didn't learn it. I just picked it up in a dungeon. JaeHyun's gaze drifted to the corner where Hoyeon was cowering against the wall. He frowned, confused. Hoyeon, why are you hiding over there? He stammered, sweat beading on his forehead. I'm not really into animals. Actually, I'm kind of terrified of them. JaeHyun sighed, exhaling a breath of pure exhaustion. Hoyeon made a weak excuse. It's just a personal preference. Suddenly, Rojung shouted, cutting through the conversation. I've decided. JaeHyun blinked. Decided what? His name will be Lee. Rojung stared at the dragon with starry eyes. You like that, don't you? Looking at the dragon's flat expression, JaeHyun retorted. It's obvious he hates it. She snapped back. Don't ruin our friendship. How would you know if he likes it? JaeHyun replied with a deadpan expression. Isn't it obvious? His next words left Rojung utterly speechless. His name is Fafnir II, so let's just call him Fafnir. Plus, he looks like a puppy anyway. Ina kept glancing at Fafnir, thinking, that is dangerously adorable. The next day, the doorbell screamed, shattering the peace of the house. JaeHyun opened the door, a dark aura of annoyance swirling around him. Rojung stood there, beaming like the sun. We're here. Seowon glared at him with her usual icy expression. Jae-sang waved awkwardly. Hey. JaeHyun clicked his tongue in irritation, signaling them to enter. The air grew heavy with silence as the guests made themselves at home. Suddenly, JaeHyun pinched Rojung's cheek, making her yelp in surprise. Seeing her feign innocence, he interrogated her. Didn't you come over yesterday? Why are you here again? Meanwhile, Seowon and Jae-sang were staring at Fafnir in awe. The dragon assessed the newcomers with curious eyes and let out a chirp. A shadow moved with lightning speed, snatching Fafnir into the air. Rojung hugged him tight, rubbing her face against him with obsessive affection. Don't be so cold. How could I leave this little guy alone when he loves me this much? Right. Lee. JaeHyun could only facepalm. He opened his status window, researching while lecturing her. Call him Fafnir. He found a guide, How to Care for a Gold-Loving Fafnir too. While Rojung and the others played happily with Fafnir, JaeHyun was studying the manual like a scholar. They have a short temper and the mental age of a 5-year-old human. You must satisfy their desires. JaeHyun scratched his head, groaning in disbelief. Seriously, is it going to be this hard? Rojung cradled Fafnir, drowning in happiness. She sighed. Oh my god, do you love me that much? Lee is such a good boy. JaeHyun corrected her again. I told you his name is Fafnir. He continued reading the holographic text, learning the mechanics of this system Manhwa. Fafnir II grows alongside the owner's strength. If the owner hunts monsters and gains experience, the dragon's level rises and it unlocks new skills. Crucially, play with the dragon often while it is young. Otherwise, its personality will become twisted. Rojung lifted Fafnir's front paws, posing him like the Lion King. She looked at JaeHyun with pleading eyes. Hey, can I take Lee home with me? He gritted his teeth, annoyed. Fafnir. Call him Fafnir first, and absolutely not. Failing with him, Rojung turned to Seowon. Try holding him. He's unbearably cute. Seowon tried to look away, but reluctantly agreed. Fine. Fafnir's tiny nose twitched as he caught a scent. The pink lollipop in Seoyun's hand had locked onto his radar. Fafnir narrowed his eyes, staring intensely at the target. A low growl rumbled in his throat. The predator had found its prey. She looked at him warily, slowly extending her hand. As her hand got close, Fafnir shrieked in annoyance and swiped his claws across the back of her hand. Tears welled up in her eyes as she cried out, Why does he only hate me? The scene shifted to the next day at Musuyondu Academy, where a man sat in his office, his face calm but impressed. Oh, telling me to be careful. That is a rare sight coming from you. I am actually surprised. She looked at Min JaeHyun with a nonchalant attitude and added, I will authorize your guild entrance permit. He replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Thanks. Yondu pressed on, her tone shifting. By the way, there is something we need to discuss. Min JaeHyun asked, What is it? Yondu's expression darkened instantly as she replied with grave seriousness. Students have been vanishing lately. A gasp of shock escaped him. Yondu lowered her voice, speaking cautiously about the crisis. We are investigating, but a mandate is going out. No student travels alone between home and school. Min JaeHyun narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Who are the missing students? She did not hide the truth, answering bluntly. The first victim was Chain. Yondu recalled the details grimly, along with her entire three-man party. His eyes flashed with sharp vigilance. JaeHyun thought, this is no mere coincidence. He pressed for answers. Did you spot any patterns? She nodded solemnly. Two distinct similarities. Yondu visualized the crime scene as she narrated. First, we found syringes containing a mysterious crimson liquid at every abduction site. She recalled the second detail with a frown of confusion. Second, the surrounding infrastructure was decimated, as if a berserker had gone on a drunken rampage. JaeHyun asked sharply, and that red fluid? Yondu sighed with deep regret. I requested a full guild analysis, but they are dragging their feet even though it is clearly the key to these disappearances. She hesitated, her voice wavering. There is one more thing. He leaned in curious. What else? But she only offered silence and a face full of dark contemplation. Scene shift. The sunset painted the school grounds in blood-red hues. Whispers of mockery spread like a plague among the students. What the hell, he still showed his face here. Their words were invisible daggers aimed straight at Baekdu. Didn't Minjae beat him to a pulp? Why is he still lurking around here like a ghost? The vile gossip echoing in his ears made him grind his teeth in fury. Maybe he is trying to get used to being a loser, who knows? Look at him, zero shame. His team even disbanded. If I were him, I would have ended it all by now. Baekdu kicked a trash can in a blind rage. Damn it! He sobbed in the shadows of a narrow alley, his face twisting with malice. Minjae, you destroyed my legacy. Damn it all, N-Tai-D. Suddenly, a chilling presence materialized behind him. Chain spoke from the gloom, her voice cold as ice. So this is where you have been hiding. Hearing the voice, Baekdu spun around, shocked to see the figure standing there. Chain. He eyed her suspiciously. Rumor has it you are missing, yet here you are looking perfectly fine. Chain replied calmly, I have my reasons. A grotesque smile spread across her face. But that is none of your business. His anger reached a boiling point and Baekdu roared. Are you mocking me right now? Chain maintained that sly grin cutting through his negativity. I have a question for you. Her voice dripped with cryptic malice. Do you despise Minjae? Baekdu scoffed in confusion. What kind of stupid question is that? Chain finally dropped the act. I am asking you directly. Is your hatred strong enough to take his life? Baekdu gritted his teeth, letting the dark waves of hatred consume his will. Baekdu screamed. Of course that bastard ruined everything. My reputation, my team gone. If I had the power, I would slaughter him this instant. She stepped closer, excitement dancing in her eyes. Is that so? I feel exactly the same. Chain produced a syringe. Your hatred seems sufficient. Baekdu stared at the object in her hand. A syringe. He asked warily. What are you plotting? She answered with a provocative smirk. I am offering you a second chance at vengeance. But there is a price. Before he could react, Chain plunged the needle straight into his neck. The drug took hold, instantly turning Baekdu's eyes bloodshot. He shrieked in agony. Chain, eyes consumed by darkness, laughed maniacally. Now ensure you complete the mission. An emergency alert blared from the screen. Breaking news. JaeHyun sat with Fafnir listening intently. A fanatic cult worshipping Odin of Norse mythology has resurfaced. He flashed back to his conversation in Yondu's office. JaeHyun had asked, is there anything else? She had remained silent for a moment before speaking. Asatru. Have you ever heard that name? Back in the present, the news report confirmed it. The anchor spoke gravely. This organization calls itself Asatru. He frowned idly, petting Fafnir as he absorbed the intel. They are committing targeted atrocities against the awakened. At crime scenes, we discovered syringes with mysterious fluids and decomposed skin. JaeHyun connected the dots. So the missing students are linked to Asatru. The screen showed a field interview. The Awakening Control Headquarters captured several members, but their mental states are shattered. The captives are catatonic, repeating only gibberish about loyalty to Odin and the Aesir. The report continued with a grim tone. Furthermore, we identified the captives as registered awakened individuals. Some were even former members of the Control Headquarters. The anchor raised the burning question. Why did heroes who once fought for justice transform into villains? What caused this corruption? JaeHyun sighed, exhaustion washing over him. I need to look into this. In this awakening Manhwa world, nothing is ever simple. I have a bad feeling. According to experts, the greatest threat is the sudden spike in power among these subjects. He analyzed the ominous signs carefully. After losing their minds, their mana output amplifies by 3 to 5 times beyond their limits. As soon as the report ended, JaeHyun killed the power. He spoke to Fafnir about his next move. I need to focus on the Academy event first. The mysteries can wait. JaeHyun thought tomorrow kicks off the Musa Academy ranking tournament. It is the classic proving ground of any leveling Manhwa. He looked at Fafnir's innocent face. If I fail here, my team's reputation hits rock bottom. He closed his eyes, centering himself. Stay calm. The opportunity will come. Focus on the battle ahead. JaeHyun opened his eyes, clarity returning. He looked down at Fafnir, nuzzling his hand. You think so too, right, buddy? The creature chirped in agreement. Scene transition. The simulation dungeon of Musa Academy materialized. Massive orcs spawned into existence. Fafnir raised his tiny front leg and stomped down with the force of a titan. Despite facing an enemy twice his size, the little dragon showed zero fear, only pure, unadulterated confidence. The air crackled with tension between the two sides. Fafnir took a deep breath, puffing out his little chest until it looked like it might burst. Unleashing a torrent of flames, he incinerated the orc horde in a split second. This is exactly what you'd expect from a top-tier system Manhwa pet. The system notifications went wild. You have defeated an orc. You have defeated an orc. The kill feed scrolled endlessly. JaeHyun couldn't believe his eyes. Holy cow. Seeing the arrogant aura swirling around Fafnir, JaeHyun had to give credit where it was due. I knew you were a dragon, but I didn't think your power level was this broken already. A strange realization hit him. I need to raise you properly. This little creature already felt stronger than JaeHyun was in his entire past life. Despite the destruction, Fafnir just tilted his head innocently at his master. JaeHyun pulled up the status window. Pet Fafnir. Level 0. Rank 0. Passive Fafnir's Blessing rank S. Active Dragon Breath rank D. His growth rate was currently at 31%. Evolution weighted at 100%. The passive skill was Absolute Cheats. Fafnir's Blessing increases the summoner's damage and mana by 50% when close to the dragon. Active skill Dragon Breath rank D. It unleashed a flame attack on enemies. The skill rank would climb alongside the dragon's own level. JaeHyun stroked the dragon's scales, impressed. Magnificent. Keep growing like this and you'll be the ultimate weapon. Suddenly JaeHyun's gaze sharpened. He sensed a shift in the atmosphere behind him. A red warning flashed. Dungeon boss Orc King has appeared. The Orc King materialized, radiating a suffocating killing intent. It roared at the intruders, shaking the ground. JaeHyun looked down at his tiny pet with doubt. You're a dragon, but a boss is still out of your league right now. JaeHyun decided to step in. Stand back. I have a speedrun record to shatter. With a face as calm as a still lake, he reached into his inventory. A dagger materialized in his grip as his predatory gaze locked onto the target. The king roared in fury, provoked by the human's arrogance. But JaeHyun moved like a phantom. A flash of steel, and the massive monster collapsed before it even realized it was dead. One hit, one kill, like a true god of war. JaeHyun smirked with satisfaction. Too easy. The holographic displays lit up in a cascade. Boss defeated. Clear time. 22 minutes 21 seconds. A new academy record was born. Ranking points acquired. As the dungeon gates closed, signaling the end of the exam, the crowd of students outside erupted into shocked whispers. JaeHyun scanned the leaderboard. First place JaeHyun 22 minutes and 21 seconds. Second place Shin Baekdu 30 minutes and 50 seconds. Third place JongHyun 50 minutes. Ninth place Anyeon. 14th Selena. 16th Kim Yoo-jung. Even the elites were left in the dust by JaeHyun's overwhelming performance. Shin Baekdu is second. JaeHyun frowned. I thought JongHyun would be the runner-up. Suddenly a sneering voice cut through his thoughts from behind. Surprised, are we? JaeHyun glanced back to see Shin Baekdu's arrogant face. Tell me, Shin. How exactly did you manage that time? I don't owe you an explanation, Shin scoffed. JaeHyun shrugged his dismissal, acting like a spark to a powder keg. Fair enough. Shin ground his teeth, hatred burning in his eyes. You really think the whole world revolves around you, don't you? The media, the guilds, the academy, they all worship you. Must be nice living on easy mode. JaeHyun stood there completely unfazed by the venomous words. He just tilted his head. And veins bulged on Shin's forehead. I'm going to drag you down to hell. JaeHyun just covered his mouth and chuckled. To Shin's shock, the laughter grew louder, echoing with pure mockery. JaeHyun looked at him like he was a tantrum-throwing child. What is this, your rebellious phase? Aren't we a little too old for teenage angst? Shin's fists clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He opened his mouth to retort, but swallowed his rage instead. Turning his back, he hurled one last threat over his shoulder. Mark my words, JaeHyun. He stormed off. Just then, the announcer's voice pierced the heavy atmosphere. Reports suggest that subjects losing their original purpose can exhibit mana surges 3 to 5 times their normal limit. JaeHyun narrowed his eyes. Something is definitely wrong here. Later that afternoon, shadows lengthened as two figures met in secret. It was JongHyun and Lena. Seeing a familiar figure approach, Lena waved. You actually came? Yeah. JaeHyun stepped into the light. He had called in a favor. Thanks for agreeing to help me with this. Don't mention it, Lena smiled. After all, JaeHyun had saved their skins during the field trip disaster. She owed him that much. JongHyun, however, broke his silence with a voice dripping in sarcasm. Long time no see, Min JaeHyun. You're even more of a celebrity than the last time we met. JaeHyun stared at him, trying to place the face. You are... The memory clicked. Raider JongHyun. He offered a handshake. JongHyun looked surprisingly pleased to be recognized. So, you do remember. He got straight to business. I heard you want to investigate the incident site. His voice held a trace of hesitation. Let's start at ground zero. Under the bleeding light of the setting sun, they arrived at a scene painted in chaos. JaeHyun froze mid-step. Beneath his boot, the earth was stained dark with old dried blood. Hold on, Lena called out, her voice grim. The lab results just came back regarding the red liquid in that syringe. It's a cocktail, she explained. Human blood mixed with unknown foreign agents. JaeHyun's eyes widened. A new type of compound. Lena nodded, her expression dark. Exactly. And it's unlike anything we've ever seen recorded in the database. Her voice dropped to a grave whisper. The solution in that vial contained more than just unidentified compounds. It pulsed with raw power. It was saturated with potent mana. This revelation plunged JaeHyun into deep thought. Naturally, blood is merely a vessel for the mana flowing within a human body. However, a simple vessel isn't enough to withstand mana that doesn't belong to the host. It was a rejection reaction waiting to happen. Combining this with his prior knowledge, JaeHyun knew the organs responsible for mana circulation were the brain, the heart, and the energy core. Blood alone could never act as a stable container. At that moment, JaeHyun chimed in. We haven't fully analyzed the compound yet, but our intelligence division is tracking a top-secret lead. This compound seems linked to a fanatic cult that's been whispering in the shadows lately. The Asatru. JaeHyun was already aware of them and fully agreed with the deduction. I think you're right, he said. But that wasn't the only detail catching his attention. What bothers me most is the eerie similarity between the crime scenes. Lena stepped up to add crucial details. Exactly. Every single scene had a syringe left behind, containing that crimson liquid. The Academy and the Guild suspect this new compound forcibly multiplies a user's mana capacity. JaeHyun identified it as a drug designed to shatter natural boundaries. It's the kind of item you'd expect in a leveling manhwa, often called a limit breaker. It was a forbidden amplifier historically used to artificially boost a user's rank and grant them explosive power. Yet, it was banned for a reason. The research behind it faced a storm of backlash due to the horrific, inhumane experiments required to perfect it. Eventually, it was outlawed completely. Even with the limit breaker theory, Lena had to be honest. We are still hunting for concrete evidence. JaeHyun slumped slightly, feeling like dead weight. I'm sorry we don't have more. But JaeHyun didn't blame them for a second. No, it's fine. I've got the gist of it. JaeHyun had his own intel. He knew about the limit breaker not from guild reports, but from the dark corners of the internet. He had read a notorious article exposing the masterminds behind its creation. It was a piece of information that changed everything. To verify his theory, he needed to go rogue for a bit. He turned to Lena. I need to take a leave of absence from the Academy. Can you cover for me? JaeHyun needed time to hunt down the truth. If these incidents were truly linked to the limit breaker, they all flowed from a single poisoned source. It was a lead worth pursuing. Lena understood immediately. You're going to resolve these incidents yourself, aren't you? He didn't hide it. Yeah. Lena paused, silence hanging between them before letting out a helpless smile. She authorized his leave without hesitation. Of course. If you need backup, just call. She agreed because she knew exactly what kind of monster JaeHyun was becoming. Min JaeHyun was in a league of his own. There might be hunters stronger than him right now, but in terms of raw growth potential, he was unmatched. She believed his goals were clear. Even if his ultimate purpose remained a mystery, she knew he was the only one who could end this nightmare. Night fell over the city. The silence of a deserted street was shattered by a heavy thud as a fist smashed into a brick wall. The figure staggered, coughing up a mouthful of blood. It was the grotesque, twisted form of Byun. Suddenly a voice cut through the darkness. There you are. A towering silhouette emerged from the shadows. I've been looking for you. It was the hunter JaeHyun. Byun snarled, You again, you're a damn pest! The moment Byun saw JaeHyun's face, pure hatred twisted his features. He growled JaeHyun's name, but the protagonist didn't give a damn about his malice. JaeHyun cut straight to the heart of the matter. You used the limit breaker, didn't you? Who gave it to you? Byun didn't answer. He just roared in defiance. What the hell are you doing? JaeHyun cut him off, naming the culprit effortlessly. It was Chon, wasn't it? Silence fell as JaeHyun locked eyes with the creature. Looking at the abomination before him, half man, half monster, JaeHyun knew there was no going back. It was too late for salvation. The mutation had consumed him. JaeHyun had sensed something off before, but he hadn't expected the corruption to be this catastrophic. His voice turned cold. You knew the side effects of that drug, didn't you? That question snapped Bayun's last thread of sanity. He screamed in bitterness. As long as I get revenge, I don't care. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. He tried to pin his tragedy on JaeHyun. It's all your fault you did this to me. JaeHyun scoffed, unimpressed. Revenge. He looked at the creature with pitying mockery. Are you joking? That's pathetic. Staring calmly at Bayun's distorted face, JaeHyun delivered the harsh truth. This isn't my fault. No matter how much you delude yourself, facts are facts. His indifference sent Bayun into a frenzy. You bastard! JaeHyun simply observed him with a gaze as cold as ice, analyzing the threat. The conclusion was simple. A healer can sacrifice mana to fix a broken body, but there is no cure for a twisted, rotten mind. Bayun was losing it completely, muttering like a madman. Damn it. Revenge. Revenge. JaeHyun sighed. He hated the guy, but he would grant him one final mercy. There's only one thing left I can do for you. JaeHyun flared his aura. I'll put an end to your pain. The clear night sky suddenly darkened. Thunder rumbled as ethereal chains and blazing fire materialized at JaeHyun's command. It was a judgment strike, with no escape. JaeHyun remained emotionless as he executed the technique. As the attack landed, he whispered, "Fire is your weakness." Bayun collapsed, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He gasped out his final unwilling words. How? I thought, with his power, I could kill you. Those dying words confirmed everything JaeHyun suspected about the mastermind. JaeHyun stood over the body, confident. His power? Huh. I think I know exactly who you're talking about. But you forgot one thing. I've leveled up too. He looked down with disdain at Bayun's naive ambition. No matter how much mana you borrowed, thinking you could kill me was your final mistake. A heavy silence hung over JaeHyun before he finally broke it with a sharp, frustrated curse, setting the tone for this intense Manhwa recap. Meanwhile, in the shadowed sanctuary of the mountain behind the city, two figures lurked in secrecy. Do-Hyun let out a sigh of disappointment, declaring that this subject was yet another broken failure. The man beside her remained unfazed, casually remarking that fresh test subjects could be acquired at any moment. Though she knew he was right, John couldn't help but feel a lingering sense of regret. Finding a vessel of that caliber was no simple task. Do-Hyun had to agree with that logic. It was incredibly rare to find someone consumed by such overwhelming hatred, especially against a target as powerful as the great enemy. John understood the fundamental law of their dark science well. The key ingredient required for the limit-breaking drug to function was raw, extreme emotion. She had chosen Bitch Dewey specifically because his malice was so potent, it practically leaked from his pores. Without that anchor of pure rage, the human mind would shatter under the drug's effects, leading to inevitable death. The higher the rank and the more venomous the emotion, the more the limit-breaking effects would be amplified to their absolute peak. Breaking the silence, Do-Hyun chuckled darkly. Even I didn't expect the great enemy to emerge victorious this time. Impressive. This remark clearly displeased John, her expression souring instantly at the praise. I thought the same about Fafnir, she muttered. But that beast was simply too powerful for any ordinary human to handle. Her enchanting yet sinister gaze locked onto Do-Hyun as she made a grim prediction. He is going to become a thorn in our side, just as Black previously warned us. However, she dismissed the worry just as quickly. It matters not. Fate dictates he will have to face us eventually anyway. Do-Hyun remained silent, simply raising his hand with a languid grace. A blade materialized in his grip as his voice dropped to a low, amused hum. I am truly looking forward to that day. The scene shifts to a magnificent yet ominous palace buried in the cold. A blizzard raged outside, encasing the structure in jagged ice. Inside, three entities stood in a tense standoff. Hela watched silently as two figures occupied the thrones before her. Suddenly a portal rippled open within one of the hanging mirrors. Smear stepped forth, his voice grave. This is the first time we have all gathered together like this. Indeed. Not since the purge of those who defied the AIA system. Hela confirmed the gravity of the situation. It is fortunate that the great enemy foretold in the prophecy is growing stronger than we calculated. The problem is that the AIA system is also anticipating our moves. She added, highlighting the complexity of this system Manhwa universe. Hel joined the conversation, her tone serious. I never expected the system to harbor such a secret. I did not foresee this. It is troubling. Her eyes darkened as she posed a delicate question. Does Anurza Odin truly intend to ally with the army of the dead again to conquer Midgard? Smear harbored his own doubts. Did Norn and Mimir know of this betrayal from the very beginning? Hela answered without hesitation. They did, but perhaps they were unable to warn us. She then revealed a crucial detail regarding their silence. The restrictions binding their souls are far more potent than the ones placed upon us. Hearing this, a flicker of sorrow passed through Smir's eyes as he whispered, I understand now. He seemed to grasp the true terror of that ruthless god. Odin feared those who knew the truth. The reason he slaughtered the oracles was likely because the prophecy's threads were tangling his path. Hel then voiced the harsh reality facing them. At this moment our hands are tied. Our only option is to accelerate the growth of the great enemy as quickly as possible. Hela nodded in agreement. I concur. The great enemy has already acquired divine power. A gentle, proud smile softened her features as she spoke of him. I believe he will surpass our expectations very soon. Her demeanor caught Hel off guard, leading to a teasing chuckle. You seem to have quite a bit of faith in him, don't you? Exposed Hela's face flushed red with embarrassment as she glared wide-eyed at her companion. After a moment, Hela cleared her throat to regain composure. Anyway, have you all heard rumors of the First Awakener? The question piqued Smir's curiosity instantly. The First Awakener. Hel was aware of the lore. There are many whispers about him, but I have never met him in person. After all, I usually only deal with the dead. Mid-conversation, Smir suddenly faded away, disappearing into thin air without a trace. His departure did not halt the discussion between Hel and Hyla. Suddenly, the mirror from before displayed a colossal, freezing eye, accompanied by a deep, vibrating voice. The First Awakener. A massive black serpent materialized, fixing its terrifying gaze upon them. Recently, that man has stepped into my domain. The scene shifts back to JaeHyun lounging lazily on his bed. He muttered under his breath, that woman John is definitely plotting something. Just then, little Fafnir yawned widely and blinked his eyes open. Seeing his companion awake, JaeHyun gently stroked the dragon's head, his hand moving tenderly despite the heavy thoughts clouding his eyes. His mind was a storm of deduction. Were the human experiments and the research on the limit-breaking drug, were they all connected to the AIA system even before my regression? Enjoying the affection, the little dragon wagged his tail happily. Suddenly, a dark shadow pooled on the floor beneath them. Hela sprang forth from the darkness. Landing softly on her padded paws, she smiled brightly and announced, JaeHyun, I have found the answer. JaeHyun sat up instantly. Long time no see, Hela. What have you discovered? Sensing a stranger, little Fafnir let out a sharp chirp questioning the intruder's identity. The sound drew Hela's attention and realization dawned on her face. A baby dragon. Wait. Is that the First Awakener's energy? JaeHyun, losing patience with her cryptic behavior, pressed for answers regarding Do-Yun. Does this have to do with him? She turned her gaze back to him and confirmed. It does. Hela's expression turned grave. She lowered her voice to deliver the revelation about Do-Yun. I have uncovered the true identity of the man the world calls the First Awakener. He is one of the 3 crows of Odin. The scene cuts to a gruesome laboratory filled with tanks of glowing red liquid. A figure sat bound to a chair surrounded by dried bloodstains on the cold floor. It was a young man, blinded and silenced. Suddenly, a hand reached out and ripped the gag from his mouth. Trembling violently, the boy begged. No, please, I beg you, let me go home to my family. A low, sinister voice answered him from the dark. Oh, you miss your family. With those words, the captor slowly removed the boy's blindfold. The first thing the victim saw was the face of Do-Yun, handsome, yet radiating the aura of a true demon. Suddenly, a chilling laugh escaped Do-Yun's lips. What a pity. I don't have a family. His next words froze the blood in the boy's veins. So I'm afraid I can't empathize with your pain at all. Realizing that his nightmare at the hands of this devil was far from over, the young man broke down sobbing and begging in futile desperation. Softballs. Stop, please, I beg you. But the pleas were futile. Jugon ignored the desperate cries, casually drawing a syringe. He gripped the young man's jaw, forcing his head to the side, and slowly brought the needle to his neck. A twisted smile played on Jugon's lips as he ruthlessly injected the lethal serum into the boy's veins. The reaction was instantaneous. The victim's eyes glazed over in a trance before he violently retched blood. Witnessing the agony, Jugon's face lit up with sick excitement. The young man's body warped grotesquely. Moments later, boom! He exploded, spraying gore all over Jugon, who merely blinked in mild surprise. Another failure. He sighed, wiping the blood away. What a pity. Humans are so fragile. Watching him mishandle the test subjects, John's voice cut in sternly. Please, be gentle with the samples, John warned. Do you know how much effort it takes to find new ones? Scolded like a child, Jugon's mood soured and silence filled the room before he finally spoke. But... He trailed off, staring blankly at the carnage he had created. A moment passed, and he shrugged, feigning helplessness. Guan adopted a casual tone, gesturing to the bloody mess. At least I contributed something to the grand plan, so don't give me that angry look. Meanwhile, in the safety of JaeHyun's room, Hela dropped a bombshell about Guan's true identity. He is one of the 3 remaining ravens of Odin. JaeHyun was floored. Odin's raven. The realization hit him hard. The first awakener who fought for humanity was actually a servant of Odin. He immediately pressed Hela. Explain. I need more details. Hela's expression was grave. It is as I said. The first awakener was never a human being to begin with. Her voice remained calm. Originally, Odin had 5 ravens, and he is one of them, similar to Hugin. JaeHyun's mind raced. Do these ravens have a connection to the Asatru Guild? Hela didn't mince words. We must destroy them right now. If we don't, they will continue to grow their forces. If they succeed, they will become an unstoppable calamity. That is if we can locate them. After hearing the explanation, JaeHyun fell into deep thought. Finally, his eyes lit up. I have an idea. It's a gamble, he admitted, uncertainty in his voice. I'm not sure if it will work. But we have to try. Hela immediately understood where he was going. You mean, finding an Asatru base? Their discussion was cut short as JaeHyun held up a hand. Wait a second. He quickly pulled out his phone to check the data. Seeing him glued to the screen, Hela hopped onto the bed, her curiosity piqued. She peered at JaeHyun's phone and asked, What are you looking for? Reawakening cases. She seemed confused. Why are you searching for them? JaeHyun rubbed his tired eyes. We have to be fast if we want to find a clue. According to my intel, this sudden spike in reawakeners would be strange if it wasn't linked to the limit-breaking drug. It's a classic setup for an awakening Manhwa scenario. If I can just identify the suspicious individuals among the reawakeners, I can trace them back to Asatru and the drugs. I have 3 names in mind. That should be enough to start the investigation and gather intel. Hours later, a mutated suspect was screaming under interrogation. The lab, I heard it somewhere in Korea, but I don't know the exact location. Another thug was questioned and forced to spill the truth. I heard it somewhere in the Yellow Sea. Putting the pieces together, JaeHyun and Hela arrived at the coordinates B on Island. JaeHyun turned to Hela, explaining, This is the Asatru base. Hela looked skeptical. The entire island of Bion is their base. What makes you think that? JaeHyun's voice turned serious. A place where humans cannot live implies it is being terraformed into a barren wasteland. Based on that information, there is only one island in Korea that fits all the criteria, and this is it. Even with the explanation, Hela was still puzzled. But how do we get there? She looked deep in thought. A place with no inhabitants implies there are no warp gates. I don't know the exact coordinates, so I can't open a portal like I did in Iceland. Seeing her troubled face, JaeHyun chuckled, finding it adorable. He pulled out his phone. Don't worry. In this world, money and connections can solve almost any problem. At that very moment, in a luxurious office, a phone buzzed. Seungwoo picked it up, her voice professional. Hello. Hearing his mentor's voice, JaeHyun replied, It's me. Seungwoo knew it was him, but feigned surprise. Oh, is that my disciple? She cut straight to the chase. Every time you call me like this, it's because you need a favor, isn't it? Exposed. JaeHyun awkwardly admitted the truth. I'm sorry, but yes. He didn't hesitate to make his request. Could you help me procure a specific item as soon as possible? A few hours later at the Lotus Guild. JaeHyun sat comfortably, his eyes fixed on the tracking device in his hand. This device allows you to infuse mana, select a location on the map, and drop it to teleport instantly. Securing such a rare item gave him a sense of satisfaction. It's restricted because it can be easily misused, so finding one is incredibly difficult. Seungwoo, sitting across from him, finally spoke up after a long silence. Even if I ask why you need it, you won't tell me, will you? Looking at his cool-headed master, JaeHyun felt a wave of gratitude for her help. Truly the Lotus Guildmaster. This item is priceless, yet she gave me 3. It's like having a cheat code in a leveling manhwa. No. I'm sorry. Moments later, the scene shifted to a desolate wasteland where JaeHyun stood alone. Hela sat on his shoulder, and he cradled Fafnir in one arm, holding the locator in the other. Wasting no time, he spoke the destination. Target location, Bion Island. The device beeped, locking onto the signal. JaeHyun dropped it. The moment it hit the ground, a blinding pillar of light erupted. The light engulfed JaeHyun, shining brilliantly against the dark, gloomy sky. In a flash, his figure dissolved into the radiance. He rode the beam of light straight to his destination. In less than 5 minutes, JaeHyun landed safely on a jagged cliff, his demeanor calm and calculated. Just as I learned in the academy, the monsters occupying Bion Island are on a completely different level from the ones guarding the cities. Hela leaped down from his shoulder, and he gently set Fafnir on the ground. Looming before them was a horde of monsters waiting to tear JaeHyun apart. Crimson eyes burned with malice and razor-sharp fangs bared in anticipation. JaeHyun instantly analyzed the threat level. Merfolk. Dealing with this trash mob might be more annoying than he expected. Unwilling to waste another second in this hellhole, he unleashed his aura. Time to activate the active skill Demonic Phantom Steps. A cold, confident smirk played on his lips. Just as he prepared to slaughter them, Fafnir let out a low, guttural growl. JaeHyun understood his companion immediately. You want a piece of the action too, little guy? He glanced back at the horde of merfolk blindly rushing toward their doom. That signature arrogant grin returned to JaeHyun's face. I'm proud of you. The moment the words left his mouth, he vanished, moving with godlike speed. In the blink of an eye, JaeHyun stood casually in the center of the enemy formation. The system chimed active skill Berserk Dagger initiated. Instantly the merfolk were minced into 1,000 pieces. The thrill of the kill and the skill mastery level up had him grinning from ear to ear. Thanks to the exclusive passive Sword Garden, his mastery over blade arts had effectively doubled. It was the kind of power spike you only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa. Hela watched the absolute annihilation in silence before finally speaking up. You have become terrifyingly stronger. Far beyond when we last met. She paused, her gaze shifting to the small creature beside him. Her voice carried a mix of awe and exhaustion. But seriously, where on earth did you find a dragon? Hours passed, and the blood-red sunset stained the horizon. Fafnir lay sprawled on the sand, completely drained. Hela didn't need to ask. The little guy was out cold. Being a hatchling was hard work. They had combed the entire area without a single lead on the laboratory. Hela sighed. We've wasted too much time. The base isn't on this island. JaeHyun remained silent, his mind racing. Finally he muttered, But this is the only island occupied by monsters. It has to be here. Suddenly the hair on the back of his neck stood up. A sinister energy washed over him, chilling him to the bone. A system window popped up, making JaeHyun's eyes widen in shock. Crow radar activated. Odin's crow is in the vicinity. The system began a frantic scan of the perimeter. Noticing JaeHyun's sudden eerie silence, Hela called out to him. But he ignored her, marching toward the edge of the cliff like a man possessed. Panicked, she shouted his name again. He stopped abruptly at the precipice. Looking down at the crashing waves and jagged rocks, he whispered, Found it. To anyone else it looked like nothing but certain death. But JaeHyun's eyes saw through the illusion. A hidden cave entrance concealed perfectly within the cliffside. He signaled his team. This is the spot. Hela scanned the area and nodded in agreement. The system is reacting violently to this location. And with the crow nearby, there's no doubt. As they entered, the stench of iron hit them. Blood soaked the cave walls. Severed human limbs were scattered across the floor in a gruesome pool of crimson. The horrific sight made Hela gasp, her hand covering her mouth. Who could do something this twisted? She stammered. JaeHyun couldn't find the words to answer. Sensing the sudden drop in morale and the thick fear in the air, Fafnir whimpered. The little dragon clung to JaeHyun's leg, seeking comfort as much as offering it. But JaeHyun's rage was only just igniting. His eyes locked onto a message carved into the stone. A gift for you, Plague. This confirms it, Hela said, her voice trembling. This is their main base. JaeHyun let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. A psychological taunt, disgusting. Fafnir suddenly perked up, staring at a specific corner. At the same time, JaeHyun stomped his foot, unleashing his power. Frost energy exploded outward. He instantly froze the pool of blood and every obstacle in his path. Walking over the gruesome scene, he stepped calmly onto the ice. His footsteps were slow, deliberate, and heavy with intent. He activated his observation skill, scanning every inch of the frozen chamber. A notification window flashed as his gaze landed on a frozen section of the wall. Odin's crow is nearby. JaeHyun halted. Without hesitation, he triggered the ultimate active skill, Absolute Calculation. What happened next made Hela scream in surprise. Before JaeHyun even lifted a finger, the solid rock wall in front of them cracked open. A hidden passage revealed itself. The wall, it just vanished, Hela whispered, stunned. In the center of the darkness, a sleek metal line appeared. It was an elevator. The system prompted, Secret Laboratory Elevator detected. Do you wish to enter? It was just like a classic system manhwa dungeon reveal. JaeHyun didn't hesitate. He stepped toward the steel doors. This goes deep underground, he noted. He knew it was likely a trap, but retreating wasn't in his vocabulary. We have no other choice. The doors slid shut, enclosing JaeHyun, Hela, and Fafnir in the metallic box. But JaeHyun's mind was still back in that cave. The blood on the walls, the mutilated bodies floating in that pool. Guilt gnawed at him. If I had been faster, could I have saved them? His grip tightened around his weapon until his knuckles turned white. I will end this here. No more innocents will die. A chime broke his concentration. Level B1, doors opening. JaeHyun frowned. B1. There are lower levels. A desolate, empty corridor stretched out before them. Let's move, he commanded. As he stepped out, he refocused on the mission. Find the drug. Find the unidentified liquid director Kim Jun mentioned. JaeHyun moved with the silent grace of a predator checking every corner. Hila followed close behind her guard raised to the max. Unlike the tense humans, Fafnir trotted along sniffing curiously. They pushed open a door to a new room. JaeHyun, look, Hila whispered urgently. There's something over there. Following her gaze, JaeHyun saw an old bookshelf. On the top shelf, a set of worn-out journals gathered dust. He grabbed one at random. His eyes widened as he flipped it open. It was a logbook, a diary of madness, June 2019. The entry began chillingly. We have established the secret lab. 304 test subjects. Deceased. Conclusion. Humans possess zero resistance to divine power. Meanwhile, miles away in the city, a heavy sigh echoed in a classroom. Oh, for heaven's sake. Rojong slammed her hand on the desk. Why does JaeHyun always vanish without telling anyone he's cutting class again? Hoon nodded in agreement. Classic JaeHyun. Ina looked out the window, worried. I just hope he isn't doing something reckless. Suddenly, Rojong rested her chin on her hand. I miss Lily. The mention of that name instantly reminded Ina of JaeHyun's Crimson Dragon. Rojong tilted her head, asking, You mean Fafnir? Meanwhile, Seojun, who had been a silent statue in the corner, finally broke his silence, asserting that their leader would be just fine. After all, we are talking about Min JaeHyun here. Jaesung, however, couldn't hide his anxiety. If I had known he planned to go alone, I would have forced more antidotes on him. Rojong scoffed at the worry. I bet he's carrying a literal ton of them. The guy is filthy rich, remember? Suddenly, Seojun turned to her, his expression serious. Hey, about what he said earlier. Do you think he really meant it? The abrupt question caught her off guard. Come again. Ina knew exactly what Seojun was referring to. The warning that they couldn't fight by his side unless they reached S rank. Seojun believed JaeHyun was dead serious about that condition. With a personality like his, he certainly wasn't joking. But reaching S rank, that's not exactly a walk in the park. Bringing up the harsh reality made Rojung's heart heavy. The entire country only produces one new S rank hunter a year. Do we even have the potential to touch that kind of power? Seojun tried to dismiss it, thinking maybe JaeHyun was just talking nonsense. Maybe he just didn't want us diving headfirst into danger. But Ina cut in her voice firm. No, I think it is possible. Even though ascending to S rank seemed impossible, Seojun wanted to gamble on that chance. It's embarrassing to admit, but I desperately want to reach the level Min JaeHyun stands at right now. Rojung felt the exact same fire, though she hesitated to voice it. Me too. Suddenly Seojun stood up, determination burning in his eyes. That settles it. Since he's not here, let's go train. We are going to catch up to him no matter what. Look at this kid, clueless about the hell awaiting him yet eager to jump into the fire. Meanwhile, JaeHyun let out an exhausted sigh, wondering, how on earth did I end up here? He stood solemn, reading a journal he had just salvaged from the blood-soaked laboratory. Subject number 304 has expired. It appears humans have zero resistance to divine power. They cannot handle Odin's blood. What a nuisance. The author's tone dripped with disdain for humanity and frustration over the failed experiments. Perhaps lowly creatures like humans are simply incapable of processing divine power. The research has hit a dead end. I must reduce the dosage of his blood to the absolute minimum. JaeHyun skipped ahead to the section about the unknown liquid in the limit-breaking potion. This Manhwa recap reveals the terrifying truth hiding behind the researchers' complaints. The core ingredient was indeed the blood of Odin. The mysterious mana-infused liquid used in the potion was explicitly identified as the blood of the Norse god Odin. A chill ran down JaeHyun's spine, but he forced himself to stay grounded. Calm down, he whispered, steeling his nerves to continue reading. The next entry was dated December 2019. It is best to start by creating antibodies and injecting them into human subjects. Next time I will increase the number of sacrifices. The madness continued. May 2020. I have concluded that producing natural antibodies is too difficult. However, the current situation is not entirely a failure. By diluting the blood, I have estimated the amount of divinity a human can withstand. Individual differences exist, but this is a significant breakthrough. After further testing, the diary's owner made a chilling realization in November 2020. Subsequent experiments have revealed a few truths. First, the younger the subject, the higher their tolerance. From now on, I will require adolescent sacrifices. The next issue lies with the humans themselves. Second, the weaker the human, the easier it is for them to accept the substance. It seems that desires like jealousy and envy actively assist in the awakening. However, the frequency of losing one's sanity increases in these cases. To the diarist, losing one's mind was a trivial concern. I do not consider this a major problem. We only need soldiers to die in our place. They do not require reason. Time passed, and the horrific experiments only grew more refined. May 2021. The research has finally reached the finish line. I have successfully refined the blood to minimize side effects. Furthermore, new test subjects have been supplied. The research is a success. The day I report to Odin is near. 3 months later, the final entry marked the completion. May 2021. Success. Although it is only partial as it cannot be applied to all subjects, it is a victory nonetheless. In Odin's next war, the limit-breaking potion will play a massive role. Reading this, JaeHyun finally understood why the youths at the academy had been disappearing. The reason the academy disappearances started was simply because the students were young and weak, the perfect vessels for enduring Odin's blood. To avenge those unfortunate souls, he swore to wipe out everyone involved in this research. This sin ends here. Murderous intent radiated from him so intensely that Fafnir glanced over in curiosity. Veins bulged on JaeHyun's neck, his face twisted in a mask of pure wrath. No more victims, he vowed. Moments later, JaeHyun moved out. The door to the second basement level opened. As the elevator doors parted, he was greeted by a lone shelf holding a single book. Without hesitation, JaeHyun approached the shelf. He found it strange. Why would such a massive room house nothing but a solitary book? Suddenly, dark energy began to pour from the book. The pages flew open, unleashing a torrent of pitch-black spiritual power. The sight startled JaeHyun, causing him to shout, "What the hell is this?" The energy surged like a flood, forcing JaeHyun's group to retreat. Even Hela raised her front legs in fear, crying out to her master. Fafnir fared even worse. The dragon was engulfed by the wave of magic before it could let out more than a squeak. Before anyone could process the situation, a system Manhwa notification flashed before their eyes. You have entered the theme. Welcome to the fairy tale world, the boy who yearned to be a hero. Instantly, the entire group was sucked into the book on the shelf. The dark waters receded as quickly as they came. Its job done, the book casually closed itself. The room was empty once more, leaving only the tome behind. Meanwhile, JaeHyun felt himself drowning in darkness, unaware of the system's new message. From this moment on, you will play the role of the story's protagonist, the boy. A stream of information flooded his vision. Progress through the plot to clear the theme dungeon. Your rank has triggered partial resistance to forced synchronization. Synchronization complete. Current synchronization rate 50%. Back in the new reality, JaeHyun woke up on a bed trapped in the body of a child. He sat up, a mix of confusion and panic on his face, as the plot details downloaded into his mind. The story of the boy who wanted to be a hero began in an orphanage. JaeHyun stared down at his hands, small but covered in calluses, trying to grasp his new existence. Suddenly, the holographic interface materialized before his eyes. The system issued a new quest command. Special mission accepted, the boy's hidden identity. This was a forced role-playing scenario. He was now casting as the protagonist of this dark tale, a young nameless boy. The objective: uncover the boy's true identity and clear this dungeon instance. The reward was a level 5 active skill, cold-blooded. But be warned, as the synchronization rate climbs, the system Manhwa mechanics will shackle his very mind. The boy's face would remain shrouded in mystery until the quest was complete. At the same time, the status window flickered into existence. Character profile name: the boy. Age 12. Trait: emotionless. Appearance: handsome yet icy cold. Reading the stat sheet, JaeHyun felt a jolt of genuine shock. After a moment of paralysis, he swiped the window away, exhaustion setting in. Forget the identity quest for a second. Where the hell am I? It seemed he'd been separated from Hela and Fafnir during the transfer. He had been dragged into this nightmare solo. The system chimed again with data. Cutscene initiated. Player actions are restricted. Movement is only possible during transition intervals. Scanning the text, the grim reality dawned on JaeHyun. He was a passenger in his own body, unable to control the avatar for now. The only reason he didn't lose his mind was experience. This exact phenomenon occurred when he raided the Franier Villa dungeon. Forced to watch the cinematic unfold, paralyzed by the narrative. Suddenly a noise shattered the silence, making JaeHyun freeze in tension. Outside the heavy iron door, the ominous sound of a key scraping in the lock echoed. Moments later, the metal door groaned open. A figure marked Guardian A stomped in, his voice dripping with venom. You useless brats can't even wake up on time. Do you think food and clothes just magically sprout from the earth? His roar sent the terrified children scrambling from their beds. Simultaneously, the system updated the narrative log. This man was the orphanage manager. His primary role in this hellhole to oppress and torture these innocent souls. He beat the children daily like a ritual. The system window flashed, revealing the NPC's profile to JaeHyun. Updating character info: Guardian A. JaeHyun read it with a weary sigh. Guardian A. He quickly realized this guy wasn't just a manager. He was a main antagonist in this twisted arc. Suddenly the manager zeroed in on a girl marked C and barked, "Hey, get out here now!" Girl C scrambled down from her bunk, trembling like a leaf. She approached the tyrant, whispering in a voice filled with dread, I'm sorry." Whack without warning, the manager delivered a vicious slap across her face. The impact sent her crumbling to the cold, hard floor. Guardian A looked down with eyes devoid of mercy. "I told you. If you want to survive in this rotten orphanage, you wake up on schedule." Despite the brutal assault, Girl C desperately begged on her hands and knees. "I know my mistake, I won't do it again. Please, please don't kill me." Of course, the manager had no heart to hear her pleas. He delivered a swift kick, sending her sliding across the floor. His voice remained ice cold. "If you don't want to die, get to the training grounds, now." The children, terrified, instantly began a mass exodus from the room. Only Guan remained still, staring intently at something. He was looking into a mirror, but the reflection showed only a pitch-black void and a question mark. Cut to the training grounds, the children stood in rigid formation, tension thick in the air. Guardian A issued a ruthless command, "Fight! If you don't beat each other senseless right now, I'll kill both of you myself." The command made the two kids freeze, exchanging looks of pure panic. But then survival instinct took over. The boy shoved the girl in front of him violently. The girl didn't hesitate either. She swung back. A feral brawl erupted as Guan watched in horror. Witnessing this brutality, a burning hatred ignited in his mind. What a piece of trash story this is. Guardian A looked displeased, unimpressed by the amateur cat fight scratching before him. Suddenly he bellowed, "Hey, you blondie, step forward." The one summoned was none other than young Guan, currently hosted by JaeHyun's consciousness. JaeHyun stood there momentarily confused. Blondie. He plucked a strand of hair from his head. Looking closely, the strands were indeed undeniable gold. Resigned to his fate, he stepped into the spotlight with a chilling realization. I couldn't see my reflection in the mirror earlier, hiding the face so carefully. It makes the answer too obvious. This boy was likely someone he already knew. Facing off against Boy D, the manager gave the order without delay, "Fight." Boy D, though faceless, was shaking so violently his terror was palpable. Suddenly JaeHyun's arm moved on its own. His fist slammed squarely into Boy D's face. The emotionless trait had forcefully activated. JaeHyun was shocked by his own body's violence, but he was a prisoner of the plot. He couldn't stop. The cold-blooded trait was fully overriding his hesitation. A system alert chimed. Synchronization rate between player and character is increasing. Current sync 66%. The narrative marched on, forcing the boy to assault the other child without a shred of mercy. Watching from the side was a small kid named Sam. Meanwhile, Guardian A, witnessing Guan's savage beatdown, stepped in with a twisted grin. "Excellent. Keep that energy up." The storyline had now reached the point where Sam developed a deep, burning hatred for the boy. Guan slowly rose to his feet, his expression dark with suppressed rage. The system flashed another update. Character info unlocked Sam. It described Sam as a cunning schemer, an expert at manipulating the other children to his side. The scene shifted to the inevitable bullying arc. "You piece of trash," Sam screamed, pointing an accusing finger at Guan. "We were supposed to be teammates. A traitor like you doesn't deserve forgiveness." After the mob beat Guan to satisfy their anger, they turned their backs and left. Alone, lying in the dirt, Guan could only grit his teeth. Damn it. Haven't taken a direct hit like that in ages. He internalized the pain marking today as a brutal, expensive lesson. Following the logic of this dark world, he derived a singular truth. If you're going to fight, make sure the enemy is dead. If you don't, they will always come back to bite you. And so during the next day's training session, Guan made his move on Sam. Sparring with the cunning boy, he didn't hold back. He killed Sam right there in the dirt. In Guan's memories, he looked down at his own hands. They were drenched in sticky crimson blood. He had just extinguished another life. Sam was dead. A suffocating silence crushed the training ground. The other children stood paralyzed, eyes wide, unable to process the slaughter. Slowly, their fearful gazes shifted toward Guardian A. Would he kill Guan? The boy had committed murder. No matter the excuse, surely such a sin would be punished with death. But contrary to their naive hopes, Guardian A began to clap maniacally. He heaped praise upon the killer. Good, very good, you might actually be useful after all. The silence was shattered by the slow, mocking applause of the manager. He sneered, his voice dripping with malice. Forget those pathetic moral shackles. Right now you aren't even tools to him. You're garbage, filth. You don't even deserve to be called instruments. In that moment, Guan accepted his dark reality. The atmosphere in the orphanage shifted instantly. The children began to slaughter one another, no command needed. Whether in the training hall or the yard, it was a lawless hell. A desperate battle royale for survival where murder became pure instinct. Guan, the catalyst of this carnage, smiled coldly, as if detached from the bloodshed. But suddenly, agony spiked through his skull. He told himself there was no grand reason for killing X-Trade. It was simple: kill or be killed. That was the only law that mattered. Damn it, his consciousness was slipping away. The synchronization was erasing his mind, and mere resistance wasn't enough to stop the corruption. If this continued, his ego would be obliterated. He had to hold on. He needed to uncover Guan's true identity to escape this nightmare. It was his only option. Months of slaughter passed, and soon silence fell. He was the sole survivor of the orphanage. They were all dead. No, he had butchered them all. Guan believed it was necessary. Just then, a mysterious figure emerged from the shadows. Hyun spoke with an eerie calm. "I am a crow of Odin. Join Asatru and you too shall become a crow, a faithful servant to the All-Father." Guan stared back coldly. "If I serve Odin, what is the price?" Hyun's voice dropped an octave. "Odin grants you this blade. Behold, Tai-eyeing the cursed blade. Forged by Odin's descendants, it is a legendary artifact of immense power, unique in this world. It will grant you 3 wishes. But heed this warning once the 3rd wish is fulfilled." Hyun's form began to dissolve into mist. "The sword will devour your soul." Unfazed, Guan made his choice. Without hesitation, he voiced his deepest desire: "I want a family." Guan felt nothing, a hollowness that fueled his strength. Yet a question began to take root in his mind. What exactly is a family? The cursed blade warped reality, granting him adoptive parents. At dinner, his new mother smiled warmly. "Try this, dear. It's beef stew." His father beamed, sliding a gift across the table. "And this is for you, son. A book of fairy tales." For the first time, Guan felt whole. Their love was genuine, yet he couldn't comprehend such blind, unconditional affection. As he looked at their smiling faces, paranoia crept in. Why feed me? Why did they demand nothing in return? The memories of the orphanage clawed at him. If you weren't useful, you died. Those who couldn't prove their worth were slaughtered. He couldn't understand kindness, and the unknown was a threat. His eyes widened in terror. This isn't love. It's a trap. If they don't need me, they'll dispose of me just like the others. A terrifying logic twisted his mind. I have to kill them first. On a warm winter day by the fire, his father's voice trembled in sheer horror. Why, son, what are you doing? The old man begged. Please, put the sword down. But Guan only tightened his grip on the hilt. He deafened himself to the pleas. There was no logic in mercy. He lunged forward, his mind consumed by a single directive. Kill them before they kill you. His entire wretched life had taught him only one rule. Strike first or die. Mana surged into the blade. Suddenly, JaeHyun's spirit screamed from within. Stop! The blade froze inches from his father's neck. JaeHyun had seized control of half the body. Images of Seo-won flashed desperately through his mind. His mother's gentle smile resurfaced. JaeHyun fought with every ounce of will to hold back the strike. Guan's psyche wavered in confusion. What is this? My body isn't obeying. JaeHyun realized he had regained a sliver of consciousness. I just need to lower the sword. But before he could fully take over, Guan's ruthless instinct snapped back. Slash! The blade decapitated his parents. A system window popped up instantly. Synchronization skyrocketed. JaeHyun watched in horror. What the hell? Synchronization rate 100%. User fully integrated. Interference disabled. Blood sprayed across the room like a macabre painting. Under JaeHyun's terrified gaze, his father's lifeless body hit the floor. His mind began to fracture. Damn it. I'm fading away again. What is this cursed narrative trying to show me? Why must I relive this hell? Then absolute darkness. JaeHyun awoke with a gasp, parched and empty. Where am I? The system chimed. This is a blank point. User may act freely. A blank point. JaeHyun's mind raced. That means I'm still trapped inside this leveling Manhwa nightmare. He looked down the Asatru uniform, the cursed blade Tai-eyeing. He recognized the surroundings immediately. This is Guan's room. He had to use this reprieve. There must be a key to Guan's past here. He dropped to his knees, scanning the floor frantically. He peered under the bed. Dust bunnies. Damn it, nothing here. He forced himself to focus. The blank point is my only freedom from the cutscenes. The clue has to be close. His eyes locked onto an object in the corner. A pair of gloves. He snatched them up, examining the fabric with intense scrutiny. White gloves. A realization struck him like lightning. He had found the missing piece. I know why I'm here now. The system confirmed his deduction instantly. Original item detected. Inventory reacting. Blank point concluding. Scene shift. The footage cuts back in the pages of this manhwa recap, turning rapidly as the story accelerates. JaeHyun remained a hollow shell. Years bled into decades, the child growing into an adult without ever feeling a single spark of emotion. Desperate to escape the crushing boredom of his existence, JaeHyun embarked on a quest to find his feelings. False love, pity, salvation, he didn't care what it was, as long as it was real. He tried every method imaginable to ignite a fire in his soul, but found nothing but ashes. Sensing his desperation, Hyojin approached the empty vessel. Reaching out a hand, Hyojin made a twisted offer. I hold all your emotions captive. I will return just one to you. Only then will you understand what it means to feel. JaeHyun nodded. There was no heart-pounding joy, no crushing sorrow, no rush of excitement, just a vague awareness that a piece of his soul had been returned by Hyojin. He didn't know which emotion had been restored. But it wouldn't take long for the answer to reveal itself in blood. Following his master's orders, he took a life. The moment JaeHyun's blade sliced through the enemy's neck, a jolt of electricity surged through him. The emotion he had regained was pure, unadulterated pleasure. From that day on, JaeHyun became a reaper hunting for that high. Between the slaughter, he began reading an old fairy tale book left behind by the foster parents he had murdered. It was a cheap cliché story about a weak boy from a rural village who grows up to become a knight and fights for justice. Yet JaeHyun found himself captivated. He began to admire the hero in the pages. He wanted to be like him. A vague, twisted goal began to form in his mind. Not long after, he continued his killing spree to chase that fleeting pleasure. But soon even the act of murder grew stale. A cynical thought took root in his mind. The world is full of weaklings. Slaughtering them one after another offers no entertainment anymore. He needed a stronger stimulant. Did he need a new emotion? He returned to Hyojin demanding the rest of his feelings back, but Hyojin refused, leaving him with nothing but his bloodlust. Desperate, JaeHyun drew his demon sword. Since the sword couldn't grant emotions, he made a different wish. His desire was simple and violent. He screamed with anticipation, "Let me fight enemies stronger than myself. Become the hero of Midgard, and you shall face the monsters you seek." The demon's sword granted his wish, descending him into the realm of Midgard. JaeHyun became a hero without a shred of heroism. He simply mimicked the fairy tale knight saving people, only to construct the perfect stage for his battles. The more he fought, the more the people worshipped him. He became the savior of Midgard entirely by accident. At the height of his fame, a reporter asked, "What is your name?" The question froze him. Reality began to crack. A second later, his true consciousness snapped back. He looked around disoriented. His mind cleared. Simultaneously, a system Manhwa window materialized. Roleplay complete. The immersion into the hero-worshipping boy has ended. Please state the subject's name. JaeHyun pressed his lips together, the truth surfacing. He looked up and answered boldly, "Jugon." The system acknowledged the answer instantly. Special quest, identify the subject complete. Acquired trait, cold-blooded. JaeHyun scanned his surroundings, calculating. Space is collapsing. I need to move. Before he could react, the screen flashed, transferring user to Laboratory Tunnel 3. A blinding light engulfed him, forcing him to shield his eyes. As the glare faded, a familiar voice echoed through the void. "You've finally arrived, adversary." The real Jugon stood before him. "I've been waiting. Did my wish work on you too?" After a heavy 2-second silence, Jugon locked eyes with him. "Great enemy." The system triggered immediately. Active skill, demon tool, materialization activated. JaeHyun's mind raced. Jugon, the first awakener, the legendary hero of humanity that JaeHyun had idolized since childhood. Memories of the past surfaced. Jugon was supposed to be strong, kind, and righteous, but that image was a lie. The truth was ugly. Jugon was nothing but a soulless puppet, a piece of trash dancing on Odin's strings. JaeHyun's blade hummed, ready for war. He steeled his resolve. "I have to kill him. I must destroy the very legend I once worshipped with my own hands." Suddenly, Fafnir and Hela rushed in panic, written on their faces. Hela shouted, "JaeHyun, are you okay?" Hearing her voice brought a moment of relief. "Hela, Fafnir. You're safe." It seemed time had stopped outside the dungeon. JaeHyun composed himself. "I'm fine. But Hela, I need a favor." Hela blinked in confusion. "A favor?" JaeHyun didn't hesitate. "While I take on Jugon, can you keep John occupied for me?" John, the enemy speedster, scoffed at the audacity. "Who decides that I have no intention of fighting a side battle?" Before she could protest further, Jugon cut her off. "No, do as the adversary says." John's eyes widened in shock. "What do you mean?" Jugon smiled, a twisted excitement in his eyes. "I want a proper duel with my adversary. You are the speed sword. Surely you can give us some space." John snapped back. "But Hyojin and Odin will be furious if we mess this up." Jugon's aura darkened instantly. "Do not interfere in my battle." A chill ran down her spine. She knew that tone. Even if JaeHyun was the threat, Jugon would crush her first if she disobeyed. No matter how strong she was nothing compared to Jugon Odin's crow. Reluctantly, she yielded. Fine. Make it clean so there's no gossip later. Let's move. Watching from the side, Gila assessed the situation. Their mana levels are off the charts. Even with JaeHyun's divinity facing both would be suicide. Separating them is our only chance. She nodded slowly. Understood. I don't want to get caught in their crossfire anyway. As she turned to leave, she shouted a warning. JaeHyun, that crow stole the essence of the sea from Jormungandr. Be careful. If you don't have a countermeasure, you're dead. To reassure her, JaeHyun shouted back, Don't worry, I have a plan. Guan watched calmly as the battlefield cleared. Good. Finally, it's just the two of us. Great Sage, allow me to offer my congratulations. Your presence here proves you've completely conquered the second floor of this dungeon. That casual attitude made JaeHyun's blood boil. Cut the crap with that disgusting tone, fury exploded as he slashed down at JaeHyun. That's enough out of you. But with barely a shift in weight, JaeHyun evaded the blow. Whoa there, what's the rush? Ignoring his playful mockery, JaeHyun unleashed a storm of relentless attacks. In the heat of battle, his mind raced. He drew it already. That artifact from the Black Flame Demon Sword. There was no mistake. It was a mythical-grade artifact. Suddenly, JaeHyun spoke with eerie calm. Before we continue this dance, I have a question. JaeHyun paused, confused. A question. The answer came without hesitation. Yes. JaeHyun finally dropped the mask. The novel you found in the second basement. Well, was it good? JaeHyun was completely thrown off by the absurdity. What? The horrific memories of that warm home flashed through his mind. Was it good? You're asking about that tragedy? Gritting his teeth, JaeHyun spat out his words. How could a story like that ever be considered good? JaeHyun slipped back into his fake persona. What a pity. I had hoped the boy's story wouldn't be... I hoped my story would be a masterpiece. I wanted to be the main character. I yearned to be the fairy tale hero acknowledged by the world. The sudden shift left JaeHyun bewildered. Why bring this up now? Ignoring the confusion, JaeHyun dropped a bombshell. I have a favor to ask. The conversation pivoted so fast, JaeHyun reeled. A favor. Ignoring his shock, JaeHyun narrowed his eyes, locking his gaze onto JaeHyun. Then came the request. Could you please kill me? JaeHyun raised his guard instantly. What kind of trap was this? Anticipating the doubt, JaeHyun clarified. No tricks. Just kill me. A manic, twisted smile spread across his face. I told you, didn't I? My story. It isn't a good one. A bad story gets no readers, and a story with no readers deserves to end right there. JaeHyun couldn't hold back his disgust. You crazy bastard. JaeHyun didn't get angry. Instead, he burst into laughter. That sounds so familiar. After laughing to his heart's content, his expression hardened. But I can't just die that easily. I am Odin's puppet. I'm not allowed to die on my own terms. So you have to do it. JaeHyun's patience finally snapped. Quit spouting nonsense. He charged into the fray, his voice thunderous. I'm definitely going to kill you. But I'm doing it for me. I'm ending you simply because you're a piece of trash. Strangely, JaeHyun looked delighted. That is enough. Now, let us begin. JaeHyun's blade thirsted for blood as he launched a lightning-fast preemptive strike. But JaeHyun blocked it effortlessly. In that single exchange, JaeHyun realized he was outmatched. The interface flashed like a classic system Manhwa battle. Active skill chain lightning. JaeHyun calculated instantly. I'll use magic to parry. The surprise attack drew genuine praise from JaeHyun. Interesting. But in a split second, he saw through it. You're still holding back your true power, aren't you? Before the words faded, JaeHyun struck, forcing JaeHyun back. JaeHyun's mind sharpened, analyzing the threat. JaeHyun has achieved divinity, but he's only at the first stage of release. He can't maintain that form for long. I need to create an opening and end this in a single blow. Priority 1. Read his movements sync with his breathing. He gathered his momentum and shot forward like a bullet. Yet JaeHyun intercepted him with terrifying ease. Your swordplay is truly annoying. JaeHyun laughed heartily at the struggle. Never fought against a rapier before. Let's spice this battle up a bit. You'd like that, wouldn't you? JaeHyun snapped his fingers. By the grace of Odin, release divinity. Field magic activated. The reality around them began to warp and twist. What is this? In an instant, they were transported to a realm of suffocating darkness. Is this field magic? The domain, cruel fairy tale, has been deployed. JaeHyun couldn't hide his shock. You can cast high-tier field magic too, JaeHyun answered with chilling casualness. Yeah, I'm not a master, but it works. Well, does this satisfy you? JaeHyun stayed silent, his attention fixed on his feet sinking into the cursed ground. His mind raced. Field magic is reserved for the absolute peak of mages. Usually it takes multiple S-class hunters combining their mana just to cast it. And yet, JaeHyun paused, struck by the impossibility. You cast this alone, and you're not even a mage. Do-Yun, you're a swordsman. After a heavy silence, he spoke. Do you really intend to die here? Do-Yun feigned ignorance. Huh, what are you talking about? JaeHyun cut through the act. Don't play dumb with me. You're forcibly overdrawing your divinity. He finally admitted it. The finale should always be entertaining. I'm going to die anyway, so you better go all out. JaeHyun replied instantly. You seem awfully sure I can kill you. Do-Yun's voice remained soft. Of course. Hearing that JaeHyun shifted his stance, stealing his soul for a deathmatch, JaeHyun's eyes burned with resolve. Boom. They collided without hesitation. He swung his blade, a strike meant to sever fate itself. Do-Yun was not to be outdone. He weaved through the attack and retaliated with a brutal counter. He didn't stop there, closing the distance with godlike speed. Before JaeHyun could react, cold steel was inches from his neck. Instinct took over. He deflected the blow just in time. The display of strength thrilled Do-Yun. Excellent. Do-Yun unleashed a new technique. The terrifying surge of mana drained the color from JaeHyun's face. What? This condensed magical energy. Something is coming. His instincts were right. A crimson liquid projectile slammed into JaeHyun's shoulder. Blood gushed from the wound, tearing a cry of agony from his throat. Realization hit him through the pain. Is this the artifact you stole from Jormungunder's ocean? Do-Yun looked genuinely surprised. You know about that, JaeHyun answered calmly. Ocean essence, a stone that grants absolute dominion over water. Rumors said you stole it. Looks like they were true. The first Awakener stole the essence straight from Jormungunder's territory. The ocean essence belonged to Jormungander, one of Loki's children, and a key member of the alliance warring against Asgard. But while his power was suppressed by Odin, you snatched it and ran. Do-Yun didn't even bother to deny it. Correct. I thought this little toy would make our duel far more entertaining. Then the system intervened as JaeHyun triggered his recovery. Active skill. Holy right. Jugo's bloodlust spiked his eyes wide with manic glee. Monstrous. To think you possessed a recovery skill of this caliber. Suddenly his senses screamed the atmosphere had shifted. The system interface flashed a new command, release divinity. In a heartbeat, JaeHyun vanished, tearing through the air like a gale just as the enemy desired. Before Jugo could even process the shift, a terrifying surge of energy exploded outward. JaeHyun's voice thundered with cold, absolute judgment. Your life ends right here. Outside the spatial barrier, the shockwaves of their clash echoed like thunder. John's attention snapped toward the noise, her expression unbothered. It seems the real party has finally begun over there. So how shall we play this? Should I strike first, or will you come to die? Fafnir roared with primal fury, staring John down with the ferocity of a king scolding a peasant. The woman fell into deep thought. I sensed this hatchling the moment I arrived. Through John's gaze, the crimson dragon before her seemed bathed in a blinding, radiant golden aura. The mana. The raw power radiating from it is anything but ordinary. It may be young, but it holds a potential that defies all logic. Speculation about Fafnir's lineage raced through her mind. Is this beast a hatchling raised by the archenemy? Hold on, Hela interrupted the silence, her voice laced with curiosity. I have a question for you first. Who exactly are you? John shrugged, replying with casual indifference, merely a humble servant bowing before Aya. Hela's eyes narrowed, scanning her with intense suspicion. Her gaze locked onto the accessory adorning the woman's wrist. Do all of you carry such catastrophic artifacts? John let out a sharp, mocking laugh. I admit this trinket is a bit beyond my usual pay grade. Recognizing the artifact sent a shiver of dread through Hela. That is a relic bestowed by Odin himself. I've seen its power in the ancient past. Well, technically that was eons before my birth. The origin of the bracelet was legendary Odin's ring Draupnir, a force capable of tearing open rifts and transporting legions across the dimensional barriers. John raised her hand, her smile brimming with arrogance. This looks bad for you. Shouldn't you be worrying about something more immediate than history lessons? Hela tilted her head, genuinely perplexed. What are you implying, that I am somehow weaker than you? She lowered her gaze, ignoring the woman's ceaseless taunts. If my assessment is correct, you exhausted nearly all your divinity fighting Heimdall. Are you certain you can survive me in that state? The moment the words landed, Hela let out a scoff of pure disdain. The pressure in the air grew heavy as Hela declared her status. Now it was John's turn to be stunned. You have gravely miscalculated. I am the avatar of Hel, the goddess of death. Enormous energy swirled around her like a storm. There is no universe where I lose to the likes of you. Hela raised a brow, her voice cold. Tell me, are you one of Odin's crows? Her entire form dissolved into a spreading mist of darkness. With a decisive wave of her hand, a colossal spectral palm materialized, crushing down toward John with devastating force. Not daring to underestimate the attack, John pirouetted backward with lightning speed, narrowly evading the impact. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Damn it! Hyla's killing intent was still blazing uncontrollably. I only wanted to provoke her to make her hesitate with fear. But my words didn't affect her at all. A flicker of genuine fear took root in John's heart as she activated the bracelet. Clone or not, she is still a deity. As she raised her slender hand, a massive black hole tore open the sky, hungry to devour everything in its path. I saved this for the arch-enemy, but... The void expanded rapidly, its gravitational pull growing more violent with every second, distorting the very space around them. The sheer force of the suction left Hyla and Fafnir reeling, forcing them to raise their guards against the crushing gravity. This was Draupnir's true authority. From the depths of that abyssal gate, a gargantuan monstrosity slowly emerged, radiating dominance. It was summoning creatures from beyond the veil directly into this world. Yet, facing this apocalyptic scene, Hyla didn't flinch. She simply smiled. Even as hordes of beasts poured from the void, she stood motionless, her eyes filled with nothing but tranquility and scorn for her opponent. You chose the wrong opponent today. Did you honestly believe a mere artifact could elevate you to the level of a god? John's face darkened, her voice a low growl. What are you talking about? Hyla laughed, a sound of pure amusement as she raised her hand. Have you forgotten whose authority flows through my veins? Her eyes flared with a dual-colored spectral light. That ignorance will be your downfall. Suddenly, reality itself began to fracture, spiderweb cracks tearing through the dimension of the room. The fissures widened, shattering the air. John's face went pale with shock. It creates portals just like Draupnir. But Hyla wasn't just matching her, she was surpassing her. From the dark rifts, an army of elite skeleton warriors marched forth. This is the authority of Hell. Hyla's gaze pierced through John's soul, sharp and unforgiving. Do not think Aya is the only one with power. With a gesture, Hyla commanded the Legion of Death to charge. John stepped back in terror, her mind rejecting the reality unfolding before her. You're just an inferior copy. How can you utilize Hell's myth-grade skill summoning undead directly from Helheim? How is this possible? She screamed, her composure shattering. Hyla, you are nothing but a fragment, unfazed. Hyla flashed a radiant smile. Are you dying to know the secret? As John panicked, Hyla calmly delivered the truth. I am not weaker. In fact, I am far stronger than before. How could this be? The terrifying truth behind this Manhwa recap revelation was finally unveiled. The day I fought Heimdall, I should have perished. I inherited this immense power while possessing a frail mortal vessel. Memories of JaeHyun flashed in her mind. But then he used his divine power on me. John shrieked, unable to grasp the logic. So what does that matter? It's quite simple, really. Hyla continued her benevolent lecture. When he extracted the discordant energy, my body developed a resistance. Hyla raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. It evolved to a state where I can now assimilate even more divinity. At her command, the skeleton warriors surged with ominous energy, charging forward in a frenzy of violence. Tear her apart. John didn't stand idle. She signaled her beasts to intercept and threw herself into the fray. Damn it, hold the line. Seeing the tides turn against her, she gritted her teeth. There's no choice. Hujin will be furious, but I must survive. Resorting to her secondary plan, John conjured the black hole once more. All right, it's open. I don't know the exit coordinates, but it doesn't matter. The clash between the undead legion and the dimensional beasts raged on with brutal intensity. Suddenly, a blur of motion tore past her, interrupting her escape plan. I just need to reach any other territory and seal the gate. That's my only chance to live. John looked down in panic. You little... Fafnir stood like a fortress, blocking her path. The arch-enemy's pet showed zero hesitation. John's face twisted into a demonic snarl as she unleashed a catastrophic blast of concentrated energy. Get out of my way! The explosion dust settled slowly, revealing crimson scales that shimmered completely unbreakable and unscathed. The dragon was perfectly fine, not even a single scratch marred its hide. John's eyes bulged in disbelief. Impossible. How can a lowly beast possess a defense that defies the laws of physics? She whipped her head around, terror gripping her soul. There was only one beast with such catastrophic power, Fafnir. Hyla stalked toward her, introducing the nightmare incarnate. Fafnir. John bit her lip, trembling. I thought the great enemy killed it. Hyla's expression darkened, her voice cold as the grave. This ends right here. The color drained from her face, leaving her ghost pale. A subordinate? Hyla's mocking laughter echoed through the building. Despite her fear, John tried one last desperate bluff. Ha! Even if you slaughter me, this world is doomed anyway. The army is approaching. Hela cut her off, her voice dripping with indifference. You mean those so-called warriors of the gods? Terror seized John's voice. How do you know that? That's forbidden knowledge. Ignoring John's panic, she scoffed. It seems our great enemy is far sharper than you fools gave him credit for. Hela released her aura, the atmospheric pressure dropping instantly. Listen closely. I haven't unleashed this in ages. Instantly, a pitch-black magic circle manifested beneath John's feet. Hela began the chant, her voice resonating with ancient power. I, Hela, proxy of hell, bring down the judgment of the underworld upon you. You shall be shackled in the frozen abyss of Niflheim. The aura of death suffocated the air. As the abyss dragged John down, Hela delivered the final verdict. And your soul shall be shredded into oblivion, denied even the mercy of reincarnation. In the blink of an eye, the earth swallowed her whole, leaving only a desperate hand reaching from the ground. She watched the execution with cold eyes. A moment later, even the hand vanished, leaving behind only her equipment. Hela reached out, claiming the spoils of victory. Fafnir swooped down, beaming with draconic pride. Hela's expression softened instantly. Thank you. You really are a brave little dragon. Rest now. I doubt we can breach that magic barrier just yet. Hearing this, Fafnir curled up and exhaled deeply, drifting into slumber alongside his master. Meanwhile, the camera shifts to the legendary clash between JaeHyun and JaeHyun. The two titans were locked in a stalemate, neither giving an inch. Their strikes were relentless, showing absolutely no signs of fatigue. Even in the heat of battle, JaeHyun spoke casually. I heard you awakened divine power. Not bad. JaeHyun parried his reply, dripping with confidence. Oh, it's far more than just not bad. They broke apart the impact, creating distance. JaeHyun smirked. Is that so? Then perhaps I should show you something truly entertaining. Before JaeHyun could react, the solid ground beneath him dissolved into liquid. The sudden shift caught him completely off guard. What the hell? JaeHyun reacted on instinct. He blasted magic downwards, using the recoil to launch himself skyward. His mind raced, analyzing the battlefield in split seconds. I can't move freely in this fluid terrain, the system flashed. Skill activated frozen earth. Ice spread instantly, creating a foothold for him to land safely under JaeHyun's gaze. He gasped for air, adrenaline pumping. Suddenly, JaeHyun's pupils dilated in horror. JaeHyun had vanished into thin air. Schluck-cold steel pierced his chest from behind. JaeHyun had teleported into his blind spot instantly. Did I startle you? But instead of fear, a manic grin spread across JaeHyun's face. He gripped the blade, piercing his chest, his voice trembling not with pain, but with excitement. Caught you. System activated. True Form Mimicry. Copy complete. He had successfully replicated a mythic tier artifact. His Mistiltine instantly evolved to rank S. The random rank distribution was cancelled due to the item's immense power. Copy successful. Demonic Sword Tyrfing. Rank Mythic. JaeHyun yanked himself free, eyes burning with determination. Now, let's fight fair. Sensing the shift, JaeHyun retreated at the speed of light. He wasn't even angry. So you baited my attack just to steal the data of my Tyrfing? JaeHyun didn't answer, his mind sharp. During their first clash, he realized his current arsenal was insufficient. Tyrfing was a slender, razor-sharp blade. Its speed vastly outclassed his greatsword. But it wasn't just about the weapon. The problem was JaeHyun's domain. Field Effect Dark Fairy Tale was active, a domain that buffs swordsmanship and physical damage while ruthlessly debuffing magic power. It was the ultimate anti-mage field. It crippled JaeHyun's primary abilities. That's why he gambled everything on True Form Mimicry. To match JaeHyun, he needed that sword, even if it meant taking a blade through the chest to fulfill the copy conditions. Even without a verbal confession, JaeHyun pieced it together instantly. I heard from Odin that the great enemy could copy skills. He warned me you were trickier than a typical leveling Manhwa protagonist. JaeHyun's grin widened. I know. Why do you think I did it? Simultaneously, the system window popped up. Weapon Demonic Sword Tyrfing. Rank Mythic. One of the most infamous blades in all of mythology. Curse Effect Bloodthirst. Once this blade is drawn, it refuses to be sheathed until it has tasted the blood of a living being. Blessing 3 wishes. The sword grants 3 wishes to its wielder. But once the 3rd wish is granted, the curse rebounds, bringing ruin upon its master. Resonance. The higher the synchronization, the more devastating the damage. However, if the user's mind wavers, they will succumb to madness. JaeHyun processed the information rapidly. The system was practically screaming at him about the danger. JaeHyun stared at the cursed blade, his thoughts deepening. The greatest demonic sword in legend. A weapon that devours the sanity of its wielder. Seeing JaeHyun wince in pain, JaeHyun scoffed. It seems your copy skill copies the penalties too, doesn't it? Then realization struck him. Ah, I see. Jugon lacked emotions. He was immune to the sword's psychological corruption. That was why he was chosen to wield it. Meanwhile, JaeHyun gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Damn it, it's struggling against me. He had only held it for a few seconds, yet the pressure was immense. An infinite lust for murder boiled in his veins. His heart hammered against his ribs, breath catching in his throat. Yet in this life or death moment, he smiled. JaeHyun forced out a calm voice through the chaos. Did you really think I'd copy a suicide weapon without a plan? Jugon tilted his head. What are you plotting? Watch this. A blue light flashed before his eyes. System override. Activating active skill. Cold blood. Seeing this, his eyes widened in sheer shock. JaeHyun exhaled slowly, his voice steady. Finally, I feel the calm returning to my mind. But immediately Jugon asked with burning curiosity. That skill. It's impressive. Was it the fates or the sages who bestowed that upon you? JaeHyun did not answer, his mind racing as he analyzed the rapier. This was a weapon JaeHyun had never wielded before, but a moment later he gave a vague reply. Perhaps the interface reappeared due to the passive skill Sword Garden elevating his swordsmanship like a true system Manhwa character. JaeHyun continued to dissect the skill within his mind. Thanks to Sword Garden and his mana detection, he could read his opponent's every movement and even the nature of their blade. In the next second, JaeHyun spoke decisively. Let's end this right now. No need to talk in circles, agreed. His cold attitude only made Jugon more exhilarated than ever. Very well, my worthy rival. I hope victory belongs to you today. The moment he finished speaking, he lunged forward. Not to be outdone, JaeHyun moved to intercept with the speed of light. The two of them closed the distance in a heartbeat. Immediately, Jugon cast a spell transforming the solid ground beneath them into liquid. As if he had predicted this, JaeHyun instantly countered, activating the active skill Frozen Earth. He stomped on the ice, using it as a foothold to launch himself toward Jugon. His eyes burned with the determination to end this in a single strike. Seeing this, Jugon's excitement reached a fever pitch. The moment their two blades clashed, JaeHyun declared with absolute certainty that he would finish it all. Amidst the gloomy atmosphere, a sickening sound pierced the silence. Without warning, the cursed sword Tyrfing was suddenly drenched in fresh blood. It was JaeHyun's blood. As he drove the blade deep into the boy's neck, Jugon sighed with regret. What a pity, truly. I actually believed you had the strength to kill me. Hearing this, JaeHyun suddenly gripped the blade that was impaled in his own neck. Then that is good. You won't have to be disappointed anymore. Confused, the man asked. What? In a heartbeat, JaeHyun declared with absolute confidence, victory is mine. A split second later, he summoned every ounce of strength to deliver a fatal strike to Jugon's neck. Following JaeHyun's attack, the system flashed a notification. Activated Invisible Sword Art's third form. Extended blade. It seems you still don't understand what just happened, do you? The Tyrfing dropped from Jugon's weakening grasp. He clutched his neck in shock. How is this possible? JaeHyun didn't answer immediately, his thoughts drifting back to the past. He remembered from before his regression that the Invisible Sword Arts had 5 forms. Baal could only utilize 2. That was why JaeHyun copied Sword Garden while fighting Fafnir, who possessed far superior skills. But the reason JaeHyun chose this skill was simple. Sword Garden is the foundation of the Invisible Sword Arts. You only become the strongest when you master all 5 forms. If he reached that stage before Baal unlocked the 5th form, JaeHyun would hold a massive advantage. The beginning of that path was the 3rd form, Extended Blade, a technique that concentrates mana onto the sword to extend its reach in an invisible form. Thanks to this, he created an opening to attack despite the gap in their levels. When fighting an equal opponent, if they attack your sword, will reach them first. Even in defeat, Jugon remained incredibly graceful. Congratulations, my worthy rival. You have won. Having lived through the man's memories, JaeHyun felt a pang of pity. Jugon had admired the hero in a picture book he left behind. Perhaps because he could never forget his parents. If Jugon's emotions had remained intact, maybe he would have become a good kid instead of a murderer. But those what-ifs meant nothing now. Finally, JaeHyun delivered his judgment. You are a killer. The things you have done are unforgivable. That is why you are dying right now. Even as JaeHyun prepared the final blow, Jugon spoke calmly. Thank you for doing this for me. His words only irritated JaeHyun further. I am sick of you. Just then, before he could swing his sword, a strange wave of magic erupted. It was Jugon's Tyrfing releasing its power. What is this ominous mana? As if to reassure him, Jugon spoke quickly. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. JaeHyun remained skeptical. Using telepathy, Jugon continued. You still have things left to do. Then the system appeared. Do you wish to ask Tyrfing to grant a final wish? Without a second thought, he agreed. Yes, the system warned him again. Once the user's final wish is granted, the user will die. Do you still wish to proceed? JaeHyun affirmed once more. Of course. Seeing this, JaeHyun shouted in panic. JaeHyun, you. He was frantic with worry. JaeHyun had forgotten about Tyrfing's final wish. Did JaeHyun intend to wish for everyone to die? If he did that, JaeHyun wouldn't be able to stop it. But surprisingly, JaeHyun spoke softly. Please give my worthy rival the right to change the ending of this cruel story. Hearing this, JaeHyun was completely stunned. What a second later, the man explained nonchalantly. I thought I was the main character, but I wasn't. I was just a supporting villain. Dying before the protagonist isn't so bad. And a villain always leaves a gift for the hero before they exit the stage. This is my gift to you. JaeHyun's strange kindness made him stammer. You? Why, in the blink of an eye, the system announced. The magic sword Tyrfing has granted the user's third wish. JaeHyun still couldn't understand his motive. JaeHyun, is this really what you wanted? Why did you choose that as your final wish? But this time, JaeHyun could not answer him. It is time. As soon as he finished his sentence, a monstrous entity appeared. Goodbye, worthy rival. No, I mean, protagonist. These were JaeHyun's final words before he was completely devoured by the monster. JaeHyun thought in shock, is this how it kills the user? The moment the man was destroyed, the monster also faded into the air. Curious, he picked up Tyrfing, but in a flash, JaeHyun realized the sword was fading away. Since it was a weapon bound to JaeHyun, it was created to vanish upon his death. Although he had used a skill to copy it, just because it vanished, now didn't mean JaeHyun lost it forever. The next second, the system appeared, unlocking a new feature of Odin's lost eye. You have obtained the active skill rank S Eye of Insight. The detection skill is now merging with the Eye of Insight. Active skill name, Eye of Insight. Rank S. Effect. See through the true nature of all living beings and objects. Identify the rank and power of opponents and artifacts. Reading through the notifications, JaeHyun was astounded. This was the gift JaeHyun wanted to give him. With this skill alone, JaeHyun now held a trump card. He could take the upper hand in battles against the other Asgardian gods in the future. Suddenly, the space around JaeHyun began to crack. The system quickly notified him. The gloomy fairy tale barrier has been destroyed. As he escaped, he heard Hela's voice calling out to him. JaeHyun, you actually pulled it off. Joy filled his voice as he called out to Hela. She responded instantly, noticing the prize he carried. After all, he had just secured a legendary grade artifact. Hearing this, he scoffed lightly. It was just a glorified crow. But she didn't hesitate to clap back. Oh really? Pretty sure I was the one who saved you from getting deleted by that crow just now. JaeHyun immediately dodged the subject. Great work, Fafnir. If you're back here, does that mean you finished off Cheon? Hela nodded solemnly. Yes. I also secured Draupnir. JaeHyun glanced behind him. Same here. The giant serpent god. Do I need to return this thing to the guardian of the ocean? Her answer was immediate and decisive. No need. You weren't planning to anyway. He instantly agreed. You know me too well. Moments later, JaeHyun placed his hand on the orb of sea power to begin absorption. The system window popped up. Special item acquired, Ocean Essence mythic-grade. This essence pulsed with the raw energy of the deep sea, granting absolute control over water and amplifying all hydro attribute skills. Scanning the attributes, he mused internally. It doesn't grant raw stat points, but the passive effects are broken. No wonder Guan was desperate for it. The ocean essence slowly dissolved into particles within JaeHyun's grasp, but he wasn't done yet. He started scanning the area again. Hela tilted her head, confused. What are you searching for? My liege, is there something else? JaeHyun's expression hardened. The limit breaker potion. It has to be nearby. I can't leave dangerous loot like that lying around. She nodded in agreement. Sure enough, JaeHyun spotted the vials. His eyes lit up. Found it. But then a sudden thought sparked in his mind. He recalled what Kim Yu-sung had told him during the investigation. Lena's voice echoed in his memory. We're investigating, but the sample size is too small. We've hit a wall. If you manage to secure more, please send us a sample. It would be a game changer for our research. I'd better set one aside for her, he decided. Then he spoke aloud. All right, let's get started. Hela looked blankly at him. Huh, what do you mean? Before she could react, he was holding the vial with a look of pure anticipation. JaeHyun, what are you doing? That isn't just a potion, that's the blood of Odin. He slammed the needle into his arm without hesitation. A satisfied smirk spread across his face. Exactly. That's the whole point. You know what this contains, don't you? Hela's jaw dropped in horror. Before she could scream, he continued. This is a golden ticket to acquire divine power for free. No need to go to war with a god to get it. It'd be a waste to just toss it. Don't you agree? His blasé attitude towards blasphemy terrified her. Good lord. JaeHyun, have you lost your mind? How could a human be this reckless? But the system began spamming notifications. Divine power has increased. Divine power has increased. Hela stared, unable to process his insanity. Injecting the All-Father's blood just to grind stats. Meanwhile, JaeHyun was calculating. According to the research logs in the basement, the limit breaker only drives normal people insane because they lack a vessel for the energy. But I already have divine power. My mind will remain intact. The notifications flashed again. Divine power increased. Higher tier unlocked. JaeHyun's eyes narrowed. Just ruining Odin's little experiment isn't enough payback. A new slot has opened. You can now engrave an additional mythic-grade skill. A predatory grin formed on his lips. I'm not just stopping his plans. I'm stealing his power too. Scene shift, the golden halls of Asgard. Odin spoke slowly, his voice heavy. The archenemy has eliminated Guan. Hugin bowed respectfully. Correct. We have also confirmed the death of JaeHyun. Draupnir has been lost. The All-Father gripped his throne knuckles, turning white. It seems the arch-enemy has grown far faster than we anticipated. We must take action no matter the cost. But Hugin hesitated. Forgive me, All-Father. But there is one more tragedy. Odin's voice rose. What is it? More bad news. Hugin lowered his head. I fear so. The arch-enemy acquired the limit breaker potion, and he administered it to himself. The news struck like a thunderbolt. What? Odin's mind raced as he pieced it together. He must have known it contained your blood. He used it to forcefully amplify his own divine power. Odin shot up from his throne, trembling with rage. How dare he? My sacred blood. A filthy human dares to siphon my power. His voice shook the hall. I don't care what it takes, capture him. I will chain him in the deepest dungeon for eternity. Back at JaeHyun's base, the system displayed divine slots 12. He let out a breath. Finally. I've unlocked the second tier of divine power. Until now I was barely scraping by with just Thor's thunder. But this changes everything. I can copy one more mythic-grade skill. He sank into thought. Which god should I target? He still had a blank card looted from the crow earlier. Hunting down a god is usually a nightmare, but he smirked. I probably don't need to go looking. They're going to come for me. They won't stop until I'm dead. I am the prophesied arch-enemy after all. He needed a strategy. Hela broke the silence. This must have been a devastating blow to Odin. That limit breaker was a key component of his preparations for Ragnarok. JaeHyun nodded. And it is fortunate your divine power has evolved. The Asgardian gods are limited to 30% of their power here. They are no longer a threat to you. JaeHyun placed a hand over his heart. I know. He could feel the surge of energy the moment the second tier unlocked. I'm strong enough now. Even Heimdall would fall before me. Hela continued her analysis. Odin will likely be paralyzed for a time. He sacrificed significant authority and his own blood for those potions. He is weakened. JaeHyun leaned back. So, we have a brief window of peace. But Hela... Suddenly, a holographic window interrupted him. This was a classic awakening Manhwa moment. Fafnir's experience has reached the cap. Complete the quest to trigger evolution. A new notification popped up, side quest The Dragon's First Awakening. Pointing at the screen, he asked, I should probably handle this ASAP, right? Hela nodded. Fafnir proved incredibly useful during the battle with JaeHyun. The quest details expanded. Side quest Dragon's Awakening. Objective: eliminate the boss monster dormant in Lake Shogenji, Japan to unlock the dragon's potential. System alert: Condition 1, slaughter the boss monster. Condition 2, evolve Fafnir. Difficulty level S+. The reward. Fafnir's rank ascends by 1. Lena's voice anchored him to the spot, making escape impossible. Fafnir's evolution was the key to everything. In a heartbeat, JaeHyun's mind began to race. Fafnir possessed the ultimate dragon scales. He was just a hatchling now, but with the right upgrade, he would become a calamitous force of nature. But suddenly a heavy sigh escaped JaeHyun's lips. There was a glitch in the plan. Lena tilted her head, confused. Master, why the long face? Is something wrong? He struggled to find the right words, hesitating. Finally, the truth came out. Even with Director Kim's protection, my attendance record at the academy is abysmal. His mundane worry left her stunned. Huh. JaeHyun ignored her confusion. One more absence meant repeating the year, yet this mission was non-negotiable. What should I do? As he scratched his head in frustration, fate intervened. His phone began to buzz in his pocket. A message from Ju Young flashed on the screen. Yo, what are we packing for the field trip snacks? JaeHyun stared at it, completely missing the context. It took a moment for the realization to hit him. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Ina strolled down a quiet path until a familiar voice broke the silence. Aina spun around and instantly recognized her. Suna, What is it? Suna's face was burning crimson, her words stumbling over themselves. Gathering her courage, Suna finally blurted it out. Does JaeHyun have a girlfriend? The question caught Ina completely off guard. She composed herself and replied, I don't think so. Suna's eyes lit up. Really? Without hesitating, she thrust a sealed envelope into Ina's hands. Then came the favor. Could you please give this to him for me? Ina stood there frozen. Before she could react, Suna dashed off shouting, Make sure to get an answer. Wait, Ina called out, but Suna had already vanished. Left alone, she looked down, her gaze piercing through the letter in her hand. It was a cute letter, innocent enough. So why did her chest tighten? A wave of irritation washed over her. Do I really have to deliver this to him? A few days later, the classroom was filled with collective groans. The field trip. JaeHyun slumped over his desk. Ugh, it's that time of the year again. A break isn't bad. I'm sick of grinding against monsters every single day. Director Kim knows we need this rest. Ina nodded in agreement. True. Then Sujin raised a hand. By the way, why the sudden location change? I thought we were going to the States. Jae-sung started to explain. Well, suddenly, JaeHyun burst into a fit of fake coughing. Sujin blinked. What's wrong with you? JaeHyun didn't answer, hiding a secret smile. The location had indeed changed. JaeHyun's mind flashed back to his negotiation with Lena. You want me to alter the destination of the entire academy field trip? JaeHyun had played his cards right. It's your fault I'm in this mess. Was it too much to ask? No. He needed this for his leveling Manhwa agenda. Luckily, she caved. I can handle it. Japan was a backup option anyway. We'll just claim there was a booking error with the flights. It was the perfect plan. He could keep his attendance record and power level Fafnir simultaneously. Lena's voice cut through his thoughts. I'll message you once it's confirmed. Mission accomplished. JaeHyun grinned with satisfaction. Thanks. This is the optimal route. JaeHyun analyzed the geography. The target was supposed to be Lake Chuzenji in Nikko, home to one of Japan's 3 great waterfalls. But that zone was under lockdown due to daegu infestations. So the school diverted to Okinawa. Sending students to a restricted zone would be madness. JaeHyun needed to operate in the shadows. He knew exactly what monsters lurked in Okinawa. This was the ultimate cheat code of a regressor. Suddenly, Ju-young's voice dragged him back to reality. He squinted suspiciously. You're making that face again. You're plotting something troublesome, aren't you? JaeHyun shook his head. No, you're the one who causes trouble. Ju-young leaned in, lowering his voice. So why are you disappearing on us this time? JaeHyun flinched but recovered quickly. I just need some rest. Anyway, shouldn't we be buying supplies? Should we split up? Realizing he wouldn't crack, Ju-young sighed. Fine, keep your secrets. You never tell us anything anyway. All right, let's play a game to decide the teams. Hearing this, Ina immediately whipped out her phone. I'll go first. As the roulette spun, Ju-young prayed to the gods. Please, let me handle the food run, Jae-sung chimed in. Me too, I want the snacks. The results were in. Ina secured the shopping duty. Ju-young and Sujin were stuck checking gear. JaeHyun and Jae-sung were on entertainment. JaeHyun nodded. Teams are set. He turned to Ina. Let's move. She flushed pink. Oh, okay. Inside the market, a worker's voice boomed. Freitzish. Fino samples moismim imimals here feshambort. It was rush hour, and the supermarket was a battlefield of shoppers. JaeHyun and Ina navigated the crowd side by side. JaeHyun stopped at the canned food aisle, grabbing a few items. Is this enough kimchi and seasoning to survive the trip? Ina immediately blocked him. Put that back. That junk isn't good for your stats. JaeHyun whined like a child. Come on, it's a field trip. We need to indulge a little. She remained firm as a raid leader. No. Then her expression softened. When we get there, I'll cook you something much better. JaeHyun surrendered immediately. True. Instant noodles can't compare to your cooking. He smiled. Let's look at other stuff. His praise made her heart soar. As they shopped, a hush fell over a nearby aisle. A student whispered, Wait, isn't that JaeHyun and Seo Ina? Yeah. They're legends lately. Formed a party as freshmen and they're already outperforming the seniors. The gossip spread like wildfire. But why are they alone? Are they dating? Obviously. Look at them. They're a power couple visually too. He's handsome, she's gorgeous. It just makes sense. With his heightened senses, JaeHyun caught every word. He could feel their gazes. It seemed half the school was here prepping for the trip. JaeHyun ignored the rumors, but he worried Ina might be uncomfortable. Guilt pricked at him. Suddenly, Ina slid her hand into her pocket, gripping something tight. Her gaze drifted nervously to the ground. In the next heartbeat, Ina froze, lost in a labyrinth of thoughts. Just as expected, her mind was replaying that conversation with Suna. Could you pass this to him and tell him I'm waiting for an answer? Ina's inner voice whispered the truth. That girl definitely had feelings for JaeHyun to trust her with such a fragile letter, but a strange resistance clawed at Ina's heart. She didn't want to hand it over to JaeHyun, not one bit. It sparked a fire of irritation she couldn't explain, leaving even her confused by this sudden wave of emotion. JaeHyun tried to read the atmosphere, but Ina launched a surprise attack. Why don't you have a girlfriend? The question hit him like a critical strike. He was so stunned he stopped dead in his tracks. After a beat of silence, JaeHyun countered, Why do you ask? Ina's face exploded into a shade of crimson red. I was just wondering why someone as amazing as you is still walking a solo path. Without a second thought, JaeHyun offered a bitter smile. I'm not that great, and being a raider isn't exactly stable. Death is always just one misstep away. If I die in a dungeon, what happens to the girl left behind? His words sent a tremor through Ina's heart. It was fleeting, but it revealed just how deep his consideration for others truly ran. That was JaeHyun. Always putting others first, always the sacrificial lamb. He continued his explanation with a heavy truth. Anyway, no normal person could handle that kind of burden. Ina fell silent, her shyness battling with her resolve. That warmth of his. That was exactly why he was so magnetic. Summoning every ounce of her courage, she broke the silence. But what if there was someone willing to endure that pain? JaeHyun's eyes widened in genuine shock. Before he could process it, she pressed on. If that person existed, would you date them? Under Ina's intense, expectant gaze, JaeHyun stuttered, completely off guard. But finally he delivered his verdict. I don't know. Even as Ina's eyes widened in disbelief, JaeHyun shut the door firmly. I don't think so. Even if such an angel existed, I don't have the confidence to be the man they deserve. Ina didn't say another word, retreating into her own mind. The rest of their shopping trip passed in a suffocating silence. She made her choice. That letter would never reach his hands. At that moment, a memory flashed through JaeHyun's mind. A fragment of the past from before his time in this leveling manhwa began. JaeHyun analyzed the memory. He recalled seeing Ina for the first time during a joint class at MUS. Back then, rumors swirled around her like a storm, fueled by her overwhelming skill and stunning looks. The image of her unleashing her power was vivid, etched into his brain. But more than that, he remembered her ice-cold demeanor. She was a fortress, trusting absolutely no one but herself. It looked like she was constantly running from a phantom. She marched forward relentlessly, refusing to let anything stand in her way. JaeHyun used to think she was sabotaging her own life. Even when he saw her on TV later, that impression never faded. She still looked guarded, wrapped in layers of frost. It wasn't until later that he learned the truth about her family. That she had no choice but to become a monster to survive. But in this timeline, she was a completely different person. The trust issues were gone, replaced by genuine bonds with her friends. JaeHyun knew the catalyst. It was Kim Yoo-jung and himself. They were the ones who shattered those walls, starting from the rookie hunt and the simulation exams. A few days later, the preparations for the field trip were complete. Dudung's voice hit a fever pitch. Okinawa, I'm so hyped, we're going to have a blast, just you wait. Meanwhile, JaeHyun was lost in his own world as they boarded the bus to the warp center. Dudung, watch your step or you'll faceplant. Seeing Dodung lose control made him sigh deeply. She's way too excited. Suddenly realization struck JaeHyun. Their party had grown quite large. Unable to contain her energy, Dudung screamed, "Hurry up!" From behind, Hoon spoke softly. What's wrong? Thinking about how big our squad has gotten. JaeHyun flinched at the accurate guess. How did you know? Hoon flashed a relaxed grin. Because you were staring at everyone like a proud dad. He continued, his voice lowering. I'm actually feeling the pressure too. Our group has become way too famous. Hoon's anxiety mirrored the burden weighing on JaeHyun's shoulders. Yeah, the director was pushing their brand hard. The media was already hailing them as the strongest in MUS, especially now that JaeHyun was out of the picture. To lighten the mood, JaeHyun threw a jab. But haven't you always been famous? However, his sluggish pace was driving Dudung up the wall. Hey JaeHyun, move it. Okinawa is calling our names. JaeHyun could only shake his head at the blatant favoritism. Why am I the only one getting yelled at? Still, he admitted defeat. Fine, I'm coming. He quickly stepped onto the bus. Scanning the interior, JaeHyun noted mentally, plenty of empty seats. Anywhere is fine. He picked a spot and slumped down. But suddenly Ina stood up. Across the aisle, Sojun turned around, eyes narrowing with suspicion. You always take the back seat, Lee Sang. Her comment made Lee Sang stammer, unsure how to reply. But before he could speak, Sojun's attention snapped elsewhere. She witnessed the impossible. Ina was making a move. "Can I sit next to you?" Sojun's jaw dropped to the floor. "What?" JaeHyun was equally thunderstruck. Sure." In a flash, Sojun detected the scent of scandal. "Hey, Lee Sang, did you see that?" Lee Sang remained clueless as ever. What, they're just sitting together." Sojun gave up on him. "Forget it." But her eyes remained fixed on them, squinting like a detective. She filed it away in her mind. There is definitely something going on here. The bus roared to life. Staring out the window, cold sweat began to trickle down JaeHyun's neck. Damn it. The air around Ina felt suffocating after what happened a few days ago. It was practically a confession. He desperately hoped it was just a misunderstanding, a glitch in her social skills. But looking at her face now, JaeHyun analyzed her expression. It was undeniable. This was going to be another massive headache. There were things he had to do, revenge to exact, people to protect. This was a classic awakening Manhwa scenario where focus was key. He gritted his teeth, forcing his resolve to harden like steel. Besides, mentally, JaeHyun was in his late 20s when he regressed. Dating a high schooler now. That felt borderline criminal. He had to stop Ragnarok. Romance was a luxury he couldn't afford. He simply didn't have the bandwidth for it. Snapping back to reality, he quickly jammed his headphones on. Focus. He needed to become stronger. That's right. Absolute power was the only goal. But his meditation didn't last long. Ina leaned in her voice, a soft whisper. "Are you listening to music?" Her voice cut through his thoughts. In the next second, she dropped a critical hit. "Can I listen with you?" Morning broke over Okinawa. Dudung's eyes sparkled as the scenery unfolded before them. As they disembarked, she chirped, "We made good time." Meanwhile, Lee Sang scanned the new battleground. So, this was Okinawa. The atmosphere was almost too peaceful. Kwon So-yul immediately shot back, "We just landed. How can you tell?" But for Min JaeHyun, the lack of tension was a breath of fresh air. "You're not wrong," he admitted softly. Okinawa sat far removed from the quarantine danger zones of Japan. Suddenly, a commanding voice demanded attention. "Everyone gather round." Kwon So-yul nudged the group toward the instructor. "I have a briefing before we mobilize." The instructor laid out the itinerary with military precision. "Check in at the hotel first, drop your gear, then we move to the target location. All operations will be conducted in squads." Kwon So-yul leaned in, whispering the crucial details. "On the second day, we get free time to explore, but the rule is you must stick with a buddy. 2-man cells minimum." The instructor continued his stern lecture. "If you submit your team list beforehand, I won't need to babysit you. I expect discipline. Explore freely, but I want a full recon report on what you observed." As Yu Sung-ah turned to discuss the schedule with Min JaeHyun, a shadow blurred past them, causing her to gasp. Who was that?" It was Ina marching forward with her head down, hiding her expression. She stopped before him, her voice trembling with nerves. "Will you go out with me on the second day?" She called his name, Min JaeHyun. Leaving him completely stunned, Min JaeHyun studied her, his mind racing. She was deadly serious. It felt like the trauma of the past incidents had pushed her to this breaking point. "I'm sorry," he said, and Ina froze as if struck by ice. "I don't think I can make it." Min JaeHyun rejected her, though regret weighed heavy in his voice. "I have a mission on day 2. The director has already cleared it." Her head dipped even lower, hiding her eyes. From a distance, the others watched the brutal scene of him turning his back on her. "What was that?" Kwon So-yul whispered, sensing the drama. "Is there bad blood between Min JaeHyun and Ina? A lover's quarrel?" Yu Sung-ah looked bewildered by the interrogation. "I haven't heard anything about a fight." Kwon So-yul narrowed her eyes skeptically. "Really, if you say so." The schedule was set in stone. This field trip was a 4-night, 5-day operation. Day 1 was strictly for squad cohesion and transit. For the remaining 4 days, however, the leash would be loosened. The streets were alive with civilians, marking the start of a long journey. But for cadets who faced death and monsters daily, this was a rare sanctuary. The Academy understood the toll of this awakening Manhwa lifestyle, and granted them this brief taste of freedom. Min JaeHyun walked on, analyzing the terrain. His plan was simple: maintain cover with the group today, then solo the boss raid tomorrow. "I need to power level Fafnir before the next calamity." He bit his lip, calculating the risks, but just as he focused, a voice pierced his concentration. Ina appeared, forcing a bright smile. "Min JaeHyun, do you want to try a bite of this?" He paused. Ina's behavior had shifted drastically since that day at the convenience store. Min JaeHyun accepted the snack, but his internal chaos only grew. This is dangerous. Why is destiny flowing in this direction? He couldn't shake the thoughts clouding his mind. I've been sprinting toward my goal, blind to everything else. I'm finally seeing the light at the end of this hellish tunnel. Min JaeHyun stared at the corndog in his hand. Guilt gnawed at him, but in a system Manhwa world there was no inventory slot for romance. He nervously twirled the wooden stick, lost in the dilemma. I have to end this now, or it will spiral into a disaster I can't control. Min JaeHyun looked up, his gaze piercing. Ina, about what you asked, hanging out on the second day. Ina's face flushed crimson. Yes. Suddenly he dropped the bomb. All right, let's do it. Min JaeHyun wasn't finished. Let's go out tomorrow. I have something important to tell you. Her eyes widened. Something to tell me, he nodded solemnly. I'll let you know everything tomorrow. Ina's mind went into overdrive. What does he mean I'm hopeless at reading social cues? Slowly, a radiant smile broke across her face. Okay, thank you. But deep down she knew she was lying to herself if she claimed she didn't suspect the truth. Ina gripped the hem of her dress, her knuckles white. The words he was preparing were likely galaxies, apart from the confession she desperately wanted. She walked away, thinking, I don't care. Once out of sight, Ina's expression turned icy cold. A silhouette formed in her mind. I've decided. I will not retreat. Not even if my opponent is Kwon Soon-ah and that damned letter. She pivoted, her resolve hardening like steel. I won't watch another girl take him. Whether it was standing opposite him or standing beside him, she refused to yield her spot. Her heart burned with possessive fire. I never planned to give up from the start. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the distance had caught every frame of the interaction. Yu Sung-ah watched in silence, analyzing the data. Ina's behavior toward Min JaeHyun had evolved. It's like she's already role-playing as his girlfriend, she speculated. Yu Sung-ah remained speechless. She was the shy type too, after all. Kwon So-yul probed. There's definitely a vibe between them, right? Yu Sung-ah murmured. I don't think we should interfere in their fate. The emotion drained from Yu Sung-ah's face as the scene shifted to nightfall. A strange, hollow feeling settled in her chest. Back in the hotel room, she stared blankly at the ceiling. But it doesn't look like mutual love. Yu Sung-ah closed her eyes. It looks like a one-sided crush. Suddenly a memory from the past resurfaced. Are you two dating? That was what Ina had asked them back then. Yu Sung-ah clutched the blanket tightly. It was a question I obviously couldn't answer. That must have been the moment her feelings began to bloom. The thought made Yu Sung-ah writhe under the covers in frustration. What is this? Why does my heart feel so heavy? Kwon So-yul, busy on her phone, sat up abruptly. What's wrong? Kwon So-yul asked, eyes sharp. Is it bothering you that much? Yu Sung-ah shot back. No. She turned away to hide her face. I just find the whole situation weird. Kwon So-yul didn't pull her punches. You know Ina likes Min JaeHyun, right? Yu Sung-ah whispered. That's what it feels like. Kwon So-yul pressed harder. And you? Do you like him too? The question hit like a critical strike. Her face exploded in red. Yu Sung-ah shot up from the bed. What? Kwon So-yul remained unfazed. You know exactly what I mean. Her voice dropped to a serious tone. You're going to regret it if you stay passive. Yu Sung-ah stammered, still flustered. What are you even talking about? But she fell silent, unable to form a defense. She thought back to the happy moments with Min JaeHyun. Min JaeHyun and me. Him. Yu Sung-ah fought a mental battle. Yeah, he's just an old friend. But her heart whispered, that's a lie. It's not like that, she said aloud. Yu Sung-ah tried to bury the emotions rising in her throat. I don't like him. We've just known each other forever. She glanced at Kwon So-yul. I just feel bad for Ina. You know how sensitive she is. Kwon So-yul sighed, delivering the harsh truth. If you want to deceive yourself, you need to try harder than that. She cheered her on in her own twisted way. If you want to flip the script, you'd better move fast. Yu Sung-ah could only sigh in defeat. Kwon So-yul felt a pang of pity for her friend. The next morning brought clear blue skies and piercing sunlight. Fafnir growled low, demanding attention. Min JaeHyun stood nearby, gearing up. Fafnir, sorry, buddy. We're only going hunting tonight. The creature growled again, seemingly in agreement with the delayed violence. Min JaeHyun's eyes were rimmed with dark circles. Sleep had evaded him. Can I really reject her properly? He walked with purpose, strategizing his social encounter like a dungeon raid. First, I'll meet Ina and explain my circumstances. But there were secrets he had to keep. I definitely can't tell her about being a regressor or the gods watching this Manhwa recap unfold. He stared at his reflection in the glass. I won't let my friends get dragged into this mess. Min JaeHyun's mind was a whirlwind of tactics, but he knew one thing: he couldn't keep them in the dark forever. I weighed the consequences of turning her down. With her stubborn streak, she wouldn't accept a simple rejection. I could feel it in my bones. This was going to be a very long day. Arriving at the colossal aquarium, JaeHyun approached with silent footsteps. His gaze locked onto Ina, standing nearby, radiant as a jewel, yet a shadow of sorrow veiled her beautiful face. The moment she spotted him, a flush of crimson painted her cheeks. "You came," she chirped. JaeHyun scratched his head, masking his awkwardness. "Yeah. Shall we get moving?" They strolled together, passing a corridor lined with lockers. He stole a glance at her. She was standing so close he swore he could hear the frantic rhythm of her heart. Ina too burned with a shy heat, her emotions overflowing. A fish with enormous eyes stared back at them before darting into the water, dissolving into the blue depths to their mutual delight. Scanning the surroundings, JaeHyun broke the silence. "This must be the start of the exhibit. Ready to explore?" Ina tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Before them, schools of fish danced in a synchronized stream. They admired the spectacle side by side, chatter filling the air as Ina's smile grew brighter. JaeHyun watched her silhouette from a step behind his eyes, tracing her gaze as she marveled at the aquatic life behind the glass. A shy blush dusted her cheeks. Ina wore a dazzling smile, but as JaeHyun watched her, the curve of his lips couldn't hide the profound melancholy haunting his eyes. After grabbing drinks, the atmosphere shifted. "It's getting late," Ina whispered, breaking the ice. "Thank you for coming with me today." JaeHyun didn't reply. He just interlaced his fingers tightly. Ina Chiua," he began, his voice grave. "There's something I need to tell you." Ina hesitated, sensing the weight of his words. "Can't it wait?" But JaeHyun was firm. "No, I need to say this now." She sighed, the weight of the moment exhausting her. Her expression turned cold, a defense mechanism kicking in. "Fine. Say it." JaeHyun struggled, searching for words that wouldn't shatter her completely. I understand how you feel, but..." Boom! A massive impact rocked the aquarium. JaeHyun froze. Screams erupted. Instinct took over, and he reached out desperately. "Ina!" Panic swept through the crowd like wildfire. What was that scream? Is there a monster inside? Impossible. We're in Okinawa. Their faces were inches apart, adrenaline spiking. Am I hallucinating? JaeHyun cursed internally. Damn it. My body moved on its own to protect her before I could even think. He abruptly pulled his hand from her shoulder. "Sorry. Let's talk later." She furrowed her brows, refusing to back down. "Say it now." Ina's voice was steely. "I can sense the mana. That monster is rank C at best. You don't think I'm in danger from a measly C rank, do you?" But his silence was a deafening answer that made her freeze. "It's a misunderstanding." Tears began to stream down Ina's face unchecked. She stood up to leave, trembling. "You said we'd talk later." JaeHyun felt a desperate urge to grab her hand to stop her. "Ina die Insighter. Devor." But she shut him out. Save it. She wasn't weak anymore. She knew his answer wouldn't change. "Let's go." They broke into a run, the distance between them growing despite their proximity. Before them lay the beast motionless. JaeHyun couldn't believe his eyes. What is happening? The monster is already dead. Theories raced through his mind at light speed. What is this? Did the Japanese Association handle it? Suddenly a low growl echoed. JaeHyun realized the truth instantly. Fafnir emerged, growling continuously. Fafnir. What are you doing here?" Kim De-young stammered as she approached, catching him off guard. JaeHyun stared at Kim De-young. "Why are you here?" She froze, searching for an excuse. "Kwon So-yul and Lee Jae-sang were busy, so I came alone." Surprised. "Really?" Kim De-young blushed. "Yeah." JaeHyun switched to business mode. "I'll call the instructors." Ina, clearly upset, remained silent and just followed his lead. "It's dangerous here. Let's move. We have no reason to stay." The trio exited the aquarium. 20 minutes later, the MS instructors swarmed the scene. It seemed the Japanese Association had been careless, letting a stray monster slip through the cracks. JaeHyun looked grim on the phone. Kim Yu-sung was demanding the Japanese Association take full responsibility. Students had almost been harmed. JaeHyun ended the call. "She needs to handle this aggressively. We can't let other countries look down on us." "That settles it," he announced to the girls. "I'm heading out. I have things to do." Kim De-young nodded. "Okay." JaeHyun hesitated for a split second, then turned his back and walked away. "Let's talk later." Ina didn't respond, burying herself in silence. Kim De-young tried to cut through the suffocating tension. "We should head back to the hotel right. The sun is setting." Ina finally spoke, her voice sharp. "Kim De-young, apologize if I'm wrong." She looked her dead in the eye. "Did you come to the aquarium because of us?" Kim De-young stuttered. She forced a bright smile to mask her panic. Of course not. I just came inside because I had nowhere else to go. Ina stayed silent. You know how bad I am with directions. Ina offered a faint, knowing smile. Of course. It's getting dark. I understand. Back in the hotel room, Kwon So-yul was drying her hair after a shower. Seeing Kim De-young, she asked immediately. Did you meet those two? Kim De-young kicked off her shoes. Yeah, I think our guess was right. Kwon So-yul probed gently. Are you okay? She hesitated but feigned cheerfulness. Obviously. Meanwhile, night had fallen. 2 guards stood watch at Nikko near Lake Chuzanji. One yawned, tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, how long do we have to wait? The other guard was just as drowsy. Why don't we just send all the hunters in and wipe it out in one go? The first guard scoffed. If that worked, they wouldn't have us A-ranks working like dogs out here. The dark-haired guard lowered his voice. Did you hear the rumors? There's an S-rank monster sleeping here. It's straight out of a leveling Manhwa nightmare. First of its kind in the world. Suddenly the bushes rustled. The guard snapped to attention. Wait, did you hear that? He stepped forward, weapon ready. Who's there? This is a restricted area. The guard shouted, Leave immediately. JaeHyun emerged from the shadows, a mask obscuring half his face. Strange mana radiated from his hand, activating a powerful brainwashing skill. This area is forbidden. The hypnotic command washed over them. You? The guards collapsed, drained of strength. What are you? The mask on JaeHyun's face dissolved into mist. All right, let's go. Fafnir, tucked in his bag, wriggled with excitement. JaeHyun approached the fence and unlocked it. He strolled into the forbidden zone without a care in the world. His boots crunched on the earth as he looked up at the sight before him. Just as I knew. Ahead, a massive waterfall crashed down exactly as he remembered. Whirlpools churned on the water's surface, 8 menacing vortices that looked like black holes, yet he moved toward them. JaeHyun analyzed as he walked. To summon the monster here, I first need to approach the whirlpools. Normally, mere proximity would get you sucked into the void. He looked at the blue orb in his hand, pulsating with energy. Then, without hesitation, JaeHyun dropped it and crushed it beneath his heel. But since I have the Sea Star, orb after orb materialized in his hands. This was child's play. JaeHyun stepped closer to the black abyss on the water. Monsters are classified into 3 types. Think back to the hierarchy of threats in this world. First, you have the terrors emerging from the gates. Second, the twisted mutations born from genetic anomalies. But the third type, they were in a league of their own. As JaeHyun poured out a mysterious blue liquid, the air grew heavy with anticipation. Entities manifested from human will and ancient folklore. A system Manhwa miracle brought to life. He emptied the bottle to the very last drop. A nightmare born from Japanese mythology materialized before him. The legendary 8-headed, 8-tailed serpent, a beast of pure destruction. JaeHyun's lips curled into a confident smirk, his eyes dancing with amusement. The Yamata no Orochi had returned. Meanwhile, Moriya Renji questioned the report. Is this order really from the European Union? Is this an official decree? The staff member trembled. Yes, absolutely. Moriya Renji couldn't believe it. They want us to drop the Black Robe investigation after all this time. He crushed the documents in his fist, veins bulging. This makes no sense. His frustration boiled over. What are those bureaucrats thinking sending this now? Moriya Renji, the S-rank guild master of Japan, glared daggers at his subordinate. The aide shrank back. I apologize, sir. I'm just the messenger, I don't know. Camilla and the EU remained silent on the cause. Moriya Renji gritted his teeth. I thought the Black Robe was their sworn enemy. His mind flashed back to the humiliation at the Great Relic. Those two were crushed by the Black Robe, failing to protect the site. It was a national disgrace that plastered every headline in Japan. He slammed the papers onto the desk with a thunderous crash. So why drop the hunt now, and why demand every other nation stand down? The more he thought, the darker the picture became. The only logical conclusion, the European Union was colluding with the Black Robe. If that's true, that monster in human skin has likely grown even more powerful. Though what that arrogant bastard gained from this alliance was a mystery. It was absurd. Both parties had clearly lost their minds. Moriya Renji sighed, defeated. Fine. Suspend the investigation immediately. He shifted gears, his tone turning serious. What about the preparations for the Chuzenji boss raid? The aide nodded smoothly. We've secured a massive supply of sake for the Yamata no Orochi. Enough to fill all 8 whirlpools to the brim with plenty to spare. Moriya Renji clasped his hands, anxiety clouding his expression despite the prep. Suddenly, the staff member convulsed as a message came through. What is it? The aide pressed the earpiece, face paling. I think we have a situation. I'll verify. He turned away, panic rising in his voice. Yes, I'm here. He froze at the report. Say that again. He rushed for the door. I'm on my way. Moria Renji barked. Report. What the hell is happening? The aide looked like he'd seen a ghost. It's a catastrophe. Moria Renji stood up abruptly. The Yamata no Orochi. It's awakened early. What, it's been dormant for years. Why now of all times? Meanwhile on the lakeshore, JaeHyun watched the colossal beast rise from the depths. It had surfaced just a day before the official raid. Fafnir trembled. 400 bottles, isn't that overkill? The beast's gaze locked onto JaeHyun. The area boss Yamata no Orochi glared down with ancient malice. The Japan Association had tried to purge this monstrosity once and failed miserably. In the original timeline, it wasn't meant to fall for years. But JaeHyun knew the lore. He knew the story of the god popularized by manga. Legend tells of Susanoo the storm god who slew the beast not with brute force, but with wine. He intoxicated the dragon to seal its fate. Knowledge is power. If you understand the mythology, the raid becomes a walk in the park. JaeHyun held the winning hand. Since this monster was born from the legend, it was bound by the legend's rules. That was the absolute law of this leveling manhwa world. I just have to replicate the victory of the past. JaeHyun faced the overwhelming aura without flinching. Fear, he felt none. Useless. The sea crystal pulsed, bending the hydrocurrents around him. The torrential waves parted before they could even graze his skin. The Orochi roared in frustration. JaeHyun scoffed. Water won't work on me. You'll have to try harder than that, you overgrown lizard. His taunt sent the beast into a frenzy. JaeHyun gritted his teeth, adrenaline spiking. That's more like it. Show me the power of an S rank. Fury exploded. The beast unleashed a barrage of lethal venom. JaeHyun skid backward, using the water's surface as his braking system. Fafnir shrieked as the chaos unfolded. You're in the way. JaeHyun grabbed the bag containing the little creature and hurled it to safety. Stay sharp over there, Fafnir. JaeHyun's eyes burned with determination. I'm ending this now. This dragon is your ticket to evolution. The beast wielded the dual calamities of flood and venom. Controlling hydropressure and deadly toxins was its ultimate trump card, but a different energy surged from JaeHyun. Blue mist rose from him like spiritual fire. The protection of Hyo negates all debuffs. Your compatibility with me is the absolute worst. He launched himself off the water. None of your attacks can touch me. Active skill pocket capture engaged. He moved like a blur, forcing the massive heads to look up. With a gesture, he seized command of the hydrosphere. The sea crystal screamed as he twisted the currents into a violent vortex, turning the beast's weapon against it. He plummeted from the sky like a meteor. In a flash of silver light, a massive head was severed cleanly from the neck. That's one down. From the cliffs, Moria Renji watched in paralyzed silence. What in God's name? Was that movement even human? He couldn't process the scene. Is he soloing a Calamity-class boss? Moria Renji, hidden in the crevices, witnessed the impossible. He's hunting the Yamata no Orochi all by himself. The realization hit him hard. It shouldn't be possible. Even I, with a squad of elite A-rankers, was crushed by that thing. They had only survived because the beast stayed in the lake. They needed days to prepare. And now, this unknown hunter is stealing the kill right from under our noses. But instead of rage, awe washed over him. Moria Renji narrowed his eyes, fixating on the source of the power. That orb of water in his hand. That's the key. The man stood alone against that S-rank calamity. Just who the hell was he? Suspicion gnawed at the observer. But hold on. Footsteps were approaching. A subordinate called out to Moria Renji, but he snapped back instantly. Shut up and keep your eyes open. He ground his teeth in frustration. To think their paths would cross in a place like this. His aura blazed like an inferno. That signature gear. That god-tier skill control. It could only be him. JaeHyun's power had officially ascended to the legendary realm of the Black Robe. With just a few casual swings, invisible blades sliced through reality itself. He was carving up that Orochi all by himself. Moria Renji realized with a chill that he couldn't underestimate this monster. Balak's interview wasn't just hype after all. Moria Renji stood paralyzed by the sheer pressure. The stranger's mana capacity completely dwarfed his own, even as an S-rank hunter. JaeHyun's eyes darted toward Moria Renji's concealed presence. He smirked, realizing the Japan Association had finally taken the bait. The energy sphere in his hand faded into nothingness. I've been waiting for an audience. JaeHyun turned his focus back to Yamata no Orochi. He would use them as pawns. The active skill item materialization triggered, and a blade began to take shape from thin air. The process completed with a flash of light. He gripped the hilt of his new creation, the mythic-grade Demon Sword Tyrfing. Pure satisfaction gleamed in his eyes. It was time to carve the name Black Robe into the world's memory once again, and sow the seeds of absolute terror. He recalled sitting in his room before the school trip, plotting this very moment to evolve his strength in this leveling manhwa. Gathering every hidden artifact in the world was crucial for his growth. But his ambitions went far beyond simple collecting. He had a master plan in motion, going through official channels to buy raid rights or reveal his identity. That was just a headache that would breed unnecessary enemies before he was ready. That was why he donned the armor and the cloak. He decided to fully embrace the accidental persona of the black robe. Moving in the shadows was infinitely more efficient. Every move was calculated with cold precision. His goal wasn't just slaughtering the Orochi. It was to skyrocket the fame and market value of the black robe identity. JaeHyun launched himself from the water's surface. The strategy was flawless. Moriya Renji was just a pawn on his chessboard. By luring the Japan Association here to witness the Orochi's demise, he would force the media to broadcast the terror of the black robe to the entire world. A system notification flashed divine power state unlocked. Instantly, a terrifying amount of magical energy exploded outward from JaeHyun's body. When this news broke, his stock value would hit the ceiling. He unleashed his aura, ensuring that in a world overrun by beasts, humanity would learn to fear him more. As Yamata no Orochi prepared a breath attack, JaeHyun charged head-on to claim his glory. He moved with the grace of the wind, his strike drawing a wretched scream from the beast. One of the Orochi's heads was severed clean from its body. The active skill, Thunder God's power, roared to life, coating his hands in blinding electricity. This was the quickest way to end it. He leaped high and unleashed a cataclysmic lightning strike, displaying absolute overwhelming dominance. The Orochi convulsed under the voltage as his mana hammered down like Judgment Day. The shockwave forced Moriya Renji to skid backward. He gasped in disbelief. This is insane. That power level makes no sense. JaeHyun was ready to annihilate everything in his path. Those eyes, they contained pure savagery. Was that thing even human? JaeHyun landed softly and began walking forward with terrifying composure. The system chimed with a sweet victory message. You have successfully hunted the boss of Lake Chuenji Yamata no Orochi. The first condition for the quest, Dragon's First Growth, is complete. Item obtained, Tale of Yamata no Orochi. Seeing the hunter standing there without a scratch, Moriya Renji had to admit the truth. The black robe wasn't a man, he was a monster. Compared to every raider he had ever met, this strength was simply illogical. He had completely transcended the limits of humanity. Balak's warning echoed in his mind again. He fights with a sword, yet his mana rivals Camilla's. Did I underestimate him? No, never. Even if Moriya Renji had been in peak condition, a duel against this entity would have ended the exact same way. Moriya Renji swallowed his pride quickly, admitting his own miscalculation as he watched the figure approach. I thought Balak and the Black Robe were colluding, just hyping each other up for influence. I was wrong. This guy, he's the real deal. Moments later, a subordinate rushed over in a panic. Moriya Renji, what just happened? Did that guy just solo the Orochi? Moriya Renji whipped around, his patience gone. I told you to keep your mouth shut. Damn it, do you have a death wish? The young hunter flinched, terrified. Huh. What do you mean? Moriya Renji decided to drop the bombshell. The man standing before us is the Black Robe, the monster who conquered the great relic of Iceland. Meanwhile, JaeHyun looked at his own hand and let out a surprised huff. I'm way stronger than I anticipated, he thought. Is my force control off? Well, with Fafnir's passive skill active, that battle felt almost like a tutorial. Becoming overpowered was just the natural progression here. Whatever, he thought. I have business to attend to. JaeHyun raised his voice, projecting it toward the hidden group. Hey, you guys over there. Did you really think concealing your presence would work on me? Step out. Moriya Renji grimaced. He had expected this. I knew he sensed us. With no other option, Moriya Renji decided to gamble and shouted back, Black Robe, what is your business here? JaeHyun feigned ignorance, tilting his head. Oh, you know who I am, Moriya Renji replied sternly. Was conquering the great relic not enough to satisfy your greed? Noticing his pet Fafnir peeking out, JaeHyun whispered a command, get back inside. Then he raised his voice again, playing the innocent card. What are you talking about? I haven't the slightest clue. But Moriya Renji wasn't buying it. Don't play dumb, you're a looter. You stole the Nordic legacy, and my gut tells me you're here to strip this place clean too. JaeHyun stared him down, analyzing the situation. He's got an annoying face, but I definitely caught a big fish. That's Moriya Renji, the representative of the Japanese alliance. Slyly, JaeHyun triggered his interface to scan Moriya Renji's stats. Active skill, Eye of Insight activated. Danger level assessment initiated. The result flashed, threat level low. JaeHyun almost laughed out loud. It was like winning the lottery. He's too weak. JaeHyun stepped forward with overflowing confidence. I just killed Yamata no Orochi, the beast terrorizing your territory. Don't you think I deserve a little compensation? Moria Renji fell silent as the pressure mounted. Min JaeHyun now stood directly in front of him. Moria Renji clenched his jaw. I want to argue, but the bastard is right. Yamada no Orochi was a nightmare for our guild. But that makes the rumors from the relic era even more confusing. They call him a looter. They say he's a criminal who steals kills. But there's no data on what items the Orochi drops. From a looter's perspective, this raid is a high-risk, zero-profit venture. So why did he come all the way here, before handing over anything Moria Renji had to know? State your true purpose. Min JaeHyun shrugged the picture of nonchalance in this system Manhwa. I don't really have one. Was Moria Renji actually provoking him? Was he asking if death was the only option on the table? Min JaeHyun, drenched in a cold sweat of pure terror, believed it. Is he really going to end us right here? An S-rank hunter like Moria Renji. Showing such hesitation, it was unthinkable. He had accepted defeat before the battle even began. Just how terrifying was the black cloak to make a living legend tremble like this? But then Min JaeHyun simply shrugged, his voice chillingly calm. Relax. I have no intention of killing anyone. Bloodshed isn't really my style. Moria Renji let out a breath he'd been holding, though his pride forced him to keep a stiff upper lip. So, you're here for the Yamada no Orochi then? Too lazy to explain the truth, Min JaeHyun just smirked. Sure, let's go with that. Sensing an opening, Moria Renji quickly pivoted to find common ground. Then perhaps we can negotiate. Min JaeHyun nodded, impressed by the man's survival instincts. You catch on fast. I do have one condition. Tension knotted in Moria Renji's chest as his mind raced. Here it comes, he thought, panic rising. The price for his mercy is about to be named. That devil acts like he predicted this whole encounter from the start. A monster of his caliber won't care about money. Does he want his criminal record wiped? Political asylum for a villain like him? Anything is possible. Whatever he demands, I cannot afford to anger him. Seeing the S-rank hunter stiff as a board, Min JaeHyun let out a chuckle. Hey, relax your facial muscles. No need to look so constipated. Despite the joke, dread still coiled in Moria Renji's gut. He's a true monster, he realized. A being existing in a realm I can never hope to reach. Min JaeHyun let the silence stretch for a few agonizing seconds, savoring the suspense. Finally, he dropped the bomb. I just need you to write an article about me. Moria Renji's jaw dropped. Say what now? You want a news article? Min JaeHyun nodded with a grin. Exactly. And if you could try to paint me as the hero for once, all right? With the negotiations settled and the crisis averted, the scene shifts. Min JaeHyun quickly made his way back to his sanctuary. Sitting before the glowing status window, he reflected on the night's events. It was 2 a.m. by the time he and Fafnir returned. My original goal was Fafnir's evolution, he thought. I put it on hold to deal with Moria Renji, but the system has other plans. Suddenly a holographic prompt materialized before his eyes. The system had a question for its host. Do you wish to teleport to Dragon Valley to complete the second condition for Fafnir's evolution? It was a classic scenario in this leveling Manhwa life of his. He pondered the choice with dead seriousness. His mind made up, Min JaeHyun turned to his companion. You ready for this, buddy? Fafnir barked an enthusiastic yes. With a smirk, he gave the command. System initiate teleportation to Dragon Valley. Space warped, and they vanished. The moment they landed, Min JaeHyun staggered, drenched in sweat. Whoa! Is this the legendary Dragon Valley? A wave of dizziness hit him, and he started dry heaving. Ugh! Why does teleportation always make me want to hurl? Fafnir whined softly, looking at his master with concern, but his nausea vanished instantly as a deep, ancient voice resonated through the air. It has been an eternity since we welcomed a guest. Min JaeHyun's eyes darted around, scanning for the source. Who's there? Show yourself. Come inside, the voice beckoned. I have been expecting you. Hesitation flickered in Min JaeHyun's eyes for a heartbeat, but steeling his resolve, he signaled his pet. Let's go, Fafnir. They ventured deeper into the cavernous abyss. Min JaeHyun moved with the grace of a seasoned hunter, keeping his pace slow. In a place like this, one wrong step could trigger a deadly trap. A sound echoed nearby. Min JaeHyun spun around, gasping in surprise. The master of the valley had finally deigned to appear. Welcome, the being intoned. The enemy of the prophecy. I am the observer, the ruler of this Dragon Valley. Min JaeHyun narrowed his eyes. Enemy of the prophecy. How do you know that title? The ancient being answered without a hint of deception. I heard it from them. Min JaeHyun's expression lightened with realization. Them? You mean the 3 Norn sisters? I guess those oracles have been peeping into my future again, huh? The observer bristled at his casual tone. Enough talk, enemy. I shall assist in your child's growth. The child he referred to was, of course, Fafnir. Follow me.